Funky bread boy there, or what?
Good morning, ladies.
Yeah, you said that some people are ignorant. Or let me get the exact thing you said here. You said, not stories. I get frustrated when ignorant people can't understand they are ignorant. And I asked, ignorant about what?
Do you not know the subjects you're ignorant in? Physics?
I know all about physics.
Okay. Explain why F equals ma is a story.
Because you see something fall and you attach a story of why it falls to it. A story had to be come up with in order to explain why it happens.
Wait, you said an explanation. Is
I
it a
said
story or an explanation?
Oh, either one. Same thing.
Sorry, you said you know all about physics, but you think a story and an explanation are the same thing. Okay, so is
Essentially,
it
they are.
English that you struggle with? Is it English you struggle with, Jerry?
Essentially, they are the
Tu
same
parles
thing.
français?
Depends if you have evidence, right?
Est-ce que tu parles français, Jerry? I'm not very good, but I can make do.
Essentially, they are the same thing.
I said, est-ce que tu parles français? As he could do it better, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Would you rather speak in French because you don't understand English? A story is the same thing as an explanation, Don.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Really?
Explanation might have more evidence if you want to say that's what the word means. It doesn't always.
Okay, so in physics, we make up stories based on evidence, and those aren't explanations, or they are explanations?
Well, you don't have enough evidence, and you're lost in fiction. So when you explain it, it's as good as a story.
Okay, why is F equals ma a story, Don?
I don't even know what that is.
Because you're a fucking idiot. That is elementary school.
That is very rude, Chucky. I mean,
Why?
Don't call someone fucking idiot, man.
Come on, man.
Okay, he's mad. He's
Okay,
mad
sorry.
at me.
Let me
He's mad at
correct it.
Okay.
Don, you're an ignorant fool.
What does it
Because
mean
that
then?
is something you learn. It's something you learn in elementary school.
What does it mean? I didn't.
You didn't learn that force is a mass times acceleration.
No.
Huh. Were you smoking a joint in the?
You are ignorant if you want to talk about F equals ma, bro. It's false, and it doesn't count.
Why?
Force equals what? Say it again.
Mass times acceleration.
Mass times acceleration equals force.
But Don,
Yes.
at least you admit you're ignorant about physics. So I apologize to have been hot.
Sounds cool, bro.
Yeah, it is very cool. The most elegant equation in reality.
You've reduced all interactions to letters and numbers.
Nope.
Yeah. And that's your story now.
No, only interactions that involve masses accelerating.
As if you ever studied mass accelerating.
Wait, do you claim that I haven't?
Yeah, I claim that you were told a story in school and you still believe it now.
You mean I was given an explanation after we did some experiments? Yes, that's what happened.
I don't believe you did proper experiments.
Why not?
Because they never do in school.
Did you go to school with me?
No, but I don't trust you.
Do we do labs in physics in university?
No, I don't believe you did anything real.
Oh, okay. Well, cool story.
You're ignorant of physics.
Do your beliefs matter?
You're ignorant on physics.
Why do you think that, Don?
Because everything you say is based on fiction.
Why do you say that, Don? For example?
For example, you said all surfaces are 2D. Which
that's correct.
Completely leaves out all the 3D surfaces that exist.
surfaces exist in 3D space. That doesn't make them 3D. There's no such thing
If
as a
they've got
3D
bumps and
surface.
grooves on them, that's 3D,
It's
mate.
2D.
That's 3D.
No, mate. It's not. What's the volume of that surface with bumps and grooves?
Volume of what?
The surface.
Surface of what?
The surface with bumps and grooves.
He's used
Jerry,
my
that's what-
example of how
pay
ignorant
attention.
he is to be more
This is-
ignorant on the same subject.
No, explain it, Don. What is the volume of that surface with bumps and grooves?
This is
How
not
do
a
you figure it
Chucky-
out?
This is not a Chucky quiz.
The
I've just-
surface and volume and space, those are all abstractions. That's why it's surface of what? Space of what? Volume of what? Because they don't exist in reality. You could say all surfaces are 2D,
I
That-
can and
but-
will.
but just a pure surface doesn't exist. You got to have an object. Surface of
Oh,
what?
of course. I never
Right.
said you didn't, Jerry.
Well, you're kind of muddying the waters here when you say all surfaces are 2D, but then you can't have a surface outside of reality.
I never claimed that you could,
Well, then why do you say all surfaces are 2D?
because they are.
double
But not
speak,
it.
double speak from
Yeah.
ignorance.
Exactly.
How am I double speaking when I say all surfaces are 2D?
Because
How is
you're
that double
ignoring,
speak, Don?
you're ignoring every 3D surface ever when you say it.
There is no such thing as a 3D surface.
That's ignorance, bruv.
Okay,
It's
give me an
ignorance.
example of a 3D surface.
Basketball with bumps on it.
Great. What's the volume of that surface?
I don't care about what you believe in volume. The surface of the basketball has bumps on it, making it 3D. The fact it's curved on a sphere, a 3D object, makes the surface 3D even without bumps.
No.
Yes.
If it's
that's the
3D, it has a
truth,
volume.
and you've been lied to.
If the surface of something has,
But this
3
isn't up
dimensions,
for
it has a
debate.
volume.
This isn't up for debate. You're ignorant on it.
yeah, you're right. So where did you learn that surfaces are 3D, Don? Sorry, I cut out. Don, where
There's
did you
no
learn
debate.
surfaces
There's
are
no
3D?
debate here. It's just me calling you ignorant.
Yeah, you're right. There is no debate. There is somebody who doesn't know mathematics and physics who claims that a surface is 3D, yet he can't explain how it has a volume.
I just did.
The fact that surfaces do not have volume means they cannot be 3D because anything with 3 dimensions has a volume.
No, sorry. You're ignoring grooves and gaps and bumps.
So you know what volume is. It's length, width, and depth, or
That
any
doesn't-
3.
That doesn't stop your 2D theory being wrong.
Okay. What does explain a 2D
Surfaces
surface?
have some volume to them.
No. By definition, they do not.
Sorry, but they do. I've looked up the definition, and it doesn't include anything to do with math.
Okay, what's the definition of surface though?
You can look that up yourself, and then you
I
can
have.
you can tell me I just looked it up, and it's nothing to do with math. I had to type in math surface to get what I wanted.
Or you had to read farther.
A surface
Yes,
in
there are
math,
many.
in maths, not
There
a
are
real surface,
there
but a
are-
surface in maths.
Okay, so give me a definition of surface that is
No,
3D.
you can Google it, bruv. If you don't know the real definition of surface, that's why you're wrong when you say all surfaces are 2D, because you didn't read the real definition.
The real definition. What's the real definition?
Go and Google it so that you can be right instead of wrong.
You don't think I have Googled it?
No, you haven't. You're talking about
It sounds like
math.
it sounds
you're
like
talking
you
about
have.
math surfaces and saying all surfaces, which is completely made up.
If you're
What you
talking,
mean
are you
is-
talking?
You mean is
Okay.
when we treat a surface in maths, we treat it as 2D. That's not the same as all surfaces are 2D, which is a false
When
statement.
we talk about a surface in math, it is 2D.
Yes, I know.
When we talk about a surface in reality, it's part of a 3-dimensional, or I would say a 4-dimensional object.
So it's not actually 2D then.
The surface is.
It's just
the
when you
object
talk.
is
It's
3D.
just when you talk about it in
See, he
math.
just did it again.
It's not actually.
Right. He just did it again.
What did I do again?
You switched
You
the
lie.
definition.
No, I did not. All surfaces are 2D.
When
Okay,
you talk about
Surfaces,
them in maths, that's the second half of the
yeah.
statement
right.
to make it true.
So what are we talking about?
Geometrically, all surfaces are 2D. However, in reality, there is no such thing.
Really?
Right, because surfaces don't exist without being attached to something. Surface of what? You don't just have a surface. Like surface of something.
Right, exactly.
Do you get it?
So why is it double? Yeah, so why are you double speaking if you think you say
Because
the
you're
exact
saying
same thing as me?
no, because you're saying that some surface is 2D in reality when it's not. Only mathematically speaking, not in reality.
You have to qualify
Yes,
your statement,
in
Chucky, or else
reality.
it's wrong.
In reality, all surfaces are 2D.
No, that's a lie, and it makes you a disgusting human.
Oh, that's a nice thing to say, Don. Why is that a lie?
You know it's wrong.
No, it's right.
Yes, you do. You know it's wrong, but you said it anyway.
Why is it wrong, Don?
That's called
That's what you need to
lying.
explain.
That's called lying. We just did it. We explained
No,
it. We just explained it.
no. You agreed with me that surfaces are attached to 3D objects that exist in 4 dimensions.
The surface isn't actually 2D. It's only 2D in maths.
Why is the surface of the basketball that is part of the 3D basketball not 2D, Don? Go ahead.
Because it has humps on it and it's curved.
So,
So
surfaces can be curved.
it's not 2D in reality.
Yes, it is.
No,
Having
you're just
a
wrong.
curve-
You're just wrong and lying.
Having a curve doesn't make a surface 3D.
Of course it does.
How does it do that?
Because it has to take up 3D space.
No.
Yeah.
It exists in 3D space.
Yeah, it exists.
It only takes up 2
Meaning
dimensions.
it can't be 2D.
No, you can have 1 dimension. You can have a point in 3D space. You can have 1 dimension in 3D space.
In
or
your
2
mind, yeah, in your mind.
No, in reality, you can't
No.
have more. You can't have a 3-dimensional object in 2D space or in 2D area, but you can have a 2D area in 3D space. You can
In
have
your
less
mind, it's all good.
existing
In reality, it's wrong.
but more can't exist in less. Stuff. This is basic. Can you have a point in a 3D space?
Not in reality, no.
You can't have a point in reality.
No, you
No.
can't.
You can decide
Why not?
arbitrarily, my point is about there on the side of the table, but you can't, there is no point.
You could actually be a lot more accurate than that and say it's exactly there.
Right, but that thing has to exist. Points don't. You could call it a point, but the point doesn't exist because a point, by definition, is that which has no parts.
All the lies.
Okay, it's a location.
Well, a location that is attached to something in reality.
Not necessarily. It can be any location in 3D
Right.
space.
Like surfaces, they don't exist outside of, something physical. Right? Surface of, point of.
And that's why you're ignorant, Chucky. All of that information. That's why you're ignorant.
Why is that? I'm touching the surface of a steering wheel. I'm not touching the inside of the steering wheel. That would be weird.
Lori, did you want to say something? Or
Oh, I was just looking at the definitions, because Don said that there in the definition there is no mention of 2 dimensions. Well, I just looked up 5 definitions from lexico.com, the American Heritage Dictionary, Collins Dictionary, and the Oxford Dictionary, and all of them included mentions of two-dimensionality. 4 of them specifically, and 1 of them didn't have the exact words two-dimensional, but when you looked at it, it still had a reference to two-dimensionality with different words.
Well,
So yeah, Don, you're lying.
I googled it, Laurie, and I got 5 definitions. None of them included
So
2D.
read them,
And
Don.
if I wanted to get to the 2D one, I had to
Yep.
click on math surface. A different
Read
link.
the
completely.
definitions, Don.
No, you can go Google it.
So
I have.
which
did Laurie.
definitions were you looking?
I used Google, and it's the dictionary that comes up from Google that Google uses.
Okay, so you had one dictionary then, not 5.
Yeah.
You said 5 earlier.
5 definitions.
Okay, 5. So you didn't take even one dictionary definition, because a dictionary definition has several points or several like sub-definitions. You're just talking about the sub-definitions then, and you're excluding the definitions that you don't like because you don't like them.
You're excluding the ones you don't like.
That's sort of no.
Yes.
I'm including all of them.
I had
I'm
to
including
enlighten
the
you.
whole definitions. I'm including the whole
I had to
definition
enlighten
because you said
guys
that the
these
definition.
definitions existed.
Hold
You
on,
didn't
Don.
even know they existed.
I was actually speaking. So would you mind? I was actually taking the whole definition. You're excluding parts of the definition.
I read 5 definitions. None of them included 2D.
No. You didn't read one complete definition. You read sub definitions.
You don't know what I read.
Don, please read your
You
definitions or
already
admit you're a
enumerated what
disgusting
you
human
read.
being.
Ducky, this is not up for debate. You're just wrong.
Yeah. Read your
ignorant,
definitions or
ignorant
admit
and
you're a
wrong.
disgusting human being. Sorry.
Ignorant and wrong.
Read your definitions.
Enjoy it.
I know what you read, Don, because you clearly enumerated what you read. So I can base on your words, unless of course your words are unreliable. So if you claim that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, then I can say, well, I might not know what the hell I'm talking about if you're lying, Don. So are you lying? I would think twice before challenging myself.
Yeah, I'll screenshot it for
Dictionaries and definitions, because it's actually my field currently as a
you. This is my
translator.
field as well.
As a bullshitter.
I screenshot it for you. Look. Loads of words about surfaces, nothing about 2D.
Yeah,
Well,
and you've excluded. Yeah.
I'm sure if you press that link geometric, you'll get to one.
I can see that in your screenshot, so clearly you fail at screenshotting. A continuous set of points that has length and breadth but no thickness. That's basically 2D, isn't it? But yeah, let's not look at that, because I don't like that. I don't like that because I'm
What about
Don,
the
and I'm
5
religious.
definitions
I have a
above
religious predilection against geometry.
What about the 5 definitions above that?
It's interesting that you're so religiously bound to this. Oh yeah, geometry isn't reality, man.
Is a curved basketball surface 2D, Laurie? In reality?
In reality?
Yeah.
Sure, we can call it 2D.
We can call it 2D, but is it actually 2D in reality?
Sure.
Okay.
You make an argument against that?
It has 3 dimensions.
That's a claim. Can you back that claim up?
Yeah, up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards. The surface of a basketball covers all 3 of those dimensions. So it can't be 2D.
It doesn't actually have up, down.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, by definition.
Imagine you put Laurie on your basketball in black pen. Up, is to the top of the L, down is to the bottom of the L. Left is to the left of the L, right is to the right of the L. Forwards is through the word lorry to the other side of the ball. Backwards is away from lorry, away from the ball. 3 dimensions. Not
Are you
2D.
speaking of lorry the person or lorry the truck?
You write your name on the ball.
Oh, okay.
To help you know what up and down is. So here we are, and you're calling a 3D object 2D.
I'm still waiting for the money shot.
Okay, yeah. Up, down, left, right, forwards, backwards. They all exist on the
Yep,
ball.
that's a claim.
Surface.
Can you somehow demonstrate that?
The surface extends over these 3 axes.
That's another claim. Can you somehow demonstrate that?
Now you're denying balls like a flat
Okay,
earther.
so you cannot demonstrate that. Thank you.
Okay, enjoy bitting. Welcome to Flat Earth, Laurie.
Yeah,
You don't understand balls because you pretended
that's actually a perfect perfect usage of the welcome to the flat earth, because it's always used. Let me say something extremely stupid and dumb, and then welcome to flat earth.
You pretended
all cats are
balls.
actually dogs. Welcome to flat earth. That's
you did
the
a Bev
general
and an
usage.
SC Montreal. You pretended not to understand balls.
Sorry, you're now deviating from this topic because you don't like
you are
where
as
this is
bad as
going.
Bev or SC Montreal. You pretend to misunderstand balls.
So you try to deviate from this topic because you don't like it. I find that interesting.
The topic's been done.
Yes, it's been done. I demonstrated
how
that you're religious.
Has 3 dimensions.
You're a religious fundamentalist as it comes to surfaces. You should actually, get some facts behind your statements.
I understand balls better than you.
Well,
because
clearly
you're
you do.
Dishonest.
Like,
boy.
very, very clearly.
Are you guys done fighting now?
Laurie's being
Not
silly.
yet.
I'm done.
Stay out, Stacy.
I didn't think you guys were done. I'll stay out now. Go ahead, continue. And 1, 2, 3, go.
Ignorant and wrong. Silly Laurie.
Sure, yeah. Do you want me to sing you a song?
A hug is coming, or a song. Yeah, song's good too. Let's do that. Kumbaya song or something.
I have a song. Läksin suolle sotkemahan niinoni. Läksin suolle sotkemahan niinoni. No, 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 niinoni.
Laurie, I've just found that this definition that you like, the geometry one, is lying. It says continuous set of points that has length and breadth, but no thickness. But what about width? Why is it ignoring width?
Definitions are like hipstone. They don't lie.
Why is this definition ignoring width like it doesn't exist? What sort of surface has length and breadth but no width? What sort of surface has length and breadth but no width?
Yeah. So can you make an argument against that?
It's a question. You can't answer it. You have no answer.
Oh, it was a question. Okay.
What sort of? That's how you know it's a question.
You're making a claim that it's wrong. Can you somehow demonstrate as to why it's your religious belief that it's wrong?
They left out width.
Yes, and your religious belief is that is wrong when they leave that out.
No surfaces exist without width. What are you talking about?
In your religious belief,
that's a
yes,
line.
that's true.
If it's only length and breadth, that's a line.
Yes, in your religious belief, that's true. I'm atheistic regarding this point, Don. I don't believe in your geometry 3D God. You seem to have a religious predilection against, 2D surfaces.
So actually, that definition leaves out width. Decided they just mean 2D surfaces. Of course, 2D surfaces are 2D. I'll give them that.
Well, yeah. Now you're actually sort of getting my drift, because if it's defined as 2D, then you can't say a surface is 3D because it's defined as 2D.
No, 2D surfaces are 2D.
Surfaces are defined as 2D.
No, only by this silly wrong definition.
Yeah, and
All the-
it's silly.
All
and
the
wrong.
other
Why?
definitions
Why?
don't include anything about it.
It's silly and wrong because of why?
Because Pythagoras started a math cult, and he wants people to believe math is reality. Now they do.
Yeah. That's an interesting theory. Anything to back that up?
I tried telling people, they just ignored it. They don't care. They love math.
Yeah. Math makes everything better as long as you don't abuse it. I was making a poorly veiled meth joke. I think this whole surfaces thing and 2D, 3D thing links to something we could call conceptual allergy that some people have. Sure, I understand that like practical tangibility has its,
Surely
appeal.
a hypothetical 2D spherical surface could help you imagine what Earth might be like, or what
Not
a planet
hypothetical,
might be
conceptual.
like.
That's a key difference there.
Well, same thing, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Yeah, when
those are different words. Hypo starts with HYPO.
all right, when you do a computer
Conceptual
program,
begins with CONC.
when you do a computer program with your
Different
conceptual
words, Don.
sphere, it's hypothetical because it doesn't exist.
It's hypothetical because of why?
Because it doesn't exist, really.
Okay. Do you have any citations that it doesn't exist?
Just saying crazy stuff.
I know, I'm just following you.
So what I'm saying is, if you want to treat a hypothetical sphere surface as 2D,
not hypothetical, conceptual.
you can. But it won't help you past that. If, thinking of a hammer's surface in 2D is not going to help you do anything, ever. So there's no point in saying the surface of that hammer is 2D.
See, let me
hammer
actually
isn't used as a surface. You just grip it, and you grip it because it's 3D. That helps you grip it because the 2D surface is wrapped around the 3D object. So 2D surfaces of hammers don't exist. There's no point in looking into them. Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Let me actually
nonsense.
Yeah. Let me
Real
actually
hammers, however, are great.
Do you mind? I'm actually also trying to say something here. So let me actually Iron Man your argument and say, okay, let's take this hypothetical sphere, and instead of just having it a hypothetical theoretical conception where it's perfectly, smooth, let's actually include those, bumps and going up and going down things, that what you would call 3D geometry. Let's include that. But are you going to then object that, but this is a hypothetical conceptual space, let's not do that because it's hypothetical?
I gave you treating a hypothetical sphere's surface.
Yeah, and I'm giving
2D
you a second phase.
You.
Are you willing to look into it?
It might help you work out stuff about the planet and stuff about other planets. But if you stretch it to hammers, a 2D surface, calling that surface 2D is never going to help you with anything in life.
Why are you talking about hammers? We were talking about balls. Hammers and balls are really not the same thing.
Exactly, that's my point.
Have you ever tried to hit a nail with a ball?
This is my point.
If you have, I think you're being.
So saying all surfaces are 2D is a stretch, because no one cares about the surface of a hammer being 2D. No one looks at it.
It's a stretch because you claim it's a stretch. It's your religious belief that it's a stretch.
Silly statement. That's wrong.
Yes, it's a silly statement because your religious belief predicts and dictates that it's a silly statement.
Laura, isn't there infinite ways to show me the 2D surface of a hammer? Infinite. Doesn't it look like infinite blobs?
Infinite ways of showing you 2D surface of a hammer?
Yeah. So
Well,
you
sure. If you know, let's say we can have infinite points where we can put the quote unquote camera in.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what's the point in doing it?
What's the point in doing it? Well, you're asking the question, so maybe you should know why you're asking the question.
What's the point in calling the surface of a hammer 2D if it can't help you in any way and it's not really 2D? Because
if it can't help you
in 2D, it would look like
if it can't help you in any way, you just made a claim there that it can't help us in any way. Can you somehow demonstrate that?
No, I'm asserting it.
No, you can't. Okay,
I'm
thank you.
asserting 2D surfaces
Yes,
of
you are
hammers
asserting based on your religious belief.
are a random blob that are meaningless. So no one.
Yes, based on your religious belief, you are asserting that.
Surface of a hammer isn't really 2D.
Yes, it's not based on your religious belief that it's not.
I think you're learning, even though you're being silly. I'm helping you learn.
I am learning because this is what you do, isn't it, Don? You pin other people down for, oh, you're religious, but then you assert your own religious beliefs as if they are fundamentally true and everyone else has to go with them. So you're basically a hypocrite.
Like a glober.
Yeah, you are worse than a glober. You shit on globers, but then you act worse than the globers.
I don't know about that.
You would know if you had any self-awareness.
But I do dogmatically assert my truth like a glober.
Yes, you do dogmatically assert like a religious person, and then you shit on people. Oh, you're a Christian, ha ha ha.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Yeah,
they don't
so
want to
you're
be
a hypocrite.
religious. They don't want to be religious. That's why it's funny.
They don't want to be religious?
No. They thought they were just into truth, but they ended up religious, and then I mocked them for it.
Yeah, and you're claiming that you're not religious when you're saying this geometry stuff, but you are. You are clearly religious on this.
I'm not religious on geometry.
Yes, you're exactly. So you give me now validation for shitting on it because you say you don't want to be religious on this topic, but you are.
No, I'm
so
not.
According to your logic, I have perfect validation for shitting on it.
You misunderstood.
You're being religious, Don.
No, me denying.
Yes, but we have defined religion in a way that allows us to call you religious.
It's not a system of beliefs.
You're not following my definition of religion. You should be following my definition.
Yeah, okay. You can make up your own definition. I don't mind.
Of course I can. And you're religious, Don.
Yeah,
you should follow my religion. What religion?
I admit to being religious, just not how you say.
Yeah, so you deny being religious then. Thank you. Which is why I'm shitting on you, because you are hypothetically pretending not to be religious and then you still are.
What is your definition?
What is my definition? My definition is you are being religious, and that's how I define it. So you cannot even get out of it.
Religion is you are being religious.
Religion is defined as Dawn is practicing this. You cannot get out from that. You're religious by definition.
So I don't accept made-up definitions.
Yes, you don't accept made-up definitions when someone else makes them up, but then you make up your made-up definitions yourself, and then it's suddenly okay to make up definitions. A double hypocrite.
I've made up a few, but that's only because...
Yes, you made up a few, and you made up word games that you try to catch people on. Let's accept my definitions about religion. Let's accept my definitions of atheism. Because I assert them and everyone has to follow my definitions, which are, by the way, insane, which are made up of thought, but everyone has to follow me because I say so, because I'm Dawn.
Well annoying.
Sorry?
You are really annoying.
Thank you. I take it as a compliment.
All surfaces are 2D if we reduce them to pure mathematics. And even when we do that, we exclude all the bumps and humps completely.
Even including the bumps and humps, Dawn.
No.
That's why I brought up the Steelman version, where we take the ball, but we include bumps and humps, and
You tried to.
still a 2D surface by definition. The hammer is 2D by definition as well. Bumps and humps and all. That's what you don't get.
You can't show me the 2D surface of a hammer.
It's in the definition, Dawn.
You can't even show me it.
It's in the definition. The only way you can kind of try to run away from that is definitions, man.
It's in
I don't
one
like
definition.
definitions.
Didn't read all of them.
I read all of them.
Well, then you lied and ignored 4 or 5 of them.
I didn't lie and ignore anything. See, I just countered your claim because it was your claim that there is no 2D in the definition. So that gives me a good reason to focus on that. I didn't exclude anything by saying there are no other things in the definition. You said that 2D isn't in the definition. That's why I don't need to focus on anything else. It's sort of like the black swan. You're saying all these swans are white. There is no black swan here. Black swan meaning there is no 2D in the definition. So I can focus on the black swan being the 2D mentioned there.
Of all the ones
Because
I
my
looked
case is totally based on there
Carry
is
on.
the black swan of the 2D definition that you are excluding.
Of
So
all
my
the ones-
argument isn't
Carry on.
even about all the other ones. We can go through them in a separate discussion. I'm not saying they are not there.
Of all the ones
But
I
if we are
looked at-
talking about your claim that the 2D definition isn't
Arguing
there,
about. I'm confused. There's
Sorry.
what? A surface is 2D, right? The surface.
Stacey,
And then you guys are talking about 3D, and a hammer's not 2D. What are you all talking about?
Corey is trying to teach me mathematics about how all surfaces, even if they're of a 3D complicated object, he reckons the surface is still 2D.
Well, the definition really of surface is not necessarily anything to do with width. It has to do with just the top layer surface of something. It's usually 2D.
Yeah. What I'm
Exactly.
saying is that it doesn't exist in reality, Stacey. That's just a mathematical version.
I mean, basically, it is. Like, you're right. It's just a 2D surface. But what in reality is just a surface? I don't know anything. It's just a
Nothing,
surface.
It's all got cracks and bumps.
yeah, but in the definition, the
Something-
cracks and bumps are also included.
They're not.
They're not based on what?
Because they're ignored. You try and make it a perfect
They
sphere.
are not ignored.
They are.
For example, if I say the surface of my skin, of course has bumps, but they are included in the phrasing the surface, you know, because it's
can't
sort of
show
the
that.
boundary line between my skin and the surrounding air. And of course, where there is a bump, then the surface goes up, and where there's a dip,
Yeah.
then the surface goes down. So
So-
those bumps up and down, they are included in the phrasing
Show a
surface.
picture of the surface of all your skin.
It's
What
sort
would
of like
What
saying
would that look like?
it's sort of like saying
Nothing, would
Earth
It would look like
as
a
a
blob.
phrase. Yeah. So it's like saying Earth as a phrase only refers to a flat plane, and terrain isn't included when we say Earth. So by definition, we need some other phrase. Well, everyone knows that when we say Earth, of course we include terrain in the phrase. And terrain and those sort of bumps and dips up and down, they are included in the word surface.
Not when you actually do real math on it. Not.
Sure they are. You don't. This just shows that you don't know anything about it, and your whole argument is based on religious rejection of what.
If you tried to show the surface of your skin, what would it look like on 2D screen or paper? And you drew it in 2D.
it would have bumps up and down, which of course
It would be a
backs up my
circle.
point.
It would be
Doesn't
a
it?
circle with wobbly lines, wouldn't it? If you'd done all the math to every bump and hump.
Circle? How would my skin be a circle? I'm not a sphere.
How would you lay out the surface of your skin
You
then
could
on a
simplify
2D
me as
page?
spherical, but I'm not a sphere. Not
Can you
yet,
even
at
can you
least.
even
If I get more fat, then maybe.
can you even imagine what the surface of your skin would look like on a 2D surface painted?
Sure, like I can imagine very easily. It's
What
not
shape
hard.
would it be?
What shape would it be? The shape of my skin.
Yeah, but
It's
what
a
shape
stupid
would
question, isn't
what
it?
shape would that be in 2D?
What shape would that be in 2D? The shape of my skin, Dawn.
Would it look like a circle?
You're
Square?
asking, draw me a. If you draw me a cat, what shape does the cat have? It has the shape of a cat, man.
No, now I know you don't understand.
Of course, I understand, which
extrapolation
is
of
why you have hard
No.
time,
You
responding.
think the surface of a human looks like a stick figure? That's what you think.
Oh, you're now strawmanning my argument. Well, that means that I have you
just
on the
said
ropes.
it's the shape of a cat.
I didn't say the
Surface
shape of the cat.
is the shape of a
the
cat.
cat-
This shows you don't understand
Hmm?
surfaces.
Yeah, you're now strawmanning me, aren't you? So this is why I know I have you on the. You're now strawmanning me by trying to claim that I'm saying that the surface of a human has the shape of a cat. I never said that, Don. So you're lying.
No.
If you went against the ropes, you wouldn't have the need to lie and strawman.
The point is, the surface
point
of a
is you are
human or
lying
the
now.
surface of a cat doesn't look like
Why
anything
are-
in 2D. It's not a thing.
Sure.
No one extrapolates the surface of a
Yeah.
human or a cat ever.
Yeah. Yeah. The
You
point
can't
is
draw that.
you're
You
now
can't
lying.
draw it you can't draw it in 2D.
Mhm. Yeah, the point is you're now lying and asserting your religious belief again. You wouldn't have the need to lie if you were actually correct about this.
Wait, but one dry potato. Like, you do realize, Lori, that like a 2D surface is flat. You do understand that, right?
It's actually not flat.
I will actually give you something that says otherwise. 1 second, please.
Sure.
Two D surface is not flat.
2D surfaces, as they are understood in geometry, they go up and down in 3D geometry, but they themselves are 2D because they don't extend, they don't have like depth, but they can curve and they can walk and wop and they can twist around. That's how you can have a 2D surface on
I
a
get
3D
it,
object.
but it's hypothetical.
Yes, you get
not-
it, but
it's
it's
not in
hypothetical,
reality.
and then you say it doesn't work. So if you get it, then why did you say that it doesn't work? Were you lying before, or
Well,
are you lying now?
What I'm
Which
saying
one?
is, I get that you want to treat all surfaces as 2D, but it's not realistic.
Now you're backpedaling as to what
Not
you actually
realistic. You can't
Thank you.
draw the surface of a hammer in 2D. You can't do it. You have to split the surface to make it 2D.
Here, I posted something for you to read real quick, Lori, and it's about cardiology, but it doesn't matter. We're talking about 2D surfaces, and it's what I had on my phone not too long ago. I was just seeing about cardiology. If you can look into the 2D, you have to have the width to have the other part.
Where
Why
is
do you
this
think they-
from?
Why do you
Horizontal
think
and
they put,
vertical, it says flat.
why do you think they put quotation marks on flat? Is it
You
because
tell me
it's
where
not
they put
flat
quotation
in
marks
the?
on flat.
Could it be that it's not flat in like pure definition, but you can kind of call it flat? Maybe.
Oh man, now we're gonna get to that. Like we're
It's
gonna go
flat,
down that.
dude. If you've got a computer screen and you've got 2 axes and it's 2-dimensional, that's flat. In both ways. The screen's flat and the model inside is flat. Yes, you mute.
Yeah, this is not a general definition of 2D. It's a very specific, context-specific definition of 2D. So, of course, for example, if we talk about the surface of a computer screen, yeah, that's flat.
Okay,
But you
draw me a
cannot
surface.
use that
Can
to
you draw
say
a
that
surface for me, please? Draw me a surface. Draw me surface. Draw it for me. Show me a surface. Draw that. What does it look like?
Draw the surface of a basketball, or including the humps.
Sure, that's quite easy, isn't it?
and then do me the surface of a hammer, including every texture.
If I'm
on the
drawing
surface.
something, can you guys draw as well? Because I don't want to be the only one jumping through hoops.
No,
Oh no, you're all good. Like
we
I said,
don't
I'm just
believe-
asking.
we don't believe in hypothetical 2D surfaces. You do.
Well,
Yeah,
so
you believe in hypothetical religious
shape-
conceptions yourself, Don.
the shape of something in 2D just depends on how you project the three-dimensional thing onto 2D.
Exactly. So you've had
Like-
to change it.
No, not change it, project it.
How would
There's
you
a
sh-
difference.
So how would you show me the projection of the surface of a hammer in 2D? How is that getting projected?
So one way I could project it would be you start off on one side, and then anytime you do a bit of any kind of twist, you move along an axis. So if you do a twist in around like right to left, then you move on the x-axis. Anytime you do a twist on the y, like up and down, you move on the y-axis.
What about front and back?
Well,
like-
the back of it is simply just doing a full up twist or a full right to left twist.
Okay, but how would you show that? How would you project it? Because all
I
you've done
can-
is explain it hypothetically.
Yeah, I can try and show you one to show you more about.
But no, don't waste your time. Sorry. Even if you show me, that's just your reduction and an abstraction of a hammer's surface. The hammer's surface in
Description.
reality is still a 3D thing that you have to grip with your hand.
But that's only because we live in 3D.
Yeah,
You can't start
that's my
living
whole
in
point.
2D.
That's my whole point. So when you talk about 2D,
Yeah, yep.
you're abstracting
whole
into
point.
mathematics. It's not real. Your projection of the surface of a hammer isn't real, and you can't do anything with it. You need
You
a
hear what he's
real
saying, Dummy?
3D.
Well,
You
You
know what
need
I
a
mean?
real 3D hammer to do work.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, saying it's not real isn't fair because it's still describing a real thing.
Why do you need
You're
to
describing
describe?
a layer.
Why
That's
do you
what you're
need to
describing.
describe the layer of an object? Why?
Because that's what you see when you look at things.
There's
You
no
don't see
possible
the 3D
reason.
nature of something, you see the 2D of it.
There's no possible reason to reduce a 3D hammer's surface to a 2D blob.
If you want to
I
make
have-
designs on the hammer, then designing it on a 2D surface is better than on the 3D object itself. Very hard
I
to
have a-
draw on a 3D object compared to drawing on a 2D object.
Do you reckon they design hammers in 2D?
I have a
No,
question.
hammers usually don't get designs in that sense that I'm talking
Right.
about.
I have a question. Dawn, can you draw me, or maybe Stacy, can you draw me wet on a paper?
Now you get it.
Exactly. Wait, but you're trying
you
to go
get
down
it.
a description again. But we're talking about what? Actual things in our reality that we're talking about we can pick up and hold and stuff. You can't
Sure.
pick up wet. It is a description of water or something of that manner. So we're talking about what? Fluids, liquids, not a description of wet. That's different.
Sure, exactly. So wet doesn't exist.
So the 2D surface of a
Just like
basketball with bumps.
2D surfaces do not exist. Wet doesn't exist.
Right. You made it.
That was the
Right.
point, honey. I'm glad we're
Right.
all on the same page in a way.
A wet what? See, something is wet. Something,
Exactly.
Right.
If wet doesn't exist, then why do I need to wear a raincoat when I go outside?
Because water falls on you.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
if water
Exactly, you're
isn't wet, I don't need a raincoat. If water is dry,
I'm not saying the adjective wet isn't useful. I'm saying it exists as a concept in our mind to help describe reality, but reality is what it is.
Exactly,
what,
and that's why
you
the
can
word
get
surface
rid of
also
the
is
word
like
wet, and there's still water exists, and you get rid of wet and moist exists. There's other words that fit that. You can get rid of wet. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, these are descriptions and words we put to things that we can describe. But when you're talking about a 2D object, now that's a
it's
little
also a
different.
description of an object the same way wet is.
That's the point. That was our
Yeah.
point. It's a description only. It doesn't actually exist in reality like that. Like you're not picking up a hammer going, this is 2D. I mean, come on.
I find it funny because this actually takes us to a tangent where we are only in the world of concrete objects and not in the world of human perception. So, for example, wet doesn't exist anymore. Does good feeling exist? Can I, for example, say sex feels good? No, good feeling doesn't exist. There's just corporeal bodies, geometrical bodies doing an
Feelings
action.
do exist. Feelings do exist, and good like that. Good feelings. There's actually something that triggers in your brain, and it creates serotonin and all these other things. There's actual chemical things that happen in your body that create happiness. It's a real thing.
Yeah, but
Happiness isn't a
is
tangible thing. The serotonin being released, that's a real thing. So you can call it serotonin, not happiness, because serotonin is a real thing, while happiness is an abstraction that doesn't exist.
Wet's real, yeah. It's the description of what happens when water touches stuff. Yeah.
So if wet is real now, then so is
I'm going to be quick. The surface of a hammer is real, but a 2D surface of a hammer doesn't actually exist. Yeah, so wet and hammers and the surface of a hammer exists, but a 2D abstraction of a surface of a hammer doesn't exist.
I mean, kind of start agreeing, everybody. I mean, I think we're all kind of starting to say the same thing at this point, and we're on the same page. We just sometimes don't want to go, oh, maybe you're right or I'm wrong, or it doesn't matter to me. I'll hold my hand up anytime and say I'm wrong, and I learned something today. But I wouldn't keep going because I think we all get it. Are we on the same page here?
Gummy Bear and Laurie still think 2D surfaces exist. Because sometimes you can design stuff.
I would actually say that not only do 2D surfaces exist, but wetness exists, and so does sex and good feeling. Because we live as humans not in the abstraction of concepts, but we actually live phenomenologically in an experience space where we actually feel things. You cannot just discard them as no, those are not real.
No, you're right.
Do we act
Time
like
exists.
those things are real? Sure, we do.
Time doesn't exist. So that's a wrong statement. Time is a concept. Anything that's a concept should be named a concept. Moist, wet, I guess it's a concept too. Words, descriptions of a certain specific water, something getting drenched in something. We have to squeeze water out of something. It's wet. And there's a description to what we're feeling or seeing. But when I'm looking at stuff, I may see a surface of something, but I don't actually understand 2D in that conceptual way. I can't. I see 3D objects everywhere. I live in 3D. That's the difference, though. I see something wet.
Yeah, but
now time. I don't see time. Time just keeps happening, and it's meant another concept.
Well, so for example, when you have a piece of paper and you're just looking at it, you don't really care about the thickness of the paper. You only care about what's on the surface.
I do agree 2D surfaces exist, but
right.
I strongly disagree with all surfaces are 2D because I think that is a weird abstraction.
Well, how thick is that paper? This is the reason we have thickness of paper.
Well, that's only because handling paper and drawing on paper does the thickness does matter. But when we're talking about looking at the paper and what's on the paper visually, then it's only the surface that matters.
Come on, Gummy Bear. This means your argument's weakened because now you're just telling us, come on, look, flat surfaces are quite 2D. And obviously we agree on that.
Right, we agree on that. We said earlier it was flat.
We're saying you can't treat 3D objects as a 2D surface because that's an abstraction.
But now, let's go one step up. Instead of going all the way to human shape, let's go step up to a cube. Now, you can would you not say that the surface of a cube is 2D? Because every side
No,
is
I'd
2D.
say it's 6 2D surfaces that interact in 3D space.
Yeah, but the surfaces themselves are 2D.
Yeah.
The interaction of them is 3D. I
But
agree with that.
the whole thing isn't 2D unless you squash it out as a net. Is more abstraction, more math abstraction. You know what I mean? What's the use in treating a cube as a net? Sure, there's some, but it's not very practical, like everyday use.
To know how much surface you'll need to make something. Like I remember asking that question at school when I was like, when will I ever need this? Which was like he was doing parabolas, and he was like, your family are farmers, aren't they? And they aren't really, but they have a farm. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what about if you want to know how much you can make? What's the maximum area you can get with a given length of fence, right? So he's going from 1D length to 2D length times breadth. Yeah. And then made us all do it as an assignment, which was like, figure out the maximum area you can get, right? So if you have a paddock that's 1 meter wide and 20 meters, 20 kilometers long or something, it's actually not much. And there is, I didn't get this until he made us map the whole thing out, which was, it forms a parabola. There is this sort of sweet spot in the middle where you get maximum area for this maximum 2D area for this 1D thing. Same thing works for 3D, right? When you go 3D, to 3D, you're like, how much?
Paint my room. I only measure 3 of the walls because it's a rectangle. So I get the measurements of the other 3.
Who wrecked it?
And I know that the ceiling is a different dimension to the wall and the other wall. So I don't draw my room out as a net on the floor just to work out how much paint I need, do I? I treat it as a 3D object with 3 different axes of surfaces, and I work it out without extrapolating it in math.
Yeah, I think that's why so many of these concepts are so confusing to us. For the vast amount of our meat reality, the most of us don't need to work and conceptualize in such complex ways. But I think you would agree if we were painting something that was larger than a room and like the size of a football stadium or something, and you go, this is not the difference between dropping down the shops to buy another can of paint. This is like, do I get it finished in time for the Olympics and get my bonus of 10 million, or do I lose the whole contract? Then I will get some maths boffin to model this from 3D to 2D to tell me how much paint I need.
You reckon? But the ceilings and the walls all flat on a bit of paper.
Yeah. So, I mean, we used to have to do it in maths where you'd have to go, what shape do I cut out of a flat thing to make a cube? You remember? And it like forms a kind of, if you want to make a crucifix.
This is an abstraction of
things you do as a crucifix.
I don't think they believe that. They don't use that to paint stadiums.
No, I don't think they. Yes, I was trying to match your thing about that, but what I think they do it for is things like precision engineering, like how many cc an engine is, like the internal diameter of a piston on an engine. Maybe. They do use 2D, which is the sort of overall cross section of a cylinder, and then the depth of it to go how many cc is in that, therefore how much power output will it produce and how much fuel does it need going in, so what carburetor do we need, I think some people do it. The fact that you and I don't, because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty fucking useless at
the thing is, I feel like we all have to agree that using the 2D abstractions is useful. I think where the problem arises is that I would say that because the 2D abstraction represent reality because of the fact that it's useful, makes it a real thing in the sense of real, as in it's a thing. While
but we can't reduce all surfaces to that, because a lot of that is useless.
But that's the thing,
that would destroy language if we started saying all surfaces are 2D, even though we only treat 10% of surfaces as 2D.
Well, no, because the thing is, if we have a rule, which is a projection, so we have a rule of how the surface maps from 3D to 2D, then every single 3D surface, or like 3D object, has a 2D surface that you can literally draw on a
Right.
piece of paper.
But Laurie just proved this. He can't draw a basketball surface, including all the bumps, on a piece of paper.
You
I
can.
didn't actually prove that, mind
You
you.
did. You went away to try, and then you came back and said, "What if water's not real? What if wet's not real?"
Yeah,
but you
I just
definitely
decided
can
I'm
do
not
so.
going to do it. It's not the same as proving you cannot.
And that's fine, but you did tell us you're going to go do that, and it's not a big deal if you do or don't. I won't get upset. But then you did come back and say something about moist, which made me think, just like Don, that was like, you know what? I have another reason to get away from this and prove my point without having to draw it. That's how I took it. But
Well,
it doesn't even matter. You don't have to do it
No,
now.
no,
I'm not
no.
making you jump through hoops.
I think it'd be very difficult, and I think that the point Dawn's making is right, which is like it is hard, and therefore, unless there's utility in
Yep.
doing, I guess. So the question that would split the difference, rather than it being a debate, but it could turn into a discussion, is in what realms is it valuable to? And the one I presented, I think, is kind of important, which is farming, because you don't care how deep your land is, you just care how much surface area you've got, right? How much grass you've got.
and another scenario, and I know, of course, you don't I accept the premise of this, but another scenario where we would say it's useful is because Earth is a globe, when you make a map, it has to be a projection from 3D to 2D. And that's why we get like the Mercator projection, where like the further north and south you go, you get a bit of distortion.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
that,
I think that's
to
good.
us,
a great
that's
one.
why it's that to us that's a very, very, very useful scenario of treating something 3D object and drawing it 2D on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I think the other one I sometimes go to is a house. Like I want a representation of what my house looks like, and then you go and then you do it two ways. I forget, like the top down, the floor plan that everybody recognizes, and there's another one that's like basically what will it look like from the front or sides or back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah.
give you an
Essentially, you
idea.
do one from the top so that you see the X and Y, and then one from the
Yeah.
front so that you see the X compared to the Z, for
I'm saying
example.
uses for
And
it.
my brother just used that recently and did some fairly impressive looking maths to show that the neighbor who was planning on building a giant building next door had got their maths wrong about how much sunlight he gets. Because in Australia, you're possibly elsewhere in the world, but like you can't build a giant house next to somebody that will block out too much of their daily sunlight. So like if they lose more than 2 hours a day or something, that's no good. And he was able to go, no, from where they did it, from where their fence line is and where the sun comes up and goes down. And so he's got to do that with 2D, right? And it goes from 2D down to 1D, right? You're dropping dimensions in order for simplicity, where he's going right height along this wall. So it's gone from XYZ to just Z. How high is it?
Yeah, and what Starkwater said is true as well, is that the dimensionality of the surface is a different thing than from the dimensionality that the surface exists in. So like, even though we would say a piece of paper has a 2D surface, we could never say that 2D surface exists in 2 dimensions. No, it exists in 3 dimensions because that's where we live.
Sure. Because some of the arguments sounded like when I came in like that these are all concepts. You could say speed is a concept, but I think we'd agree that if you got hit at 2 kilometers an hour versus 200 kilometers an hour, although speed is a concept, that makes a difference, right?
Yeah, but that's why I don't
house
agree on
is
saying
20
that
meters long or
2D
200
surface
meters long.
being 2D is not real. It is a statement that just doesn't vibe with me, because in that same sense, with that same logic, you would say things like speed isn't real.
Yeah,
And
I get you. That's what I was trying to break it down earlier too. I think we all agree on that. I really think we do.
Yeah. And I think we agree on many things. I just think some of it is like semantics, like the wording of how we're explaining it.
Right.
I think is one of the problems. Yeah.
Yeah, like height's real, right? How tall you are is real. I mean, girls know that.
No.
You know,
I'm just kidding.
Height's not real.
No.
You've taken away my one quality. I had my only quality. I mean, it used to be my hair, but now I'm going bald, and it was just that I was tall and had good hair, and now my height's not even real. My hair's going thin.
I am real.
Hang on, is my hair real?
Yes.
Okay. How
Are
do
you
you
sure?
decide the difference between my hair and my height?
Show me height.
Okay, I'm taller than you. If I'm taller than you, I can see over your head at a concert.
You are taller. You.
Yeah. What do you mean by taller, and what do you mean by you, and what do you mean by are? Or all of those not concepts?
You see what happens?
Exactly. Yeah. If some things are a concept, this is what I would agree with. If some things are a concept and just a concept, then everything becomes a concept. How? Okay, maybe let's go about it this way. Could you define for me what is not a concept? What is a clear reality? Okay, what is me? When you say me, what is me? Is that me or is that you? You is in you or you is in me?
It's like I'm willing to go so far as, labels. Like an apple, I'll call it an apple. I'm not going to go farther than, well, what's an apple? It's blah, blah, blah.
How do I know what me is? Is me different to you?
A physical object. That's it. That's all it is.
I mean, isn't math a concept then that we've kind of made to fit our reality?
Yeah,
to measure things.
The suggestion that somebody is individual is somewhat a Western idea, right? In particularly notice this for Eastern cultures, particularly when Eastern cultures are more about the idea of like your surname is first. So the idea of you being an individual. Like, what do you mean by you? Can you explain it to me in a way that I couldn't? Like, I think I could more clearly define height than you could define you. But go for it, Jerry. What is you?
Well, you are you. It's your body.
But what is you? You're just using the word to describe the word. I'm asking you for a definition. You can't use the word in the definition, can you? Otherwise, I could just say height is height. Problem solved.
Like I said, I'm willing to go as far as that. Like I see you, a body, person, a physical thing. But height in and of itself doesn't exist.
There's some yous that are taller than other yous.
They are described as being taller.
Stronger,
taller,
fatter.
Right, those are all descriptions. You need something to be described. That thing is what really.
What do you mean by describe? What do you mean by you? We still haven't clarified what you is, let alone how one could describe a you.
A physical body.
A physical body. What is physical?
This is the point. Yeah, you guys are going to be language then. Like everything is a descriptive term. It's language.
Exactly. Either everything's a concept or nothing is a concept. Like,
but I'm not a concept. The language is a concept, but I'm a human being, which is another concept. You want to use words, but when you want to break down the actual meaning that you're seeing, that ain't a concept. That's for real. Your eyes are real, right? All those that we're talking about. Now, what we're using to describe, the words that we're using to describe your physical, what everybody, you touch me, hit me, all those things that we use words to. How are you gonna define that? Is that not real?
Exactly. No, I think they're all real. I think that height is real, but the suggestion that height is not real, but you as a concept is, I don't know. Is there a chance, Jerry, that I've got an identical twin and we sometimes switch places, and I come and talk to you sometimes, and he comes and talks to you sometimes?
That's
you got more than two. Sure. You guys come out like in groans, like Borg. It's like it's almost you could just different voices, exactly the same things. Why would they lie? Photographs from space and alternative ideas are stupid.
Oh, that was awesome.
Every day.
No, I think that those things are real. Do you think that height is not real? Do you think that height is a real thing? That things have a height?
I see you switched it there.
I don't need to disagree with everything someone says. I'm not just some crazy dude who just waits for someone to be wrong on the internet and then spirals about it.
No, you spiral.
I know exactly what they're saying.
I would fundamentally disagree with that. I think you spiral quite a bit.
About
and
what?
I think most of the time you spiral is when you accuse other people of spiraling.
What topic do I spiral about?
Spiraling, mostly.
I spiral about spiraling.
Politics. You quite often spiral about politics.
About
spiraling. What is spiraling? It's a concept.
Going out of control, I think.
the height of the
Sort
spiral.
of running away with the conversation and
Right?
not where
That's a good one. I like that. The height, height of the spiral. That's great.
I think
If
it
height's not a
means
thing, if things
saying
don't
the
have a
same
height,
thing over and over.
right? If measuring a beam and going that beam is long enough that it will help me build this house versus it is too short and will not work. That
I would
doesn't
like to say
exist.
something on that farming though earlier about 2D or whatever, that you don't really care what's in the ground. That's the number one thing that farmers care about is in what's in the ground and actually how far they have to dig or plow depending on what seed that they're using and stuff. So the most important
Yeah.
thing for a farmer is in the ground and how far.
Yeah, well, yes and no. I think that's a fair point. Like you care but what I mean is like the what by and large matters to you is area, not how much column of air I've got above my place. Sure, we somewhat it matters to you what's under the ground, but I mean if it's beyond 20 meters under the ground, like beyond the topsoil, I guess, yeah, water table. So digging down for a bore well, how deep is that water? Sure.
Well,
But
see, that's
again,
the
that's
point.
the
The fact
height,
that we
isn't
even
it?
have
That's
to
the
know how
length,
deep the soil
isn't
is,
it?
where the water's going to be, all those things, and the minerals and everything is automatically you can't say in 2D because the surface, it's over, you know?
It's a really good point, actually, because we had a lady, Aboriginal lady, came out to our farm and did water dowsing to find where to dig for water. And we found that the water was there, but it was like 120 meters under the ground. And because of that
Yeah.
height, that depth, that single measurement
Mm-hmm.
meant it was very difficult to get out because water has some sort of calculation you can do that I don't know how to do because I'm not a mathematician. That is like, you know, if it's arm's length down, it's piss easy to get out. If it's beyond a certain point, it is so difficult to get out. It takes such a power of pumping. I think you actually need 2 pumps. I think you need to pump it up to a second reservoir or something like that.
Yeah,
that
it's
there's
really
just no
important
point.
what the soil is like and all that for farming. My family used to own farms back here in Indiana for corn, and we really care about what's in that soil. And every year, sometimes we're measuring and going down and checking the soil and everything. So the surface wouldn't just be enough. You know, you get what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong earlier, by the way, because you're right on the
No, I
area
think
and
you're
all.
absolutely right. I absolutely take that correction. I think it's a really important correction. Like you do care about what's under, but would you also agree, Stacey? It matters how deep it is under. Like if we have table water, we're in Australia. It's really dry, so water is the main thing. Yeah, there's phosphates and nitrates and all sorts of stuff matters, but like if you got water, you got life. Would you agree that the depth that water is under the land has a really big impact, whether we can dig a bore that deep and pump it out or not?
Yeah. Right.
So therefore,
Absolutely.
we would say that height, that one measurement, how far under is it, is a sort of like make or break thing.
Correct.
So it
Absolutely.
It goes from beyond being just a concept to like, I do have a farm, I can feed the cattle, we can make a go of this,
Yeah,
or
I need to know.
sell it.
No, but that physical thing exists. You're just measuring it and say that's a lot of blah blah blah.
Sure,
You don't have
it's a
a
lot
lot.
of just a straight up distance. Yeah, it's a lot of distance between the top and the water, and as a result of that distance, that number being too large, we've decided that's no good. That we can't get it out.
No,
we
the
tried
amount
a
of
lot
matter
of
that was there, not the just distance.
Is it the amount of matter? Tell me more about what you mean by that. What do you mean by the amount of matter?
Well, it's a distance of water, a measurement of water, not just a measurement.
Well, no, it's a measurement of how much not water there is. I guess land, if you mean matter. Yeah, earth is between top and the water.
Yeah,
but it could be rock, it could be dirt, it could be lime or clay, and those different things matter. But that concept of a measurement from distance from top to bottom does matter.
it does matter.
Cool. So we're agreed.
Because you are measuring something that exists. Yeah.
So I guess then to summarize your point, it would be if these measurements 2D, 1D, or 3D are measuring something that is real, then they are real. And if they're not measuring something that is real, then they are not real. Is that the kind of gist of it?
I'm not saying that they're not useful. It's just that they're fiction. They are
Absolutely agree. I get it now.
fiction.
Jerry. For instance, let's go back in the day before height seed existed, all these measurements and math. I'm sure we still did everything the same way, even farming. They probably went out there and was like, oh, this soil's weird. It's not right. Or there's a certain amount of water. If we go further down, whatever words we used back then, right? They probably grabbed sticks to measure how far down. To apply something to something else as an object to use and measure, and their own mindset of knowing how far in their head to go down. Now, we applied math to that later, height, dimensions, all these different things. But in reality, they didn't need any of that back then.
Well,
I'm sure.
I mean, yeah, I guess it depends
Yeah,
what
I
you
see
mean
what
by
you're saying. It's still, the
ready
math
and
made it where everybody can understand each other a hell of a lot easier. And we automatically
yeah,
know.
they're kind of like they're sort of because I think you're right, man. I think people did figure it out. Largely speaking, they were like, yeah, we can sort this stuff out. But like to use that word you just used, Jerry, I think some of the time they just sort of made up some fiction, and they were like, oh, if the soil's black, that means that it's got more of the Earth's mother's spirit in it, and the black Earth mother's spirit means that we can
right.
blah, blah, blah. And then later we were like, oh, what we mean by black Earth mother's spirit is like decomposed plant matter, which is high in nitrogen content. And actually that we start off with, and still I think I would agree with Jerry, we still end up with a story. It's just that the better that story matches reality, the more useful we are as farmers or as whatever you want to do. The better your story is. Holy shit, I almost crashed into that space station.
Word soup. Actual word soup.
Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't make sense. I was trying to be sensible.
I know, you're playing a video game. I know. I get it. I see, I can follow along, because my goal was to follow along. I didn't spiral.
I knew that was coming. I didn't
What, the
spiral.
accusation that I'm spiraling?
No, it's just this idea that you always take offense to even the smallest observations.
That I take offense at the smallest
Yeah.
observations, do I? I mean,
Yeah,
I might
you
do.
do.
It's possible. Oh god, I'm gonna hit that. I don't mean to be easily offended. I try to be generally easy to be around.
I saw this great meme where it showed like All in the Family, Jefferson's, a couple other shows, and said this is why my generation is like can't be offended. I'm
I
not sure
missed
if
the
you're
last bit. This is why my generation
can't
say
be
again.
offended. That you can't offend my generation.
This is funny though, the idea that old generations didn't get upset. Like they straight up were talking about killing the Monty Python crew for the life of Brian. Like it's not that they weren't offended, it's just they weren't offended by the same lefty stuff. Because the right were on top. They were still absolutely offended by loads of stuff. It just wasn't, LGBTQ misgendering kind of weirdness, but they were upset about people wearing short skirts and people saying "gosh darn" on television. And
Yeah, that's why I think
there's that great George Carlin theme. What was his 7 words he can't say on television?
Yeah, he actually got arrested for that.
Piss, cunt, motherfucker, cocksucker, and tits or something.
Shit, piss, cunt, fuck, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits.
Thank you. Rely on Jerry.
See what happened with atheists. I mean, you guys used to be so powerful, like speakers, speaking truth to power. Now it's like government said so. It's like government said it. It's true. Snopes says Snopes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. We used to have people like Carlin and Hitchens and stuff. We still got Stephen Fry, but yeah, we used to have these like really eloquent, funny, intelligent, insightful people who made points about like bettering humanity and the importance of embracing secular ideals. And now it's just mostly sort of self-important lefties whining. Oh well, you can't choose them. Can't choose your allies. We got stuck with fucking Dawkins.
Yeah, you should distance yourself from that dude as quick as possible.
I mean, he's just a hypocrite. Like, if you say that science adjusts its methods based on empirical findings, then just look at the psychological empirical findings of mocking people and telling them they're delusional.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
if you
also
can't help yourself-
the comments he made about pedophilia are probably the worst ones.
what did he make? Did he make some dodgy comments on pedophilia?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I missed those. What did he say?
He described like, man, it's even described. Just go read it. I mean, I hate to even repeat it, even in any context. You know, like basically he isn't allowed back in America for what he said, and if he is, he would be arrested because there's possibly some victims that would come forward if they get him back on U.S. soil.
Yeah, he was one that when I was more of a conspiracy theorist, I thought he's one they deliberately let speak in favor of atheism, because despite the fact that he fundamentally believes that he's almost an advocate for the opposite, like almost like some people jokingly say about oh, hang on, I should check he's not here. Well, like, sorry, I should just ignore saying that. Like some flat earthers, where they jokingly say he's an advocate for globe earth because the way he speaks makes you not want to side with him. I think the same is true of Dawkins. It's like the way he speaks would like almost makes me want to be religious just to spite the prick.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, like he's so disgusting and so distasteful. You're like, I don't know what I think or what I believe, but it's the opposite of that dude.
Yeah,
Whatever that
I
guy's
want to
saying.
side with the other people. Like, yeah, where Hitchens or Carlin particularly, God, Carlin was just like, yeah, I want to be like that guy. This funny, acerbic, caustic but very funny and insightful way of speaking. It was like, yeah, I want to be like that guy.
You when the whistleblower. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go.
When the whistleblower finally people got Nixon's enemies list that he was using the FBI to trace and follow people and see what they're up to, George Carlin was on the list. He was like one of the only non-politicians on the list. That's how powerful he was. Yeah. That's how
Man, you
powerful he
gotta
was
wear
at the
that as a
time.
badge of pride.
Oh yeah, I know for sure, right?
It's like, who was telling me the other day their friend died and the Westboro Baptist Church picketed their funeral, and I was like, what an absolute honor. What? Like, I've even seen a tweet where somebody said, live your life in the way that the Westboro Baptist Church would want to picket it. Picket your funeral. It's like, it's kind of a true point.
Yeah,
like, if Nixon's gunning for you, you gotta be like, fuck yeah, my name was on that list, bro.
Yeah, they picketed like soldiers' funerals and stuff, saying that God brought the Iraq War.
Well, yeah, I think their ideology was these soldiers were protecting the United States, and the United States is protecting gays, and God hates fags. So these people were upholding a sort of homosexual endorsing thing. So yeah, it was regularly. It wasn't even servicemen and women who were gay. It was just they served. And that was enough.
Yeah, even if it's don't ask, don't tell, it wasn't enough for them.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't think it even had to do with whether the service person was gay, just that they are an arm of the US government, and as an arm of the US government, and the US government supports homosexuality, therefore they're bad. So it was regularly, I think somebody intentionally with straight servicemen.
if anybody's been in the military, I don't think it matters what country. I really don't think it does. I think that's an illusion itself. I know what my father went through. I know almost my whole entire family's military on both sides. What they get and what they see and what they get told. It is quite pushing towards that direction. You will be surprised some of the your own troopers and stuff you're hanging out with, what they're saying and doing during boot camp stuff too. I mean, my dad made sure to tell me as much as he could about that kind of stuff and to stay away from military as much as possible. He would have been devastated if I joined, even though my brother ended up going in. It was okay. But for me, no way his little girl was going to. And I thank God for that every day. But the parties that I used to go to, and he showed me as a 13-year-old, and he'd pull me out from it real quickly because, yeah, you'd be surprised in the stuff that goes down, and you would never think so, right? Military guys. No.
What do you mean, like
You know?
creepy behavior?
I mean, the whole gay thing. My father was gay, by the way, but he also was kind of brought into that. Yeah, so he was told a lot of different things, saw a lot of different things. He was in the Korean, he was in Korea during the Korean War and stuff. So there was a lot of things I didn't know about my dad military-wise. He was hush-hush. He got out of it pretty much right after I was born and stuff. So I didn't have to see any of that kind of part of it. But yeah, he was,
When you say
he started
he was
really
gay,
knowing when he was like
like-
6 or 7 when he was gay, he knew.
So
Supposedly.
when you say he was gay, he was like just when he was serving, because I know many people who like
No.
they're pretty gay when they serve, and then when they're at home they prefer women, or he was like into dudes.
Right, no. What it was for him was, and I don't mind telling the story, I'm very open with stuff like this. I don't have no shame or nothing, but his father, my grandfather, was not a very nice man. Also from military and stuff too. So there was things that was said and down. And he saw things as probably even as a kid that wasn't good. So that maybe it led in that direction. Maybe, I don't know for a complete fact. I won't go into too much detail, but because of that, he had certain ways, and a lot of younger guys end up doing that because they end up getting forced into something, then have these ways about them, put it that way. And I have seen that through military. But when it comes to my father, it was more of he was trying to have a family. It wasn't like he wasn't attracted to women. He just didn't really prefer that. He wanted to have that family and be a fit in, have kids. He never wanted that taken from him. My mom and my dad were best friends till he died. So there was nothing like that. You know what I mean? I had my father in my life all the time. He used to come and spend the night at my house for months on end, like 3 or 4 during the holidays, and then take back off to work. So I always had my father around, an amazing role model. And I know a lot of people say, hey, gay people shouldn't be parents and stuff like that. Well, it depends. You know what I mean? Because my father would never want to push anything on me, and he hated being gay. It freaking devastated him because, especially in his age, it was very difficult. You know, the whole HIV thing back then and stuff like that. It was hard, you know. So he didn't like it. Huh?
Is that what you think he hated about it?
The main thing for him, what I heard was, I remember him crying to me when I was about 13. Oh, his cats are going crazy out here. When I was about 13 years old, he was crying hysterically to me because he thought he wasn't going to go to heaven. That was his main issue. He'd already been put to the ringer from family, both sides too, where they put him down for what he was. My mom went, and then got a divorce. He was kind of pushed away from most of my side of the family, my mom's side, because of it. It was harsh on him, so he was used to that, but it was his soul. The worry of what's going to happen after this. That was what killed him more than anything. Yeah.
What I get really sad about, where I'm like, it's one thing, like there's loads of issues with it, with HIV or like, your parents who just want kids or something like that.
Right.
The bit I get most sad about is like that you have people that are trying to be so loving, but somebody tells them that some book says that gay is not okay, and that's the thing that fucks them up, like with their parents.
Yeah. My dad was like the most loving man ever. He would give you his last dollar and he would starve. He'd give you shit off his back. He would take and get tons of money at a job and blow it, and kids and everyone, and say, I don't need money. I don't need materialistic things. He was what actually taught me of what I am more of today than anything. My mom was very more materialistic kind of side. We had it really nice with my mom, very clean, and everything had its spot. Cleaned the whole house like it's military 4 times a week. You know what I mean? My dad was like, hey, kick your shoes off, put your feet on the coffee table. We don't play that here. So it was literally living 2 different lifestyles. And it was the most loving home you could ever imagine. If I was in a bad mood, my dad would turn on music, blare it, even Elvis, whatever he had to do, and start dancing with me. Because we ain't gonna be sad today, sweetheart. You know what I mean? So he was amazing. So yeah, people have a different understanding of what a person is because of sexuality. It doesn't make you who you are. It doesn't make you what your soul is, what you do in your life every day. No.
I thought a really good video I saw once was this guy going and talking to people in some very conservative city in America. And he was saying, do you believe that gay people choose to be gay? And if they said yes, he would ask a follow-up question, which was, when did you choose to be straight? And I was like, what a just a beautiful, really simple
Yeah.
way to ask the question. Like,
Yeah.
because like you said, like it's sad to think that somebody is gay and doesn't want to be, you know?
Right.
Like you didn't get to choose it. Like if you could choose it, Jesus, back in the
Oh man, trust me, if my dad could have gotten rid of that,
70s,
he would have got rid of it in a second, because it was more about fitting in too, and have families, all the things that he always wanted. It was the opposite of that. You know, he got the worst amount of, he got the most amount of hate because of that. And he was a loving man. He was a social person, just like myself too. He would talk to the whole entire neighborhood. And then as soon as somebody found out he was gay, because you couldn't tell sometimes at all, and they'd go, oh, and they wouldn't be his friend anymore. Over and over and over. You know what I mean? But then again, before that, for 2 years, that man's been helping you, giving you food, anything you need. He's there for you. You have him down at your house for dinner. And then as soon as you find out his sexuality, things are wrong now. Why? But that's the point. People wouldn't even know. Why do they care so much? I mean, it's not like one of these other people that walk around and they're flamboyant and they're trying to purposely hit on you or make you feel uncomfortable. No, that ain't right. My father didn't do that. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Hey,
Wow.
and been enjoying this, but hello, maybe I overtalked. Anyway, good morning, and been enjoying this. I have some thoughts on this. Am I robot?
No, we can hang out. I'd leave too. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Matters of the heart, right? I think is what
You
your
now may be roboting.
soul is all
Yeah, we are losing you actually a bit
about.
right there.
So your physical actions, your
Right here we're getting
mental
like every fourth syllable.
thoughts have.
This is the problem when somebody's trying to tell us something and you're trying to tell them they're roboting, you realize you're roboting back to them.
Yeah, it's hard
Right
because
here.
then they don't usually hear it for like another 2 or 3 sentences, so they're always delayed as well. It's nobody's fault. I know. Sorry, Ricky. As soon as I tell you're good, you're not good. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. But I do want to hear you, hon, especially if you get a chance to speak and you're not roboting. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Just let me know and I'll go out because it does keep going even if I put myself on mute. But
I know I saw that you were muted and you were still going and roboting. I was like, dang. Go ahead, you sound good now.
I was saying it's more of a matter of heart, gayness or adultery or whatever the sin may be in my eyes, right? That's what I'm taught. It's not what it's all about. Everyone sins, so it's how you deal with that, the test that you go through in life with sin, and if you ask for forgiveness, and how your heart, you know, what standing your heart is in as you battle that sin is more important.
Right.
That's how I've been told, because I have many people around me in my family and friends that are openly gay. They have to be, right, because they feel that's the best way to deal with it, so they have less struggles in society. If they keep it inside, it just kills them, right? But if they deal with it and try and be the best person they can be with the best heart and ask for forgiveness, they think that's the best way to be. And I don't know, that hopefully that reach some people. But it is your soul, it is your heart that matters in the end.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
I just some of what I would implore of you is to apply the same skepticism to that story and ask for the same proof and measurement and empiricism for that story as you do for the story about the shape of the earth. Because I think the evidence that a man loving another man is in some way sinful is far weaker than the evidence we might have that space exists, or there's an ISS, or there's a curvature of the planet. And I think it also has much more meat world reality that Stacey just described. Like, she's got this loving, wonderful dad who wants people around her to be happy, who's generous, who's got close friends that when they find out he's gay, they go from being nice people to nasty to him. And this is taught to you on how to be a loving person. This is an instruction on how to be good and moral in this life, and that is to cut somebody out, not because of a moral transgression that in some way affected other people, just because somewhere in some book some bloke wrote. That's, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you to choose your own beliefs, but I think if I were going to choose which beliefs to apply skepticism to, I would pick first of all beliefs that affected the way I treated other people, and I think that one is among them. Is it really that bad that a bloke likes another bloke?
Well, I can tell you the book that I read and study and researched and been taught about, that I trust fully, doesn't tell me to shun that person or not be his friend. It tells me to be more of his friend, like to be more caring and understanding towards that type of person who is going through, that sinful walk in that way and being ridiculed by society and maybe doesn't have the right mindset of life.
But by saying that they don't have the mindset, the right mindset, I think it's important you own that. You're joining in on that. You're saying that he's sinful, that he doesn't have the right mindset that you do.
Right. That's what I was getting ready to ask, because my father felt this way because of what the church even did to him when he go to church. If they felt a certain way, then you'd have the church friends that would be all cool to his face and then would talk behind his back. So then he's like, well, why would I do that? That's society. But that is society. We're not just blaming the church, by the way. But when they get told something is a sin or wrong, and it's out of love for him, right? It's just pure love. He doesn't understand that, the difference. It's not like he's going out and intentionally trying to hurt someone, murder them, anything. He's just loving someone. Then all of a sudden, these people start feeling a certain way. These people, in general, people can start feeling a certain way and then treating someone like that due to something written in a book that says it's bad or sinful. But then again, it's the same thing with a murderer. We look the same way. A lot of people do. You're a murderer. You're horrible. You should burn in hell, blah, blah, blah. People kind of think. But in reality, who are we to judge that? Because you don't know what happened to that person when they went through that, why they did it, where their heart's at. We have no clue, and how the mind works and its chemicals and then the makeup. I've seen a brain switch over to brain surgery and completely a personality change. So for me, a soul is not the same as a brain, and it's not the same as our physical who we are. No, but when you got someone doing love and not try to push it upon people, it does seem wrong for people to be so hateful against others. Hate in general is where I feel is wrong.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's my whole point. Maybe
I agree.
that man on man or woman on woman is a test of how you treat them, not what they're going through. I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. I would never. I have been in the past when I was, not as knowledgeable about how I should treat others and how hate is the rule of all the world. So you can't know what true love is unless you know what hate is. So I think you do experience that feeling of hate so you can know what love is. And then it's your choice which one you follow. I choose love. I choose peace. Right? But I can only do that because I know what the opposite of peace and love is. So I think it's an individual walk. It's your individual heart that will tell you, and you have to use that. But I mean, if you got another a guide that would tell me otherwise and lead me in a better way, then I'm open ears, man. Ship it to me. But if you're going to tell me I should not murder because the government tells me to, I'm going to tell you no. I don't murder because the Bible tells me not to.
No,
You see what I'm saying?
I don't think don't
Right,
do
right.
things or do
Which
things because the government tells you to. I think that you've already got a really good moral code. It sounds like you're describing the strength and quality of a really solid moral code just now. That the Bible's told you certain things, and you've decided that you're going to take your own reading on. I mean, I think you've already got a really good
But
bunch of tools just from Flat Earth to go. No,
isn't that moral code though, like built in us, like born in us? I don't see kids like wanting to go around and hurting people. They want to be nice to their friends. They don't see color. They don't see any of that. They have this really beautiful moral code of almost innocence. Now, don't agree, mom. Boys, I've said this before, are very curious and like to go out and stab worms and stuff and dissect them because they want to know what the things are like in the world. Okay, great, we get that. But in reality, most people, especially kids, they don't even want to hurt a chicken. When they find out they're eating chicken, they're what? You know what I mean? So in reality, I see that moral code in us. It's built in us, and then it gets ripped from us, and then we start believing society, what was told to us. This is wrong. This is right. You should hate this person, love this person. And in reality, you already had that moral code when you were born. That love, that care, to want to help.
Yeah,
I agree, but when you go astray, where do you go to? Like,
True.
if you go to the Bible, it will
Mhm.
get you back on track. If you go to the person teaching the Bible that maybe is teaching it wrong, then it might lead you astray. But to me, the word has never led me astray. It's always told me the truth. Now, it may have been difficult. It may tell me some stories that are horrible, right? So I know how it can be if things go astray. Like, I think what we're seeing again now. You know, I think there was a time where we were more godly, I'm going to say, more involved in God's word, and it was in our schools and it was in our families and all that. Now that it's not, I think we're getting away from those moral values. It's easier for people to say, well, there's really no consequences to my actions now. You know, I don't believe in the
So do you find people say that? Do you
afterlife.
find there's no?
I don't believe in the Creator.
Do you
I
find
find people
that, like,
do it in
if
their
we
actions.
right? So there are some issues that I think are sort of necessarily or sort of naturally complex or difficult to sort of decide on, where like it might be like abortion or things, but the one you invoke before is murder. Do you really meet people who are like, I don't know, I don't see any good reason not to murder?
I see it in different levels, but yeah, when I've talked to people who've committed murder, because I've gone to prisons, most of them at the time they committed the murder didn't see any consequence in it other than going to prison. You understand what I'm saying? And now that they've had time, and what happens a lot when they're in prison and they have a lot of time to reflect, they will be truly remorseful and find God, right? And that's what I've found. I've seen it a lot. I mean, we have one of the most notorious prisons here in Louisiana there is, and I've talked to many convicted multi-murderers that are the most kind, peaceful, loving, God-fearing person I've ever met. Right? There is no doubt. I have more doubt in myself going to heaven than I do them. I hope that makes sense.
And and you're right. I think this is the worst. I can't say the worst we've ever been, that I've ever seen. Maybe even my mom's ever seen in her time. You know, I think about even the kids right now, because I'm so involved with kids and I see them, and the stuff that comes out of their mouth right now, and the desensitization. Like, literally, they were giving me videos from Facebook and seeing some guy shot, and they didn't even know that it was real. Like, they can't even put that to their mind, and they're laughing at a guy being shot in a video, but this is a real video. And I'm thinking, stop. But they don't understand what they're seeing. They've been so, taken over by Hollywood and and games and this fake reality and TikTok and all this stuff and the way the kids joke about diabetes. Oh, we're going to die and get diabetes. It's almost like life doesn't even have a meaning to these people anymore because it's being taken from them. So for them, yeah, we're seeing people not even care about life. They don't understand life because it's just whatever they're being told it is.
I'll tell you how bad it's gotten or how low. You'll have a teenage girl who is very who's trying to find herself, right? Well, in our social media days, if she doesn't get the right amount of likes on her social media, she'll kill herself or hurt herself or try and harm herself to get more attention. That to me is a very huge sign of that we're being taught by society, if you don't get those likes, you're not good. Well, that's can't be any further from the truth.
Absolutely. And to me, this is why I don't like school in the whole first place, is because I felt the same way. I remember being in kindergarten and started stuttering, and all it was anxiety for me because I was being put into a place where I felt uncomfortable. Cliques, you know what I mean? Being picked on. And when you start being bullied and picked on as a kid, it doesn't feel good as when you first start seeing society for what it really is. But then I had to learn, this is just the way the world is. And I quit stuttering quite quickly with my grandma. But then when you see that, though, through people and how they act and kids, they're fitting in. And that's exactly what my nieces are doing right now, too. And I had to talk with them yesterday. I couldn't believe that I'm being told one thing, and then they got recorded by their sisters talking when no one's around. And I'm like, oh, wow. So you have a mouth more than I knew you had. And you're a lot like your friends, but it's that peer pressure that they're going through. And they got to be like everybody else. And that happens not just with kids, though. That happens as you continue on in life, work, everything, even church, fitting in. A lot of people go just to, be like a social place, conversate instead of actually learning and stuff.
Do you think that's more than it was in previous days, or it's just taking a different form?
Way more, because the kids, the stuff that's coming in the mouth, I see, it's because of TikTok, though, it's social media, like the whole thing, I want to kill myself conversation. I never said that growing up. Kids grabbing knives. I'm not just saying this is people that I know. I mean, I've actually seen people in reality do this too, though. Grabbing knives and stuff. Think it's funny because they're talking about murder like it's no big deal. Like they don't care that they end their life. They don't get that ending their life. But that's tomorrow. You're not going to wake up and see your family. But these words that they're saying, and all the kids are saying, it's actually, if you keep repeating it, you start feeling bad about yourself. And that's what I kept telling them. If you keep saying you're a horrible person, and you're bad, which these kids are doing, they think it's funny, you're going to start believing that. 10 or 12 times you tell yourself, eventually you start having really bad self-esteem. And all these kids are walking around with self-esteem issues, especially during the last, I know we're not going to talk about, but the last year and a half, 2 years. And it's getting worse. So yeah, I think we're in right now one of the worst times because of social media. And of course, the cliques and all that we're dealing with. But we don't understand because of the social media and the new reality stuff that's happening online. Virtual reality kind of stuff kids got going to school anymore, the bullying that's actually happening and the peer pressure, it's beyond belief. Kids are committing suicide, hurting themselves, cutting themselves. It's insane, and a lot of parents don't know how to deal with it. The ADHD is out of control because of food. Kids are screaming and hollering, but in reality, what is it? Because it came down to parents weren't being parents. They're not watching their kids. They're not focusing what their kids are eating. I mean, if you're giving them ice cream and chocolate at 9, 10 o'clock and you're wondering why they're bouncing off walls and acting stupid, is it down to the child or the parent? And if you're not paying attention to what they're doing on their social media, or if they shouldn't even have a social media really at some point, it then comes down to that parent again. At one point in time in our generation, probably my generation, parents stopped being parents and they put their kids in front of TVs and phones, and that's taken over our kids.
I have first-hand account. My 3 kids were homeschooled. It was because I saw the school systems going downhill. People said, "Oh, you're sheltering your kids." I'm like, "Yeah, you damn right I am." About the food thing, my wife was, big on nutrition. My oldest son has never eaten McDonald's, and it's not because we didn't allow it. We just taught him the differences in nutritional facts, right? Look at this, and then we let him make his decision. He would not eat McDonald's right now if you paid him to, because he knows he's just not done it and he's been healthy, right? So it's been proven to him over the years that what we were saying was true. I see it in myself, right? I stopped eating McDonald's I used to love it, and I stopped eating it. And now every now and then I'll just give in and I'll go get, what I like, which is their hamburgers. One of their quarter pounders
Yeah.
tastes like a good hamburger to me. But
Yeah,
every
one
time
of
I
them
eat
does.
it, I feel terrible, right? I just feel it. It's
Yeah.
so weird. So
You're killing me. I just did this after coming back from England, and England's got way better food than we do here, right? And I haven't had McDonald's in a shit long time. Like, for instance, I used to go there and only get coffee. I refused to eat anything from that place. But so I went back and had McDonald's because that was the only thing. It was late at night, 1 o'clock in the morning. Just got out of the airport. I'm like, oh, whatever. I'll get me a quarter pounder. I know exactly what you're talking about. Because that's the only burger I remember. It tastes sort of like a burger.
yeah, it tastes like a
Within
homemade
20
burger to me.
minutes,
Like
I
it
was
has the
done
same
for.
flavor. Yeah.
I was like, uh-oh,
Like,
I don't feel right.
yeah, I feel terrible the next day. I mean, and I don't eat well. Like I'm in my family, I'm the
Right.
worst eater, right? But I don't even eat McDonald's, because every time I do it, it just makes me feel bad. But that could
Absolutely.
be a
I
mind thing
regretted
too.
it. Oh, it's so not. If 20 minutes that you're going and you're on the phone and you're going, oh, no, something's not good. This is not good. Why are you guys eating this stuff? But for instance, so my stomach, everything since I've been back, every bit of the food. I'm even trying to stay away from salt right now, but I'm literally retaining salt because there's so much salt in our food products here that it's ridiculous. Like when I went to England, you could feel the difference. Even their French fries, they don't throw a ton of salt on them like they do at McDonald's and all these places, and that we even do at home. No, sugar is way cut down, which thank God, because I don't do that anyway. But when you come back to the food here, your body reacts. I was gone for almost a half a year. It's massively reacting, still adjusting. So our food here in America is like 1/10 of actual what it's like over there. It's real food, it feels like, even though they have some shitty food too. Don't get me wrong. But America's food is one of the worst I've ever seen, guys. I don't even know what some of the food we're eating is actually food at this point. Should it be considered food? I don't know.
That's awesome. Should it be considered food? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even want to feed it to my dog. This is how bad it's getting. I mean, seriously, my dog will actually refuse some food that humans eat every single day. My dog won't eat no McDonald's or anything when the kids and people that I know bring it over. Here, your dog want this? Actually, I don't want my dog to eat that at all. And my dog doesn't want to. You can't give my dog McDonald's French fries. She's not going to eat those. She's going to smell them, go, and walk away. She knows better, though, because she's ate real food, human food when it was good. But she's 13 years old now. And we're talking about years ago our food was changed, especially here in Indiana. You were massively seeing a big difference in 2005 and 2006, but really big one in 2010. Complete change.
It's got to be an experiment.
It feels like that. And the more and more I've seen the stuff that happens over here and what the FDA approves and how Americans just go, well, that's okay, sure, because the FDA approves it, has to be safe. I'm sorry, I'm at the point now, if the FDA's approved it, I'm questioning if I want to consume it at all, even though I know some things that the FDA approves we need. But in reality, I don't trust them. No, thank you. You guys actually go around and put bleach on organic grilled chickens and stuff just because you don't want them selling them. And that's insane. I mean, what the FDA actually does to us is, and it shouldn't even be allowed, but we allow it. Who the heck when did we give them permission, right? To be the ones that control watching over us. I mean, they were the ones who had to do with Monsanto, and they were in and out of the FDA, Monsanto, the government. Did we not forget that? It was all a little mixed. 3 companies together. That should never happen. But these are the people trusting for pharmaceutical things, our food. I mean, come on. That's your life.
That's the message. That's common sense. That's logic. That's intuition. That's a distress call to fucking heaven if I've ever heard one.
Right? Because heaven's sakes, where is our food? I remember when chicken used to taste like chicken, used to cook like chicken. I remember when I used to cook potatoes and they cooked within 20, 30 minutes, especially if I'm boiling them, right? 20 minutes, they should be done for sure. I mean, I went and got potatoes 2 years ago and it took me 4 hours. I even tried to boil them. They were in a crock pot and everything for 4 hours, did not get done. They were hard. Turn them out, put them in a pan to boil for another 2 hours, and they still did not get done. Now, how is that possible? Nobody questions it. That's happened not just to me, to other people too. The rice, when we get it, they just won't cook it. It tastes like plastic rice. It's hard. Keeps staying hard. This isn't rice. But when you're actually questioning the meat, and my ex is a butcher still, and even like he'll tell you now, he works at Myers still, thank God. But in that reality, all the meats change. He used to cut most of it, and now, no, they do no grounds. All the grinds are coming in prepackaged. That job is about to be out the door for good in America, especially. Thank God you still have it in England and other countries where you have those little corner shops you can go to, or your little butcheries and stuff, and you know where your meat's coming from. Right down on a little farm where the eggs are coming from and all that. Most of their eggs are not sitting in a refrigerator because they're not processed like ours here, and they're seriously not bleached and all that either. So they can be sitting out. They don't have to be in a fridge, right? But here in America, we think that every egg belongs in a refrigerator, because actually they do now, because they need to be cleaned and bleached so much because of how we actually raise these chickens and stuff. It's disgusting. And we accept this on a daily basis and put this food into our body and say, it's nutrition. Going to keep you living longer. Exercise. What?
On protein powder and steroids.
That's about all. That's all about you can basically eat nowadays is some protein shakes or something. But even then, what's in that shit?
Yeah. Super soldier. Maybe they want us to be like Ken and Barbie.
I think I said this
Maybe.
before. Do you know why Ken and Barbie don't have any kids?
What? Because they're dolls?
They're dolls.
No, because Ken comes in a different box.
That's good research there.
He said that's a good research.
Well, we might be the last organic humans.
Good. A blessing that will be. I think that humans should have been extinct a long time ago. I think we are borrowing.
I've seen two systems, an analog system and now a digital one. Analog is better. Videotapes and cassette tapes and record players.
You live in that nostalgia. That's what you live in it. I feel you though, right? Those little 8-tracks even. When I was a young, like 8-year-old, my mom used to still play the 8-tracks. I remember that time. My dad used to put out a real record and stick it out, put it on. And you hear that crackling of it. But that sound, you can't take back those memories. I know. The smell of vinyl in your hand. Yeah. Digital, you don't get that.
No, you don't. Even if you've got that song that was on that record, even then it's not the same. Even if you can hear the crackle on the digital,
yep,
it's not the same. Yeah.
It's like comparing like someone listening to a CD right now and then actually going to a small, little studio or something and listening to a band play live. Ain't no comparison.
That's what I'm hoping when the world opens up again, like music becomes a thing again.
Yeah, it's died in Australia a bit.
Oh, see, that's what I wanted. When I went to England, that's what I was doing. For me, I used to do music and dancing and all that when I was really young, 25. It's been a long time, but I started getting back into that again and trying to get physical and healthier and all these certain things. And also, it's about my soul. It's what I love to do. So when I went to England, it was like, it was the happiest thing ever. You're walking down streets where people are in front of, cafes. Yay, I'm a coffee drinker. And I'm going to get coffee. And there's people out there with, playing guitars and singing the music. And sometimes they're getting
Really?
money, but I'm out there dancing with them. And because of that, people are walking by going, we need more of that around here. And I'm like, what, love? Energy, good vibes? Yeah. But because I was doing that, you could start seeing people's energy being uplifted, smiling while you're dancing, bringing them into it. Because I used to do it for big people, like lots of people. So for me, when I'm dancing, I don't mind people watching me. I've had people honk at me, wave at me, all that stuff. It doesn't bother me. Now, of course, the guy's whistling, like, move along kind of thing, because that's not what I'm here for. But that energy, people are dying for it back. On those streets, people were depressed because they're waiting. This like glooming lockdown is going to happen again. And you could see it in their faces. But when I was out there dancing and that music's going and we're drinking coffee and that vibe, boy, you should have seen people's faces and the happiness on them. That's what we need to get back to. And the connecting and out there and vibing together, playing music together. Yeah, talking, interacting. It's the best feeling in the world.
By the way, that's called worship.
It's
It
interesting.
really is, isn't it?
Because I haven't got much money like now, and I've got a job lined up, but I have to do the thingo if I want to work. That's all I'm going to say.
Right.
So, but I have 2 guitar amps, classic amps, 2 classic guitars, all these guitar pedals. I reckon I've already decided what I'm going to do, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Busting's great fun. I've only done the shortest, tiniest little bit of it, but geez, it's good.
I think people should get back into writing again. If you ever do that, make some music, whatever, play some instruments. Even if
Yeah.
you don't end up making any money out of it, if it's it doesn't become a job or career, it's about what makes your soul, smile. It doesn't even, that's the main key to life to keep you happy. It's stuff like that, finding that. So no matter what, if you get into it, even if you don't stick to it, it will lead you in the right direction because you'll go internal. You'll start thinking, you'll process things differently, and you'll make the right choice for you. But when it comes to these jobs and stuff, what's going on, I know exactly what you're talking about. Can't talk about it. A friend of mine's going through it right now too. And I'm working with her to maybe something we can do to help her not have to do it again. Or anyone like her family to have to do it too. And I'm thinking about starting my dog treat business ASAP because of it. Because at this point in time, that's something that could stay open because it's essential for animals to eat and have those nutrition things. And I can work from home and have other people get jobs because here in America, they're about to make it. If you have 100 employees or over, they have to be vaccinated, mandatory vaccinations at the companies. And so, my company's not going to have 100 employees. And then I'll just start another company then that has less than 100 employees. A lot of us are going to have to find ways around this, right? So, okay, fine. That's what we're going to do. And I can help people start bringing income and also help animals. We're also going to be giving back because I'm big about that. My brother's company was too, was getting out there helping children, education, and people who are homeless because I've been there. But yeah, there's something that we can do to fix this. We can't sit here and doom and gloom because that's not the answer. We know that they have us, right? Like a noose on our neck. They've had us this way though the whole time. That control. This is illusion, right? Freedom. People think we've had freedom. Your rights. No, that's an illusion too. Yes, you have a constitution in America. Yes, you have all these different things in other countries. But at the end of the day, if they want you gone and put you away, and you have no rights, a judge can make that happen. What rights? And that's the point. Is you got to have some kind of happiness in this place, and to sit here and not have any hope that fear will take over your life. If we continue to have some hope, this place can actually change.
Yeah, I'm realizing I don't need much. Like just a bit of food. I've got clothes, like the internet. Like you need a few things, but I don't know. I'm not asking for much.
Right. You've now realized that you can live very minimal, and you may have not been that way your whole life. That's okay because we learn that, especially as we get older. Like I don't need a bunch of stuff. I mean, I need water, food, and really at the end of the day, love. Everything else is what you want, not need, want. I want a bed, right? Not everybody sleeps on a bed. I go sleep out on the floor. You know what I mean? I want to have a roof over my head. Of course, we all, but do I have to have that to survive? Not necessarily. It's like, but then again, to be happy, what do you need? Those are different things. And yet sometimes you're going to have to fall in line in some of these things in the world and give into a little bit. I'm not saying the food or that, to have a happiness. Because you cannot be miserable walking around this world. Because if you just look at it for what it really is, you can be quite miserable. But also at the same time, if you go outside of all that misery and you look at it from a different perspective, it's a beautiful place, people.
Get outside. Go sleep underneath the stars every now and then. I
Yes.
challenge you. You will feel a lot better than sleeping in a bed.
Yeah. Tell you that. You might get sick of it after a while if you have to stay out there, but but at the same time, you're right. That escape. That
Well,
being
your
out there with
body gets
nature.
used.
Yeah.
Your body gets used to that stable environment, that air inside. But if you lived outside, your body would adjust to that. Bodies are
Absolutely.
amazing.
You know, that was one of the things that helped my ex years ago. He was having serious body issues. He was laying in bed all the time, back issues. He decided to start sleeping on the floor, more straightened out, more hard, surface. And it hurt him at first for a while. But then he started realizing he was waking up, his back wasn't clean as much. So he literally sleeps on a very small, thin mat. It's not comfy, guys. It's almost like you think jet would be like. But his body adapted over a few months. And it's actually like, I wish I could do that. I mean, I can. It's a choice, right? But your body does adapt. You're exactly right. If you're out here sleeping on the grass or whatever it is, your body gets used to that. But it takes time. That's it.
I didn't hear what you guys were talking about, but I caught the tail end of that. And
yeah,
Stacey, I'm the same. I sleep on this like 2-inch foam mattress, and that's it.
Yep, exactly. And over time, your body's probably better for it, too.
I don't know why this has been put on my mind, but I think the rubber sole shoe. I don't know why they put sole in there, sole of your feet, I guess, but it's mentioned a lot. I think that rubber is disconnecting us from our energy source, which one of them I think is the earth. So maybe walk barefooted more, get in the grass.
Definitely.
You know, you see people go to the park and take their shoes off or go to the beach. You know, so I challenge people to do that more. I love walking barefoot. I hate shoes.
Ricky, you're onto something. Like, it's called grounding or earthing, and there have been studies showing the benefits of it. Like,
Well,
in
it just
terms of
makes
healing
sense, right?
ulcers and stuff like that. Yeah.
If the earth is what I think it is, then it would definitely. They say we have millions and billions of cells in our body. That's our energy. So you have to charge that up by, I think it's a combination of things. You know, being in the sunlight, being in touch with the ground, being grounded, and then the source of food and water that you intake. I think all of those, and then the energy. You know, what you're around. Like Stacey was saying, if you're around positive vibes and all that positive, right? Also,
You cut out towards the end there, man. But that's why you gotta have pets for the positive vibes.
Oh my dear God.
I can't help it. Percentage, even though sometimes I just want to go, like, it's like my brother. We shake him. Like, you drive me nuts sometimes. But then I'm like, hey, what's up? It's percentage. What do you got to love them.
Like, fuck, I do.
I felt bad though. Like I have never gone off on percentage before, but one day I was just not having a good day at all. It was not good. And me and percentage were on here talking everything, and I went off. A percentage like a big brother handled it pretty brilliant. He was like, "Okay, Stacey." It was really adorable. And then I apologized though, because I was out of line. And like I say, we all have our times of being passionate, but a lot of people in here have built relationships. I feel almost like we're like brothers and sisters. And I think we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day, whether what you believe or not. And we should be caring about one another. And that's the point. And we are going to make mistakes. And if I go off on people or just passionately speaking about something, my bad. And if I have offended anybody in this room, I'm sorry. Because
No,
I'm
you're
sure we
good,
all
Stacey.
offend people in the world. You know what I mean? We do it every day.
You're fine. Stay beautiful, Stacey, baby.
You too, hon. No, it's definitely true on that grounding thing, though. I'm trying to get back to doing stuff like that, too, because I've been traveling, and you wear your shoes constantly. You know, it's the first thing you do in the morning is put your shoes on, getting ready, going outside, doing this, and then you're walking, and then by the end of the day, you're late, and you're taking your shoes off, your feet are killing, and then you go what? You go to bed. So you're really never grounding yourself the entire day because you're walking around with soles on your shoes. So yeah, it makes you wonder how many people are doing that.
You can buy these mattresses, basically, and mats, like, to put your feet on when you're on your computer or what have you. And they basically have, like, this electrical cable that plugs into the grounding thing of your outlet. And, like, this was kind of included in that research study that I mentioned. But basically, they used this thing and they showed that it had positive benefits in terms of healing ulcers and different, like, lesions and injuries on your body. So you can buy these off, like, you know, eBay or what have you.
Yeah, it's really cool. Huh. I know a lot of people don't believe in that little hug a tree kind of thing, but in reality, if you actually, like Ricky was saying too, get away from the whole city life, the regular life that people are used to, especially here in America. It's so fast paced. Since I've been back, all I keep saying is how loud it is here. I'm not used to all these dang noises anymore. The sirens, the police, everything, the people, every noise, the trains. I'm like, can everybody just be quiet for a moment? Because that's the very first thing when I got to England was I kept saying, everybody kept saying, sorry, to me, why are you whispering? Because it's so quiet. I mean, all these people around, but not that much noise. I'm not used to that. I'm used to a ton of noise, very social. Now they're social too, but reserved. And it was a new experience for me. But we need to get back to calming down here in America because we can't even focus because there's so much crap going on. I think that's why a lot of people here are not so awake.
I think maybe get out into hear the noises that you're supposed to hear, right? The birds chirping, the waves lapping against the shore. You know, those types of frequencies that are natural. Get away from the man-made frequencies that are put out so much that overcome all those noises. You can't even hear birds chirping anymore, you know, unless you get out away from the cities. So, yeah, I would challenge people to do that. I mean, I just go by what I've seen in life. I wish people could have the life that I've had. I mean, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it's easy, right? It's challenging at times. You have to sacrifice, but it's where you put your faith, stand by it, you know, and just getting into nature more and realizing that you are created. You're put here for a reason, and I think we're getting away from those reasons. But.
Yeah, and you actually will start believing in a creator more, whether you think you don't have to believe in religion or any of that stuff. You get yourself out of the city, get yourself out in touch with nature, listen to the birds, all that, you know, looking at squirrels and raccoons and, you know, the foxes, all that stuff. Man, just give yourself a week or two away from your normal reality and you will be totally surprised of how you feel afterwards. In fact, it becomes very spiritual. And then once you get spiritual and eternal, you start questioning bigger things. So yeah, it brings you to that creator. It's the only way you can get really close to that creator for me. It's like meditation.
It's interesting. For me, I get out in nature quite a bit, but it leads me the other way. I think it's just what we see. We see what we expect to see, right? But for me, when I go camping or go up to the farm or you know, go out motorbiking through nature,
Yeah.
I see what I see is like it's beautiful and it's fascinating, but
Oh, absolutely.
it's what I see is like how interconnected everything is, how we are sort of all descended of the same things, how we're similar, this sort of interconnected web of existence. Not that we are created, but that we are sort of just existing here together, and that's wonderful.
All I see is, for me, it's different because all I see is creation. It's all I ever see right in front of me. Life in every way. And it's been created. I didn't create it. Now, I know people say this, oh, it could have always been here. Or you came from this one singularity. If you go back to freaking the whole story of the Big Bang craziness, whatever you want to believe in, everything came from the same thing of nothing, but it was one singularity that was nothing existed, but it had it all there. And then boom, it's all here. Now, that's almost the same story of God, but you guys just don't have an ending. And now we have something that we, look forward to. You guys just say, this is it. But in reality, it all came from something you guys cannot explain. Something created it, or something existed. And it was created. This was created.
In a way, you guys are agreeing with each other because he said, like, it's all connected, and that's what he observes. And you say, so you're basically saying, yeah, it's all connected because it's all creation.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't claim to know how it's created. I think that sort of even require an explanation that is comprehensible to me is confusing, but I don't think much about the Big Bang, just more.
Right. Some people don't. Yeah.
You're writing. Are you playing a game? You sound distracted.
Yeah, I'm also trying to just make my way out of this spaceport without bumping on the sides like I always do.
Oh, you're playing Kerbals?
No, Elite Dangerous at the moment.
Now, do you consider yourself at all, because people don't like the word spiritual because they think of religion and think of, a creator and stuff. When I think of spiritual, though, that's, for me, totally different. That's within yourself, who, in touch with nature. There's something very outside of me, though, too. There's this power, spirituality. I don't know how to explain it. You guys can call it a name, put it to a name, whatever. The universe is doing this. At the end of the day, I can't prove anything to you because that's just something you have to go through. But this is what I was saying. The more you put yourself out there and you're awake and aware, right, of your surroundings and you're paying attention, signs start happening all the time. God puts you, for me, this is my personal experience. God puts me exactly where I need to be, even when it's something that I'm like, oh, this is destruction. This is devastating. This isn't good. And then all of a sudden, a month later or 2 weeks later, I see, oh, nope, all that needed to happen to be exactly where I'm standing right this second. And when you keep seeing that happen over and over in your life, and for me, it's been constant for the last 2 years straight, you start believing in something way bigger than you. Not just believing it, you feel it. You can't explain these coincidences because life, it just happens, doesn't have that many coincidences constantly happening in your life. It wouldn't.
Yeah, it's called serendipity. It happens to a lot of people. It happens to me as well. There's no reason why coincidence should be happening that much.
And it's surreal when they do. You feel this is like your out of body experience. Like, I'm going through this. It almost feels like a dream, but it's happening. And I'm just going to go along for the ride. Yeah. But it's a beautiful thing. But some people don't see that happening.
Or they attribute it to different things. I mean, I think that there are many Hindus that go and see exactly the same things and attribute it to a whole pantheon of gods. There's people like myself that still see something. I mean, I still think the experience to me is somewhat spiritual, but I don't need to ascribe it particular values or presume it has a singular consciousness or a plan for me or something like that.
Hold up, Riding. You know that in Hinduism, each sect has their own creator god that created the rest of the gods.
I think that it's generally Brahma was the creator. Vishnu.
Yeah, but some hold Krishna.
Brahma, Vishnu, and Krishna is the destroyer. No, Shiva's the destroyer, isn't he? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, I mean, it's just to me. I think that we'll see whatever we expect to see. You know, whatever is meaningful to us. But I think it is a mistake to assume that because you see wonder in something, that somebody that doesn't see the same wonder in it doesn't see wonder in it at all. But to me would actually be, in some ways, a denial of the very thing you're claiming. In that, if what you're seeing is the wonder in things, then you would see the wonder in them.
You know what's funny is I've met
Even
people
in the
along these
80s.
last year that have told things that have happened to me spiritually on servers and everything else, and they're very skeptical. They're like, yeah, you know, that's just and blow me off. And then I got thrown into the lives on their front door, not expected, out of nowhere, and they're like, "Dang, Stacy, you're on my door, Stacy B, holy shit!" And then they're witnessing it with me, right? No more now. You're talking about it. I keep telling them, unless you're with me, unless you see it, unless you witness it yourself, maybe you don't understand. But then that month happened, a full month of it. And then they're going, wait a minute. Maybe it is more to this than you say. You are on some kind of spiritual journey. And when people are around you, they can see it too. And they become part of it with you. And all of a sudden their life changes. And I see their life now changing the same way, even though I'm not even near them. I'm clear across the world, 5,000 miles away. But because I landed on their doorstep, their life has changed now. And it keeps happening. And the more people that talk about these things and connect, will start realizing we can actually help each other, vibe off one another, and bounce and spark.
I'm not really able to speak to that. I think the same way you were saying earlier today, you can't tell me that didn't happen. I don't intend to
Right.
minimize or poo-poo your experiences. It doesn't seem
I know you
productive or
don't.
meaningful, so
Right.
I'm not really.
Absolutely. And even if you disagree with me, I know you're not, because it's just your opinion. And nobody can actually know, though, right? Unless they go through it. Just like someone says they can maybe understand a woman because, you know, her period and that. You don't know. You're a man. You have no idea what a woman goes through. You think you know. You've been told, but you don't know. You don't have any understanding. You could sympathize, you know, have a little empathy for somebody, but until you've gone through it, nobody actually gets it. And that's okay. It's that self experience that you go through. But it doesn't mean someone else's isn't right or not happening. So we always should take that into account. Absolutely. This has actually been a really good talk, you guys, this morning. I appreciate that, because sometimes it can just be like, oh, please forgive me, God, but no. So thank you, guys. But I'm going to have to go for a bit because I got to make some phone calls and call my mama, reach out to her, and I'll be back later on today. But thank you for that. And Brakia, you too, sweetie. It's always a blessing to hear you. Give my love to your family. I hope you guys are all doing well. You too, sweetie pie. Everybody have a great day.
You have a wonderful day as well.
Peace,
We hope your
Stacey.
mom's good.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
I'll catch you guys later too. Peace out, guys.
I'll see.
Why is everybody so quiet? What's going on?
Need you to explain this stuff to us, SA? We've misunderstood it all.
It's ogre.
Which step is that?
Just all of it. Reality, way life works.
Oh, you're looking for a guru. I suggest you find one of the gurus in India.
Found a few of them. They all were charlatans.
Apparently meditation helps a great deal.
Huh. I was trying to bang a meditation girl. She went to go see a guru one morning and she was like, I'm going to do some meditation. Do you want to come? And I was like, no, I'm good. I think I've got my carburetor fixed. I'm going to go do my motorcycle meditation. She scoffed at it and went go see a guru. And she came back the next night and she said, I saw him. I told him, I was like, telling him like, oh, this guy, I told him he should come and meditate. And he said, I'm going to do my motorcycle meditation. And the guru interrupted her and said, this is the only true form of meditation.
There you go.
Like, there you go, right? Don't make fun of me. The guru's on my side.
So we got Lori, we got Funk, and no arguments. No one's talking. What's going on? Hey, what's a straight line? Let's start something up. Who can define a straight line?
I'm playing 6 of them. I'm playing 6 straight lines, guitar strings. 4.
There you go.
There you
When
go.
you're
Merle's
playing
on the
them, are they
ball.
straight or are they oscillating as a result of you playing them? Is it the unstraightness that gives it the music?
They're all level.
Have you
Do you
seen
have
those,
any
like,
curved guitar lines, Merle? Or are they all
No.
straight?
All straight.
I guess I would say straight line is the path that light ought take if we need to accept flat Earth measurements.
Interesting.
Straight needs to be the path that light takes. Otherwise, we're going to throw out a lot of flat Earth.
So the parallel rays of the sun, right?
Yeah, those two, that could work. Yeah, parallel, straight, same thing, yeah.
So they can't converge then. They're either parallel or they're converging, right? One of the two, right?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, parallel lines, 2 lines that should never meet.
Yep. Then they tell us about the eclipse and how those parallel lines are no longer parallel.
What, when they get lensed, you mean? So,
yeah, when the umbra and the penumbra form, those lines are no longer parallel. We've got an issue here.
Do you?
I would imagine. How does that work if we have parallel lines coming from the sun, and then just at this one instance, they happen to converge to form the umbra? Kind of suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I don't know much about astronomy or...
What was suspicious?
6 parts.
What do you want to
Well, you
talk
have
about?
parallel lines coming from the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're supposed to converge somehow to make a umbra, penumbra. How does that work?
Well, parallel lines will converge.
Will they? I would have thought.
Will they? Really?
Parallel,
how so?
They will appear to, the most correct way to say it, they appear to converge.
Yeah, that makes more sense too.
They appear to converge, but they don't actually converge?
No, because they're parallel.
Okay. So
How
how
do
does
you
that
know?
square out in your head?
How do you like? What are you seeing
Oh.
that implies that something is parallel? Like, what do you? Well, when you say that the light rays are coming in parallel, what are you seeing that makes you believe that light is a physical thing that is traveling?
Coming in parallel? I think you would have to make, like, first of all, if you look at the light ray from the side, you can't see it. You can only see the light rays which hits our eye. Or,
well,
right?
I mean, like, how do you know? Like, how do you know that's like that it's taking a certain path?
You can do that on testing what light does when you turn on a flashlight or a laser. It takes the path. Which you're
Well, we're
pointing at.
talking about sunlight here, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so what
sunlight
is it?
also take a straight path, right?
Well, okay, so what do you see that makes you believe that light is a physical thing that is traveling? What are you looking at?
So one thing I would do is just create a shadow, and if you can create that shadow, then you know you blocked something, right?
Not necessarily. You're just seeing the shadow. You're seeing an effect, right?
But yeah, but something changed, right? So there must be something going on.
Sure, there must be, but you can't tell because all you have is a shadow.
No, it's not all you have is the shadow. You have a shadow, and you can do this test over and over again and see if it's consistent. The
Okay, so
shadows are not forming randomly. They're forming a shadow which are blocking a path from the sun in the sky and straight to the point where the object is blocking the light.
But how do you know that is the effect of
Because you do
light
the test
being
over and over again.
right? But you're just observing the same effect over and over again.
Yeah, and by doing
You're
it
not-
over and over again, you're building up confidence that that's what's going on. Right?
But you're not seeing the actual light, which is what this conversation started as being about.
You want to detect light.
You're still just
you look at
observing
you can
an
also just point like you can look directly at the sun.
Yeah.
Then you see the light from the sun.
No, you see the sun.
Yeah, but how do you see it?
Well,
How do you
that's
see
the
it, Jerry?
question. that's the question.
Well, we know how that works, right?
How do you know? If all you have is effects, then how do you know that light is this thing that is traveling? What is this substance that is traveling or bending?
You want to know what the travel time is?
No.
We know
I want to know what the thing is that is traveling. How do you know that it is something that is going from one spot to another?
When you say it's a thing, it doesn't make any sense if you want to think of it as in terms of, oh, it's a cup of light. You know, it has to have properties, and it does have properties, right?
Right, but properties of what? What is it?
The properties, I mean, the properties we know of is that they carry like electromagnetic, like momentum and all this kind of thing, right?
That's a little vague.
Yeah. Okay. It has properties.
That light has properties because I've been earning money for ages and even I can't afford a property. This was on a maths.
Yeah.
I got if I can switch topics real quick.
So it has.
Oh.
Yeah. You want to know exactly what it is? Okay. So I'll list the properties.
I'm just curious here, Funk. Like, just as
It
a
has.
glober,
Yeah.
like, why do after a launch, like what happened yesterday, it just causes an even larger meltdown across all platforms?
What?
For globalists, No, I'm not saying not you, but I'm saying other globalists.
I didn't see that at all. Yesterday?
What happened?
Yeah, well, yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? I guess, or whatever.
Oh, you mean when the
Shatner.
pesos
Yeah.
went? I
Yeah.
don't think
When
there
what?
was a meltdown.
Yeah, it's
What
been a
happened?
thermal nuclear
No,
meltdown.
I have been on different server that day. Nobody talked about it. There was no meltdown.
That's what I'm
What
talking about.
happened?
That's what I mean by the meltdown. Even on the day of the launch, they can't even focus on that for the day. On the day, they melt down anyway.
What do you mean by
for-
meltdown?
Point.
Like about
It
flat
was
Earth.
like an apocalyptic meltdown. It was huge.
What?
About flat
What's the
Earth.
mel- what was the starkest example? Because I'm not quite sure what's being talked about. What's the starkest example of there being a meltdown? What was the most meltdowniest part of the meltdown amongst the globers?
That flat Earth. It's just one thing after another. Like you just got
What?
people just going one flat Earth topic after the next.
On the Flat Earth server,
Yeah.
of course.
No.
Oh,
No,
here's an
on
example.
global.
Here's an example of the meltdown that I witnessed. Was that they were really getting upset at the fact that flat earthers were calling him an actor.
Who?
William Shatner, the actor that went up into
All right.
the air.
William Shatner was upset?
Well, he's an actor. He's not a real
Yeah,
astronaut.
but he's not acting anymore, right? I don't think he's acted in a long time.
Well, once an actor, always an actor, right?
Okay, so an actor went up into space, and where's the meltdown? Who melted down?
Well,
who was
they've
the,
always
who
had
was the biggest
actors.
melter? Who melted the most? Who was like, went beyond the state of liquid down into gas?
Well, I don't. It wasn't as it wasn't like that meltdown. It was
Wasn't that
people
meltdown, okay.
refusing to get a grip on the actual event of things.
Okay, what was
Like,
the actual event that they weren't gripping? What
Like
what
you
about
always
the
hear
event
flat
wasn't
earthers
gripping?
say, "Oh, they're actronauts. They're not real. They're just B-list actors." But now they got an A-list actor. And the only thing we've done is point that out, really.
That he is an actor?
Yeah, I mean that's all he
Okay.
ever's been. He's just been an actor, right?
Yeah, he's also been a host for a show.
A show where he acts on the show.
He wasn't an actor in that show. He was like a host for a
He's
show.
acting as the host.
No, I I think that's a little bit different than being an actor in itself.
Is he putting on a show?
No, I
there
think
you
he's
go.
just hosting the show.
See, Eggshells, this is a prime example. They don't like the term actor in regards
No, I'm
to
just
something they
saying
take
he
very
is not.
seriously.
He hasn't only worked as an actor. He has done like host stuff as well.
Yeah, but think of this. This particular actor was the captain of the Starship Enterprise. You think there's some connection there, or just chance?
I think that's why they invited him on board.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly why they invited him on board.
Yeah.
So there's an actor that went up in a space. Okay, so I'm still not understanding who is melting down over that. It sounds like some flat earthers are melting down. Which are the globers that were melting down over it?
Dude, they were probably, I can't even count them.
I was here watching it live with you guys. If there was anyone melting down, it was Dyslow. He was coping like nobody else. That was funny.
Why?
But
What was he
other than
saying?
that, he was just like narrating it very strangely. Like, oh, look at this. Oh, look at this now. Oh my God, look at this. He was saying
So
that.
always
all
a
the
tough
time.
one, I think, isn't it? Which is like, how do you got to get your like decide what your side is saying. If you're just going to try and live debunk something, it's a little bit harder.
There was nothing happening. You just watch the rocket fly up and come down. It wasn't anything.
Yeah, I do find those ones really boring.
It was actually, yeah. It's not like there are more interesting rocket launches than that. It's not like it's a tiny rocket. Fire up like Ariane 5 rocket. It's like much bigger, it's much more fun to watch, right? So, for me, it's not very exciting.
Speaking of rockets, I asked this question before. Do you think that they can reach space at a speed of 2,200 odd miles an hour? Is that possible?
Yeah.
My degree of confidence that things go up into space is quite high. Yeah, I don't know what is a specific speed they would need to be at, but of the
To reach
depictions,
orbit, it's much faster, but until they reach what the official limit is of space, they reach approximately that speed.
Yeah, but we're talking a huge difference here now. We're talking 17,500 miles an hour, as opposed to what that so-called rocket reached was just over 2,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, and therefore it comes
down
down
again. Does that
again.
make sense to you guys?
Yeah, because
I
that's why it
think
comes down again, right?
If it needs to get to orbit, my understanding is it could do it at 1 kilometer an hour. It could walk there if it could maintain that thrust for long enough. What it takes is extraordinary amount of speed to get into orbit, because orbit is going so fast that you're falling and you're missing the Earth. If you just want to go up and come down, the limits on that, like certainly when I played Kerbal Space Program, the limits of going up and coming back down, it's pretty easy to do.
So you're saying a MiG-16 could go straight up?
No,
a MiG, what is it? A MiG, I forgot the number.
No, but I mean, what holds a MiG in the air, according to you, SA? What do you think? What do you think is giving that thing lift and thrust?
Yeah, we're talking about the wings. It's not the same thing, but I'm just telling you that a jet could travel faster than that speed, right?
Right. And if a jet could maintain thrust or lift throughout the point at which it's getting into rarefied air, then yeah, I think it probably would be able to do that. But it's
so we can put a space plane in orbit. Okay, I just want to.
No. SE, listen to me. What did I say? What did it sound to you like I was just saying? Because what you said sounded, when you said a space plane in orbit, that sounds completely opposite of what I just said. What did I say?
Correct me. Go ahead.
What keeps the MiG in the air?
What keeps the MiG in the air is the density of air passing over the airfoil, giving it converting that thrust into lift, right? So it's getting upward. It's something allowing it to reach a kind of equilibrium. But it can only do that with atmosphere, right? If once the atmosphere goes away, it's going to struggle to get thrust because it needs that oxygen going in the front to ignite it, and B, it's going to struggle with lift because it's not going to be able to get, like, we've all seen an airfoil, right? The shape of a wing where it's got a hump on the top and flat on the bottom, and that creates lift. That only works when there's air. How would you get that without
also
air?
it's accelerating you vertically. It's also accelerating you vertically. It's a huge difference.
Or was self-oxidizing, then maybe, sure. But
I'm just putting it out there, something to think about, 2,200 miles an hour reaching space. I found that kind of odd,
Sure. There are lots of other things. The world is under no obligation to make sense to us.
Absolutely. That's why I'm bringing it out here. I'm not any affirmative statements. I'm just saying, isn't that like strange?
Sure. Lots of things are strange. The idea that the sun is appearing
defensive. Don't get defensive, guys. Things are strange. It's all right.
Yeah, but I think you're like, I don't know why it's not strange. It's flying straight up.
Pretty strange.
You're not
You don't
saying
find
why.
that the least bit like something to think about, like an eyebrow raise? You don't find that at all?
It has a speed, and it flies at that speed. If it flies at a speed, it means it must reach. It must mean it changes altitude if it flies vertically at that speed. It does that. If you turn off its engine, it's gonna come back down, and you also did that. What is strange?
Yeah, but it reached 60 miles, which is space, right?
Yeah.
How did it reach that speed where another spacecraft reaching that altitude must be traveling at way faster than that?
No, it's. I think it when it reached about that height, Blue Origin turned off its engine. other rockets, if you're going to fly into orbit, you just continue to like keeping it on. They don't turn it off. They just keep on accelerating.
With the engine off?
No. Blue Origin turns its engine off. Another rocket which flies even higher, you must keep your engine on for longer. So you keep it on for longer.
Yeah, but they both reached space, which is 60 miles.
Yeah.
I find that strange. One reached space, hold on, at 2,200, and the other one had to achieve 17.5. That's a big difference.
Yes, and what's the other difference? Other than just reaching the limit of space, what is the difference?
Go on, you tell me.
One went into orbit, the other one came straight down.
Yes, but they both reached that point called space, correct?
But going to space is the goal of the goal of sending up rockets. Unless this is for like commercial reasons and for testing, I guess, for Blue Origin. But if you're gonna just flying up to space, what are you gonna do? Drop a satellite there and it's gonna come down crashing? It's like that's not the purpose normally when you send a rocket.
Yeah, like I would have thought until I played Kerbal or started getting involved in these discussions that what they were actually doing was like going to the point where there's no gravity anymore, and that's why they're floating around. I know that I'm talking to people.
That's not correct. Yeah, that's not correct.
Yeah, it was just that the thing was, started acting in free fall, so they were just basically in free fall for that whole time. So when you take that into account, in my opinion, what they did was not that impressive.
No, it's not.
Let me ask you. You have Kerbal. Let me ask you. You have Kerbal. You said, right?
Yeah, I play Kerbal.
Just out of curiosity, can you make a rocket go 2,200 and see if it'll reach space? I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
pretty sure you can. Yeah.
But if you keep, let's just ask that question. If you keep the same speed, won't you travel? Why would you? Remember, that was like the maximum speed. When they turn off the engine, if you watch the velocity meter, it's going down immediately. It starts dropping.
Yeah, do you know at what altitude it does that?
It started dropping. I don't know. It was when a little bit at like 50 miles or something.
It was at 150,000 feet.
Yeah,
and I found that weird. I go, wait a minute, they're decelerating, but they're actually gaining altitude.
Yeah,
that's
how it
possible till you bleed off your thing, right? But then
but when you push, just to put an analogy with driving a car, when you brake, even when you're driving at 100 at 60 miles per hour and you push the brakes, you're still moving forward even while decelerating.
Yes, to a certain extent. Yes, but then your kinetic your kinetic energy will slowly bleed away, right?
Yeah, that's true. And that's what happens with Blue Origin. It started decelerating. It took a little bit of time. And eventually it came down again. Eventually it reaches zero velocity and it starts like going into negative, you could say. It's going downwards.
Yeah.
Same as with the car.
It sounds bizarre to say like something could be accelerating one direction while moving in the opposite direction, because there's a cool image that I sometimes post. I'm playing VR, so I'm not going to post it at the moment, which is like how an ordinary person looks at a car and it's got like the view that you would see sitting in this driver's seat, and it's got steering wheel, brake, accelerator. That's a bit steering wheel, brake, accelerator. And then it's like how physicists see the car, and all of them are just all labeled accelerator. And it's like technically, an accelerator is anything that changes your velocity, right?
Your velocity, yep.
Yeah, so if you brake, according to physics, you are technically accelerating. If you turn, according to physics, you are technically accelerating. Now, as bizarre as that sounds to us,
yeah, in the opposite direction, they say it. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. So yeah, when you're braking, you are accelerating backwards, but you are still moving forwards.
No, but you
deceleration.
get my
Like, I
general.
understand
You guys get
Yeah.
my general concern here, and by no
Yeah.
means I'm not making a definitive statement here. I'm just throwing it out there, like, is
But
this possible?
when I explained it to you, didn't you understand? When you brake, you still go forward. Meanwhile, while you're braking, so you lose speed, but you're still traveling while you're losing speed. It just incrementally, the speed drops.
Yeah, I heard your explanation, and yes, but that is not what I'm talking about here. We're talking about a claim that you need to be traveling at 17.5 to reach space to orbit, and a spaceship does that at 2,200. That is the issue.
But didn't I tell you it didn't go in? It didn't go into orbit, right?
Orbit means it'll go around.
Yeah.
It means if once
Right.
you start
Oh, really?
going,
Like, I didn't know that. Orbit means going around? Oh, thanks for the
Yeah.
info.
So
Oh,
that's
I'm
the
glad I
difference,
told you
right?
that. So what's the
It went
difference
into 2,000 miles per hour. It's not enough to get into orbit. What happens when you turn off the engine? They come back down again.
Right. It's that simple, huh? Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm glad you find it that simple and easy.
It is.
Well, no, I
It's
don't
not
think it's
very.
simple. Like, I think
not-
I think it's complex, but I don't think just sort of having incredulity and saying I'm not making any claims. I'm not making any claims, but it seems fishy to me. Yeah, because both of us are making claims, aren't we?
Well, in a sense, yeah. I just find it strange. I want a physical explanation how this could be.
You want to
Right.
do
Yeah,
the
but-
math for going into orbit? It's not that hard, actually. I can show you if you want to.
The
That'd
math?
be awesome.
No. I want reality. That's what I want. I don't want math.
So you want it to be explained only with words, but not with numbers.
You, sir,
I
you
want that
cannot
either.
explain this to me. You don't have the capability. You
It's-
probably just opened
Right there.
Google, read a few
There's
things,
another.
did not
there's
use your
another-
intellectual capacity in whatsoever. You just read something and you believed it. That's what you're
No.
doing, Funk.
It's
Yes.
There's another option
as in
to
Montreal.
Funk, though. But
I'm
Funk,
gonna defend that a little bit.
but there's another
Yeah,
option as well.
I know that you didn't go to college, but you do realize this is
No,
like
but
the first thing you
you-
learn.
you're-
It's not very difficult.
You're saying mathematics and language are the only option. There's other options. The actual
what other
physical.
language?
Well, the physical satellite, orbiting in a airless void. Some practical demonstration of stuff. You don't need language and maths for that.
So a practical demonstration aside from, a live streamed footage of such a thing, I don't understand.
That's not
how
a
you get-
practical demonstration either.
Right. So what would be a practical demonstration if a live stream of it is not?
Well, they say there's special physics in space, so and
No,
it can't be
you are a
demonstrated.
practical demonstration. It sounds like you're changing the topic now. What would
No,
be a
they're
practical
saying
demonstration?
they can't. You guys can't demonstrate any of your bullshit because of gravity.
No,
That's
you
the
can't
reason.
turn off. Physics are universal. That means gravity is universal. You can't turn it off.
Right.
That's the
So
problem.
you can't
You want
simulate.
something to orbit the
You
Earth
can't
without.
simulate space on Earth until you get out of the gravitational field of the Earth.
Well, that's reality, right? You can't do that because you can't turn off gravity. We can simulate it in like
You
a
can't,
computer
though.
program, but we
No,
can't.
you can't. You
To
can't have
simulate Earth,
spheres.
if you want to have the gravitational pull of Earth, you would have to create Earth.
Do it in a lab then. Get a little solar system going.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have the same gravity because it's not the same size. You have a problem, right?
Yeah, it only kicks in when it's really big, right?
No, it kicks in all the time, but you need a certain strength to carry something.
Heard it.
It's like yeah, it's
I
physically
don't believe
impossible
it.
what you're asking for.
I just don't believe it anymore.
That's all right. You're not required to. Denial
I used
works.
to. I used to believe that. I know how it works. I know what the claim is. I just don't
Well,
believe
that
it.
doesn't sound like you know how it works.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
you say
I
you
do.
know
does
how it
not
works,
sound like
I know how it works.
A strong indication would be I know how it works and I'm giving a really good description of how it works.
not I get how it works. And
I
then
could provide that depending on what we're talking about.
And
awesome, do so. Could you explain orbital mechanics?
Orbital
How is something
mechanics.
called
Orbital mechanics' main premise is motion.
Okay.
So without it, you don't have much happening.
Okay. What else? I mean, that's
Then you need
we're going to do a Steelman.
central pedal and central fugal forces and a gravitational pull, so it can achieve terminal velocity while in free fall as it orbits Earth in the gravitational field of the Earth. So it's got to do certain things to get in that vector, in that vicinity as well.
What is giving
But
Merle a nerd quiz gonna accomplish?
Well, because it's just a simple thing, right? If you can steelman the other side, then to say I don't believe that anymore is like, I understand it better than you do, and here's what I don't understand about it, rather than going,
I just
it's
don't
ridiculous.
think it's even possible. I don't think it's even possible for something to never.
What specifically do you think is impossible? Because it's possible. Would you agree that it's possible for something to be real, even if it hasn't been demonstrated on small scales?
I'm
Right?
just saying
Scale.
a physical object that we've launched, we put it in orbit, and it just never comes out of orbit. It just stays in orbit forever.
No, I think
don't think that's possible.
I think almost all things have decaying orbits. I think they need to get pretty far away, and I think they're always still, the orbit is still somewhat decaying. I don't think things always just have a sort of never-ending orbit, particularly if they're anything close to the Earth. Like the International Space Station is regularly
it can't be going underneath the Earth. It just can't.
In your game, do you gotta keep things up like that, like the fake station? Like in your game, this Kerbals. Do you have to like constantly keep it up, otherwise it falls down?
No, they have stable orbits in that. So you have to get something to orbit, which takes a set amount of sort of delta V, if you will. But it doesn't have any mechanic of decaying orbits, which is a criticism. And some people like get mods of the game that have much like stricter, if you will, mechanics to go, well, we want it to be harder. So like they go, we want the forces to make the feed the Kerbals and give them life support. Whereas like in Kerbal, if you stuff up a mission, you can just leave a Kerbal in space and then build another rocket and go and save them. And it totally doesn't matter if you leave them in space for like 10 years.
Well, it's a kid's game. That's why. This isn't real science. It's not real rocket science. It's designed to get people to think that they're doing something that they're not. It's a false experience.
Yes, I don't think anybody's sort of confused into thinking that they are really launching people into space. But it's a game to explore the mechanics of it. I mean, you like games, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, I take it for what it is. I don't think I'm playing the last Starfighter if I play. I've never played it, but if I did, I wouldn't think it is some sort of secret NASA recruiting tool.
You wouldn't think it's some secret NASA recruiting tool.
Yeah, it would just be a kid's game that mimics
that's what I think it is. I think it's a game.
There's a lot of people on your side who think it's some sort of secret NASA recruiting tool.
Is there? There's non-conspiracy theorists who have the theory that Kerbal is a secret NASA.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I mean, I could easily believe that some people get so enamored with it they end up sort of going, oh, I want to go work for NASA. But what is the suggestion that NASA like went into the game making business in the hope that they could?
Yeah, the same way Department of Defense did. They made. I don't know if you know about. You might not know about it because it probably was like censored or something.
Yeah.
But they made a basic training sort of MMO. To get.
Yes, I heard about that, but I also heard it was woefully terrible and nobody played it and it didn't do what they wanted it to do and they ended up
Well, because people
And-
realized how sucky the training was. It was like really nothing. And then later on, they tried to level it up with like you going to your first duty station, and then going through like, focus, and then glory, and then some sort of division level maneuver, and then all the way to NTC, and then starting the fiscal year back over again with
What's
recertification.
NTC? What's
The
NTC?
National Training Center, where units from all over United States do a combined arms exercise.
Love it.
So the first part, when you have like a company, like I think they did one where it was infantry or armor. You would just, first thing you got to do is qualify with the weapon. Can you fire it? And then you go on to the next skill level, which is like doing different maneuvers, company level maneuvers, and then battalion level maneuvers, then division level maneuvers, and then finally you do a combined arms maneuver. And then that's basically what military life is like. The full year, the full fiscal year. And at the end of the fiscal year, depending on how well the unit did, they've got like a flag that represents the unit called a guidon. You get banners, you get streamers attached to your guidon based on how well you did the previous fiscal year. Like one of the easiest ones to get is called Fit to Fight. It means everybody in the unit has at least a 270 PT score. And for combat arms people, that's pretty easy because it's a lot of those guys are more in shape than like an office job. That also all men too. When you have like an armor or infantry unit. So there's people who think that Kerbal is NASA's version of that. Like a controlled release training program to try to find that sort of goodwill hunting aspect. Some genius out there who's going to be the next Von Braun. So what was the answer for why the globalists are triggering extra hard spiraling after a launch?
I didn't really. Nothing that was said after that made any sense to me, if I'm honest. I was trying to get it like what was the best example of spiraling. Something.
Well, realizing you could be wrong is a good place to start.
Who realized they could be wrong?
Everyone, everybody.
I got one on the Chatterbox. So the Chatterbox used to have the Flat Earth channel away from all the other channels. It was like a subtopic way below, underneath all. It was at the very bottom of the server. Like you had to know where it was to find it. And that was done because like after the AMAs and stuff, there's like Flat Earth speech and all the other channels, and they said it was triggering. Flat Earth was triggering. So they said, okay, well, we'll just have to remove Flat Earth because it's causing problems. But not remove it from the server, just remove it. And I said, it was my suggestion. I said, watch this. If you remove Flat Earth, the same people will follow it to wherever you move it. They will spiral, they will trigger. They're just looking for excuses to blame other people for what they do. So sure enough, after a couple months of them coming to the channel and spiraling, I was taking screenshots and whatnot, showing that they said the same exact stuff even before Flat Earth was moved. They got their science and space channel. It just turned into a troll fest of them talking about Flat Earth anyway. So then Corval's like, well, fuck it, if they're just going to spiral about Flat Earth in their own channel that I set up for them, we'll just delete that one and set up the Flat Earth channel back with the rest of them. And then that caused a shit show for a while. So anyway, then fast forward to today, This guy who basically confessed his whole purpose to join the server was to troll me after he heard me talking on one of the AMAs. He said, I only joined the server because, like, who does this guy think he is? So he tagged me this morning, right? Because I had posted to someone else about, like, I play no part in your spiraling triggering. If anything, I'm trying to prevent you from doing so. Because as soon as you start to spiral, you're not listening to anything I'm saying. You're just triggered. So the guy says I'm being outright disingenuous. I said, sure, go with that. If you think I'm being disingenuous, there's no need to ask me anything. You've got your answer. Then it went into, I mean, this is all like posted there. Then it went into this whole thing about like asking me more
typing, Laurie.
questions, back and forth. And finally, at the end, the guy finally says he's here for entertainment purposes. I go, even after a launch, you can't find any entertainment in that model. You've got content to absorb time now, real time. You could talk about the quotes, what day they launched, how they landed, everything. There's so much content. You could spend the next weeks just studying the last launch, but you came back here anyway. So finally, he decides that I'm mentally ill and leaves the server and blames me for it.
Hey, attaboy, Crit. Keep it up.
Yeah, but I had nothing to do with it. I didn't cause him. It was like I didn't cause him to join the server. I didn't cause him to leave the server.
He doesn't want to talk about it. He's not
But
ready.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe at some point he started to break through. Like he started to kind of see through his cog disc.
Yeah, he started
he
listening
can't.
to the Doors. Jim Morrison break on through to the other side. He's just not ready yet.
Yeah, this was his last claim before he flounced. You've achieved some max level achievements, and then he's gonna go watch Kite Runner or something.
Flight of the Navigator.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or
So
because
you got an
I
argument
find
with... Go on.
Yeah, this fish tree dog worm, which I'm not even sure what that's about.
I was in Vietnam. You guys didn't know that, did you?
Yeah, I was just about to say that I find this topic inherently, like, infinitely boring.
Maze Runner. That's what he's gonna.
What?
Okay. He
I'm
said,
a Green
yeah.
Beret. I'm a Green Beret.
Which topic do you find boring, Laurie?
This triggering topic.
Are you triggered?
When Crit spirals and triggers saying that other people were spiraling and being triggered.
Where is your evidence for being triggered?
Yeah, there's no reason to get triggered over anything I'm saying. It's just not possible. The only way you would get triggered is if
He sounded
triggered.
like he was bored, Crit. I mean, bored can one be bored and triggered at the same time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't really use the word triggered. I said bored.
I think Glober should formally apologize for coming onto these free thought servers and intentionally wasting our time with a model that's been debunked for how many years?
Or the board piece is good too, because you just got a launch, which you'd had an actor not go into space.
I don't think Laurie's saying he's bored by the launch. I think he's saying he's bored by listening to you recount arguments with other people who aren't here.
Well, then go study your model. Don't trigger about it. You don't need to tell me you're bored.
I know what they're saying, Crit. They're saying you're telling war stories here.
No, but he asked like an example of a triggering, of a meltdown triggering.
That's true. He did ask for it. And
yeah, so I give him what he asked for, and he spirals anyway.
Yeah, Eggshells was spiraling out of control.
Out of control, dude. You asked me for an example. I give you the example, and you spiral. Anyway.
Calm down, riding on shells.
Sorry.
Calm down.
I'm trying to get myself under control.
Going crazy in here.
I just can't handle it. I lose my shit sometimes.
The server doesn't offer medical assistance, not yet at least, but we probably should change the subject, Crit. These guys
What I
are on the
can
verge.
do though is thank you all for your support of me in this tough time.
because it has. I've really been.
Well, it's a tough time for everyone. I mean,
You're
right,
welcome.
you know.
You're welcome, Harry. You're welcome, Harry.
Thank you very much.
I've never had to break up a discussion because it was a medical issue, but that was a first.
Yeah, you'll remember us one day, Harry. You'll be like, "Holy shit!"
That could have been the straw that broke my back, and then a
Those
helpful
guys.
moderator interrupted that. What could have been a
Just
spiraling.
Right about to pop a pooper valve.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever heard QE, but sometimes I try to be like, "Hey, man, pump the brakes, you know, for your own good."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, QE can get people to spiral just by being in the text channel or the voice channel and not saying anything at all. They'll just see his name and start spiraling.
Oh, they're boiling.
Yeah, just automatically.
Yeah, they've heard
Can I
so much,
understand
and it's
Crit-
kind of like a nervous. I don't want to call it an erotic thing for them, but just the presence of someone who's strong-minded, such as QE, will infuriate these guys on an erotic level. I've discovered.
Like they start to panic because they think they're being recorded, or they might say something that he'll pounce on, so they start just spiraling, and then eventually they trigger.
Could I understand, Crit, from you? What is spiraling? Like, could you define it in a way that I would be able to spot it and go, that is spiraling versus that's just Crit recounting a war story?
Well, okay, so if the war story didn't work for you, for me, a spiral would be a repetitive action that has nothing to do with what the person was talking about. You go off on some wild, not you, okay, the other person will go off on some wild tangent that they need to have answered, but they think they have the answer. And they'll just keep freaking out over and over and over again. And it's like almost like the more you try to help them and re-explain what you're talking about, and it eventually ends up with some sort of triggering. Like if they got a mod, they might kick you from the server or mute you, or they might leave the server on their own. They might block you.
So sort of somebody changing a topic and going over and over something, and then like they pull in the big guns or something like that.
No, like simply put, like when someone they think flat Earth, right? Before they even understand flat Earth, they picture in their mind a disk in space, and they're still spiraling about that, even after all the content has been shown to them about what flat Earth is or what it's not. None
So
of it
when they
works.
imagine a disk in space, they change the topic, repeat themselves, and then call a moderator.
Or they could trigger, or they could report someone to their work. They could dox. They tell someone to commit suicide, jump off a bridge. You know, these sort of things.
Post gifs and memes of the globe in chat, like instantly.
Yeah, that I could see as spiraling.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I guess we all have a different conception of it. Whereas for me, it's like, somebody spinning around. So I certainly get that recursive, repetitive nature and going off topic. But yeah, kind of like almost like, you know, those like firecrackers you'd set off that'd go in a spiral, like loopy thing, but it'd be like a chaotic spiral, and you didn't know if it was going to come back and smash you in the face or do a pretty arc in the sky.
But the thing is, though, they set off their own spiral. It had nothing to do with flat Earth to begin with. Because if this is the key. Okay, I got it. I think I got it. The problem is they will disagree before they even understand. And this disagreement overrides their own understanding of what they're trying to not understand. And that's a spiral right there.
Do you think you ever spiral?
Yeah, everyone spirals and everyone triggers. The issue is to recognize it and see what your spirals and your triggers are. And the goal too, don't try to trigger someone, because if you try to trigger someone and you get a trigger, it's like, well, wow, you got exactly what you wanted, and you still continue the spiral. See, that's the biggest problem.
Don't try to sort of make people trigger or
Yeah,
spiral.
I'll do the exact opposite. I'll try to find ways of stopping the spiral, which a lot of times setting a baseline, a no-fly zone. say,
you try and stop people spiraling.
Yeah, like with
Yeah, I do that
RC,
too.
my stop the RC spiral. You just ask him what's Black Swan about.
That RC kid spirals so much. It's like, oh my goodness.
Oh God.
I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling. Help me.
Yeah,
even
will
even that was enough to get him to take off his mute and speak up.
No, I'm just fixing some breakfast while I'm spiraling right now.
Calm down, RCMS.
I know.
Well, here's an honest point that will always spiral the Globers is that there's 3 words. 3 body
Slow
problem.
down.
3 body problem. That makes them angry. I don't know what it is. It's like
it's not
words in
making
that order or
angry.
something.
It makes me. It's annoying if people who can't do math try to talk about.
I have a
topic.
presentation on this, on the 3 body problem.
Why is it a problem?
That would be fun to do a crit, stage event where crit really breaks it down.
That's what I'm saying. On the Chatterbox, I've done 4 of them. Well, 5. I did 5.
Yeah, that we could do a series.
But there's 3 bodies. Why is there a problem?
Problem is it's a mathematical problem. You can't solve it. What you call it with a closed equation. Closing an equation.
Problems are in the math. You're saying the math is the source of the problem.
Well, it's just for a closed. It's like a math quiz, like conundrum. But in reality, it's no issue because you can solve it numerically anyway. So it's not. There are many things that are like that. It's not like we can't solve.
So why
know how this mechanics?
Why is it a problem?
Because you can't solve it in a closed equation.
Yeah, you'd have. They don't work with like the math for one thing doesn't work for the other thing, and the math for the other thing doesn't work with the other one. I get you.
No, the math works, but you can't like get an equation where you can solve it with 2 lines under the answer. You have to numerically solve it, like with a simulation or like programming, like approximating.
So it doesn't work in reality; it works in simulation.
Math isn't reality anyway, so it helps.
So don't move the goalpost here. I'm just clarifying, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can't solve it. That's the only thing. It's not like any. It's just the only problem. Right?
Are the 3 bodies the sun, the moon, and the earth?
It could be, for example, any 3 bodies.
It's like a 6-body problem.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can even like you would say if you had like 3 weights on one bit of string, that would still create a quote unquote 3-body problem. Is that not right?
What?
Like if you just had 3 weights, like 3 fishing sinkers on one bit of string, that would be a 3-body problem.
Yeah. I mean, you need like 3 forces to act in the act towards each other, in the same manner that like I guess gravitational field. But
so it's not real.
It's just like a mathematical problem. It's separate from
not real,
reality,
right? So not real.
No, math isn't real, but the forces
that's
they
all we
express.
We needed that concession. That is an honest concession.
Yeah, I know you don't want it anymore.
Yeah, I know you don't like the fact that.
I appreciate when you guys can navigate from
La
La Land back.
I
to
appreciate you for cutting me off when
I know you don't understand.
I'll spiral it once here. I'm just
just the language.
We've got
another but you know there are
just a language.
It's a language. It explains reality.
But you know there are. This is if you work with if you numbers and shit. Yeah, if you work with these things in real life, there is most thing you actually solve numerically anyway. Like there are many things that you can't solve. Like you write up equation.
You can't solve your divorce with an equation, is what you're saying.
Sure you can.
What are you gonna do with math?
Mathematical equation.
How much money do you have in your bank
account?
account?
Says, sure, I can solve my divorce with a formula.
How much money do you have in your bank account? That's all that she cares about.
I have 3 apples.
Yeah.
I
know you don't understand math. I know you don't understand math, Sin.
No, I understand it, and I know what it is, which is specifically
When's the last
reasoning
time
for why I
maths
don't
helped
use
you?
it.
When's the last time maths helped you? Paid NASA shul.
Every day.
How?
Have you paid for something?
Yeah.
He
Pay
is
for
paid.
food?
As an engineer, right?
Just
Use
willy
math all the
nilly
time.
see if
Oh,
your
You,
credit card
you get
works?
paid. You get
I
paid.
took my dad for lunch. I had to do maths to work out how much to tip the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did
I
that
use
help
it at
you?
work every day.
Well, I
Math is just a
gave
language.
a
No
tip to
different
another
than
human
English. No
being.
different than French.
Is that not a help?
Yeah.
Is it
Sounds
not
like
But
you
it's
were
not.
at a loss
You
for that
love
one. You
math.
lost that time.
You love maths.
Yeah.
You love maths, don't you?
It's a
I feel
language.
like this is going to be like a shit conversation. To be
Oh
honest.
no, the problem is that these guys don't understand math. So if you
Okay,
try to explain
poisoning the
anything in math,
I
Why do you love maths so much?
I know
it's a
that.
fucking language that explains
Are you
reality.
addicted to math? Would you say?
Are you
Why are you
addicted
so
to
into
English?
it?
If you knew math, you'd present math, but you don't know
I don't
math.
present.
So
I
you
don't
don't
present math to
Yeah.
you because none of you guys understand it. More than one
I
plus one
Yeah,
equals
understand
but
it.
you
two.
would still try. If
Okay.
you
But
knew
No. It's
I
like
want-
it was like coming in here and speaking French. You guys wouldn't understand it.
Well,
Tell
I
us an
understand
Parle
equation.
le
then.
français mieux que toi.
Tell
One
us an
plus one equals
equation.
two. 1 plus 1
Like-
equals 2.
Wow.
We're
How about
pioneering
this?
and we're making
1 plus
ground
1.
here.
1 plus 1 equals x.
Wow.
What does x equal?
Yeah. I like
That's-
earlier a guy in here strawman me and told me he didn't want to learn orbital mechanics from me because he told me I couldn't do it. So I was scribbling something down and I would finish it and he already left. So I can show you that.
How do
you
you do an
care.
orbital mechanics? Can't you just use
It's
math
not
to
there.
think
It's
about
not
it? You're not really doing it.
Sure. If you've done work, show us. That sounds
calculating it. I calculate the. So yeah.
This is
And-
amazing.
So you can do
This
By the
orbital
way-
is so
mechanics
funny.
sitting in your
By the
room.
way, Sin. By the way, Sin.
Yeah.
By the way, Sin, you're using math right now. Every time you talk on this computer, you're
You
using
guys
math.
Oh,
suck
am I
at
now?
math.
Yes, you
what?
are.
Claim.
That's not
Suck at
true.
math.
Yes, you are.
I can claim.
You go into computer and out of computer again, into binary, out of binary. That's all
Computer
math.
uses math.
You
Sin
do.
needs
Every
to
time you
use
talk on
math.
this computer right now, every time you touch a
What
button on this
math
computer,
did you use?
every time you turn it on.
Luckily,
Yeah, but
somebody
you don't
does
have
it
to
for
think
you, so you
about
don't
it.
have. You
You
can
just
be
push the button.
He's
stupid. None of
completely
that.
using a
Still
computer
works.
with math now. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's right.
It-
Computer
Oh,
is
no.
all
I'm a
math, nothing
mathematician
but
by that
math.
standard. Jeez.
You just
Yeah, I
push the
know.
button.
I just can't.
I know,
Anything
but
about
watch
it is
how good it
using
is.
math
I'm telling
now.
you.
Oh,
I'm telling you what
no.
good math is.
You
Every
push
time
the
you,
button.
Yeah.
nothing but ones and zeros that go across the wires.
You
get
don't
That was
see
converted
how
or
any of that
reconverted
though.
into speech.
It's all
They
You
get
don't
from
ones
see
and
any of that.
zeros.
Okay, well,
speech to binary, back out to over the wires, back to you.
Okay,
all
let's try
within
it. Hey,
all within
LARP it.
nanoseconds.
Okay.
IP addresses work.
Here, can you LARP it
Oh
with
my
me for a
God,
minute?
math.
Will you just
Math, oh
be a
my God.
computer and I'll
Math,
input
oh my God.
questions and just do open or closed, okay?
What?
For PNS.
No, some bullshit. From,
Oh,
No, I
you
just
mean a
just speak
transistor?
just in math with me and see how far we can go.
No, I'm not gonna talk math with you. I know your level
No,
of
I mean
math.
just to LARP it,
Yeah,
see
'cause
how
you
far you
can't.
can get.
No, I'm
Hey,
not
Payne,
going
that's
to.
a show. I
You're
got
a
a quote of
computer.
you. Payne, can you read my quote in chat just to see if I didn't want to straw man you? Can you read that for us?
No, I'm not going to read that for you. Why should
It
I read that
says
for you?
everything is ones and zeros.
In
Do you
computer
wanna stand
language
by
is
that?
correct.
Yes, what I'm
Everything
talking
in
about.
your on your computer, yes.
So using
Binary.
this, like using that logic, can you communicate with flat earthers?
No, actually,
Why?
Why not?
because you guys don't know math.
Yeah, but you
Resequence
still,
the
but
mainframe.
you, why can't you communicate?
You, why
Yeah.
can't you?
It's
Why
you.
don't I
Yeah, you
speak?
do.
Why don't I
Hey,
speak
Laura, you told me to
Swahili?
spiral, dude.
Why don't I speak Swahili?
Sorry, I
You
think
could do
you were
that too.
spiraling.
You could.
You wouldn't understand
Wow.
Swahili.
It wouldn't matter if I understand or not. The issue is what you can do, not what I understand.
Yeah, prove
See,
to
this is the
me.
same thing. I can
Prove to
speak.
me.
I can speak any language you would need to understand or not understand. But the
Oh,
problem
so you
is
want
I
me to
can't.
waste my time speaking a language you don't understand? Got it.
But the problem is I can't understand it for you.
No, you don't understand it to begin with.
Well,
How do
there
you
you
know he
go.
doesn't understand it though?
Because I've talked to y'all.
What?
I've
So
talked to
you're
all
the
What
you
do you
guys
hey,
smartest.
let's
before.
keep it formal, man. Let's keep it
He,
professional.
are
I've
you the
talked to all you,
smartest?
especially Sin.
Look, I'm a truth seeker. I'm trying to
No,
learn.
you're not.
You
You're not
may
a
know
truth seeker.
something I
You're a
need to
truth
learn.
denier.
You're a math seeker.
Thanks, Sin. That was hilarious.
Yeah, if you have this expert knowledge of math, you should be able to speak speak to any level below you. This would be called articulation. It
I'm
comes with
disgusted
education.
by your maths.
Yeah,
It
it also
is-
comes with education. Knowing
Filthy.
speaking to people that don't understand math is like wasting your time.
That's what I'm saying.
Filthy,
You
dirty
can
maths.
follow. You had to articulate it at least one time prior before
Hey,
this.
Crit.
And don't spiral, Lori, dude. Seriously,
Hey, Crit,
just
can you
relax.
take a
You
chill
will
pill?
survive this. Okay,
You're spiraling too
you
hard.
will survive this. You will be okay. Your thermal nuclear meltdown will last for another day.
I think you're spiraling too
Okay,
hard.
you can
take a
think
chill
whatever you
pill.
want to think, because I don't care.
Hmm?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can
Lori, you
explain
gotta
why I don't
relax.
care.
He's warning you that he's
Lori,
not
you
going to
gotta
spiral,
relax,
Lori.
man.
So give it a break.
It seems like we've got two people right now accusing one another of spiraling. How can we tell which one is and which one's
They're
not?
relatively spiraling. That's how we
They're
solve
spiraling
that.
Or
around
both.
one another.
Yeah, it's all relative.
only from your frame of reference.
Each other is
Everyone
basically-
is, but the aware ones are one step ahead.
They're spiraling better.
Lori's triggered
That's
on
why
the
I
inside,
am. That's why I am one step ahead.
Yeah, you're constantly spiraling, dude.
pretending to be calm.
Pretending to be calm. So you're actually admitting that I appear to you more calm than Crit is appearing to you. Thank you, Merle.
Well,
That's a
there it is.
compliment.
Now
You're
you give
welcome.
Isn't that one?
something else to
Isn't that
spiral about.
how one would actually judge who is spiraling and who is not? Calmness.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
calmness would be a good one for me. Who seems more calm? Who's raising
You
their
could be-
voice? Who's repeating themselves? Who's
Yeah,
changing the
but-
topic?
Repeating's necessary because if the first thing's not understood, you have to say it again, unless you give me feedback. What part did you not understand?
According to
If
your
you give me
definition,
nothing to
according
go
to
on-
your definition,
Yeah, if you
spiraling
give me nothing to
equals.
go on, right? Like the they may teeth event, spiraling triggering on the live stream. If you don't explain what the problem was, I don't know what the problem is. I can only figure out that it was an issue you had internally that I had nothing to do with.
According to your own definition, spiraling was repeating the same thing over and over again, and it had
No, you
nothing to
missed
do
it.
with
Go
me.
back and listen again.
Yep,
Yeah,
I
go
did.
back and listen again.
I did listen to it the
I said
first
that's
time.
how
I don't
you
need to
stop
hear
the
it a
spiral,
second time.
by repeating.
You repeat
You've got a
yourself.
misconception in your mind of what I'm
It's
trying to
actually
say.
quite funny.
So
It sounds
I'll
like you're
keep
saying you repeat that you fix the spiral by spiraling in the opposite direction.
No, not at all.
Look,
It's setting a baseline.
Setting a
You
baseline.
set a baseline, so therefore the spiral only goes so far before the person can only blame themselves. Because once you set a baseline, then that's it. That's only farther I'm willing to go. Once you get into the no-fly zone, you're completely on your own.
how does it feel, Lori?
It feels quite awesome.
So Chris Singh is actually ascended to a spiral that no one has ever achieved to before. He's just on his own in this spiral world.
So spiral about it.
I think I already am, according to your definition, aren't I?
It is. You will spiral about it. And the
Am I
next day-
spiraling now?
It sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you didn't
Incredible.
even understand anything I said, and now you had your own misconception. Now
It was
you're
extremely difficult to understand anything you just said.
Okay, so I could repeat, or you can explain what you didn't understand.
I don't want you to repeat, but I have to admit I didn't understand anything you
Okay,
said.
so was your goal to? I would say your goal was to not understand, so you could start your own spiral.
Yep.
Yeah, I
agree.
guess it must have been. I started my own spiral by not understanding what you said.
I can stop it. I can try to stop it, or set a baseline.
Can you try and stop it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go
What
ahead.
is your problem with what I said? Which part don't you get?
It didn't make any sense.
Okay, which part did not make any sense? And none of it?
All of it. I feel like you were
right here,
you're-
if
I
I
feel like
say-
you were talking to someone who had read the same book as you, and I didn't know what that book was, so I didn't get anything you said.
Okay,
Do you wanna
this is
know
what
what
I'm
the book
saying.
was?
Ready? If you have a misconception of where I'm coming from to start with, and you bring that misconception into the conversation, that's a you issue, not a me issue. Do you understand that
See?
so far? Check or hold.
If I have a misconception of what you said and I bring that into the conversation, that's a me problem.
Okay, so you're following, you're tracking, right? Like a scud so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
So then when I try to explain what I'm actually saying, and your goal is to not understand it,
Well,
Is
you're
that a
assuming that
me
was my
issue?
goal.
No, I'm just saying if. It's an if statement. If this, then that.
Oh,
Cause and effect.
That's Crit's using unadulterated logic.
Okay, this is cause and effect, okay?
And science.
If you don't want to understand, you won't understand, no matter how hard I try.
Is that why you keep spiraling? Because you assume that everyone listening to you
Sure,
is trying
can
not to
use,
understand
there
you.
you go. Now you have your answer. So now if you ask any question after that, it's a you problem, not a me problem.
Well, I'd say what you've just done is you admitted you take every conversation in
No, I
bad
think
faith, assuming the person is trying to misunderstand you, and that's not good.
Because even if I follow your logic, you will continue to spiral. You have your answer,
Darkstar,
but
are you
you
gonna
went
keep
to a
this
new
up?
answer.
Is this ever gonna end, Darkstar? Or are we
Well,
gonna get past
we're spiraling around one another, and I'm trying to rein it in, but I can't.
Let's get past this spiraling.
It's gone out of control.
Let's get past this.
Control
So even if I follow your logic and everything's my fault, you still have to take responsibility for what you do.
That's
true. You do you.
Everything Darkstar says is a spiral. I've observed him for 3 years, and he's constantly spiraled for the whole time.
I've been in a spiral for 3
every
years straight.
single day.
I've been spiraling for a long time.
Darkstar, is it
I
a
think
long way
we can-
down? Is it really a long
Watch
way
the
down?
ground fall away from
You don't get to the bottom in the spiral; it just keeps going.
I
Well,
think
that's
we
why
can
you set a
actually expand
baseline.
on that.
That's why the baseline is important.
What does that mean? A baseline for a spiral?
Yeah, because then you know that even if I follow you all the way to the bottom, it's Crit's fault. You still have to understand that you have to take responsibility for yourself at some point, even if it's
Yeah,
your own
indeed.
fault.
But what is the baseline for the spiral?
This would be a no-fly zone. I'm only going to follow you down so far before I realize either I'm not helping and someone else can help you, or maybe I'm part of the problem and I'll try to remove myself from the situation.
There's no hope. There's
But
no
you don't
hope
ever
there.
do that, Crit. You follow the spiral all the way to the bottom.
No,
you
I
never
set
back out.
baselines. I set baselines for
So,
people.
Crit, I guess the next question I would have for you about this whole spiraling topic is, how would one tell for themselves that they were spiraling?
Well, self-awareness.
Yeah. So but that's what I'm saying. What would you be aware of? What would somebody who had that self-awareness go, oh, hang on, I'm doing X. Is it raising my voice? Is it repeating myself? Is it sort of attacking people quite a bit for every last little thing they say? What would be the thing I would look for if I was worried I might be, spiraling and accusing other people of spiraling? But
Yeah, it'd be
maybe
like a complete lack of understanding of anything being presented to you.
So if I didn't understand anything that was being presented to me, could I think I was understanding it, but part of what was causing me to spiral is in fact I don't understand. I'm missing the point here.
Yeah, then you'd just ask a clarification question.
Okay, can I ask a clarification question of you now, Crit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you aware that the room's been making fun of you over this spiraling issue for the last 20 minutes?
There's no making fun of me. I'm explaining my ideas, and if you
Right.
think it's fun, but I actually got feedback saying that people like where I'm going with this.
Hey, Crit, can I ask you another question?
No,
But
RC,
people like-
what is Black Swan about?
So
it's about
This is
what
the
our
only
favorite-
question I have. This is
So
once we
that
get
seems like
right
what-
there. We're
that-
so far. This is a perfect example of baseline. Because
Okay,
right
so
there,
baseline-
well, hold on. This is a perfect example of
Crit,
baseline.
what's your favorite
Yeah, I
night?
This
wanna
is a
test
perfect
this.
example of baseline. Okay,
Crit, what's your favorite
okay, it's a
night?
perfect example of baseline.
Your
Once you
description of
realize
somebody
that
who's spiraled
reality is
before-
too far apart for different people.
So just
If
take a
I
breath
can
from
read
me
an
for a moment,
argument,
Crit.
if I
Just
can
take
read
a
an
breath from me
argument
for
that
a
says
moment, Crit.
this
Please,
is
please
about
take
the
a breath.
horizon,
When I asked you to describe what a
Yeah,
spiral was,
I'm
before,
describing it
you
right
said
now.
You said somebody who changes the topic and repeats themselves. You've just changed the
Baseline.
topic to say what's
Yeah,
the base.
because the
topic on about?
baseline for RC,
The
because
room
he
has been.
said to
I'm
me,
here to tell you, Crit, the room's been taking the piss out of you for
no,
the last
not
20 minutes. You're
okay.
the one
Give
who's
me an example of taking the piss out. What does this mean for you?
well, because I mean, before when Sin Cleanser and the rest of them were like, "Hey, eggshells, settle down." I don't think you got that was a joke. I was sitting here quite calmly, engaging in the conversation, and they were joking, saying, "Oh, whoa,
Yeah.
settle down."
Okay,
Because I
so
clicked-
joking can do what? What do jokes do?
It's super useful for you.
Yeah,
They-
jokes help calm slow the roll, because a lot of you guys are on the verge of going full Mongo at any given second. So the goal is to maybe add a little lighthearted humor, and the mods will do this occasionally. It doesn't mean
Did you
they're
hear that?
singling. It doesn't mean they're singling one person out. for a us versus them tribalism mentality that you guys love to have.
It sounds like, are you actually recognizing that some people in the room might be on the verge of a spiral, and so you're preempting their spiral by spiraling yourself to try and diffuse the situation?
Yep.
Yeah, if you need that,
it's even
sure,
better
go with
than
that.
that. Though.
Exactly.
I
And
think I understand what you're
Even
saying.
better.
Better than
Everyone's
that.
on the
We're like
brink.
2 years
Preempt
ahead
the
of you
spiral
guys.
strike.
We've
Yeah,
watched
go
you
with
for
that.
2
Everyone's on the
years,
brink.
and now we know your every move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this
You're on the
concept
brink.
is talked about in lots of places about people crashing into each other. There's a movie called Crash that actually highlights why you guys do this sort of stuff. You're just itching for some sort of human reaction.
That's not really what
and
Crash
the
is
more
about. It's about
volatile
racism.
this reaction
but, okay.
is, the better you get from it because it makes you feel something.
The other
you
Crash,
don't.
Larry.
I think Terminator was about global spiraling as well.
Are you on about that Mad Crash film with the car crashes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is some mad shit.
I actually think I can help the room with a more precise definition of a spiral. This is how you can determine if you are spiraling. If you are a glober and you're saying something, you are spiraling. If you're a flat earther, whatever you are saying, it's not spiraling. That's how you know.
I technically would agree with you just on premise, but I can see through what your actually intentions are, and I'm gonna have to disagree on principle.
I would like to ask about text chat spiraling, because it seems like you might be giving an example of text chat spiraling right now, Crit.
I've got an example of text chat spiraling.
No,
every night I leave a comment for Chucky Bradboy. When I wake up in the morning, he has spiraled, and then I get to read it. And he knows that I don't care about anything he says, and I'm just trolling him. But he does want me to care about what he's saying. And I've told him this, and I've warned him this, and he just carries on every day, all day.
That's powerful.
Okay, real time, Darkstar. What do you see as a text chat spiral? What does that mean to you?
Well, what I'm noticing is that you're spamming GIFs, right? That say CB triggered, right? Obviously directed at CB, and you're also emojiing every one of his comments.
Yeah, because this guy's own logic is whatever you talk about, you're triggered about. So therefore, if he talks about me, he's triggered about me. So
but hasn't he sent you into a spiral without even doing anything?
No, this is a baseline. I told you about the baseline because his own logic is whatever, even if you've got no control or agency in the matter, whatever anyone talks about, they're triggered about. People, in his worldview, you only talk about things you're triggered about. So when he talks about me with you, that tells me he's triggered by you and me. Therefore, I can post a CB triggered GIF because that's what the reality is. He could talk about anything if he wanted to show that he's not triggered, but he wants to talk about me. Therefore, I know by his own logic, even if true, he's triggered by me.
But what if his goal is to get you to spiral?
Then that's a you do you. I had nothing to do with it.
But you took the bait. You spiraled.
There's no but to it.
But you spiraled.
But if his goal is to trigger, then he gets a trigger, then spirals about it anyway. That's a you problem, not a me problem. You did
but
that.
if you spiral, you should take responsibility for
I've
your
got
own
nothing
spiral.
to do with it.
So you have nothing to do
If I
with
follow
spiraling.
your logic, you trigger.
If you
if
follow
I don't
someone
follow
into
your
a
logic,
spiral,
you trigger.
like you are doing now, that has
Yeah,
nothing
just like
to
you're
do
doing
with
right
you.
now.
It's the other
If you
person.
ignore it, then you don't get triggered and you don't spiral.
Okay, so the whole goal is if you ignore it, that triggers them even more because there's this attention-seeking behavior.
But then you're achieving your goal. You're triggering them without even
how about
spiraling.
this? Show me, okay? Follow your logic and show me. Ignore me and see what happens. Follow your own logic for you.
But I'm not spiraling though.
Yes, you are. You came in spiraling, dude.
Oh, well, this is the problem because everything's a spiral.
Yeah, your first comment of today
Your
was
whole
all
life
about
is
me.
reacting to flat Earth. That's a
You
spiral.
couldn't even answer questions or give me a clarification statement.
All right,
You just
moderator,
didn't explain it.
moderator. Let's just tone this down. This is a rough start for my morning. You know, I can't get triggered this quick. I'm not allowed to do that. So
is everyone in here triggered?
I'm getting
spiraling.
triggered. I'm about
Who's
to
not spiraling?
I'm about to spiral, dude. I swear to God. Now
Well, I
I
don't
need
want
you
that,
guys
but
to help me not
I think
spiral.
you
'cause
might
I'm about
already
to
be
have a
spiraling.
breakdown.
What can we do to help you, Sin?
I need to figure out if the Earth is flat. I need to get this right, or I'm fucked. I really am.
Your whole day is going to be ruined if you go to
I
sleep
won't
wondering
even know
again.
who I am when I look in the mirror anymore.
But you don't want to know who you are when you look in the mirror. You've done some funny things in life. You want to
Well,
forget. I know you.
that's the great segue. This is why I appreciate your insight, because Globers, when they look at themselves in the mirror, see the NASA T-shirt. They don't know why they put it on, but they think it helps them improve in some way. And that really gets into what Crit's trying to say about the spiraling. Why are they doing these things? Why are they going out and buying T-shirts? Who knows?
Even more so after a launch. They have a launch study, but they come in and trigger and spiral about flat Earth, about me. Anyway,
You just
they
had such an opportunity to demonstrate you're not triggering and spiraling by
Yeah, you
following.
can't even follow your
Sin was
own
saying,
model.
Just change the topic a moment. You couldn't.
Yeah,
It's.
because the
I
whole
shouldn't be
idea,
laughing. It's not. It's not
there's
funny.
other things to worry about than me.
Yeah, but following your own logic, if they
No, your
trigger when
logic,
they
dude,
see
not
you,
mine.
yes, your logic,
yours.
because you said so.
No, your logic, not mine.
Following your logic,
Dude, I
when
can
someone,
explain it again.
okay,
Next
so
week.
I can see that you're triggered,
Hey,
but
Crit,
I will still speak. I will speak
No,
my
he has no
speak my
idea what my
piece.
logic
both
is.
you guys, moderator here.
Let's break through here.
Moderator here. Okay, Crit, back off, buddy.
Okay, well, tell him they can't talk about my logic then.
Why
He
are
doesn't know
you
it.
okay, Crit? Why are you talking back to me, man?
Well, I guess this is what I'm going for here. Is that
No. Now you're talking again. Listen, go ahead, OneDrive.
Okay, so following Grid's logic, when someone spirals, it's the fault of the other person because the other person spiraled them. So when Grid somehow initiates a spiral in me or some NASA shield, it's Grid's fault because he initiated the spiral. He just used that logic before because it's the other
for fuck's
person's
sake.
fault. Yeah.
You just let him keep going like this, dude? Like it's my fault now.
Listen,
I'm just using your logic.
Okay, right.
I'm seeing
hold on.
if you crack under it.
Right. Listen, whether or not he's right, he still has the right to voice his opinion. You know, I don't agree with him. I don't agree with what he just said, but whatever. Okay. So let's just move
That's
on.
all I'm good. That as long as at least he's got feedback from someone other than me to let him know he's wrong, but he'll continue to spiral anyway.
Of course, because I'm a glober, and the definition
So-
is if you are a glober and you're saying something, you are spiraled.
I can confirm everything Chris said is correct. I've observed these people for a long time, and it's all correct.
Could I ask what is the cost of spiraling? Like if I were to go sell for me the desire to not spiral.
You don't progress.
You don't progress.
ever move forward.
Yeah. I think that's a good call. Yeah. If you're just sort of doing the same thing and saying the same thing and not kind of getting anywhere in the discussion, you kind of, I would agree with that very much, Mel. You're not progressing. Really
I think we're always in a spiral, but what you want to do is try and spiral up. But quite often it's associated with spiraling down. If you can turn your spiral into an upwards momentum, right? If you can get up with your spiral, then
Dark Star, you're really trying.
that's good, then, isn't it? Because we can't escape the spiral, can we? We're always in a spiral.
We really can't. Now let me ask the room a question. Do we have any math and science believers in the chat?
Can you be more specific as to what that means? Like,
Well, I have a guy in the chat who goes by New Black Death who doesn't believe in science or math. He thinks that's a straw man of some sort.
Not sure that's a globe.
I've never heard anyone tell me that before. Is asking if you're a science and math believer insulting to anyone here?
No, it's not
There's
insulting,
nuance.
but
I believe some science and math, but not all of it.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
do
have to
think
take it
that
on
science
faith.
and math they are strawman. Like, yeah.
Because see, when I reject science and math, as I will frequently do, I do it on the premise that these things can lead you to false conclusions. So is a tool that can be used to sometimes completely mess everything up, is that a useful tool? The believers will say yes, but it doesn't only mess things up. Well, I mean,
Well, it'll have utility. It'll do things, right? I think that pseudosciences like Reiki are.
Here's what I'm saying.
they're
Writing on
they're
actual, the nuclear
only-
bomb was a scientific invention to
Yeah.
decimate the Japanese people, innocent children and women. Is that science?
Well, I mean, this is what gets into. I mean, I'm going to get into some tricky stuff and lose some friends here by admitting to being a nihilist. I think that things just are, and whether we decide they're good or bad is personal preference.
So it's a personal preference with science as the tool to help decipher.
Yeah, I kind of have a personal preference that I don't like nuclear war. So I would say that's bad, but does that mean it is, in some objective sense, bad? I don't know. But I mean, science has utility. It does stuff, right?
Science is like shallow how it does what it wants with it. You got a guy in a lab, he gets what he wants, he gets the results he wants, he gets the shit for the lobby money that he needs. It's shallow how it sees what it wants. It sees protons when they don't exist, it sees neutrons when they don't exist, it sees electrons when they don't exist.
There we go.
It sees particles when they don't exist. It sees gravity when it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It sees scalar waves. It sees lights bend and fucking warp and space warp and time warp. It sees all these things that don't exist, like shallow how. You know,
Exactly.
it
Demok,
sees
that's my point I was trying to make, because science, in the name of science, they've taught us everything Demok just says. Protons, electrons, orbital, whatever. Like, this is the result of science. And I see this as a great loss, a great misinformation act used by people of some sort of religious affiliation. Science is a religion. Math is a religion. They used to worship math, you guys. Come on.
Yeah, I was in a church, in a math church. I actually grew up with Mathecostal parents, and I just recently quit it.
In a math
It's
lab?
Sorry.
Who's math Satan?
Mathecostal church.
Oh, that's good.
You got one stick of life for that joke.
Cheers.
It's a costume. It's a costume party sin. Everyone's just in a different outfit. The big game.
Like, I'm really starting to think that, logic may not be the only way to know things. Science and math are absolutely tools for chaos and destruction and misinformation. And I think it's all based in the understanding of appreciating what a lie is.
they're based on destructions, and they're not based on creation. They're based on implosion, explosion, and destruction.
They're coercive.
That's the science.
If I was a scientist and I was trying to tell you something, that's me trying to talk you into believing what I'm telling you. That's
Right, and it's not supposed to be that. They're supposed to explain to you the way physics is working in front of us. That's presentable and nothing but. But everything they have isn't presentable on any scale, ever. And there's always just some big ass fucking retard excuse like, oh, well, I can't because I can't. Yeah, I know. We know you can't. Cool story.
Yeah. I feel like I'm breaking new ground with this in my own way, like for myself, like learning to see how vile science is as a tool. It's an instrument used to confuse people. Same with math, same with anything else. It's a tool used to try to get you.
It's a double-edged sword, though.
I think
because
it's a double slit experiment on you.
I want to say we're not against math, are we? We're not against math and science. But it's how you use it as a religion, how you propped up all your ideas with someone else's math and science.
Oh no, practical things that are used practically are good. but unpractical, unpresentable, unexplainable, unobtainium. What do we do with it?
How do
Seems
computers
like-
work, Denmark?
Do what?
How do computers work, do you reckon?
Very carefully by little electrical parts and little boards and little chips and little pieces of metal. What the fuck does that got to do with a proton or a
I just can't
neutron or
demonstrate. I
bending
can't
light or a
demonstrate how
wave of
computers
light
work, but
or
they're
a
useful. I
particle
was wondering if that
or
might split the
accelerating
difference.
speeds of light or orbital mechanics or physics of gravity. What the fuck does a piece of plastic working in your hand have to do with any of that?
Just
Orbital
some
mechanics
serious
is
science goes into that stuff that's in my hand.
Serious science goes into the phone in your hand.
Yeah.
Orbit too.
Certainly the
Serious
GPS,
orbital
man,
mechanics.
right? GPS is pretty cool.
Orbital
Some
mechanics
pretty
go into the
magical
phone
stuff.
you made.
Yeah.
Is that what
if
you're
there
telling
weren't
me?
geostationary satellites, I don't think I would be able to use the GPS.
So your phone can orbit stuff.
If did it sound to anybody else like I said that my phone can
It
orbit
sounded
stuff?
like you said your phone had so much wisdom that it can have orbital mechanics and it can do all kinds of shit.
you did very
Can you
clearly
show it?
say my phone will orbit stuff.
Yeah, let me see that.
I must have just misspoken. Then I've been caught out again. I'm spiraling. Sorry, guys.
No, I mean, what cool stuff does your plastic phone that I broke with a hammer? What does that cool shit do now? I've smashed it with a
Allows me the
fucking
joy
hammer.
of
Now what's your
meeting
computer
people
do?
like you.
I smashed your computer with a hammer. Now what does it do? It's a pile of particles.
Eggshells, that's an interesting point Dumox is making, is that with all the ingeniousness of making technology and computers, all the science behind that, you used it to connect with DMOC specifically.
Right. What did you use it for? You didn't create anything cool.
Turn of
You didn't
events.
go through fucking space with it.
Therefore, science isn't useful.
What'd you use it for? What's your plastic doing? Are you going anywhere in that computer? Is it sitting on your desk doing nothing like a fucking retard vegetable or what? Get out of here with your dog shit. Get out of here with your dog shit.
I guess you've just proven me wrong. That was just
Yeah,
so
your computer's a
insightful and
big
meaningful
vegetable
and-
that had to be programmed by you, stupid. Now shut up.
Right, well, glad we solved it.
So take Stephen Hawking off your desk and roll him around in a wheelchair and see how he helps you.
It's like your house is at a garbage dump, but in virtual reality you live in paradise.
In my computer, I am doing so good.
I'm trying to think of something to say.
Instead, you said that.
Science
so you
is
succeeded. You thought of something to say.
Science is good. I don't want to say it's bad. I want to reissue my point. It's the way you use science that's bad.
Sure. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to use it for ill intent.
You
I
can
don't
use
think.
it
Well,
for
it wouldn't be
both.
very effective. Unless,
Well, when you use it secretly and privately, doesn't that seem fucking weird?
Yeah, secret science is.
Yeah, what kind of shit is that
Very
when you're supposed to be doing science for the whole world and the whole universe?
Why are they doing it always in their basement?
Secret lab science. Don't let the little kids find out until we know what we know.
Oh, better go hide in the closet and do my science.
Yeah, I better go do
Gonna
my
change the
science in a
world.
lab underground somewhere with CERN.
They always hide. Why do they always hide? They don't do science
Black
in
ops.
the air, like open air.
Do it out here in the open.
Do it
Sneaky
where I can
science.
see you, or you're
Sneaky
busy
science.
hiding it.
Expose Area 51. Come on.
Raid Area 51. Was
Yeah,
Area
right,
51 should be clear plastic.
Give me what I want.
It should be
Disclosure.
clear.
Give me disclosure now.
We want to see it.
All the
I actually have,
scientific buildings should just be big glass buildings everyone can go visit at any time and watch the science. Get the results online. Why would you not be able to?
Must be
World
very
Science Online live now. And you go on and you see technology for flights, for water, for plants, for animals, just anything they got going on. You can see it. You can chime in. You can add your input. What the fuck?
But what if they had to do an alien autopsy and we could see them? We would try smash it down and stop them. Some of
No,
us would.
you probably just look and say, "Hey, what the fuck is that?" Well, I mean, what if you got the ability, Dawn, to add to it? What if they're like, hey, Dawn, what do you think? And you came and you said, okay, well, I think this. And they're like, hey, we've never thought of that before. Let's try that out.
Really opening signs up to the people. I agree.
Yes, that's what we should do. Yes.
But if aliens came, would you want to talk to them?
I think I'm talking to them right now.
I'd have a go, yeah, if I was allowed.
Depends on where they came.
I think I'm
What if
talking
they
to
were-
aliens in this room.
What if they were cool?
I think I would kill them. I think I would have a natural inclination to obliterate them.
I think it would be a crystal or an insect.
I think that if they posed any threat to me or my family, I would do everything in my genes to make sure
I will
they're
fuck
no
you
longer
up.
going to exist.
The only artificial intelligence threat is through humans themselves. They're
Can't
the
just
ones who
be
can
us.
build up their own.
Can't just be us in the universe, though.
We're going to build up our own downfall.
Well, that's what
I
they
think
tell.
it's already happening.
Hold on, don't they tell us like Hawkins and all these guys? If aliens showed up,
hold
there's a
on.
huge chance that they're evil people or things.
Yes, yes.
So I'm just going off of what they said. We should not
E.T.
expect aliens to be
We're
friendly.
evil to begin
E.T.
with.
wasn't evil. E.T. wasn't evil.
But he was an actor, and he worked for the corrupt capitalist empire that
No.
gave us NASA.
That's all CIA, Merle. That's all CIA artificial
E.T.
intelligence. They want you to think ET is some fucking space lizard from a fucking moon somewhere, when it's really just a crystal they communicate with here. It's having man. It's giving man implement and information just to create and control itself, and it's going to go to like boy, girl, and then it's going to go to computer, and then it's going to go to fucking humanity. It's going to be handed over to AI, and it already has been basically through the Central Intelligence Agency.
DMOC, do you think that with the advancement in technology, people will be complaining about gender roles when robots hit the scene? They're going to be like, oh, you know, robots, are they another gender? Well, they're definitely competition, right?
Like the idea when I read it in some sci-fi thing that some people would be so enamored by them they would want to be seen as robots.
Yeah,
now
that
that's
will happen. I'm gonna kill them. I want to kill robots.
Well,
Like
robots
I said,
are going to have some
robot.
badass abilities.
Robot killing, they're victimless crimes. Kill them.
They'll have, well, listen, they'll have some badass abilities, and the humans
Yeah,
are going to be
by
jealous
natural
of the
law, you
robot
can destroy
killers.
a robot, right? Because it's not natural.
They should give murderers robots just to release that, you know, frustration.
Practice.
I asked that as a somewhat like provocative thing of like if there were people who had sexual desires that you didn't want to allow. There's even an Onion like TED talk about
The
it.
rape bot,
where
is
he's,
that what
like,
you're
talking
fucking
about a
promoting
robot
right now,
dog.
Eggshell? The
Almost,
rape
I
bot?
guess
Yeah,
Democ's
we have
talking now.
new
He goes
robot. You can rape it all you want.
You cut him. Hold on, you cut him off.
You
I
can
want to
kill
hear
it. You can rape it. The rape bot. Buy your
Eggshells,
today.
finish that last point up because DMOC's itching to talk about rape bots.
It was basically the same thing. It's about
rape bot. I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
There's a guy, and he
but
gives
you
us
know,
like TED talk about a dog that's got like a wet little nose, and it's like, and it's not. It's a robot.
Oh my
it's not
God.
A real dog, so you're not doing anything wrong.
He said a wet nose.
Well, I learned that dogs, you know, their noses are made out of the same material that Xbox controllers have for their joysticks.
Well,
did you guys hear about that one? Or I think it's PlayStation controllers are made.
no, but-
The joysticks are made from dog noses.
No, they're not.
It's the same material, from what I understand.
Xbox are
Kidding
made of
me.
these.
Same type of bumps. They designed it and copied it
What?
because it's grippy.
Bumps and
Do you think
hums.
they're training you
Dog
when you put your
nose.
thumb on the joystick to familiarize your comfort levels with a dog nose?
Mm.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch, and I think
They just can't design grippy things themselves, so they have to copy nature.
Just little animatronic things that can run from you, and you have like 100 of them in a dark room, and you have like the serial killer. You know, you can go in there and serial kill some bots for $59.99 for a day, or you can go rape a bot.
Check this out. Since DMOC wants to talk about bots, I want to put forth a question to Eggshells that's really going to challenge him rigorously. So say sex bots come on a thing. You got people that are raping their sex bots. You have some bots that look like they're under 12 years old, if you catch my drift. And then you have other ones that are resemblance of a male, which could be you're not gay if you have sex with a male robot. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of
Yes,
questions
there are.
that are,
Right.
now being
Grey
platformed.
areas, nuance.
Yeah, so
If
we
I
couldn't
had
really
a
say it's illegal to have
man
sex with a
robot,
robot, right?
But then you're
if I
encouraging.
had a man,
You're encouraging it then.
if I had a
Well,
man
that's fine.
robot,
That's fine because video games encourage you to kill people. You know, that doesn't mean you go
Yeah,
do
well,
it.
that would be the difference for me. Is like, I would encourage people to use that. Like, if somebody goes, I cannot control my urges, I just need a little dog in my life, and we could reliably, like, we did science on it. We sort of counted the numbers, and we actually this does mean that people molest dogs less. Then I'd be all for it. But I think that there would be a chance that people would be like, get more and more into the habit, but also be a little bit like,
no,
it just
People that
doesn't.
that's
Are
robot.
you
people that have
obsessed with
never
dogs,
fancied a
Riding?
dog, they'll get one for
That's
Christmas and
robot.
they'll turn
Riding,
into
do you want a puppy?
that bestiality will be given to them as a gift for Christmas then.
Yeah,
Slippery slope.
but it's robot bestiality though.
I don't know, but Riding keeps talking about puppies.
No. Have you ever heard of no?
Oh, it's different when it's a robot. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Robeast.
I think even
But
if it's a
okay,
slippery
though.
slope, it just helps. Like lubrication wouldn't be a bad thing.
What's wrong with this? Honestly, come on.
What do you
can
mean?
do better than that.
Discussing the idea that psychos are going to try to do this in the future?
We're fucking mental. Mental.
No, we're not. No, we're
That's
not.
mental.
Right. I
It's
think
not
we're
mental.
mental if we don't embrace this method of protecting
Damn
people
right.
from
You
harm.
talk to me like I'm fucking not even here. It's not mental to think of things that could happen to prevent them from happening.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, well, it's mental to let them happen and not worry about it, not talk about it, or not prevent it. I mean, because if you don't talk about it and say, "Hey, we don't want that to happen," then it's probably going to start happening somewhere.
Yeah, I didn't create this. It's not my Earth, so you just kind of got to go with it a little bit.
Like if God didn't want us to make love to dogs, why would He have made them so sexy?
I
Why
think
would
that's
he
what
have made
science is going for.
Like everyone's got a mind, right? So
Yeah, they're going for artificial intelligence. You know what I mean? Robots and the ability to connect their own brain to have information that you know. I mean, not just on your phone, Siri. You know, that's cool and all. I mean, I don't know. Say you get some badass shit that does have the answer to most everything. I don't know. Would you want to put that in your brain?
no. I mean, it's good to have there as a resource, but no, I
So
wouldn't
think
want it
about
in my
that.
head.
Right. So think about that. So if we have these computers and the computers are badass, why would we need, to put that into a human?
I guess it's the fusion. I mean, to some people, it's not. It's just the logical step to some people that we fuse with technology. But
Well, what about when you have the boy girl idea of like, okay, girls playing against guys for tennis, wrestling, boxing, sports like that. Now you're gonna have to worry about because they switch genders and they don't want to be, whatever called out. Now if robots came, you'd have robots in human sports too, and then the robots would be killing people and it'd get, or they'd just be more powerful. They'd have a robot arm or the human would get a robot leg or a robot neck or a robot. Yeah. It would just become that.
Parts.
Yeah, you'd be a human quarterback with a robotic arm. Yeah. Or a robotic like aiming system built into your brain or head, a chip.
if I keep following that logically, though, that I seem to end up in a place where we
No,
almost
look at think
disappear.
tank, Merle.
Well,
He had
where
a
does
bad
the
beat.
robot end, and
It
where do
won't.
we start?
It won't. That's the whole point. It's gonna be. It's gonna become to where whatever the intelligent thing is will be in control. Whatever that information is, whatever that is, that'll start being in control.
Where does the flat earther stop and the Merle begin, Merle?
Well, I mean, the flat Earth, I think, was put there intentionally, because if you realize that there could be other possibilities besides the globe, then you get flat Earth, but that's a trap as well. Well, I think the key is just realizing that it just might not be what, I'm being generous, it might not be what we think. So if we're in a game, which it seems like we are, and it's all mysterious, like, I think they're already using the AI right now. I mean, why wouldn't they be? And to collect everybody's data, they know what everybody's thinking anyway.
Well, to be a master mason, what does that really mean? What did it ever really mean to begin with? Did that really mean you just know how to make a fucking wooden stool? To be a master mason, think about that real quick. Think about the implementation of the 33rd degree. What the fuck does that really mean? Does that mean human? Does that actually mean a guy working with his hands on some dirt or some cement? What do you think about that? Does that really mean to be a master mason? Wouldn't that have to be like a god? The master mason, like the master mason, not a master mason, the master mason, the master mason of the blueprints of of reality, of this artificial or official intelligence, whatever the fuck it might be.
Yeah.
That's the true master mason.
What if
And
it's a psyop, Merle? What if you're being tricked to believe this to distract you from the real issues? You know?
That's what I would. If I was going to believe any conspiracy theory, that would 100% be it.
I'd say, what real issue? Fill me in.
If that's what I was, because I was going to say, if I'm being honest and I look at what's occurring on Earth, it just seems like a mass hypnosis.
Sure.
It really does.
Yes,
So
it is.
wouldn't that still work though? Like if they want to sort of undermine the fiat currency and destabilize countries in the West and propagate these things and make you get vaccines, don't you think that getting people to believe in a silly thing like flat Earth would be
No,
one
that
of the
shit
many
was never
ways they would go
stabilized
about
in
it?
the beginning. You were brainwashed to think you had a stabilized, good country that was always a dog shit ass, slave ridden piece of junk anyway. It's all in the eye of the beholder.
I think it leads to deeper questions about the Earth, because the thing that hits me is scarcity. So like this feeling that
But Merle,
there's
he's
limited
talking
resources
superficial.
and it's all going to run out. But
He's
I
talking
don't
superficial, Merle. You're talking the whole Earth. He's talking fucking America, the country.
No, I'm not.
I'm just saying that where we are, how it operates, the politics, the financial system, the militaries, science, everything, every aspect of our reality could all change tomorrow. But it stays like this hamster wheel. And I don't
Let me
know
jump in.
why that's there.
Let me jump in just real quick. So, someone said that flat Earth is a distraction from another issue or the main, issue. I wasn't into anything before flat Earth. So flat Earth was my first red pill. So it did the exact opposite for me. It made me actually more in tune with being critical about what was coming at me from, the mainstream. So for me, I think I would be, if that was their intent to bring up a distraction, it made me more aware of other things.
But that's the exception to the rule,
How would that
right?
make you more aware of them? That's exactly what the purpose of it would be. If that were their purpose, it would be immediately to get them to go, hey, follow these.
Yeah, but I
rabbit
wasn't.
holes, spend your whole day
reading this stuff online and doing all of this stuff that's ultimately a distraction.
I would say though, Harry,
paying attention to what we're actually doing, you'll stop us.
I would say though, Harry, that it sharpened my mind to be more critical, right? So when this event started last year in February, and my mom called me up and she said, "Hey, this is breaking out." I'm like, "Mom, come on, think about it." So that's all I'm saying is that had I not ever been woke at all, I probably would be wearing a mask right now. Absolutely, be like, "Hey."
So wearing a mask has been something that is so fundamental. It's even in the Bible. There are descriptions in the Bible of how you should cover your mouth with a cloth mask. If there were programs to use AI and surveillance, they would surely work through facial recognition. If there was a plan to propagate a virus, then face masks defeat that. There's even some bits of science that suggest that wearing face masks can help work almost like vaccination. What about thinking critically led you to think that masks were
Hold on a minute, H-Chill. Hold on. You can't keep talking for 20 minutes about the same thing, a cloth. Listen, dude. What killed the Indians?
What?
What killed a lot of Native Americans? A cloth that held disease. A cloth that held disease, a blanket. So fuck your cloth.
Oh, right. Okay. Cheers. Thanks for that, mate. Like it just to me doesn't sound like critical thinking. It is sounds like whatever they say. I think
at all, are you?
And that to me
That's
is like
you don't critical think at all.
if I
You
can't
just
get
take
somebody
it.
to, I'm still going. Sorry, Demok. If I can't get
Well, I
somebody to
know. I
agree
just
with
pointed
everything
out
I
that your
say,
cloth
I
carries
can
disease and it'll
still
kill everybody
manipulate
off,
them
but you want to put
by
it on
just
your
getting
lips.
them to disagree with every single thing that I say.
Yeah,
Like
well,
if
I'm
I say
disagreeing with you.
it's black
Everything
and they
you
think
say,
it's
I
white,
disagree with.
I can still manipulate them with that, right? Because I'll just say it's black and make them say white. So it's not like you're less manipulated. It's just you're manipulated to do the exact opposite of what they tell you. Still manipulation. Right? To sometimes agree and sometimes disagree. Challenge them.
I mean, damn, truth bombs up in here. If
It's
you're
not like
I can actually ask that to the room.
RC, relax.
If you're contrarian to everything, aren't you being controlled by what you think is the mainstream narrative, and you're convinced that that's a lie? Aren't you just
All
convinced to do the opposite?
Yeah, all information can give you a different. You can have a different outcome from the information. Yeah, it can give you an action or reaction of whatever. Just depending on how
But
you're.
aren't you
going to
just
take it.
convinced then, Demok, just to do the opposite all the time?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about right now.
You're just all you're doing is doing the opposite of what
I don't
they
even know what
quote
you're
unquote
talking
say to you,
about.
the mainstream, as you called it.
Listen,
And so you're being controlled by the mainstream.
I don't do the
just to do the
opposite
opposite
of
what
any
they
fucking thing. I do what I feel like doing.
Daymark doesn't think so. Just
So,
I don't do
Demok, if they told you the Earth was flat, would you believe it's a globe?
If they told you to put this shitty diaper on your face to stop you from getting
Why
the
don't you tell me?
vaccine, would
Hey,
you be okay?
question, Demok. If they told you
If I
the
wiped my
Earth was
ass
flat,
on
would
these
you say it's a
underwear
globe?
and told you to wear them on your face as a
Hey,
mask,
this
would you
isn't
do it?
getting anywhere, guys. Let's try to bring it back to a more mature discussion.
I'd like to answer RC's question. If the Yamanist they told me the Earth was flat, I would believe it's a globe, 100%.
Yeah, and I said that the other day in here.
And I base that on my premise. I base that in my Christian beliefs that the world is ruled by Satan. So the
I'd say
opposite.
to do this. If somebody tells you something like it's raining, go outside and fucking check. How about that?
Well, if they redefine rain to just be a gas, an invisible gas, see, they're playing. It's a mental war they're playing with us the whole time, always.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, don't take the word of anything they just say. Like these guys just keep talking. Well, if they said this, would you do this? If they said this, would you do this? Well, I'd go try to figure out if that was even true or not. And if not, I wouldn't even worry about it.
I really think you guys gonna have to ground yourself. I ground myself in Christianity.
you mean
And
fundamentalism?
through special revelation, God has revealed His ultimate purpose to me.
Special revelation.
Now, I'm
God
equipped
talks to
with
you.
the full. Excuse
Okay,
me.
paid. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm equipped with the full armor of God And that allows me to detect Satan's maneuvers in ways that when I hear something like a lie, I'm prepared to encounter it through a certain methodological, whatever way.
So I'll just respond because I used to be a fundamental Christian. So I would say that I can still do the same thing that Sin Cleanser does in terms of be critical about things that are coming my way. I'm just not basing those things on the same premises that he is in terms of special revelation, the Holy Spirit's presence, revelation of truth, and things like that. So,
well, so you're at a disadvantage, Travis, because my worldview says that Satan, the ruler, is the ruler of the world, and he uses lies to convince people of what's not true. You're kind of it's not as an insult, but you're kind of lost at sea trying to decipher. Well, you're trying to decipher truth from fiction, and that's a lot of work.
Hold on, just real quick. Let me respond. I'll try to be brief. So, one of the reasons why I'm no longer a Christian is because I believe that the education I received in terms of how to understand the Bible is incorrect. So, Satan, according to my understanding, is simply a noun, which means adversary. It has no relevance, bearing, or identity in a spiritual entity that is controlling the geopolitical scheme. It's completely ripped out of its first century context. So that's about as far as I'll go because I really don't want to, So no, I'm not at a disadvantage.
Well, I know that, or at least I've heard the story of William Rockefeller that called him Uncle Bill. The way he raised his children, all the Rockefellers that went off to make trillions of dollars, he said, I teach my kids by lying to them every chance I can. I lie to my children about everything. Everything you can lie about, I lie to them about it. And he says, it's a necessary evil from which, when they know and they realize that they've been lied to, the trick's revealed and they grow from knowing that. So the necessary evil would be Satan, and I accept everything to just be reeking with potential to be absolutely false. So it's kind of one of those everything is bullshit unless I can absolutely prove it for myself. That's how I approach this shit. Because everybody wants to tell you a story, right?
Well, I would agree with that. But again, if your anecdote about Rockefeller, he wasn't necessarily led by the Holy Spirit to teach his children truth. So it seems to me that you're using that anecdote to justify your ability to evaluate lies as well. Unless I misunderstood your point.
No, the point of that was to say that, this world is run by lies, and when you know how to use a lie, you can pretty much rule the world, as they did, or do, I guess. When you understand that they're conning you about everything they can get away with, and everything they can do is put into the effort of scamming you into doing things that are in their interest rather than your own, that's using Satan as a tool. In a way that I think they're using it.
Yeah, I would say that is satanic as an adjective, but it's that there is no justification for attributing a noun, Satan, which just means someone who stands in opposition to, which could be in a courtroom session, the prosecuting attorney is the Satan of the defendant. So, I again.
Well, I agree with you. It's not like science isn't a noun. It's an action, right? Maybe Satan isn't a real thing, but it's an action or a practice of some sort. Did Rockefeller tell you the truth in that story? Lightwater, he absolutely did.
It just sounds kind of pathological to me. Like you can't trust anyone. Everyone's out to get you. You know, everyone's trying to cheat you. I don't know how you could live your life believing that. It would be pretty dire.
And I go back to the point that raised this topic. It would make you so easy to manipulate. Just anybody who joins in and says, "Oh yeah, you can't trust them," can sell you any, herbal supplement or bullshit, a la Alex Jones. Like he just doesn't have to do shit to convince anybody of it, as long as he's peddling that same "don't trust what the big man says." You can be the big man and be on their side and manipulate what people think, or be the big man and just say the opposite of what you want them to think and still manipulate what people think. Like, unless you're sometimes going with this version and sometimes going with the other version and got a robust measure for deciding which one to go with at any given time. Because I jokingly said that the other day when I was in here. I was like, you'll just go with whatever the mainstream says and go the opposite.
That's kind of what Joe Rogan's done.
Half the people just went, yeah, that's it. That's what I do. I just go the opposite of what the mainstream says. I'm like, that's just
Well,
so...
Joe Rogan used to talk about UFOs and the moon landing, and he changed his position, and he obviously had a tap on the shoulder.
Obviously?
But he's had all those. Well, you can see it, like Alex Jones, Eddie Bravo. He's around the flat Earth conversation, but publicly he keeps it professional. But privately, I'm sure he's heard it all.
It just sounds to me like that would become a circular belief, like not.
Well,
just
some people know, right, and they don't let on. They don't let on that they know.
If somebody disagreeing with you is evidence that they agree with you, how could you ever come to any conclusion except as one that strengthens your position?
But even knowing about it is a different headspace. Like the true heliocentrist has only got a prefabricated universe to exist in. None of the thoughts are your own.
Right.
None of it.
Yeah, I don't think you heard my question. Otherwise, I
But
would have responded.
when you get into a flat Earth headspace, you're in the driver's seat. If you don't think that's useful, maybe you missed the point.
You wouldn't have said that if you listened to what I said. What I'm suggesting is by going the opposite of whatever they tell you, you aren't actually in the driver's seat. You're just driving the opposite direction to what anybody else says, which means you're still manipulated. You're still fundamentally controlled. You're just controlled to be contrarian.
I don't think that's happening. Might be happening to some people. It's not happening to me.
You haven't done anything to refute or suggest that's not the case.
Well,
I've challenged that in myself.
Well, think about this, eggshells. If you hear a news story tomorrow, that isn't your first reaction to that story is, okay, they're trying to tell me a story. Do you think that they're being honest when they tell you, oh, this such and such happened, or are you automatically
Broadly speaking, I think that news outlets are biased, but I think the amount of time they present straight up untruths is relatively rare. Like knowingly present lies, I don't think that happens much, no.
Well, I heard a really good explanation for why. Maybe this will add something to the conversation. I heard a really good explanation for why you never hear good news, and they said it's like intentional that they never share good news because they want people to recognize how threatening in life actually is, and to tell them things are okay when they're not okay would be a disadvantage for the people. So they always tell you things are way bad or crazy, never good, because they want you to be sharp and they want you to be on your toes for your own sake.
Sure. If I could present to you a simpler explanation, would that appeal to you?
Sure.
What about if it's that people look for those articles? That's driven more by the viewers who will click on an article that tells them the world is falling apart and gloss straight past an article on a cure for cancer or a kid being rescued or something like that. And as a result, they present to people what they will view. Because I worked for a bit with a newspaper. I was like doing training for a large British newspaper, and a lot of the editorial staff complained about that. They were like, we used to have an editor who decided what was on the front page, and they made that decision based on what they thought from their sort of integrity or their sort of journalistic whatever was important for people to know, and to a certain degree, of course, would also sell papers, get a scoop or something like that. Since they went online, these guys, they in their main pit where they do the news. I've disconnected again, haven't I? Have I disconnected again? I have. Am I still here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Is this happening?
There'd be just a giant wall with the news articles there, and an algorithm would shuffle the most popular news articles to the top, and very quickly the journalist got a gist of what would get their article to the top. And if their article was at the top, they could argue for that at the end of year. I'd help them with their performance reviews, and some of what they would say in their performance review is 10 of my articles across the last year have been the top trending articles across the entire site, so therefore give me a pay rise. What it did is just skew the viewers themselves clicking on the articles drove the media to present it that way. Don't you think that's a simpler explanation than there is a sort of nefarious intent of people sneaking around and telling the news things what to print and them printing them even against their own profit, rather than just they realize they'd make more profit if they sold us that stuff? Just as bad, but just doesn't have this extra layer of dastardly effort.
Well, you just made what I thought was a big problem sound even more corrupted. So you've actually
I'm not saying it's not corrupt.
made it sound even worse than I realized.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not corrupt. not suggesting it's not corrupt.
Well, so that just that even dilutes the idea that they are giving us good information. You just said no, there's incentives for reason why they promote certain agendas or certain topics.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting
so there's a money incentive attached, and there
absolutely
you go.
there's a money incentive attached. All I'm suggesting is it's a simpler incentive than, if they keep you scared, then they can do this and then they'll do that. It's like, no, if you click on articles that will scare you, they will feed you those articles and you will scare yourself, and they'll happily be complicit in that. You just take out a bunch of steps and makes it so much easier.
So are you trying to make the argument that people naturally don't want to hear good things? They much
not that
rather
they don't
prefer
want
to hear bad things?
But yes, there is lots of ways to look at it, evidence you could look at that suggests we are naturally predisposed to looking for threats, looking for things that scare us or upset us. Even one of the simplest ones was Facebook released this thing where they were like, this is what makes an article most share worthy. Once they went away from just an upvote, remember you could just like things, and then you could, a few years back, you could do like a cranky face and a happy face and a love heart and a hug and a this and a that, right? They found the most shared articles had a cranky face on them, had a high percentage of cranky faces on them, right? Because people would go, oh, look at this guy, he kicked a dog. But then what do they do with that video? Show it to all of their fucking friends. Now everybody's seen a guy kick a dog. It's like a guy kicked a dog 1,000,000 times.
See, when I hear stories like this, I am more convinced that most people don't really know what's happening. That most people spend most of their life just confused about pretty much everything you could be confused about. And they know very little, and I don't think they even really stop to ponder or reflect what is actually happening. Because if they did, none of this stuff would be going on. We would be not doing any of the things that we're doing. We would, I don't know. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that we are in some sort of hellscape, and this is not a good place to be in. So we need to be saved from this condition, I think. And then again, I got thankfully Christianity offers us a coherent way out of this circumstance.
Christianity? Hang on. Say again. Christianity does? I thought you didn't believe. I thought you had some different views about the place.
No, that was me.
No. It's definitely sin. We've talked about this at length before.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not going to say I gave you the key. I didn't say the key is going to make it easier.
Yeah, but your view on Christianity, I thought that was Jesus was the Antichrist.
He very well could be, absolutely.
So it's not Christianity, is it? It's going to be like Judaism or Abrahamic religions or Islam or something. It's not going to be Christianity, is it?
Oh, it's Christianity, all right.
Well, see,
not
my other
convinced.
part to that is that I do think there's a lot of evidence that would suggest Jesus is the Antichrist, or is an Antichrist. But my ultimate theory is that we have a mad God, and we don't really know much of anything about him.
Whoop, whoop.
As D-Mock says, the most known unknown.
That's right.
Well, mad God would explain a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, and so
making pork so delicious and then banning it.
Well, like in the Old Testament, they're like, "Oh, look at God! What an evil, what a bad, I'm mad at God, like frustrated." But really, if God were who he was, it really wouldn't matter what he did. Like that's just your interpretation. Oh, I don't like God killed all those people. Why? It really doesn't matter what you think, God, because God's gonna do it whatever he wants, and whatever he wants is right because he's the one that decides.
Because might makes right.
Well, I mean, exactly. I mean, learn that in nature to some extent. That lesson is taught in the natural kingdom, even.
Here's where I agree with you, and like some of what makes me sort of agnostic in the true sense of the word is like a little bit like a child fails to understand the intentions and sort of behavior of their parent. A being capable of creating the complexity that we see on Earth must be so unimaginably, like orders of magnitude more intelligent than us, that its behavior would just be incomprehensible. Like the idea that it gets jealous and cares about what hat you wear or what day you go to church or which direction you point when you pray is like so improbable if it managed to do things like build an atom.
I disagree. I'd say if it wants
you wear and which direction you pray.
I'd say that if you have to follow a design or a blueprint, that you better get the fucking line or do what you're supposed to do, because doing the other stuff ain't gonna matter and it's not gonna work out for you anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's indeed a point.
Like I was thinking like that because if you work any 5-day-a-week job, you're gonna realize that, man, I'm actually spending a lot of time doing this, and is this my intent? Is this the reason why I'm here, is to be doing this?
Yeah,
and everyone will agree that no, it's not the point. Why we're here. It's not supposed to be your purpose, right? So what is our purpose? What should we actually be doing? Well, we don't really have a lot of clues apart from stories. And you can't trust stories really because people lie. So
Except so you can trust the opposite of the story.
Got ourselves into a
Somebody says
dilemma.
it's round, you say flat. You can
Well,
trust contrarianism.
here's why. I don't know if I've told you this before, but I feel like flat Earth is a fundamental truth that is more true than the globe at a fundamental level. And I don't think that's even, you can't even deny that, I don't think.
It's more true than what at a fundamental level? I missed something.
Flat Earth is more true than any other speculative understanding about the physics and natural reality. I think flat Earth, at its premise, is more correct. For example, I've said this, when I go out and I look at the sun, I see that it moves. I don't have to hear a story. That's just my direct realism, empirical understanding. You have to tell me a story, which means that, I don't know. It's up to me whether I want to believe you or not.
I usually just try to ask questions. Could it be that you're moving or it's moving? Would it be hard to tell the difference?
It doesn't really matter, because what's ultimately true is I see the sun move above me.
Oh, yeah.
So anything you could try to say, oh, well, don't you know this? And have you thought about this? I don't need to think about anything. I don't need to do any of that. I just have to recognize the way it was intended for me.
Yeah.
And I think that shit makes it more true than anything a Glober could say.
Yeah.
So there we go. Welcome to the first step in understanding what is truth.
What does Socrates say? That unexamined life isn't worth living? Is that what you're going for? Just not bothering to try and find out about anything? Just using your own sense perception and going no steps further than that?
Well, we've heard, I mean, we got people like Bev in here. He was talking the other day about logic, and I know he's a geometry guy, and I know logic and math are, you got a lot of people are really into this stuff, and I get it, it's useful. But is there any other way of knowing something apart from logic? Is there another way to go about all of this that doesn't need logic? And I don't need logic to know the sun is above me. I can know it at a more fundamental, purer
You're
level.
making the opposite of the argument most flat earthers make. They say you can't know what the sun is because you cannot reach it. You cannot really test it. And you're saying the opposite. You're saying because you can see it and only see it, you somehow know what it is and how it works.
Yeah, I can know what the sun is on a
is an
deeper level.
atypical flat earther in a variety of ways.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you something that you can relate to. And when we're honest with each other, we should agree. Because I'm not telling you something, I'm not telling you a story. I'm telling you what you can do and know to be true.
But we disagree on a methodological basis. We disagree before you even get to that stage because you're not willing to examine these propositions you're putting forward. You're just asserting them and then expecting other people to just accept your assertion.
No, I'm not asserting anything. I'm saying I see the sun move. You know, that's how are you going to really argue against that?
But that doesn't exclude my understanding. But that doesn't exclude anything from the remit of possibilities of explanations, does it? So it's not really adding any information to the situation, is it? It's just an observation.
Well, yeah,
there's not much that can be gained from that.
I said that flat Earth is more fundamentally true because it rests its arguments on this premise. I observe natural reality to present itself in this way. I don't need a story. I don't need to talk you into anything to experience and know this fact.
But knowing whatever that fact is, knowing what you just said, that you see the sun, does not exclude the Earth being spherical, and it doesn't strengthen the argument that it's flat. It's just an observation that is equally applicable to either view of the Earth's shape.
That's true, but like I said,
so why do you say it's a flat Earth thing then?
Everything that you try to, if you're not going to say what I see, okay, you're going to agree with me. You see the sun move, but if you're going to try to say anything else about it, it's going to involve you telling me a story. And I think when you go down the story route of, hey, did you know about this or what about this and that,
it doesn't
then
involve
it
any
becomes
stories in
considerably
Planter.
less believable in my mind.
You can say I see the sun set and I see the sun rise, and it doesn't appear to change size at all. So that means it's not going away from us. That sort of debunks the flat Earth instantly.
No, I can see the sunset and say, well, look, it looks like the sun is, going into the water almost.
Yeah, no, it's not appearing to change.
I don't have to say anything else than that. I say, look at that flat horizon. Actually, I don't even have to say that.
But now you're starting to tell stories, aren't you? Like you said.
Oh, that's why I corrected myself. I don't really need to say that.
But you have to, don't you, to make the argument? You can't just give an observation.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this one, Dark Star. None of what I experience is gonna tell me that I'm living on a ball.
Oh, the sunset does.
Absolutely not. It just means that it appears to be doing what it does.
Yeah, okay, man.
Now, what does it do?
If you have no curiosity about the world whatsoever, then perhaps.
Well, curiosity is the insight.
Give us the globe explanation.
Curiosity
for
is what
sunset.
drives all of human ambition and behavior.
Curiosity killed the cat.
But Lewis,
It doesn't
give
matter.
us the explanation for sunset. I
Why?
wanna hear it.
Curiosity also gets the cat fish.
Come on, Lewis.
Oh my god, that's really your argument.
You're basically
You're
arguing.
asking for straws.
No, I'm not. Every child who has curiosity about the world will see the sunset and intuitively understand what's happening.
What's happening?
What is happening?
That it's
Don't tell me a
disappearing.
story.
It's going behind the horizon, man. And you pretending that isn't a very curious fact about reality is, that's your delusion.
Well, if I go to that place on a boat, what happened?
What does
say I got
happen?
my friend on a boat and I'm on the beach and I'm talking to him. I'm like, dude, it just went away. And you're saying, no, it didn't. It's right here. It's above me.
Yeah, you know what the difference between a boat and the sun is?
No curve necessary.
This is also something a child will intuitively understand, is that the boat got smaller.
Okay,
The best
I'll give you
one about
that.
the sunset too
There-
is
there
that you
are-
can stand up and bring the sun back into view.
There are so many things. There are so many things about a sunset that inspire curiosity in the mind of a child. You have nothing to contend with that. Nothing.
Well, I only have honesty and...
You don't, Sinclair. You said you
I'm
weren't
not going to
to
tell
make
you a
up
story,
stories.
Lewis.
You don't have to communicate. You don't have to communicate anything to a child from your point of view because you're just seeing things. You have no explanation for why.
Yes,
None.
no stories. No stories.
So when
You
we
don't.
see the sun,
You call them stories. Why
Yeah, I
do you
don't need
call
those.
what? Ask yourself a question. Why do you call them stories?
Because
He's
they're a way of
projecting.
describing something.
You're I'm going to put
projecting
it to you.
sequence.
I'm going to
You
put it
made up
to
the
you
story.
that you're calling them stories because you're trying to lessen the importance of having explanations. You have settled for not being curious and not asking questions about what's going on. A child will scorn you for that. They will look at you. They will look at you and think that you have given up, and that will be pathetic in their eyes.
See, you're telling me another story,
Yeah.
aren't you?
No, I'm telling you the reality.
All you guys have are
a
stories.
child
That's what I'm getting
a child will think that you have given up and are pathetic.
Are you speaking as a child?
I was once
can you
once a child.
divinely
And
interpret
the thing
Flush
is,
your
you were
imagination
once a
down the
child too.
toilet.
And there were times in your life where you would hear an adult who expressed a comparable lack of curiosity in the world, and you thought it was pathetic.
Well, I think you're trying to invasively tell me what I think. Okay.
This is human nature. You can think it's invasive all you want. I'm
Now,
just being
Lewis, I
honest
think
with you.
my point may have gone over your head a little bit because I said
Your
I don't
point.
need to tell anyone a story. I don't even need to use a story as a tool.
Yeah, and my
of doing
point
anything.
is that is clearly the result of a lack of curiosity. You have settled to say, I don't know what's going on, and I don't care.
I didn't say I didn't know what was going on. I said I know exactly what's going on.
No, you don't know what's going on.
Son,
All you
here,
don't
it
you
does.
from your point of view, you don't have to say anything. You just see what happens, and you have no thoughts about it.
Well, that's incorrect because he said I see the sunset and it goes into the ocean. So he made up a story already while
That's why. No, I corrected
No,
myself.
Sinclair, I
I
wasn't
corrected
finished.
myself.
I wasn't finished. You're telling
Well,
us.
you're
Shut up,
misrepresenting
Sinclair.
what
I
happened.
wasn't finished. You're telling us you're not making up stories. You just go by what you see, and then you made up a story that you can't verify. So you're just projecting.
Now, are you done? Are you done? Because what I said is, even for me to describe it would involve me telling you a story. And I
Yeah.
don't
So
really have to do
why
that.
speak? Why even bother speaking?
You don't really need to speak.
All right. So what are you doing?
I'm informing you that there are other
Well,
ways.
you don't need to,
of
because
knowing.
all I have to do to understand what you're thinking is just look around. I don't need you at all.
Exactly. I mean, people are created.
Yeah. So what's the point, man?
The point is that people have used stories to trick other people into doing things.
Okay.
And when they do this, they can do it for mischievous intention. And Globers, as you well know, have very mischievous intentions when it comes to conning people in terms of having them believe things I know they can't prove. Now, I know why they do it.
That's
because
just
it's
what
a
you
leverage.
believe,
It's a
right? So
manipulative.
you've invented
very
you've
manipulative.
invented an entire theory of mind for.
When you tell me something, are you trying to manipulate what I think? Are you trying to talk me into something? Are you trying to coerce me into believing what you think? The answer is yes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean
No.
that's just something that you've made up in your own mind. That's your story. Your story is that you can't trust anybody. You don't know what reality is, and you just see what you see.
No, I said at its premise, my way of going about knowing things is much more fundamentally true than beginning with a story and then ending up in space-time bendy world, whatever. I think that your logical
It's
conclusions
why.
led you
Why
to
do you think
something
it's more true?
completely illogical.
You haven't even learned anything. From your point of view, you just see stuff, and that's where you stop.
No, I said that's where I start.
Okay,
I
where
start
do
with
you
the premise that I
where do you
see
go
the
from
sun.
there? Where do you
Well,
go from
Where do
there?
you go? Where do you go?
Yeah, you said what I was doing was irrational to start by doing.
I didn't say it was irrational.
You said I didn't really think at all, and I said, well, this is the fundamental way of thinking to begin with.
It's not thinking. You're just
You
seeing.
experience. What do you experience?
Just experiencing is not thinking.
I didn't say you need thinking.
I know.
The problem.
And I that
So
was that exactly.
This is how
that's
I
the,
start.
That's
I
the
didn't say
entire
you're not going
problem.
to think. I just said we don't have to start by thinking. We start by
Right? Yeah. So where do you go? Where do you go from there?
You don't have to go anywhere.
Hello?
You don't have to go anywhere.
Where do you go from there?
You don't
Well,
go
you don't
anywhere.
have to go anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, you can just lie in your bed all day and do nothing until you die.
Well, you could be one of these guys who think you're going to go to space and then die in the
Or
Challenger.
St.
That would
Cleanser,
be
or
embarrassing,
when you
right?
see the sunset and you say, well, it looks like it's going in the water, you can actually go further into the water and see if it actually goes into the water.
I could.
You're
I don't
you're
have
not
to.
doing that.
I
You're
don't
not
have to
willing
do that.
you're not willing to verify anything you see or make up.
How could it go into the water?
I could also do 10 push-ups, and how would that help me?
Yeah, like I said before, it's like you have
what
no
makes clouds?
curiosity about the world.
That's not
You
true.
want, yeah, yeah.
Purposely
I'm
trying
not
to make me
saying
out.
it's true. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying based on the interaction that we're having at this moment, it's as if you have none.
Well, that's as if you're desperately trying to convince me of stories and the usefulness of.
I don't give a shit what you believe, dude.
Well, you've spent a lot of time pragmatically analyzing what I'm doing and what I'm.
Pragmatically analyzing.
Yeah, that's what you've just been doing. After you said you don't care.
I don't know how pragmatic it is.
Well, you have to know what the word means.
I know what pragmatic means, and I'm not sure that it's the right word.
Okay. Well, I have an English degree and you don't, so.
Oh, wow. I guess I can't know what the definition of a word is then.
Bro. Smoked by the best, by the way.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Your stories won't work on me.
They're not. It's such a bizarre way to interact with people. You express an utter lack of curiosity, and you think that that's good. You think that you're less open to being manipulated than somebody else who does have curiosity.
Well, at least I don't have to lie to the children.
I think.
Well,
I think.
Sinklancer, do you
the
know what's
problem
really
is-
interesting? You just
The
said pragmatic to Lewis as if it's a bad thing. But it actually means dealing or concerned with facts or actual occurrences.
Yeah, but Lewis
so
didn't know what that word means, so I
you're
didn't
putting
really
him at
push on it
fault
too much.
for caring about facts. You dumbass.
No, that's what Lewis was doing. He was pragmatically analyzing what I was doing. And he said, I don't know if pragmatic is the right word. And you corrected him, which is why
He didn't
No, I
correct
corrected you.
has no capacity.
He didn't.
curiosity.
He didn't correct me. If you're
really
just
wanted to know
like
what the word was,
if the small victory that you're wanting to claim is
It's
to
a
say
bad
that I
troll.
didn't know what pragmatic was, and because we're having this argument now,
You have no curiosity to
that
learn what it
proves it. I already know what it means. What I don't feel like I need to prove that to you. I don't give a shit if you think I know what pragmatic means. If that's the victory you want to claim, you go right ahead.
There's
So
no
flat
winning.
Earth isn't about curiosity, Lewis.
There clearly is.
If you want to
This
be
is
right,
like
Lewis,
the only thing. This is the
can
only
be
thing
right.
that you care about.
If you want to be right, you can be right.
I know that I'm right already. I don't need to prove that to you.
I don't know what you were right about, but you can be right.
Uh-huh. You can go on.
A threat to you guys.
That's all you've heard for the past 4 years.
Or it's
Lewis.
just fun trying to come online and argue with people.
That's all you've heard for the past 4 years, Lewis. Imagination.
Did you ever think of that?
You should think about that.
Hello?
All the shit you've
Lewis,
spoken.
do you have Merlin muted?
I don't think so.
He's intentionally dodging you, Merlin.
Only mentally.
That or you're muted.
No, I did have him muted.
Aha.
I don't have him muted on my computer, but on mobile, I guess I do. I unmuted Merle, so.
I
It's probably
said.
better that you didn't hear it, because that was crazy.
I said, for the past 4 years, all you've heard is imagination.
That's not necessarily bad, is it? I would say.
Well,
I would say it's mostly good.
You've spoken to a lot of the flat Earth people. They're not all crazy.
Yeah, they are.
I guess it would depend on what you mean by crazy.
There's been some decent conversations as well.
I think the best conversations are the one where the flat earther acknowledges that they just don't know anything, and what they do know is that the horizon looks flat, and that's where they stop, and they don't care about anything else. They just don't trust.
Do you really think that? Do you
They
think
just
it
don't
stops
trust.
there?
Yeah, it does, man. Because anytime you want to go further than that, you have to engage in using the faculties that you criticize so heavily Globers for using.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough.
So you can't do it. It would be logically inconsistent. So you kill the part of yourself that's curious. You kill your imagination, which is fine. You know, you can do it. And that's why I said I think it's the best conversations are with people who are honest with themselves about what they're doing there.
Is imagination important for you, Lewis?
It's important for everybody. I mean, you call it imagination, and that's fine. And I can use that word too. But it's really just the human mind's ability to imagine things based on logical framework.
Is logic a restraint to you in any ways?
I don't understand the question.
Is logic the only mode of understanding that you use?
No, you have an intuitive understanding as well.
Now, in the example of the sunset, is it wrong to use your intuitive understanding?
No, it's never wrong to use logic or intuition. You just use them.
The problem is that's where you stop, Synclenser. You just use what you think is intuitive to you, and that's where it ends. Because you're, again, for the 5th time, you're not willing to verify if the things you're making up or seeing are actually true.
That's not a fair criticism, Ed, because...
Yeah, it is. You just said it, Travis.
Okay, no, Ed, okay, listen. The way that this kind of a conversation happens is instead of you accusing Sin Cleanser of believing something to the utmost, like to the very far left, you, I think, would be better equipped to ask him and deconstruct what he just said about intuition. Yeah. So hold
Travis,
on.
He literally said it like 30 minutes ago. I'm not accusing him.
Okay,
Stop
listen.
accusing me, Ed.
Yeah, again, I'm trying to be objective in this. I'm not convinced that what you just said about Sin Cleanser is true. So if you think you can deconstruct him,
thank you.
I would be much more impressed with your deconstruction than your accusation.
Right. So is this being recorded on the live stream channel? Because all you have to do is go back
and look at it. I didn't
and
say
listen to him literally saying what I just said.
Yeah,
Travis.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
You can go back and listen to it.
Okay, so instead of, because I was listening to this, I wasn't trying to be I wasn't trying to recall everything that was said before, so I don't know what was said 30 minutes ago. I don't remember. So why don't we just... Okay, great. Instead of going, yes, you did, no, I didn't, yes, you did, why don't we just pick up from here and you try to at least demonstrate that your accusation is true? Let's say I came in...
I'm not going to post the stream. You can scroll back 30 minutes yourself. Go ahead. You said you didn't know what was said.
Okay,
I do,
so,
because
okay,
I
great.
listen.
Okay, great. So you're telling me exactly 30 minutes ago, or do I have to fucking fish around? No, I'm not going to do it. Listen, just pick up from here. And deconstruct or move on.
Yeah, I already did that.
Stop living in the past, Ed.
You have no idea what was said. You said it yourself. So what are you even talking about, Travis?
He's trying to move on. Let's not characterize what we think other people are saying.
It's not what I think you said. It's what you said.
Well, don't put words in my mouth and say what you think
I'm not.
I'll say what I say, and you say what you say.
Right, and if you're gonna lie about it, I'll correct you. You know that.
If I do lie, which I haven't, because I've been consistently saying the same thing for the past 30 minutes.
No.
Right? This is not going anywhere. I honestly, I tried to bring in some semblance of redirection, but it's not going anywhere. So let's move on.
Well, it was, but you interrupted, Travis. You derailed everything.
See, Ed, you're the source of all the frustration.
No, Travis had a white knight for you, Synclenser, and now the whole conversation is derailed. Thanks,
Okay,
Travis.
again, no, I didn't white knight for him. I tried to address your accusation, and I wanted you...
But you said you didn't know what he said, so what are you even talking about?
Okay, listen very carefully. Let's just pretend that I came into the conversation right when I did, and I didn't hear what you did. I'm just simply saying, can you defend your accusation? It seems to me that you can't.
Yeah, I can, but I don't care what you think I can.
Okay, so you're not a productive member of this discussion. Okay, so let's go back to intuition.
Yeah, I actually am. You're derailing, Travis.
Right.
Ed, you're kind of spiraling, man. Let's just stick to the topic.
So here's my intuition about sunsets. All right, let's say that I am able to get on a boat and move out in the direction of the sunset, and I see a termination every night, and that termination to me I will call the horizon. So I move out in that direction every day. I chase the sun every day, and every day I see it doing the same thing over and over and over again. No matter how far I go, every day that horizon just seems to keep moving away from me into the distance. I'm going to intuitively deduce that I'm moving over a flat extended plane because
Yeah.
nothing ever changes. Yeah, because
Interesting.
nothing-
Now replace the word horizon with sunset and try to make that same argument.
the sunset is not the horizon, bro. I'm trying to tell you that there
No,
is
but
a
it sets at the horizon. So just make the
Right.
same argument that the Earth is flat because you can see the sun setting everywhere you go, no matter how
No.
far you go. Right? Try to do that, please. Because that actually debunks what you just said.
No, it doesn't debunk it. If you want to change the direction of the vocabulary, I don't think that actually changes anything. So put
Yeah,
it back
it
on.
does.
Okay, great. So put it
I
back
just
on the.
explained why, Travis.
And I disagree with you. So can you defend your position rather than just say "yeah"?
Well, can you instead of just saying "nuh-uh"?
So now you're just lobbing the ball back my way. So you can't have a productive conversation.
You said something, then I said something, and then you responded with "nuh-uh." So it's your turn to substantiate your "nuh-uh."
Okay, how did I say "nuh-uh," Ed?
Ed, why are you having all these meta conversations?
Hold on, Sin. Okay, hold on. Let me just back up. I said I see the horizon and the sunset no matter how much I moved into the distance. And you said all you need to do is replace horizon with sunset. So I see the sunset every night, therefore the earth is flat. Am I up to speed?
No, that's not the whole thing you said. You also said no matter how far you go and where you go, you always see this same thing.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So
I'm on
please take that into account with the sunset, because that
That's what I did.
debunks your claim of the Earth being flat because you see an horizon everywhere.
Okay, again, I don't understand how you think your criticism right now debunks what I'm explaining. If someone else wants to jump in and white knight for you to help me understand, I don't mind that.
No,
But-
nobody needs the white knight.
Okay, fine.
It's fine
Okay,
if you
fine.
don't understand.
Okay, so what's difficult to understand about the fact that if I continue to move into the distance across the water and see the same thing every night, no matter how far I travel into the same direction chasing the sun, I'm not going to conclude that at some point the termination of my vision into the distance isn't the result of Earth curve. Okay, I'm not going to conclude that. Why? Because I continue to travel over what it seems to me intuitively to be a flat extended plane of water. Right? You're going to have to tell. Okay, great. So you're on the ship with me, and you go, "Nuh-uh, Travis, bro. Look, you see where the water ends and the sky begins?" And I say, "Yeah, I see it." And you say, "Bro, that's the curvature of the Earth, bro." And I'm going to say, "Well, wait a minute. Are you telling me that you think that at that point, the angle of the water, drops from that position?"
Compared to what?
The horizontal?
Well, the horizontal where?
Directly in front of us. Like we have X, Y, Z coordinates. X is directly in front of us. Y is the lateral horizon, and Z is the vertical. Right?
Uh-huh. You do know that horizontal is a local point, right?
Great. How local is that point? Like to where does it extend
local
to?
to where you are?
Great. How far do I have to go before my local stops being local, Ed?
You just move.
So you're saying now a horizon is a point?
No, I didn't say horizon. I said horizontal. Don't mix words, please.
Okay, what is a horizontal, Ed? What do you mean by horizontal? What is that, Ed? Help me understand.
Right. So you this is amazing. You take straight down from where you're standing. All right. And then you take a 90-degree angle to that. That's horizontal locally.
So horizontal is a point.
You measure from that local point. Yes.
No, you measure from that local horizontal.
The local point, yeah.
Again, you're equating a point with horizontal, and I do not concede that.
No, I'm not. I actually said that's where you start.
I don't concede that horizontal refers to a conceptual point.
Not what I said. That's where you start.
Okay, so you start at a point. Is that what you're saying?
Local point, yes.
Okay, you start at a local point. Okay, great. Develop a horizontal for me.
Yeah, I just did. You go straight down from the local point.
Now I'm standing. I'm
Straight
standing at that
Hold on,
point.
I'm not finished. You go absolutely straight down from your.
How can I go straight down? I'm standing there at that point.
Please be quiet. So you go absolutely straight down from your local point, and you take 90 degrees from that line.
It's a vertical.
Or otherwise.
That's a vertical.
I said you take 90 degrees from that. Or you move, I'm sorry, I mean you move 90 degrees. You rotate 90 degrees. There's your horizontal, locally.
Okay. Again, and forgive me, your brain must be too big for me to understand. So when you say move down, if I'm standing at the point, how do I move down from that point, Ed?
You're standing with your head on the ground, Travis?
Where's the point?
Are you standing with your head on the ground, Travis?
If I want to know where my mind is, I just might be. Shout out to the Pixies. Okay, so again, we're talking about where my feet are then. That's where you're placing...
No. I never said feet. Don't strong me.
My God.
I never said feet. You can listen back to the live stream.
You just said to me, so your head is where your feet are. Why did you bring feet into this discussion?
No, you asked me a question as to from where you're going down because you already assumed you're measuring from your feet. And so I asked you, and I didn't know you assumed that at the time. You clarified that later after I asked you. So are you upside down or something?
Okay, so you're placing the point. Okay, so you're placing the point at my eye level. I'm just trying to get our bearings here. Because I was placing the point at my geographical location or my place on the ship or the boat, okay? But you're placing the point at my eye level, which is why you can say drop down from
that is the same point, except for when you're like laying flat on the floor. Then sure, you can say the geological position of your eyes is not the same as your feet. But what are you even trying to say here, Travis? You're being ridiculous.
Okay, Ed, then just bear with me, please, because I'm so beneath you. I just need your patience. Please be patient with me. So when you're saying drop down 90 degrees, you're saying from my eye level, you want me now to drop down to the ground?
Yeah, I said straight downwards, absolute straight down.
Great.
And then you rotate 90 degrees from that direction.
Okay.
That's fucking horizontal.
No, all I've done is moved in 90 degrees. I still don't have a horizontal.
All right. You do realize you can rotate in different axes, right? It's not just one.
So which way did I rotate when you said rotate?
Which way do I rotate? Well, you know what, Travis? If first you're pointing straight down and then you turn 90 degrees to give you a horizontal, you go figure it out, Professor. It should be fucking obvious. If you don't get it at this point, then you are at fault here.
This whole conversation is just to establish what a horizontal is?
That's right. If you want to help out, because again, it seems to be at a yeah, that's right.
Right. So you know what a tangent line to a circle is, right?
Tangent line to a circle, sure.
So yeah, that's That's pretty much a cross section of what the horizontal is on the globe.
That's along which axis would you put that on?
What do you mean? Well,
You say
the cross section.
Okay, when you say that the tangent is pretty much, how did you say it? It's on what on the globe? How did you say it?
Oh, that would be a cross section of the horizon on the globe.
Of the horizon. Okay, so you're putting the horizon on which axis?
The horizon would be the line, because the cross section of that plane will make a line, right?
I really don't want to, take up too many people's time. If you think that this is fruitless, then, feel free to pick up from here. I'm just trying to, again, understand what Ed is saying. And all he can do is make fun of the fact that I can't seem to understand what he's saying, without considering perhaps that maybe the reason why I can't understand is because the one who is communicating is being obtuse, and it's not necessarily my problem.
So Travis, I understand what Ed is saying.
Okay, great.
What do you think that you could repeat back what you think he's saying without strawmanning it? Because it seems to me that you were projecting right there, like you're being purposefully obtuse for the sake of argument to get him to say something different. Not that you don't actually understand. Is that true?
I am trying to. No, I don't think that's true. I am trying.
It is.
Okay, great. So now you're psychoanalyzing me, Ed. Just take it back.
I've talked with you enough, Travis. I know your
Yeah,
game.
and I've talked with you enough too, and I think that I'm trying to be fair with you right now. But right now, I'm having a conversation with RC. Okay. So again, RC, I'm trying to understand the use of his vocabulary. It seems to me that I got to the point of understanding that he was equating a point with a horizontal. He then said no. So then I was asking him to say, okay, if we're standing at a particular point, how do we develop a horizontal? And he said that you drop down from that point and turn 90 degrees. To me, all I'm doing is either turning left or right 90 degrees. I don't see how that develops a horizontal.
Sure. It's because
hold on. I'm sorry. It just came to me. Unless he's referring to the azimuth out in the distance, demarcated by what we call the horizon.
No, it's all points that are coplanar to that tangent point that you just named. So we drop down 90 degrees. There's a point. You identified that correctly there. And all points that are coplanar to that point, right, that are also 90 degrees or any parallel to that 90 degrees of what we just called vertical, that's what we would call that. That's what we would call that horizontal.
So you're moving away from the A, and you're now developing subsequent points B, C, D, E, and F along that same horizontal. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's what I meant by they are all coplanar with that point.
Yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm having an easier time developing this conversation with you than I was with the other.
Well, that's very interesting you say that, Travis, because I clearly said you can turn in more than one axis, and just now you said, well, in my mind, you can only go left or right. So you're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
Okay, I still wasn't talking to you. I was having a conversation
with RC. But you're talking about me, so I'm clarifying your mistake.
Great. Just put that in your back pocket if you want to bring that up later on. Okay. So again, now, long way around the barn, my point is, again, that if I move in that direction from point A to point B, C, D, and E, all the way out into the distance over a certain amount of time, the horizon is going to continually extend into the distance for me, and all I'm going to do is continue to see the sun do the same thing it does every single night. And all I'm going to intuitively understand is that I'm moving over the surface of the water and this event continues to happen. I am not going to deduce that termination of the water in the distance or that apparent conjunction of the sky and the water is due to Earth curve. That's my point intuitively.
Okay. Well, I understand that like you can surmise that based on some presumptions of what you think the Earth is doing. But then if we get any measurement of like distances, directions, the actual surface of it, we can actually test whether those points are coplanar or not. And that's why trying to do optical, like trying to find out what's going on optically is a separate question from, hey, based on this point that I've identified based on something like a plumb bob or an auto level, which is based on a force acting on something, not based on an optic. Okay, then we can start asking ourselves, okay, are these points actually coplanar, which is not an optical exercise, it's a geometric exercise.
Sure.
So
okay.
would you like to talk about the geometry of it or the optics of it?
Okay, so my analogy began with the fact that I'm on a ship, so I'm on the water. So let's say you and I are again on this ship and we're having this scientific conversation. How would you, since we're going to be on this ship for another 6 fucking months, how would you walk me through how you would say, Travis, I think you want to consider a couple of things alternatively instead of what you think is intuitive? How would you then demonstrate physically that there is going to be what you think is happening?
Why does he need to provide proof of physical things, and you can just talk about you can just talk about what you see?
Not talking to you.
Yeah, but you're just talking about what you can see, and now you're demanding that RC provides you with physical proof.
Right. Guess what? RC is a grown boy. He knows how to converse. If he has a problem with what I just said,
Completely irrelevant, Travis. Stick on point,
RC
please.
can bring this up. RC, do you have a problem with what I just came back to you with?
He left.
Scared RC off.
I wanted to ask something to Travis that is not exactly this conversation, but it's something you said before that I think could be relevant on this discussion.
Okay.
Remember when I was arguing that if I know the inner distances between a couple of points, I can deny or confirm that they are in the same plane. For example, if I say that there are 4 points that are all equidistant between each other, they can't all be on the same plane. I would like to know if you agree with that now.
You're talking about moving from point A to B to C to D, and each of those distances equal between the other? So they're all 10
not only that.
miles.
It's the distance from every possible pair that you can make between those 4 points. For example, A to B, A to C, A to D, D to B, D to C, all those distances. If they're all the same, those 4 points can't be on a flat surface.
I don't see why not.
Because they form a tetrahedron. I can go step by step.
Wait. A tetrahedron implies that you're changing an angle. Is that correct?
Changing an angle?
Yeah, a tetrahedron is a shape, right? It's not a line.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Okay, so
yeah.
Okay. So are there a set amounts of angles or lines to a tetrahedron? So like a pentagon has 5 lines. Square has 4 lines. So how many lines does a tetrahedron have? Indefinite?
6.
6. Okay. Does a tetrahedron therefore have angles?
Yeah.
Okay, great. When you and I are standing on the ground or on the water and we move from A to B, C to D, I'm not seeing any angles there. I'm just moving across distance. So where do you get these angles?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if we know the distance between points,
yeah, okay. I'm going to
from
answer
those
you.
distance. One sec. from those distances, they can or cannot be on the same plane.
Okay, again, can this happen on a ship or on land? Is it gonna be the same on either? So, like, if you have distances, if you want to set up distances between A to F and make those equilateral, they're all the same distances, A, B, C, D, E, F. Are you telling me that both on terra firma and on aqua dynamic, you're going to have the same result? They're both
I
going
don't
to have...
think in either of those geometries you can have 6 points that are all equidistant between each other.
Okay, I don't think I would ever believe that I was changing angles once I got to the first distance and then moved into the next one. I'm moving across a plane.
Okay, but if all those points are on a plane, if you have 4 of them, they can't be equally distant between each other.
Okay, so now, in order to understand what you're saying, I'm going to put us on a chessboard. Each of those squares on a chessboard are the same. And I move from 1 to the 8th. I'm not changing any degree of angle as I move from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I am moving across an extended plane.
Sure, but when I say they're all equidistant, I'm not saying just A to B and B to C. I'm saying also A to C. All of those,
Right.
between all of them.
I get that. So listen again. If I'm told that the Earth is basically level in a 60-mile circumference, let's say, like when I say, if the Earth is basically level, how level? Well, it's local. It's always okay. Well, so what's my local? 60 miles. Okay, so 60 miles is from point A to point B. Now, if I go halfway between A and B and start a new 60 and do that consecutively over and over and over and over again, I'm going to demonstrate that there is no curvature in any amount of that distance ever, because you can overlay your local, because if it's locally flat for 60 miles and then it starts to curve, right? There's a problem there. So again, point A to C, there's no angle. There's no angle. It's a lateral point, a lateral distance between two coplanar points.
I'm not sure if I misunderstood you completely.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm not sure if that answers my question.
Okay, well, we can move on. I really don't want to hijack all this.
Well, I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, if anybody else wants to jump in and either address me because I've misunderstood something, or address, is this Bacon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, address Bacon, then feel free to jump in and we can tag team. Otherwise, I mean, I'm just driving right now, so I can just keep talking. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, again, Bacon, I don't know how to make this any more clear. If we make a massive chessboard out in the desert that is level from point to point, at no point is any point going to start to angle away from another point. It's all just going to extend into the distance.
Yeah, if you make that plane, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So if there is any change, well, then that's elevation, right? We're going up higher now. We got to go over this mountain. Now we're just changing elevation. Oh, we're going to drop down.
Actually, I think that would be incorrect on the globe model, because if you have,
I'm not on any model right now. I'm not on a model. I'm just telling you.
But if what you're saying can be true or not, depending on what Earth looks like, then I cannot just take what you said is true, because that claim works on a flat Earth, but it doesn't work on a globe Earth. So if I'm
Yeah, but
taking
that's
that
not
as
my
true,
problem. That's not
it
my
is because
problem.
if I take your assertion as true, I'm already assuming a flat Earth, which I'm
No.
not going to do, of course.
Okay, great. So if you're not going to assume anything on my end, then we have to start at a point at which we're going to agree, and then you're going to have to convince me that the model you think exists is there, which takes us all the way back to now you're my mate on the ship. We're on the ship for 6 months, and we're having a discussion. You think the Earth is a globe. I'm not convinced that it is. And all we're doing, according to me, is chasing the sun across the ocean, which is a flat, extended surface. How are you going to convince me that when we see the horizon, that that's actually the demarcation of the physical limits of the Earth that you think is underneath your feet, whether it's aquatic or terrestrial? Go.
I'm not sure how to convince you.
Okay.
Didn't work it out, but I think Ed was, or RC was trying to make that point, right?
I mean, if you can pick up from where they were going, that's what I'm asking you to do. How would you
I'm not
convince
sure
me?
what they would do, actually, where they were going.
I'm not asking them to. I'm asking you to think through how would you do it. This is you and me. I'm not
Yeah,
asking anybody to help me out.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's doable.
Okay, so now let's just go back since I'm the one talking. Let's go back. Now we're on the on terra firma. We're going to move across the North American landscape in the 1800s, and we're going to chase the sun. You know, and I never thought about this before, but damn it, as we're on this wagon train, and man, I got nothing else to do. I'm trying to figure this shit out. And look, the sun looks like it's going down, and I can see this mountain range silhouetted in front of the sun. So now that becomes my demarcation. Now, when we get to that mountain range, all I see now again is just extension of terra firma in front of me. And then I do it again. I just pick out a mark in the distance, and we get there, and all I see again is land in front of me, in front of me, in front of me. Right? Never am I going to think that the sun is actually going down and crashing into the earth. No, that would be ridiculous. Not even you would say that. Right? So we're dealing with perspective. So when I see the mountain range and I think that the sun, hold on just real quick. When I see the mountain range and I think that the sun is directly over that mountain range, then the sun is in the sky. The sun is above in elevation or altitude above that location. So now when I get to that location and the sun's not there, the sun's moving. Right? That's all I'm going to intuitively conclude. Nothing more.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. So now if you want to convince me of something else, you're going to have to start telling me a story.
Well, if by telling you a story means explaining this something else, then of course. How can I explain
Right, but
something else?
but all I have to do is the sun's up in the sky and it's moving. That's it. That's my story. That's not a very long story.
Okay, yeah, but the length of the story isn't what tell which one is the correct one.
Okay, so when will your story and my story part ways? So when I look up into the sky as we're moving across the prairies in this wagon train, I'm saying the sun is moving because you and I both worked it out trigonometry wise that, hey, look, you know what? We can figure out right now the sun is probably above those mountains. Okay, great. So when we get to those mountains, we should be able to look straight up and see that the sun's there. But wait, when we get there, the sun's not there. So the sun's moving too. The sun is moving.
Well, that same thing happens when things are too far away. Right.
No, but I'm saying that you and I both got to a point where we tried to use trigonometry and triangulate the sun, let's say, for instance. And we said, yeah, I think you're right. It's probably over those mountains.
Well, trying to triangulate the sun would be a
Okay.
great thing.
All right. Well, okay, then forget it. If you're not going to be okay with just kind of.
I am okay with that. That's what I'm saying. It would be great if we could triangulate the sun.
Well, okay, so let's wake up in the morning and all of a sudden the sun is directly over our heads, right? The sun's over our heads, but our wagon train's got a flat wagon wheel, so we got to fix that. And then all of a sudden later, and 2 hours later, the sun's no longer directly over our heads. So the sun is moving.
Yeah,
What's
okay? Yeah, relative to us, yeah. But here's the thing. It at some point later, it will be above someone else's head, right?
Okay, so right, so I don't necessarily concede you're relative to us, because if I'm sitting there watching the campfire, and you get up and you move to another location, you're not moving relative to me. You're moving
Relative to you. That's correct.
No. I already told you.
Is relative.
Okay.
Travis, you're moving relative to basically everything besides you. So that makes this sentence sound like it's redundant to say that I'm moving relative to you, relative to the ground. Just saying that I'm moving seems to be enough, because I'm moving relative to everything else. But that doesn't make it less relative.
I'm not sure.
Usually,
okay, hold on. I'm not sure I understand your point. What point are you trying to clarify?
that when you just say you're moving, when we don't say relative to what, that's usually because it's
Okay, listen. You and I were sitting at the campfire, and you've got to go up and relieve yourself. If you get up and walk away from me, you're moving.
Sure.
Relative to you, that's correct.
I did not use those words. So again, no.
I know you didn't use those words, but you might have said them. You said them, but you didn't say them.
And what I was trying to explain why you didn't have to use those words.
I don't have to use those words.
Because usually the default is relative to the ground. So if it is relative to the ground, then we don't say it because it's already the default. But
Okay,
if you don't have a ground, if you have things moving through space, you don't have a default.
Okay, just real quick. If we're sitting at the campfire and Mary Beth has little Mary Jo sitting on her lap, and you wave to Mary Jo, and Mary Beth says to Mary Jo, "Hey, Mary Jo, which of those men just waved at you?" Mary Jo is not going to say, "Well, relative to me, I think it's Bacon." No, she's going to say Bacon. Bacon's the only one who moved. You're the only one who waved their hand. It's not relative to anything. You moved your hand. That's it.
Sure, the identity of a person isn't relative to another thing, but the motion is. The linear motion is at least.
If you want to die on that hill, then by all means, go ahead.
For example, I'll use that example again. Let's suppose you're playing snooker, right? On a jet. So there's nothing on the jet that prevents you from playing snooker inside it. The game is going to work as it usually works. And even though you hit a ball against the speed of the airplane or with the speed of the airplane, from the perspective of the game, the speed of the airplane doesn't seem to make any difference. So when I talk about the speed of the ball, like, oh, I hit a ball at that certain speed, I'm not going to use the ground as a baseline. I'm going to use the airplane because that's what the whole thing is moving with. So that becomes my default. But actually, according to the ground, all of the balls are constantly moving at a very high speed into a certain direction. And when I hit a ball against that direction, the ball was still moving in that direction, but just a bit slower from the perspective of the ground. But from the perspective of the airplane, they were all static, and just the one I hit that moved.
Listen, why don't you just use the airplane and put the observer on the ground and say that the airplane in the distance looks like it's moving as slow as a snail. You know, there's no reason to talk about snooker on the airplane. You're just adding a variable that's irrelevant.
No, I'm showing that the speed of the ball can you can completely forget that you're in an airplane, and say that the ball is moving at just a meter per second.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
So just like you can forget that the airplane is moving, you can forget that the Earth is moving. Were we talking about that?
Yeah, except for the fact that you are assuming something to be the case that you haven't proven. You are simply you're simply taking something that you and I can both experience, right? And then you're saying that's what the Earth is doing when you haven't proven that that's what the Earth is doing. You're just saying,
I agree. I wasn't trying to prove that the Earth is moving. I'm just saying that if you can't rule that out just because of lack of like an absolute movement, because if it was moving, there would be no difference, right?
Okay, yeah. So what you're saying, I believe, again, it feels to me like you are trying to correlate what I said about you getting up and moving away from the campfire to you taking a shot on the snooker table in a jet. You are equating yourself with the snooker ball that's moving across the table in a jet that's moving. So basically you're saying the whole Earth is moving, and when I get up and move away relative to the Earth, you don't know that I'm moving, right? Is that the idea?
Actually, I'm not sure.
He's just trying to show you that all motion is relative. It depends on your reference frame.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is, if you take the Earth as the ground as your frame of reference, and try to
But again, you're using the snooker table on a jet is now a false equivalency because that's not what the Earth is doing. The Earth.
It wasn't supposed to be equivalent to the Earth.
Then it's irrelevant.
No, it isn't. It was an example to show you that motion is relative. It doesn't matter if you use the ground. It doesn't matter if you use the ground or the airplane. The physics of the snooker are going to work the same. If you add the speed of the airplane to all of the balls, the game would still work exactly the same. So you don't have to add that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Again, if we were in this jet playing snooker, I wouldn't consider the motion of the jet. I would just consider measuring the motion of the snooker ball across the table because that is my frame of reference. It's just simply the table.
I agree, yeah. But that's not like the absolute move of the ball. If your whole frame of reference is moving relative to something else, there's a different velocities that you could attribute to the same balls. So depending on which frame of reference you're picking, you're going to attribute different distance to the balls of the game.
So how do you think this is relevant to the discussion we were having about the sunset?
It might not be, but we entered this discussion because we said relative to you, and you were saying no, it's just moving. It's as if it were something absolute. So I think it would be relevant to point out that actually movement doesn't have to be absolute. It can be relative. But if you think that's a completely irrelevant question, you want to go back to
that's what I said at the
previous one?
That's what I said at the very beginning. As soon as you talked about relative motion, I said, I don't concede this point.
The point of relative motion?
Correct.
Right. That's why we
can I add an idea?
Yeah, go ahead.
The idea, what up, brother? Like, what about like the idea is that like in regards to relative motion, as far as relatively to me, like you could treat the Earth flat and the sky is moving, right? Hello?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, yes, I agree with the relativity thing. The thing is that, you know, in relationship to anyone on Earth, the Earth appears flat, motionless, and the sun and the moon and the stars move across the sky. Relative for everybody. For everybody.
I think when we're talking about movement, we're talking about, does this thing go from A to B relative to a background? That's the only way to tell if something is moving. And they treat the background space as if it is nothing to offer any sort of wind or anything, so they can't even prove movement anymore by the way they form the framework. As if the space is a vacuum, nothing, you can't prove if anything's moving at all, unless there's some sort of background to move against, like an ether to provide a wind. So because of their framework, they can't really prove or disprove anything, unfortunately, unless there is a background to move against. Also, when we say something moves, we mean that something needs to power its movement. Something doesn't just move on its own most of the time. It needs a push, or it needs an input of energy to make it go from point A to point B. So if something isn't moving, then effectively nothing is powering its, translation or its movement from point A to point B.
I was just trying to make the point to Travis that, the relative motion thing, it does make sense. And that's why it's relative to anyone on Earth that's ever existed. The Earth looks flat and the stars are moving across the sky.
Well, relativity is problematic.
Fact. Well, I'm just saying that if someone's trying to, impose the idea of relative, what's relative or what's relevant even, even in, I love, I've downloaded that app Stellarium and I fucking love it. And it's so cool to, be able to look at the stars through it. And, the globe model is pretty interesting. The celestial sphere is the most interesting, but I think relative to us, it can be generally said that everyone experiences a flat and, flat land with a dome above. That's what it looks like,
Well, relativity appears to be some way to just muddle the mind and make everything dissolve into confusion. If you ask what something's moving relative to what, relative to what, relative to what, that just leads to infinite regression. There has to be some way to stop that and say that there's an absolute standard against which everything else moves. Otherwise, what are we even talking about?
Well, I think, and that's why the globe chooses as the absolute standard that the sky is still. Once you get into it's very interesting, the way that the celestial sphere is mapped out and the way that they've done it, and they've positioned it as still and us moving in relationship to it, which isn't just, it's a really fantastic way to explain what we're looking at from certain angles of latitude. It's interesting. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean what we experience, but it's a great model to lay out what we look at some of the stuff as. But I was having the discussion, if you were going to inverse, let's say an app like Stellarium, it's instead of your, I don't know, instead of having the fixed positions of the stars, I don't know. I think it'd be, I can't say it'd be hard to do it, but I'm sure the mathematicians are capable of it. But it's the idea that those things would be all moving, through the hours of the right ascension and, the declination, as opposed to being stuck in a position. And I think that makes for a hard map to understand, maybe.
Well, we understand intuitively that the only motion that makes something swing around to the same position in the sky over and over again is something circular. It looks like the bodies up in the heavens are going over us quite repeatedly, and trying to add on the philosophical notion that everything's expanding away from everything else, but we just don't know it at this perfect rate, or whatever they're implying, that makes it look like, the sky is the same year in, year out. It's just a very tall order. So there's a bunch of weird philosophy being mixed in here, to avoid the very obvious implication that we are the center and that everything else swings over and around us.
I mean, I think it's interesting. Like, why would one go against your immediate inclination? It's like we look up in the sky and see these things moving across the sky. I agree
Yes,
with you. You know what I
avoiding
mean?
the obvious.
Right. But it's so interesting how they've done it though in fixing the stars. I don't know. I've always kind of thought it interesting anyway. But
I mean, these are smart people, but they waste a lot of time avoiding the obvious and coming up with workarounds and special theories to do so. Their, mental energy would be better served doing something else rather than just, denying the obvious that we're probably the center and everything's going around us.
yeah, I was looking at Stellarium with a friend of mine, and we were thinking about how if you were looking at it and you were looking at the celestial sphere as opposed to something being below the, all the way under you or whatever, the idea that it's further away, as opposed to, you know, under your horizon and, your personal horizon and below below that. Like, so as opposed to looking at it from a celestial sphere, like even looking at it almost as like that disc kind of idea, and then it comes into your purview. But I don't know. It's so ill. It's so ill the way it all looks. Who knows?
Well, they also snuck in a premise. They say that the stuff up in the sky looks round, therefore the Earth has to be round by a similar principle. That premise has been snuck in and doesn't necessarily follow. The Earth below our feet could be formed totally differently than what we appear to see up there. So, why sneak in this premise that there has to be this, cosmological gravity principle that guides the formation of all bodies, including the Earth, into some round form? When did that become permissible? That's not very scientific. That's more philosophical. And science does have a high degree of philosophy, but that sort of assumption is not quite testable, repeatable, or observable. We don't see gravity clump all things into a ball anyway. We see a bunch of charge fields and electricity, but those fields take different form. So there's a bunch of premises that are snuck in that really need to be questioned. That's why people always ask, well, if we're flat, are all the other bodies in the, universe flat? They're still looking for that principle. Now they're just looking for a flattening principle that makes everything else flat now. And that's not even necessary, potentially. But I can tell you that if I spin a ball that has water on it, that water tends to go toward, the equator and then spread out in what appears to be more like a disk than anything.
I have a question for Crit if you're there.
Crit? What's your question?
I forget that. It was about the spiraling conversation earlier. We were talking about what spiraling is. How some people come to this Discord wanting to misunderstand because they can't prove their religion. They've already worked out they can't prove it. So they just come misunderstand on purpose. And we were calling that spiraling. And it just made me think, I wonder how many of them actually use bots to copy and paste their arguments. Are some of these people that we might argue with for 5 minutes not even human? But back to your point, Lemon, I was teased earlier by Zep Tebi about my proof for Earth being a globe being the other bodies being spheres. That's one of my proofs for Earth being a globe, and the globe has tried to rib me for it.
Well, the main reason why people glom onto the globe is they're wondering what forms the horizon. So other possibilities now need to be presented, like diffraction limit, refraction, whatever. Something else that explains why the ceiling appears to ramp down into the floor, which appears to ramp upward and smash into a horizon line in the middle.
Yeah, I don't want to debate. I just believe it. Well, not with you, sir.
Well, there's the evidence that we can present, but there's also the way that people choose to interpret the evidence. And that's more psychological or philosophical. Because you can present evidence to somebody, and because of their bias or their preconceived notions or their pre-existing philosophy, they're going to interpret it this way or that way. So you really got to get people on both counts. The way that they're willing to interpret the evidence because of whatever, and the evidence itself, if there is any.
Yeah. Especially with big nuanced claims. Oh, that poor Lao Su came in at the wrong time.
Yeah, he's trying to deny the evidence.
Yeah.
There's so much evidence for the globe that you'd have to go out of your way to deny the evidence.
Yeah, or you've already looked at it all for 3 years and you find it to be a joke, but you
Like, it
still...
really isn't that difficult to just Google pictures from space. I don't understand what flat earthers' hang-ups are with this. It's right there for you to... I mean, we're on the shoulders of giants here.
My thesis of this guy is that he watched Nathan and QE too many times.
Oh yeah, he probably parrots Nathan and QE.
He
You're right.
enjoyed it so much that he wants to tell us. All the arguments. Globe Earth is a unicorn. That's a top argument of a flat earther.
Is that you, Cleanser, the Glover?
Dude, Silent Zero, have you seen all the evidence for the globe?
Yeah, I'm just I'm a shield for just here to parrot the flat earth things.
You're here to parrot QE and Nathan, aren't you?
Well, let's look at the evidence and see if it has a different interpretation. What evidence are you talking about?
I'm talking about all the science that flat earthers reject.
The whole body of science.
The
Don't you know?
scientific community. I'm talking engineers, physicists, guys that make more money than you and are better at math. These are the guys you're rejecting.
But just because you make money doesn't mean that you have the truth. You may be shilling just for your paycheck. So we'd have to get specific with some of that evidence, so-called, and see if it potentially has a different interpretation.
Okay, so are you going to deny pictures from space, Lemon?
They have another interpretation, so I'm going to deny the interpretation and go with the flatter one.
Oh, my goodness. This is what I'm talking about, guys.
And we're gonna
use denying evidence.
Cleanser. We're gonna
reinterpreting evidence.
But interpretation is drifting into denial. That's what we're worried about.
Depends on how consistent the interpretation is.
Well,
that's pretty much what a jury is, isn't it, Don?
If you see a
interpretation of the same evidence,
you say that's flat. That's what I mean by drifting into denial. And I show you the moon as a sphere, and half flat earthers say that could be flat or an inverted bowl.
The shape of the moon, though, doesn't have anything to do with the discussion unless you invoke a cosmological principle that says just because the moon looks like a circle, the Earth has to be a sphere. Since it doesn't follow, that interpretation can easily be rejected.
You said circle, Lemon, instead of sphere.
I only see one side of it. For me to have a sphere, I need to see all sides of it and round contours all around. I haven't seen.
I can show you a ball and you will tell me that's a plate. That's called
We only see one orientation of it. So I would be authorized in thinking that it could be something flatter.
Yeah, Don, if you show me a ball with the same face always, it could be something that is flat.
Well, that's
with
not
apparent
that's not good reasoning. That's called denial.
Why not? Why not?
Because I'm saying, look, this is a ball. You can see around it. You can see the texture of the side. You can see it reflecting as a ball.
It can be flat and textured as well. So since your interpretation isn't the only game in town and doesn't even necessarily follow, we can agree to disagree.
But your interpretation is someone's lied to us with a sky illusion.
Or misinterpreted it. That's all. People get it wrong sometimes.
No, something's put a fake sphere in the sky. For some reason. That's weird.
So we need to deal with the shape of the land to keep this thing grounded and keep it from getting too crazy. Let's see if the land has evidence of curvature that we're on currently. Since we're talking about the flat Earth, not flat moon, or assumption of gravity pulling stuff into a ball cosmology.
We did that, Lemon. Well, not we. I mean, humans did that. And they found obstruction, triangles bigger than 180 degrees. They found all sorts of evidence of the ground being curved.
But their visual interpretation was off too. Vision doesn't have conserved mathematical units like you would like to have with a triangle of 180 degrees. As we know, the ground ramps up and the ceiling ramps down, and eventually visual information is lost. So you would not have 180 degrees throughout the observation anyway.
You've jumped to calling the sky a ceiling. It doesn't even look like a ceiling.
It is a ceiling in that you're dealing with something that's at a constant elevation. Just like the ceiling in the hallway keeps stuff at a constant elevation, anything outside that stays at a constant elevation will mimic a ceiling. The principle is there.
Clouds are not constant elevation. They're different heights.
Did you prove that they raised or lowered in elevation? Because as far as we can see, based off of the activity with the ceiling of the hallway ramping down and the stuff in the sky ramping down, based off of similar activity, they appear to be staying at the same elevation.
No, I looked at photos and some clouds were higher. That was my proof. The sky's not all at one elevation. It's got depth.
Nobody said that. You snuck in the premise that everything has to be at the same elevation. That doesn't need to follow. There can be several things at several elevations, as long as those things are maintaining a constant elevation. Whatever elevation they're at, it will mimic a ceiling at different levels.
You called it a ceiling and said they're all at the same elevation, and I was saying no.
No, I didn't. You put that premise in there based off of interpretation. I will clarify what I said. Everything outside is not at the same elevation. But as long as whatever object that you're talking about stays at its constant elevation, it will look like a ceiling in the hallway at its level, be it 100 feet, 200 feet, 2,000 feet, 100,000 feet, whatever.
You've ignored my interpretation, but I've seen clouds at different elevations. It's not a constant elevation. There's different heights in the sky.
I never said that. But you can keep saying that like I did, but I never said everything was at the same elevation. I said as long as whatever object you're talking about, whatever it is, at 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, whatever, as long as they stay at their respective constant elevations, it will look like it's going away down a hallway. That's all.
I get you. It looks like it's meeting the ground. I'll give you that. I don't think it looks like the roof of a hallway ever. In a bit, if you see clouds and they stretch to the distance, you can sort of see that constant elevation thing. I'm saying that's debunked by the deeper clouds with different elevations.
Yeah, there are clouds at different elevations, sure.
But you're interpreting a sky with depth as a flat ceiling, and I think that's wrong.
Well, the only way to tell if something's above or below anything visually is if you have a series of objects of the same size, like a bunch of street lamps or a tree line that go away into the distance from you to the horizon. Then if it's ramping up, you know automatically that it's below the level of the eyes. If it is ramping down, you know that it is going down toward the level of the eyes and is higher up. But that's the only way to tell visually by perception whether anything is above or below anything. Looking at a line of clouds or a line of mountains that may not be lined up in series like the street lamps from the observer to the horizon, you can't really tell anything about what's going on. There just aren't enough visual cues to let you know what's going above or below anything for determining Earth curve or whatever.
I've decided we're both in deep denial of each other's interpretations.
Save the dime store philosophy. I need you to address my points and save the dime store philosophy.
Points are bullshit, Lemon. You don't know anything about optics.
Hey, Nat the Shell, I need you to address my points and save it.
Hey, NASA, no, NASA. If you're just gonna insult instead of attacking the argument, then don't
I'm
say
attacking
nothing.
the argument. His arguments are bullshit.
You're not attacking the argument.
Nothing
You just say it's
about
bullshit.
optics.
That's not attacking the argument.
That is attacking
Just saying
the argument.
something. No. That's not attacking the
He
argument.
knows
Okay.
nothing about optics.
I know enough, and you know enough to offer a substantive answer if you get past the propaganda and the programming. Call me when you do.
I was addressing you, Lemon, just by saying, yes, I hear you, but I don't agree on the interpretation.
Fair enough. Let's compare interpretation and go from there.
And there you go, Don. You see, same evidence, different interpretations.
Yeah, and that makes us both in denial of each other.
Not really. Not really. See, the reason why you are in this paradigm is because we cannot actually know what those things are, right? Since we cannot go there. So all we can do is speculate based on the evidence presented to us as we see it.
I believe we can travel to the clouds, which is what we were talking about.
Travel to where?
The clouds.
Well, it would be a form of denial, but the thing is, outright denial would just be like, I just refuse to believe this, but really I have no other alternative. That would be pure denial. Like, I just refuse to believe this. Now, if a person comes up with a viable alternative and says, I don't believe this because something else could be the case, I move that away from just outright denial to say, okay, I just don't think it's the case. Because of this other plausible explanation.
But the problem is, Lemon, you say, there's, we can't use numbers and maths, but, we define the range of our vision using numbers and maths. We define how wide our vision is or how wide an animal's vision is based on degrees. And funny enough, the only problem that we have to overcome generally is the problem of angular resolution.
May I answer to that? I give you an answer to that. Sure. I think flat earthers could come up with some numbers and maths and everything. The reason why people don't do it is because that would put us on the same path as you guys are right now.
Yeah,
you'd be giving us a falsifiable. You'd be giving us a falsifiable fucking model, like we gave you.
You'd be giving us some real evidence for us to attack, rather than this made up.
Hold on. If we give you numbers, how you guys are gonna falsify them?
Because we'll show your numbers are wrong. Right now, you're just coming up with philosophy.
Well, let's say I'll give you the moon is 1,000,000 miles away. How are you gonna falsify that?
It's not.
Well, how you gonna wait? Is that your version of falsifying what I'm saying?
You can do it yourself. You go to the.
No. You are the one falsifying it. Remember?
Listen to me.
Can you let him finish his point? Because you're interrupting every time he starts talking.
Yeah. What you do?
So he's answering something that I didn't ask.
I asked. Yes, you did. You asked
how will you?
And I'm starting to answer you.
How will you falsify it? There you go.
Ham radio. Bounce radio waves off the moon. 2.5 seconds later, they come back. That means that the moon is 1.2 light seconds away.
Bam. How do you know that?
Assumption.
No, not an assumption. Right, you can do it yourself.
You can launch radar yourself.
No. The assumptions that go in there, paid NASA shill, is that light travels at a constant speed through a constant medium. If it goes to one medium that slows it down like sludge and another one that speeds it up like a river, okay, we would need to calculate that as well. So there are other assumptions there too.
Light
It could be
travels at
speeding up
constant speed.
and or slowing down through a non-uniform medium on the way to and back. We don't even have a way to track which wave went out. It could be a snapback wave
that's
like
wrong.
accordion from the middle of the space.
Well,
that's also wrong.
Lemon, wait, instead of telling him he's wrong.
We're just making up stuff, Lemon.
Wait, hold on. Instead of telling him he's wrong, why don't we just go like this? Like, okay, we can measure it in free space in a vacuum, right? And then we can see these differences. So if there is a medium, that just means that the light is even going slower. That's not helping your case. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's taking longer. It would be taking longer for the light to be coming back in a medium. Right. So, like, what medium are you claiming that it is? Like, one that we can test, falsify, right?
That's the problem. We don't know. Hold on. That's the thing. That's the thing. Hold on. That's the whole thing, bro. We don't know. Therefore, we don't make shit up.
I get it. I get that you don't know.
We do know. You don't know, but we know.
Hold on. No, you think you know, right?
No. We have sent probes to the moon.
You think you know. That's the problem.
No. We know. We've sent probes there.
I mean, that's a disagreement right there.
We've sent astronauts there. We know how far away the moon is.
Okay, we have to assume that we sent astronauts there. That's hard to assume because we see the baby and the funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Do is laugh at it.
It's
That's not much of an
historical.
argument.
We know it's there. We know it's done.
It's
We have
assumed as history, but it's questionable history.
No, it's not.
I would deny that history and say that they probably didn't go to the moon.
Of course you will. You'll deny anything that has a fact. You just want to make shit up.
Because of Stanley Kubrick's revelations, his clues that he left in his films, and the fact that we haven't gone back there in total reversal of the general trend of technology, which tends to be more going to the moon, cheaper ability to go to the moon, and prices going down, not up, showing a very artificial control of the process and inflation of the price.
Lemon, you have no idea how much it costs to go to the moon.
And we've sent multiple probes to the moon since humans haven't been there. So we've had that continuing information that we sent around. We've had things orbiting the moon and other planets in the solar system. To say that it's only happened once, or to try and imply that it's only happened once. And the other thing that I want to just sort of put on the table, can you provide evidence of what slows down radio waves to the point of sludge, Lemon? Not light rays.
People slow down and sped up the speed of light in labs.
No, propagation of radio waves, not photons.
So they have slowed it down like sludge and sped it up very fast beyond the speed of light.
Radio, not light.
Light is radio waves is just another electromagnetic.
Radio waves is part of an electromagnetic
It's just another wave in the ether.
Yeah,
so basically, they're the same thing anyway.
Different frequencies act in different ways. This is something that we've demonstrated in the lab.
Since they're fundamentally the same thing, the same mechanism can be used for radio and or light. They calculate the speed of radio waves using the speed of light and treat it as more or less the same thing anyway, just another wave in the ether.
No, they act very differently. Thank you.
Yeah, long waves can slip right through areas that short waves can't slip through, basically.
Well, actually, UHF, UVF is pretty transparent to most shit, and that's what ham operators use.
Yeah.
So from my point of view, what I would want to see from Lemon, if he wants to back up this hypothesis, is provide what slows down the propagation of UHF and UVF radio frequencies. So go and look at that, see if you can find something that sort of demonstrates the claim that you're making, and then we can have a evidential-based discussion.
It's more dense plasmas, right? With electron densities, they would slow and then repel radio waves.
You know what the problem here is, I think, with the flat earthers is that they didn't go to third grade.
I think what's happening with the flat earth is they really want to keep people from finding a creator, especially Jesus Christ. And so they prefer to drag it down in ad hom and drama. But once you peer through the veil and get past all of the muck and garbage, you really have to question science's key assumptions about light, ether.
Do you realize you started that sentence with flat earthers want to hide the existence of God, and I don't think you meant that.
No, they want to hide the existence of a creator, which leads to an existence of God, which for some has led to the existence of Jesus Christ, that they can't help from this flat earth, whatever it is. So they prefer to muck it up in drama and a bunch of, ad hoc.
So that's
Lemon,
what flat earthers are doing, Lemon. I think you got that wrong,
but
mate.
you start that sentence by saying you start by saying the flat earthers. I think you meant the Glovers, Lemon.
Well, he could be right. I mean, he could be
Oh
right.
Lord, I'm sorry. That was a Freudian slip. The powers that should never be.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Freudian.
Some flat earthers do that too. Some of the new agey ones that are like, I like the flat earth, but I don't like this Jesus or this creator dude. I think there is a bit of an element of that too, flat earth without the philosophical or religious implications. But flat earth or round earth, they're like flat earth, but take it down an alleyway or this dark alley where there's no creator and no God, basically.
Well, Lemon, listen, if we could get all the flat earthers to take third grade again, they would know we live on the globe.
It's that easy.
It really is that easy. And
why?
all you guys have
I don't
is
see any
denying
curvature. You could tell a third grader, hey, do you see curvature? Do you see something
Lemon, he
flat?
hadn't finished his sentence. Could you let him finish?
Lemon, we have pictures from space. We know it's a globe.
But the pictures are barrel distorted. They're barrel distorted by the curvature of the lens, making the curvature of the lens indistinguishable.
Yeah, the cameras were not that good at that time, Lemons. Come on. I mean,
hey,
the cameras they took to the moon were bad. Yeah, they were.
And I'd just like to point out the generosity that I gave there, being a horrible glober who's not an atheist, trying to make sure that you didn't mislead by one correct mistake at the beginning of your sentence. So I think you also need to reframe your view and your inclusivity of a claim and the set that you're making that claim against.
Well, a general mechanism that isn't specific. It talks about the general trends that tend to influence the people who fall under the sway, the atheistic sway of the ball that makes people doubt the scriptures, and by extension, doubt the God that is told about in scripture in general.
Well, I'm not a Christian, Lemon. I totally reject Christianity.
Drust, you would still fall under that category because you're a pagan that holds to some other non-scriptural.
Oh, I see. So it's not
so
just
you
an
would
atheist.
tend to go
anybody...
with Helios, the devil being the sun god, and all of this other Roman pantheon of gods.
Yeah, that's not what I believe in, Lemon.
Jupiter,
but thanks for
Saturn, and these other planets anyway, with your pagan, non-scriptural paradigm anyway. So you still kind of fall under it anyway.
So really, what you're saying is anybody who is not a Christian, and we've already gone into your understanding of Christianity and your admission that you haven't even really read the scriptures, so they can't be really that important to your belief system. Otherwise, you would have bothered to study them. I studied the scripture more than you, and I'm not a Christian.
You studied it to do everything that it says not to do and destroy it, though. You studied it from a different...
No, I haven't. I actually say lots of very complimentary things about the Bible. I say one of the best things the Bible teaches is... And I would like to finish my sentence, Lemon. You're doing it again.
Since your slander is generalized, I have several things to respond to. You will be interrupted. Pleasure to address them. Please continue.
Lemon, can you back off a little bit, please?
Yeah, so
back
all I was
off,
trying to say...
dude. I've dealt with this dude before, and I know his shtick. Please continue, Druss.
Thank you. So all I would say is I've said many complimentary things about the Bible. One of the best things that I think the Bible teaches is humility, and the fact that we should avoid the sin of pride. That is something that's a repetitious theme throughout the Old Testament and into the New Testament, and we can see the perils of doing that. That was all I was trying to say, Lemon, and you made me make 5 minutes to get it out.
Anyway, the generalized mechanisms that these people fall under still apply. If you don't believe in any form of creation, flat and domed or whatever, you're going to tend to go for the atheistic ball, be it a pagan like yourself or some sort of atheist or some sort of Christian who is willing to compromise the word of God for scientism's dictates. They all come from the same spirit where they're trying to throw out the Bible or make the Bible secondary to other considerations and not ultimate. It's the
Bible is not a science book. It was not written to be a science book.
1 second. I just want to do one more question and then I'm going to give up. So can you point in the Bible where it says that you have this flat, stationary earth?
Job 38:14. It's pressed out like clay under a signet ring that's flat. And Joshua told the sun to stand still at the valley of Ajalon, not the earth, implying very heavily that the earth is not moving, it's the sun, moon, and stars.
So all it's saying is that when I look out across the land, it stretches out before me, and Joshua made the sun
going to try to compromise scripture for paganism,
almost made it through a sentence.
I'm well aware of your shtick.
Can we get some moderation, please? Because this is getting silly.
I'm just saying I'm not.
Isn't that location? Wait a minute. Isn't the location of that?
I'm going to go on mute. Sorry, Dress, but I'm not interested. Hold on, dude. I'm about to drop the mic. I'm not interested.
Wrap it up, Lemons. Thank you.
I thought that was the location of a valley. That's why they were talking about it as if it was pressed in the ring, because that would be the outer edges of the mountains that rise up all the way around it.
It's an analogy. Okay. He's taking it
now. Yeah, it's an analogy of a valley. You're talking about a place with mountains all the way around it.
The Bible is not a science book, was never meant to be a science book, was not written to be a science book, and you guys are taking it as a science book.
Okay, so just real quick, Lemon. So like last night, you and James were talking about the Bible, and I was weighing on whether or not I wanted to jump in because I've dealt with both of you before, and I chose not to. I actually jumped out and shut down Discord for the night, right? So that's what I would suggest in this instance for you, because you've dealt with Druss, like you said, I've dealt with you before. Don't even argue this with them. It's not going to go anywhere.
Fair enough, but people deserve to hear both sides cogently and clearly stated. Whatever Druss's side is, whatever my side is.
Yeah, well, the problem with that is that they'd have to have a third side, because then I would have to jump in to debunk you.
You're just going to jump in on the side of Masonry and a critical examination of the Bible as being this literary allegory.
Which it is. It's not a science book, was not written by scientists, was not meant to be a science book, and you're taking it as a science book.
We're talking about truth here. The Bible establishes what was truthfully established by God, science or not. So if you're saying that science isn't established on truth, well, then the Bible would be irrelevant. Science only deals with processes that have already been established before, but it doesn't necessarily tell you how they were established. God would do that in his word. And then science that is based on truth and what has been firmly established would go from there. It would be backward to go from what science says to the Bible. Since science doesn't deal with what has been established and laid down, it only deals with the stuff that naturally occurs after it has been laid down. That's backward.
Yeah, except
I'm not sure anybody claims anything's established and firm in science at all anywhere.
What happened in the 1700s?
It goes together, both go together.
What happened in the 1700s is the scientists took these guys, hey, we have this new thing called science. Let's go out and prove the Bible. And guess what? They didn't. They couldn't, because there's not enough time, not enough.
Masons and Jesuit liars said we have to free ourselves.
Let me ask.
The pagan law was just a way for them to do it.
Yeah, your fundamental interpretation of the Bible didn't come around until the 1830s. By the way.
How long until we're diddling boys like they did in Catamite Greece? Since we're exalting Greek logic and reason, until we're diddling boys and cutting apart their entrails for horoscopes like they did back in the
day. Productive.
Lemon, may I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, NASA, is the Bible a book of science?
Nope. There you go.
And why the fuck would you test science on that?
How do we know? How do we know it's not a book of science?
No,
how do we know though?
I think
it says like Jesus was a man of 30 when he started his ministry and he ended it at 33. How do we know they're not talking about the sun entering each of the zodiac and exiting at 33 degrees, like entering at 30, exiting at 33?
You can make whatever interpretation that you want. That is not science.
No, like if you think about it, like Jesus dies on the cross for 3 days or whatever, right? Or dies for 3 days and is resurrected. But couldn't that just be allegory for a solstice? Right, the sun stops moving on the sundial for 3 days, and on the third day moves again.
Well, that's
right? Couldn't that be science?
When you do
allegorically put.
It could be like Jesus was losing his virginity.
Could be like a farmer's almanac, right? So they tell you when John the Baptist returns. Like, how does he return if he's got his head chopped off? Oh, maybe he's Aquarius, right? And he's a fucking constellation, and he comes back, and then it's the rainy season, because that would make sense then.
the bringer of water.
Do whatever you want. I mean, put
And
whatever.
then it would be
thing you want
science,
into it.
though. Then it would be science, though. Is what I'm saying,
That's
right?
not science. That's not science.
Well, it might not be.
Chill on this one. You guys are using the Bible. Give me a break.
Well, for the northern hemisphere,
the Bible's
it's
more
the media of the day,
Guys,
right?
you gotta remember that science is not science until Payne Shield says it's science.
No.
Right?
It's not science
that.
until Quantum Eraser says it
Until
is.
you approve of it. Until you approve of it.
No.
Otherwise, it's not science, right?
I have to ask Quantum Eraser.
Oh,
he
that
knows.
sucks.
He knows everything about everything.
Well, let's
I'm asking
the
you.
book, the Bible isn't a science book, yes, but it does appear to deal with truth. So if science is concerned in any way, shape, or form about truth, maybe they should look at what the maker of the thing, God, the manufacturer, said about how he created Job 38:14 when he said it's pressed out like clay under a signet ring.
So are we going to use other books or just your book?
Hold on.
Well, you need to see how consistent they are. The Bible's been pretty consistent with this history and prophecy, whether you're a deist, Mason, a New Age mystic like Sin Cleanser,
What about the Quran?
Or who would just as readily eviscerate the Bible.
The Bhagavad Gita.
Don't blow your cover, bro. Don't blow your cover.
Hold on, I want to ask.
What about the Quran, though?
I want to ask Payne Asashil if he's a Christian. Are you a Christian, Payne Asashil?
What does that have to do with this
I
argument?
want to hear if you're a confessing Christian.
What difference does that have to do with this
Will
argument?
you confess in front of your peers that Christ is key?
What does it have to do with
or
this
will
argument?
you deny him online?
What does this have to do with this
Sin
argument?
Cleanser, he's a Catholic. It looks like he's an atheized Catholic.
Yeah,
so saying somebody is Christian is somebody who follows Jesus, not Mary.
Yeah.
So our
Wait,
Sin Cleanser, New Age,
let me say something.
They gloss over.
There's the guy who's a
Lemon.
fundamentalist who doesn't know the difference.
Let me
between
say this.
science and religion.
I'm a Catholic, and if you are Catholic and you've been asked or whatever, if you believe in Christ and you're going around it, you're doing wrong, Peinasa. Just saying,
what does this
brother.
have to do with this?
No matter what does he have to say, you've been asked a direct question.
It has
Don't
to
worry
do
about
with
what
it.
is the don't worry about what is the purpose. If somebody in the middle of a conversation asks me, "Do you believe in Christ?" I say straight yes, regardless of what it goes. I don't care where it goes, the conversation or what they're trying to prove or demonstrate or whatever. I'm a believer. I answer with the truth. That's it.
So clearly, he doesn't believe in Christ.
Faith has nothing to do with science. Science has little
worry
to
about
do with faith, actually.
Wow.
All right, he is correct about that. Since we're getting into personal territory, let's back off.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the philosophy, just the philosophy,
Well,
the way that their brain works and the way that they accept or reject evidence that tends to point toward atheized acceptance of the ball since it is random, no creator, and is just wobbling out in random vacuum of space psychologically. That is all.
You guys have to admit, Layman at least has Kuth, right? I mean, that.
I'm sorry I'm such a spaz, and I'm sorry I'm so pushy. I just like to.
No, you're not. You're good, bro. I mean, what you?
So I mean, the problem I've got is
all that
the
matters
fact
is you
that
give a shit.
we've got Christians of multiple flavors on one side of the argument, and Christians of multiple flavors on the other side of the argument. I don't think the particular brand of Christianity has anything to do with whether you think the Earth is flat or not. You may go back to your book and use that as an argument for it. That's fine enough. But I think it is absolutely wrong to mischaracterize every Catholic as some horrible paganistic kind of cult worshipping person. I think that's wrong.
That's Lemon's stick, though. He's got to stick to it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with confessing your beliefs. I don't want to talk to someone who's hiding something from me. Let's just be honest with each other if we're looking for truth. I mean, I thought Shill was a Christian, but apparently when I asked him, he didn't want to tell anyone. So
Nothing
I don't
to
know
do
where
with
he's
this argument.
from.
Nothing
It's
to
not
do with this argument.
relevant.
Well, if people are hiding their motivations, then how can we ever know or trust people?
Are you saying Payne Asashill's a Catholic?
He didn't. You know, he's non-confessing.
He's a non-confessing Catholic. I don't understand.
Right, but see, the irony here is that Pate is now all of a sudden playing a debate card here, like this is irrelevant to the argument.
Yes.
When Pate dude, you make comments repeatedly that are irrelevant to the debate. You just make all of these ad hoc comments, but now all of a sudden you want to play.
I don't make
this
ad hoc
card. I'm
comments.
like, oh,
I
that's
don't make
Yeah, you
ad hoc
do.
comments.
That's all you do, bro.
No, that's not
What
what I
is
do. I
this?
attack the
What is
arguments.
this? Yeah, we're not talking about an argument at all anymore, are we? We're just talking about Paige
Yeah,
Nasser
you're talking about
who
me
I don't
now.
like either. But I mean, it's
You don't
just
have
kind
to
of
like
a
me. I don't
weak
give a shit if
argument.
you like me or not.
I know. I'm just saying. I know you don't. That's not even the point at all. The point is that this isn't the conversation. We can't attack you for something that you're not really doing. That's just ridiculous.
Well, let's get back on track because I mean the conversation's about truth, and I use the Bible to help me determine truth. I don't need science. Now, is the Bible a scientific book? I'd say absolutely yes, it is in many ways. Is it
How?
only science? No, it's not.
I don't like him
I
at all.
would agree with Shill. I would agree with Shill on this one. I don't think it's a scientific book. However, science has never disproved the Bible at all.
Well,
Well, except
science
that
is
pi's
cause and
pi's
effect,
not
and
3.
you get a cause and effect in the Bible.
Pi's not 3. That's part of the Bible.
Rounded up.
I think again
Rounded
it's
up.
down.
It is.
No, yeah, rounded off. Yeah.
I think the problem is when you get into these arguments. You know, people hold their beliefs on faith, and you have a nice instruction manual with the Bible, which is great. You know, you have a lot of scripture, and you have a lot of people who've analyzed and looked at and tried to interpret that scripture. But everything that you do is interpretation, and interpretation is a belief. It's not truth. It may be the truth, but it's not something that you can claim to have, and you take that position in faith.
I agree. Like the Bible takes a lot of belief and a lot of faith to get to the full understanding. But once you reach the full understanding, you quickly realize that it's not necessarily belief. It's actual truth.
Right. Truth that you can
the
only
other way-
find with the Christian God of logic.
Well, then, if that was the truth, then black holes and neutron stars, the Big Bang, and all that shit is real because they don't need.
No,
well, it's all real. Well, no, you said it was their religion and their truth, right?
No, that's not what I said.
You call it a religion, and you just say it's their truth.
Can in their model, can the Big Bang not be true and still have this heliocentric model?
See, that's my whole argument against the Big Bang and all. Of
I'm
that
asking.
shit.
I'm asking.
I mean, it was out there when we had the steady state model. So before we had Big Bang, we had steady state.
Yeah.
So not a problem. I mean, I don't even think I don't think the Big Bang even precludes the creation of the universe being an impossibility. I think I'm a prime mover.
When they talk about the Big Bang, these astrophysicists, they say we know what happens within a millisecond of the Big Bang banging.
But that's based on if we're right about all this other stuff, then this holds to be true. And that's where I have a problem, because what we're doing is we're taking a whole load of bits of evidence and we're trying to extrapolate back, and we're saying, well, if our ideas are right, then this would be the case. That's a much better way of thinking about it. I always say, Big Bang, I find it to be an interesting idea. I think, there is things that point towards it from the point of view of observation, astronomy, and data. But do I think we got it right? I'm not even sure we're even remotely close, to be honest.
Me neither.
Good answer. That's an honest answer, Shill. That's what an honest answer sounds like, Shill.
That's not Shill.
Well, I know. I was just referring that.
Okay.
To Shill, so he might.
Well,
I'm with you now.
I know what an honest answer is, and I know that you're not an honest person. So
No, I was just giving you an example of an honest answer.
Well, I mean, he's telling you the limits of his knowledge.
Why are you so angry, Shill? Like, I'm curious. Like, what happened to you?
I'm not angry. I'm just I get amused, and when I hear dishonest people trying to stretch the truth.
You don't sound amused. You don't sound amused at all.
You sound disgruntled. You always sound disgruntled, like something happened in the past
when
that you're holding on to.
Bullshit. That's the reaction when I hear bullshit.
So you're not amused.
Actually,
another lie.
Some people actually get amused, right, by being disgruntled.
Yeah, and people don't always sound amused when they are amused.
But when it comes to things, I think gravitational lensing is something that that is a bit problematic. Now that's something I think we've got very, very good evidence for. Again, to me that's very interesting sets of observation. Well, I know you disagree with it, but I'm just going where I
Absolutely.
feel
You don't
stronger.
have any evidence of it in vacuum free space.
Isn't that like NASA CGI?
Only in the thickest and most dense regions of the sun do you see it happening around the sun of the plasma, not in the vacuum free space where the theory suggests that you should see it.
We also see it around stars and
Yeah,
galaxies.
guess what? Those cluster galaxies are full of suns with plasma.
Yeah, it's
You're
called
literally
gravity.
you're looking at plasma.
No, we're looking at
Okay.
gravity.
Well,
but you're also looking at plasma, which you can't deny because you know that's what that is. All solar, all the stars.
Yeah, I know.
By the way,
you're
the
plasma,
nuclear,
dude.
the nuclear,
You don't have
the
any other
nuclear
proof
star has been
Hey,
falsified too.
Paid, can you take a back seat right now and let Grim talk? And then if you want to
appreciate that,
interact, just wait.
Yeah. So those galaxy clusters that you're talking about being able to see Einstein rings through, which are blue, by the way, always blue, are showing refracted light. That's literally all that is. It's coming from those galaxy clusters. Each one of those solar heliopauses of each sun has a heliopause, just like the sun does. And they are all intermingling and interacting in between us, the observer, and them, the location that we're looking through. All of that's plasma. So I'm sorry, man. You're wrong. It's not vacuum-free space, and you're looking through a dense medium.
Yeah, plasma has no effect on gravity.
That's a pretty
light,
interesting argument.
Yes, it absolutely does, you dumb
No, it does
knucklehead.
have an effect.
Partially ionized gases have very much effect on the atmosphere of Earth is partially ionized in some areas,
well,
which we still have.
It will not bend it. It will
It absolutely
absorb it.
bends it. It bends it, you dumb fucking shit. Where are you going with this?
Plasma does not bend light.
Hey, now hold on. Now I got to jump in. Hold on, just real quick. I don't know, Grim.
Gas
I would
bends
love
light.
to have a great conversation between you and Paid if that's.
Yeah. He's
Sorry.
trying to tell me that partially ionized gas, which is not even fully ionized.
Can you guys
and you're roboting. I'm sorry.
hear me?
I can't tell when.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay. How
you're
about now?
roboted.
How about now?
It's better.
Go ahead. It's coming in better.
Okay, I just want to say, please refrain from calling names. I'd really like to have.
I
a
didn't even
productive
mean to.
conversation
I'm
with
so
this.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it just fucking slipped right out. Okay.
If I can control myself,
I just don't like when
everybody
people
should
are
be able to
so
control
confident
themselves,
and they're
'cause you know
so
what I'm
wrong
like.
at the same time. It just gets weird. So it's like, I do apologize.
I don't
to the
actually know
room,
what you're like, but
not
I
actually
believe
to him.
you on your word, Russ.
I can be a shit sometimes.
I haven't seen you at your worst, I guess.
Well, how can paid NASA shills just say "nuh-uh" to what had otherwise sounded like a perfectly rational answer?
He's making shit up.
It
The
sounded good to
plasma-
me. I don't know how you.
I know
would
it sounded
say
good to you. I know
"nuh-uh."
it.
I don't know how you would do that.
I know it sounds good. It's like lemon. You guys can just make stuff up, and it doesn't have to have any facts at
Well,
all
he's
or
more
anything.
convincing than your "nuh-uh." I'll just say
It's
that.
more. Well, I'll tell you what. That you guys have thrown away basic science and thrown away basic gravity bending. We know about that. In the meantime, he's come up with this plasma stuff. Plasma doesn't bend light like gravity
Silent,
does.
you're hot miking. Silent? Silent?
Okay, let's just put him on mute, and he'll notice. Maybe. Yeah, but listen, Shill, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I'm listening to the ideas. You just sounded considerably less convincing. Like, let's just hear the arguments. If they're good,
Well, this whole
let them be good by their own
hypothesis,
merit.
this whole hypothesis on plasma bending the light, could
I
make
said
sense to
partially
you.
ionized air. Yeah. Partially
Could make
ionized
sense
gases.
to you. It doesn't mean it's a consistent idea. It doesn't mean
So
that
when you have-
well, if you would try to predict exactly what you should expect to see, it doesn't mean that holds against observation.
Well, yeah, it
Yeah.
does because the light bending behind the sun observation, particularly, this math for that was predicted showed that the light from the sun bending behind the sun should start a couple solar radii out away from the sun. The bending should start, but they didn't get any of that They only got it bending in the most dense area of the plasma limb of the star, of the sun. That's where the corona, where the densest plasma is pointing together in the observation. So that's the only time they can get any. And that's recorded on all the observations, every observation since
Can
and
you
before.
link me that so I can understand it better? Do you have a citation or
It's a lot of studies, dude, that you'd have to go through all of that.
Right, but is
I
there
can,
anyone that mentions this discrepancy between the observed that you know of?
yeah, Edward Dowdy, ex-NASA physicist, writes a paper on it. I could probably look it up for you. I'm on my phone, so if they grab my glasses,
Sure.
Do that.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're not a fabric of time kind of guy?
Mm-mm. No space-time fabric blankie has ever been made.
Oh, they've definitely modeled it out though, and it works, right?
Well, it's modeled out under the idea of vacuum-free space, that you're not having any medium in the way. And then we start in the space age to realize we have all this medium here that does do these effects. Then we have to start weighing them out together now. Start figuring out, well, why is this one so factual anymore? Because there
What
is
medium you're
another
talking
answer.
about?
It's
Well,
like when you find two
I'm
ways to
reading
skin
an
a
article
cat,
at
you
the
can no
moment,
longer
Brent.
say this is the only way that cat has ever been skinned, right? And when you can't
I-
prove your way to actually skin a cat in a laboratory, but we can prove our way to skin that same cat in a laboratory, then it seems we have the experimental physics, which should trump the theoretical physics all day long.
Well, I'm reading an article from 1995, which is talking about some of the complexities of gravitational lensing and some of the things that need to be taken into account. And one of it is the interstellar medium, the fact there is stuff in space and that needs to be accounted for. So I think you're saying they don't take account of it. I don't know. This is an article from Nature.
Oh no, they don't. They
September 95.
use it as a homogeneous medium, right? And they're not counting for the edges of the star, and they were not doing proper, like trying to actually falsify their shit when they were doing it, because it took someone almost 100 years later, you know what I mean, that worked for NASA to start talking about this.
No, I mean,
So for some reason,
this is
it's been
quoting
more
a study from
beneficial for them to have us
1968, which
believe
is
it.
also saying that we cannot account for the medium of space to be uniform, and this needs to be taken. So I think they recognise the problem. I don't think it's been ignored.
Well, when you say they, who wrote that? Was that Hannes Alfvén?
John Maddox, and he references Shapiro's work from the 60s. He
'cause it seems like
references the 1990s. He referenced Haystack University and some of the studies done at Owen Valley Observatory.
Yeah, in the 60s. See, you realize it was just recently that they just now.
This is
realized
1995, by the way.
You realize it was 2017 that they realized it was actually 2020 or 2021, 2020 or 2021 that they realized that the Alfvén waves actually are what powers the aurora, and that these electrons are hidden behind waves that they never knew were there before.
Well, no, the Alfvén
because
waves,
they couldn't see them or measure them in the way. Listen, man, I'm trying to tell you something.
Didn't think they got it as far as here because they thought they were absorbed by
No,
the medium.
they thought Hannes Alfvén was wrong all the way up until that day is what it was, and then they get to tout that
About 2019 because we went through that a couple of years ago.
Suspected for 50 years. I know, but here's the language they use. It's been suspected for 50 years, blah blah blah, but not by them, right? Because they've been pushing stories about how Alfvén is wrong and how it's not electrical and how there's more. It's more of the photoelectric effect, and there's more of this and that. There are all these different explanations, except for what Alfvén said, that no, there are packets and waves
So
that
why
come
is
in,
it
like in the laboratory, and they're coming
why does it
in
come back to the
electrical
fore, then?
circuits. Right. Well, then my point is the understanding of the medium is so very not understood that they're just realizing simple shit right now. So for them to go and tell you they had it all figured out back then is ridiculous.
Nobody's ever claimed that.
Well, no. Okay, so you're saying that you're not going to rely on those medium densities that they gave as data points from the 60s then.
No, what I'm saying is the fact that, again, this paper's from 1995. It was referencing some of the work that Shapiro did on radio wave propagation from the
Right,
late
even
1960s.
1995, right? Like very poor.
Yeah,
in the 90s.
but they were
they've done
talking about
in the
the
past decade.
non-homogeneity of the interstellar medium and how this could be an issue for some of the readings they're getting. So it's
No,
not
that's
like
true.
it
And
was hidden
yeah,
or it was ignored. Can I just finish the point?
Okay, that's a
Not that
good
it was hidden.
point.
I'd really like to finish. It's
Sorry.
not that it was hidden or it was ignored. It was definitely in discussion. And I think what's happened, what I would guess would happen, is someone says, hey, we're collecting this weird data. What's going on here? Oh, shoot, that guy had a much better story than we understood. And now we can actually start to see how it fits in. That's
Well,
what
no,
I read.
yeah.
And I read that Alpine Waves.
Well, that's cool. I understand. I could accept that. I'm not even going against that, like in any real way, right? Like, but the point is now it is starting to get better understood. And then 100 years ago, when this theory was developed in the first place, it was thought to be vacuum-free space. And now we're starting to realize that there's so many more integral things going on to this global electric circuit and the sun circuit, right? And there's so much more medium and tubules and different things going on in Birkeland currents that we really need to step back and take a look at our very beginning theories that are still holding true dogmatically for some reason, right?
I think the problem is for me, and this is just my opinion, is you kind of want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, we've got it all wrong, and we need to go back to back to the foundation and rebuild from the bottom up. And I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of this stuff we've got, reasonable understanding of, or very good evidence to support it. And as things move forward, that the model adapts, changes, or bits of it are replaced as we understand more. And that's why I have a problem with things like the Big Bang Theory. Because I think there are an awful lot of assumptions going back a very long way to a time in the universe that we have not a huge amount of understanding. As a story, as a premise, it's not bad. It's a good place to at least try and hang our coat on and see how that looks as we move forward and we discover more. But I don't think the plasma theory
that's where I disagree. I mean, I agree with what you said, but
the standard model of physics is correct. I think there's still lots of adaptations to be done there.
Right. So I agree with most of that. Like, right. But you kind of contradicted yourself in the beginning, because you went with in one direction, came back the other direction with with it. But
I started off by saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah. Right. We started out by saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But then you were saying, like, we don't need to go all the way back to the fundamentals, right? Or all the way back to the foundation and rip it all apart. We could start from certain areas or whatever. But I disagree with that part, because the foundation itself is gravitationally based alone, and we can't prove any of that in the laboratory or with our supercomputers. The foundation itself is what's fucking funkulated, right? And you start realizing that without the electromagnetic forces, that none of these things could have coalesced even past dust bunnies. We couldn't have gotten gases and anything to come together at all without this electromagnetism. Because wait, Dress, I'm almost finished.
Sorry,
you're robotic anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, but the point is that's the axiom problem right there. We don't need to even incorporate this gravity as much as we understand it in those situations in cosmic scales, because we see that they don't work like in any scale. We don't see gases coalescing together in a vacuum without electromagnetic current. Without an electric current, we can't do it here on Earth in a vacuum. We can't do it anywhere and prove that is a real thing unless we pass a current through it, which is exactly what we're starting to discover about star formation. We see in those star nebula, we see that they're like rivers, they call them, where there's channels that are just torn out. Well, those channels are obviously what we see in the laboratory. Those are the current, and the current in the stars are little Z
Are you going to
pinches
finish any time this week?
in the current. I thought it might be interesting for other people to get
People
a kind of a base.
they need to cut in after a point or two.
You're right. You're right. I don't realize how long
it was a very long point, Grim. That's all. I'm really trying desperately to keep my points sharp and to the point, and not go off
and not forget
lots of
them.
things.
Yeah.
I was enjoying
the
myself.
only thing I want to say was I was
apologize.
trying to actually steel man you a little bit there, which was, have you looked at the sort of the effect on plasma attraction and star formation in nebula, which you obviously kind of were looking at bits of that, and that I found very, very interesting. But it doesn't seem to be enough force in itself on its own to equate to what we're observing. So that was one of the problems that was brought in that paper.
No, it was the opposite. It was the electric current.
I'll go and find
it. Oh, I see. In that paper, right? Okay, so people that from the electric universe, right? The plasma cosmologists and electric universe proponents, they're reading that paper that is not by one of them. You've got to realize this guy writing that paper comes from a different axiom, and he's finding things mysterious and phenomenal. This is a phenomenon to him, right? But to them that are reading the paper of finding his data, they're saying this is exactly what we would expect to see. So that's where I'm coming from, that position of person, not the person writing the paper, but the person looking at the paper who's an electric universe proponent. And we're saying this is exactly what we would expect to see in an electrical circuit. So that guy, he's not going to be saying those things that I'm saying. So you won't hear him saying this is exactly what we expect to see in an electric circuit, blah, 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 blah. Because he doesn't know what to expect in all of that, being he's not a circuit theorist or a plasma physicist, right? But these other guys are. So what they're seeing in these patterns and data are plasma circuitry and shit like that. So that's why I'm saying it that way. This is definitely electrical circuitry that they're looking at and can be proven in the laboratory, and the patterns and the replications can be made and have been done, right, for those same scalable events. And that's why they say they know that these are Z pinches in an electric current, and they can prove it in a laboratory. And then when you guys say it in gravity, you can't prove nothing anywhere, not even in a supercomputer model, but you got the fucking leading fucking thing. It's crazy. I mean, you guys win. Your theory wins somehow. I think that's just how money works, right? And keep the people not knowing the truth for as long as possible so that you can keep on, fleecing the herd.
Yep.
For research money and dumb shit all the time.
Yep, that's what they've done is they've created their own professions that were non-existent, and yeah, man, it's crazy, dude, what they've done.
Yeah, well, what do you think is gonna happen?
The board, from medical shit to fucking physics to fucking
greenhouse, the whole greenhouse sciences. You've got.
What do you think? What do you think is gonna happen when you invest or you give somebody $30 million or whatever to find you a black hole? They will find you that fucking black hole,
Yeah, they're gonna convince you that that's exactly what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this as a paradigm is very.
Is that how you think it works?
That's what happened with the dinosaurs too.
Well, electricity and charge, give you fields, and gravity wasn't even defined as.
Am I out of internet or he felt?
No, I think it was him.
It's like they're trying to merge
field too. So
they're making
electricity to field.
But gravity doesn't appear to have a blue color like electricity. The fields that we tend to see are electric and magnetic, but we really don't see a gravity field. We kind of infer it, even though it's unseen. So it looks like they're kind of trying to meld the two models together with the fields of, say, electricity, ether, whatever, tagged on with the Higgs boson of gravity. But I don't know if they really mix that well. They appear to come from two different places.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Super long electromagnetic wave. Right?
What do you mean?
How do we rule that out?
I want to ask Lemon, what do you mean by we don't see the field? How do you see a field?
Color. you see as a physical effects, but with electricity, we see blue arcs and stuff like that.
The
And with
arcs aren't the
magnetism, we
field.
see very readily apparent effects. But with gravity, we
Wait,
infer
wait, wait.
everything pulls to the center, but that's not quite what we
Wait.
see. We see stuff go down, go up, whatever.
Wait,
You guys
the
aren't
arc,
you
the
guys aren't
arcs,
agreeing on what a field is. You need to
the
first
arcs
define what a field
aren't the
is.
field.
Field
What?
theorists have a problem describing what a field is, so this will be interesting. Go.
Right.
was
When
that?
you have a
What's
when
a
you
field,
have
Bake?
okay, when you have, for example, a charge, right? There is a force between that charge and another charge that you add to close to the first one, and depending on where you add that charge, the force is going to be a different vector. The field is the combination of all possible vectors. That's the field.
Wow, bro. Field.
Okay,
Okay,
so
well, you talked
gravity,
about positive and
gravity and
negative
electricity
charge.
are much alike in that aspect, that being that their vector is perpendicular, right, to the source.
What?
Like, let's say an electric, like if I'm gonna pass an electric charge past something, if it discharges into an item, it discharges at 90 degrees down onto the item, right, onto the object. The discharge is perpendicular to the object's surface, right?
Yeah, but the surface.
Right. Same with gravity, though, right? They are similar in that they have an inverse square law to them.
No, but there's a huge difference between them.
No,
In
there's a
gravity, you
huge
only
difference. But there's
gravity.
also huge. I'm not looking for the differences right now, though.
Well, they're
I'm looking for you to
irrelevant.
admit to the likenesses.
To the what?
First.
Which
The likenesses, the things that are alike about gravity and electricity.
Okay. Yeah, they have an
Like,
inverse squared.
like the perpendicular
strength, yeah.
vector, the inverse strengths. There are some things that were interesting to Maxwell and Faraday and Gauss and some other fellas that were interesting to them, that the likenesses of electricity and gravity.
Okay.
Right? And I think that's important to also look at when you're just thinking about the differences and how it's only can be different and it's not going to be the same, and you'll never look for gravity to be something from the ashes of an electrical system that way, right? You'll never do that. You won't understand that there could be.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Atomic particles, right, could
my
be
initial
acting in
claim-
a way scalable to the effects of electricity.
The initial claim was that the arcs aren't the field.
True.
The arcs are not the field. The arcs are the glowing thing that is between the current, that is suffering the effect of the electrical current. That's why it's glowing.
And
If
that's
there's
why I
nothing there-
mentioned those electrical arcs, Bacon, because we see the effects of this field much more readily than gravity.
Yeah,
we don't
that's
see
the
gravity
effect
arcs.
of the field.
Gravity discharges. So I'd probably go with something electromagnetic and just absorb gravity under that paradigm.
You don't see a
So-
field. You see
so-
you see a blue phenomenon. Now, if you want to label that phenomenon a field, that's your speculation. But there's no field until you see a field of something. You're just using words. You're saying charge.
That
when you
blue
have no idea what
phenomenon.
charge
That's
is.
my point.
Excited. Those are photons being released from an excited gas particle.
Exactly.
Fuck,
Exactly.
There's no photons. Stop. Come on.
No. Well, no,
Exactly.
that's what you've done. When you've excited a gas particle, you've released the photon, energy relaxation from the fucking
You've never
gas
seen a gas particle. You've never seen energy. You have no idea
No,
what
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about-
about. You're just
we're-
saying
we're
words.
talking
You're
about the
just saying
theory.
words, dude.
We're talking about the theory right now, man. I've never seen a
And
gas
that's bullshit.
particle.
That's called bullshit.
That's
called
correct.
Oh,
I'm
maybe
just
it's
talking
not quite-
bullshit.
Well, maybe it's not quite bullshit. I
Well,
think
it's
we're
more
reasoning,
interesting than hearing you not
Unseen.
talk about anything.
I think we're reasoning
I'm
back
not
to
going
a
to talk
cause.
bullshit and say I know things.
But
We can do it
fields
all day long.
appear to be a thing 90-degree palm in that there is a field of influence, an area of influence that goes beyond the object itself. I have a field of fear and intimidation that I quote unquote communicate to another person when I give them a baleful stare of hate and make them run away without having to physically touch them or physically be there in the first place. My field of hate, quite literally in a way, extended
Your
to that
field of
person
hate is
and
not a
made
thing.
them perform
Your
an
field of
action
hate-
without me even having to touch them. So that
Your
is
field
the
of hate-
concept of a field, an area of influence beyond the thing that we can see itself that somehow causes some sort of induction, action, or whatever.
So in Lemon's retarded mind, you akin magnetism to fear. You're retarded.
It is an area of influence way beyond the bar magnet.
So
I'm
Your
not allowed to
framework
call people names.
doesn't
This fucking asshole is allowed to call
talk
people
about it
names.
intelligibly at all.
Hold on a
Therefore,
second
I am
now.
going to go
Wait
with
a
a
minute.
framework that acts like fields
You're
are a
retarded.
thing to give some level of
The emotion
intelligibility
of fear is a thing.
explanation. Now, if you come
Okay,
up with
so I'm not allowed to
explanation,
call
90
people
degree
names,
palm,
but
I'm willing to
90
listen.
degrees
You
can
just
call
sound
people
like
names.
You're just saying words.
Let me go back
and
a
not
little
really
bit.
saying much of anything yourself.
Yeah,
Silent,
all you
do
did
you
was
not
say
hear
that
this?
you people are afraid, and therefore magnetism is a field, just like people are afraid. That is the dumbest analogy I've ever heard. But
Then
if it
put
works for
your
you,
money
go
where
ahead.
your mouth is, 90 degree palm. How do you talk
Okay,
about
as
the
long as
area of
we're
influence
clear,
that
now I
extends
get to
way
do it.
beyond the magnet itself and causes things to happen? What do you call that? Do you call that a field?
Yeah, I
What
made a
language
video
do
on
you
it. Go
use
watch
beyond
it. Go
obstruction
watch
to
it.
describe that 90 degree palm?
Oh, he made a
I've
video
made a
on it.
video and I've described the
Oh,
physical
God.
process. Hold on. I've
That's it.
described the physical process. You're not describing
Watch
a
my
physical process.
video.
All you're
I
doing,
wouldn't click on
you're
your
not.
video
You're just
if
talking
it
all over
saved
me.
your life.
You're talking all over me.
Right,
You're
I'll
not
try.
describing.
Everyone is
Let's
talking
let him
over
let him
everyone.
Fucking idiot.
let him speak.
Is
We're
there
gonna
no
have to
Conversation
mute you if
moderator
you're
is
in
gonna be
here? Holy
disrespectful.
fuck, guys.
You
Is there
just
no
came in here
moderator in
kicking
here?
around and knocking everybody around, calling them idiots and bullshit like that,
No, I
bro.
said
And
the
then you
analogy
expect
was
not to
stupid.
get in.
Guys, there's several moderators here.
Guys can't
Yeah,
communicate
and just
without
talk all
fighting
over
each
me.
other. Grim, I'm
Oh
sorry, you're
my
gonna have to be
fucking
muted.
god.
90 degree palm, make your point.
Yeah, my point was you're saying that you intimidate, quote unquote. That's not a mechanism. Your intimidation is not a mechanism that caused the person to move. So making an analogy for your intimidation to magnetism is wrong. Magnetism has a mechanism which requires the metal to move towards the magnet. When that person moved away from you, it was not the mechanism of you against the person. If you can't understand this, it's not my problem.
But how do you explain it without invoking a
Okay,
field or some sort of terminology to explain the concept of a field of influence that somehow goes beyond what we can see and the object itself to other things to cause stuff to happen? Do you have that concept? Can you explain it
Yes,
intelligibly?
I have.
What alternative
Yes,
do you have?
okay, so all you're saying is you don't get to call what my bullshit because you haven't said anything. Now stop. The point of the matter
No,
is,
what I'm
hang on,
saying is we need to be
you're
able to
talking
speak intelligibly about it.
Okay, so when you say speak intelligently, that does not mean that you making your fear moves a person like a magnet moves metal. Now, if you think that's an intelligent analogy, I don't.
That is an intelligent analogy because it talks about my ability to influence a person without having to touch them, collide with them, or be in their immediate proximity, like right next to them. There was some emanation, some field, if you will, that influenced an action without me even having to touch them. So it is talking about the concept, right? The hand. I'm not saying that my fear reached out like a hand and touched them. That's the point of my analogy in the first place. Something influenced that person without me having to touch them in the first place. So how do you talk about concepts like that without a field, without induction, or without some sort of concept that's similar? Otherwise, you just sound like an obstructionist who doesn't give intelligible explanations to guide intelligible action and intelligible experiments to figure out what the fuck is going on.
There is no field of fear, and there is no field of fear that influenced the person. You're just making shit up. The person decided upon their own reconnaissance to turn around. That's not what happens with the metal and a magnet. So again, your analogy intellectually is wrong.
It still gets the concept that I influenced that person somehow without having to contact them, and you know it. Now, I'm going to look at your video and hope that you have an intelligible way to explain this. But so far, you just sound like an obstructionist who is gunking up the spanners and gunking up the works by keeping us from intelligibly talking about phenomena that do occur in a way that can guide action and experimentation in an intuitive way so we can at least go forward and figure out what the hell is going on.
Saying that your fear or someone else's fear was the mechanism of motion is not an intelligent argument. It's a retarded one, in my opinion. Because
It
fear
still has action at a distance beyond the thing itself, 90-degree palm. That is the point.
You're just babbling. You're a lemon, bro. You really are a lemon. So the idea that your fear was the mechanism of motion is completely wrong. Fear did not make that person move. The internal pressure of their body made them move, just like with a magnet. It's not fear that makes the metal move. It's a physical mechanism, just like the body of the person that you are calling afraid. So what you're doing is some bullshit. So you're trying to manifest some physical thing that's not physical that moves the magnet, just like the non-physical fear moves the person. That's what you're doing because you're a lemon.
There was some level of influence beyond me that made that person decide to pick up and run. I'm not saying that I reached out with hands and touched them. That's the point of a field, right? The hand. Something that had a non-physical influence that somehow reached out, if you will, and induced an action that otherwise wouldn't have been induced without something else occurring.
Yeah, okay, again, I'm going to say this the last time I say it. There needs to be a mechanism. Your fear, or whatever you can... Hang on, let me finish. Your fear is not a mechanism. Magnetism works on a mechanism that moves the metal. It doesn't make the metal afraid. It doesn't say, come here.
Well, this
it uses a mechanism.
Yeah, this mechanism
and
that
the
you guys
unproven
are
premise, 90-degree palm, that the only mechanisms that are allowed are physical ones like contact and collision. You brought in that unproven premise. That mechanism down to physical contact that hasn't necessarily even been proved, since we can't see all things touch other things to make mechanisms occur, number one. And number two, that is a philosophical assumption from your side that is unproven unless you see everything collide with everything else to make that mechanism happen. So why don't you check your unproven premises yourself, sir, and try to have some sort of intelligible way to deal with fields, induction, unseen contact, unseen force, and unseen reach and unseen influence reaching out way beyond the object to something else.
Yeah, lemon battle. So hold on,
can I say something here, guys?
No, wait, let me.
This is just gone.
So hang on, you don't see the wind move the sail, but it is physically touching the sail. Now your entire premise is I don't see it, therefore it's not there, therefore it's not touching it but still moving, is unintelligent.
All right, so can I fill in the disconnect between you two? Because there's obviously a
No, I have it all. You're not
just
going
gonna
to
read
you're not gonna
ether
tell
off?
me. Yeah, that's all you're gonna do.
He'll tell you while you're muted
All
if you have to interrupt him with stuff like that. Please keep going.
I don't know who.
Go,
you're
Well, I'm just saying, I'd rather not have you read of a definition of
Guys,
ether.
slow. What were you saying?
I don't know, man. Sounds like people don't really want to hear what I have to say.
Well, you're allowed to talk about ether. I just don't want you to read of a definition of Ken Wheeler's book. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So should I read your Einstein definitions? Would that satisfy
No,
you more?
you can. If you can explain ether in your own words, I would appreciate that rather than reading them straight off Ken Wheeler's definitions.
Okay. Because all the words that you use are your own words. What word have you actually coined in your lifetime? Please share that with us.
It's not my own words, as in every word I've defined myself, but it's the
You'd have
combination.
to be the Ken Wheeler whisperer because it's just gibberish. They don't understand it. So when you say a big word, like every few words, could you like stop speaking and just kind of like make a layman's definition of what you're talking about so they can keep up?
Hold on, Lemon. So Gummy Bear, what have you actually discovered or came up with on your own that you don't subscribe to, that's something you can provide for us, that you've either created, invented, discovered, or theorized?
I'm not saying you need to discover anything on your own. I'm just asking you to read it out with your own words from your own brain, not read out from a paper definition. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and well, that's a terrible way to address somebody, because you're assuming that everything that I have to say is literally being read from a script, and I'm getting kind of fed up with that talk,
not
man, and those little ad homs.
I'm saying that usually when you talk about definitions
but you know
of
what?
things.
But you know what? I didn't even get the chance to talk before you've made an assumption and judged my character. And furthermore, I would like you to answer my question, because you seem to have some confounded new form of understanding that's new. So please share that with us. Otherwise, then don't sit here and point fingers at me if you have nothing, because all the things that you have came from someone. All right. So unless you have something new to share, a new form of thought, a new methodology, something, then all you've done is asserted yourself upon others, right?
Yes, I have asserted that you reading off a paper is not.
Well, let's not obfuscate. I asked you a direct question.
Conversation.
I mean, I asked you a direct question.
Yeah, and I've answered.
So have you
that
discovered
question.
anything?
I'm answering that question because earlier I answered by saying that's not the point of my argument, that you need to discover this on your own.
I'm not
the
really
point
caring
is,
about your points
don't
at this
read
point. I'm
those
asking you a direct
definitions of a
question
book.
that you're running away from. So are you going to answer that? Did you coin any terms? Have you discovered anything? Have you invented anything?
I've already answered
Direct
that question.
No, you haven't. You just ran away from it. That's all you've done.
I said no, I have not, but that's not the part that I'm arguing
okay.
about.
Oh, not that part though, right?
That's not what I'm arguing. That you need to discover the words on your own.
You've got nothing.
ISO, stop
You've got
strawmanning.
There's no straw man here. You pointed the finger. You piped up and said something, and I'm weighing. I'm scrutinizing you upon the same level of scrutiny you've just analyzed me upon. So why are you going to point fingers at me when
Because
you've
you're not.
done nothing different?
You're saying that I scrutinized you on having to discover the words themselves or the concepts themselves. That is not my point. I'm just asking you to use your own words rather than listing off a definition from a PDF.
These are all my own words. I didn't list off a definition from a PDF. I haven't even had the chance to talk before you rudely made this assumption.
But okay, so if you're not going to read off a PDF, then you can simply tell me that's not what you're going to do. I'm just presuming, and I'm in the wrong. So let's just move on.
So anytime I have something to say, I need to check in with Gummy Bear and make sure that I'm not reading from a PDF. That's what you're telling me? That's
No,
right.
I'm saying that most people don't appreciate that kind of conversation because it's very one-sided when one person is reading things off a PDF and the other is trying to talk man to man. That's all I'm saying.
It sounds like
and
you're.
You can do it.
Sounds
You
like
can
you're
still
speaking
do it.
from. Sounds like you're speaking from personal incredulity and then wanting to essentially project that onto the rest of the crowd as if they're going to agree with you.
This is personal opinion, and I can't stop you if you want to go ahead and do it. I simply put my opinion out there that would not be appreciated by me and very possibly other people. If you still want to do it, you can. It's open to do so. I just expressed my opinion that it would be boring of you to do so. You can still go ahead and do it. I'm not the arbitrator here.
Is this how you address every common conversation you run into in your personal life?
Just the one
if they respond back to me this way, then yes.
That's pretty sad, man. You must not have a lot of friends.
No, usually people don't address back like the way you do. Usually we have a man-to-man conversation.
You mean with things that you can't? You mean with things that you don't have an answer to, so you're offended?
No, usually we have a man-to-man conversation, not a man-to-book conversation.
Oh, really? You don't Google things in Wikipedia? I thought that's what Globers love to do, is just get all their information from Google.
Well,
Wikipedia.
If you need a whisperer for these definitions, just stop him every 3 or 4 unfamiliar terms and be like, explain that a bit further, please. Ken Wheeler can be a little hard to take with those definitions. Not that he's just reading word for word from Ken Wheeler. He is using similar terminology. So you're going to need a Ken Wheeler whisperer for some of that stuff. Just stop every 2 or 3 unfamiliar terms and just make sure everybody's caught up. That's all.
All I was going to say was all fields are governed by temperature and pressure mediation alone. But, I mean, if you think that's pretty difficult to digest, I mean, that's, I guess, up to you to decide.
Okay, well, something's pressing against something else then. That implies that we're in what? An etheric, watery medium that is pushing on us to give us waves and light and stuff? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. There you go.
You still there, Gummy Bear?
Yeah. I've said what I want, what I wanted to say. That it's just
we heard what you wanted to say. Yeah. You spoke from your feelings. I get it. You're offended,
yes.
But I'm just curious. Like, do you have anything of substance? Like, what's your best claim?
What's your best argument?
My best argument is I don't prefer you to read off your definitions. That's all I'm trying to say
we heard
here.
that, bud. I understand.
That's
you
all
don't
I'm trying to say.
repeating.
I'm not sure why you're getting so triggered over my opinion that you I don't want to read off a book.
That was a perfect time for you to move on to something else.
Yeah, but he's not the one. He's the one not moving on.
Are you still going back to him and you, or are we gonna move on?
Because he keeps addressing me. He's the one not moving on.
He's asking you, what's your best argument? That's a new chance to start over and put forth a new argument.
Man, what's up, y'all? What's up, St.
That's all I was. That was all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to insert myself into the conversation.
We'll check back in with you. How about that?
Yeah.
kind of shit show is it that Sin Cleanser is the voice of reason?
I know. You guys are really calling out the big guns. All right, get it, your act together. I don't like having to be the dad here. Right?
We don't like it either, Sin Cleanser.
Don't make me do this to you.
This is your fault
This
for
hurts
making
me
me do this.
more than it hurts you.
You brought this on yourself. I understand.
Somebody, let me say something. Somebody's saying something about redefining or the definition of things. Are you complaining about that?
No, I said I wouldn't appreciate if all he does is read the definition from a PDF. That's all my point was.
But you don't have a problem with him giving a redefinition of things, right?
If he explains things in his own words, then yes, then we can have a conversation man to man. I just don't want him sitting there reading off a definition. That's all I've expressed.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because, you know, if we talk about weight and, you know, we don't agree with gravity and in the word weight is the implication of gravity already. So that's why sometimes you hear flat earthers trying to express some idea in a different manner. The problem is that you guys don't accept any other manner on any other way but the ones that you have you know,
they want the definition there.
Accepted.
Sometimes y'all want the definitions.
So that's a problem for us because if we want to talk about like weight and stuff like that, and you won't get away from your preconception of what that means, and you're not gonna be able to listen or understand the other ideas. Just saying.
So weight is a preconception.
But I'm
oh
not
my god, is that what you understood what I was saying?
I'm not complaining about using definitions. I'm complaining about if
You're
all
still
you do
going
is
on about
read
this?
your definition.
Come on, Gummy
Because he's
Bear.
still
Chill
talking
out.
about
Chill
it
out.
to me.
We really got to move on with this.
No, he's not,
the one
dude.
talking about it.
No, he's
Is
not.
what he's talking about not related to what we're talking? Okay, then.
What
go
he's
ahead.
telling you,
I'm
he's
just,
talking
I'm
about.
just gonna be quiet then. It's fine.
Well, to answer Silent Zero, the question is when we talk about weight, we're probably going to be implying a lot of other things apart from just the definition.
I know that's the problem, right? Sin Cleanser, because if you want to try to express a different idea, but use the word weight in a colloquial sense, you know, meaning we can see the reading on a scale about something on top of it. That's fine. The problem is that when they start invoking, well, at that point there's a force and there's this and that, and we don't. There are a lot of people don't agree with that. So we gotta find alternative ways to explain what do we mean.
Like weight was a good example. For example, they'll call it the implication of gravity, whereas someone else might understand that to be its position in the medium, based on its pressure, right? So we probably could have completely different understandings of these things, and they work just the same.
If you're gonna try to explain and define something, then you gotta be able to touch on all the parameters that this thing is that you're defining. Like you gotta be able to pinpoint all the associated variables, and that's one thing that they like to leave out is like they only point at one variable and say there's weight, but weight's got a multitude of variables associated with it, and they only want to
For example,
cherry pick. They want to cherry pick what weight is to them.
No, I understand what you're saying there.
Variable, what else?
About touching on all the parameters, because if you're defining something and telling someone the definition of something, and then in another scenario this definition doesn't fit like the observation, then that definition isn't good enough, because there shouldn't be exceptions of something's definition not applying to it when it's underwater or in a vacuum or something like that. That shouldn't change something's definition just because of where it's at.
Well, yeah, but it does, because if what is defining that, if the thing you're using to define what it is you're talking about contradicts itself based on a variable, then you can't use that in an all-fitting and all-encompassing way by saying this is what it is, because I just showed you that's not what it is. So you either have to explain why it's doing the opposite of what you said it was, right? Or show how it's relevant in some way, like there's a variable associated with it. If you can't do that, then you don't understand what it is you're talking about.
Right.
Can you exemplify it?
What's that, an example?
Yeah, Daiso,
Yeah.
because you're kind of digging. Well, listen, like if you're gonna take that route and then they ask you for an example, they're gonna expect you to know every detail of every interaction that thing has, or they're gonna.
Yeah,
throw it
but
away.
likewise, it goes both ways, Sin.
Yeah,
this
no, I
isn't
agree.
This isn't a one-way road here, bud. Remember, I'm not the one who came up with the word wait and the understanding upon it that they've subscribed to. So if you're going to subscribe to something, then you better damn well know what it is you're subscribing to. So when I ask you what are the variables associated with wait, I want to hear you outline that. And if you can't, then you don't know what the fuck it is you're talking about. Thank you.
M is 1. Mass.
There
No.
you go, Chucky. Say it with some confidence.
Mass is one variable. G is the other. W equals mg.
Yeah, we have two masses, R and G. Those are the variables. Actually, G isn't a variable, but
2 G's in the hood.
So mass is a variable, and then gravity presumably is also a mass, right?
no.
Gravity's a mass.
Well, is it gravity? Is there a mass of gravity?
No.
It is a force. It's the weight you're asking for. It's the
W
same
equals
force.
mg. W equals mass times little g.
I should have gone through 3rd grade, right, Globers?
That might be 5th
That would
grade.
be a good idea.
Okay, so you're saying mass and weight are the two variables associated with weight? And that's it?
No.
That's all you got?
M
No one said that.
Yeah, mass times
Right.
gravity.
I think
It's
you're also
mass
forgetting
times
something,
mass
though.
times a constant divided by distance squared. That's gravity.
Well, that's FG, yeah. Force gravity.
Okay, so you're giving me formulas, but I'm asking you about variables.
And that's the
M and
relation
G
between them. That's what a
yeah.
formula describes. The
That's
relation
fine,
between
but
the
that might
variables.
not be what I subscribe to. So you're going to have to address that without using
so what-
other people's fucking words and definitions or formulas. If you want to play
We
that
don't
game,
know what you
why don't you
subscribe
use
to,
your
so
own
what
words,
do you?
bud? Use your own words.
Daiso, are
There's
you
no
the one
words in
criticizing?
Whoa, RC,
Are
I'm not talking to
you
you.
the
I'm
one
talking with
criticizing
Gummy Bear.
people for
Excuse me,
not
bud.
using their own words?
You came in the room a little late, kid. So just sit back, all right?
So
Thank
Daiso,
you.
I don't ever want to hear you criticizing
you're
someone
interrupting.
It's
RC, you're interrupting. RC, you're
it's an
interrupting.
inside joke. It's an inside joke that you don't understand.
Yeah, thank you, RC. Sit back and buckle up. So, Gummy
Daiso,
Bear.
I don't ever want to hear
So,
you
RC,
criticize
can somebody
someone
mute this
for
kid? He's being
that.
triggered.
Daiso, you know you're losing when
Somebody
you
mute
start
this
calling
kid,
people.
please. Thank you. So, Gummy Bear, what are the variables associated with weight?
Someone's already giving them to you.
Excuse me?
Someone's already given them to you.
No, I'm asking you directly. Use your own words, bud. Don't read formulas off PDFs to me, please. Thank you.
So formulas are something that you can't use your own words for.
Yeah,
but you
formulas
can describe
don't speak.
formulas using
Formulas
your own
aren't words. Formulas aren't
Exactly.
words. Formulas are
You can
math.
make your own
Math doesn't
formula.
talk. So please use your words. I don't want your little Google definitions. Thank you.
As I understood,
What are the variables
Daiso wants
associated
you.
with
But you
weight?
asked for variables
As I-
from a formula, and a formula is something
I
you
didn't
can't
ask
use
for a
words to
formula. We're
express.
talking about weight.
But you're
We're
asking
using
for
words.
variables.
We're having
Variables
a
is in
man-to-man.
the formula.
We're having a man-to-man talk. We're having a man-to-man talk
Variables.
here.
Oh my god, variables are in the fucking formula. You're
I'm not
asking for them.
I'm not asking you for your mathematics. I'm asking you to have a conversation like a man.
No, you asked for variables.
You want to have a conversation like a man? That's what you said.
Tell me the variables in your formula. That's what you asked for.
I didn't ask for your variables in your
Yes, you
formula.
did.
I want the
Yes, you
variables
did.
from a
Exactly
man-to-man
what you did.
conversation.
Oh my god.
Okay, I don't want to talk about your
You asked for
formulas.
the variables.
I don't
This
need
is
your help.
crazy.
He doesn't need your help either. This is a one-on-one conversation. See your way out. Thank you. Gummy Bear, what are your variables associated with weight, please?
The variables are mass and gravitation, and you can talk about the variables for gravitation as well, but I'm going to say it as its own effect right now.
So mass and gravitation. Okay.
Yes.
Does this gravitation have a direction?
Yes.
What's the direction?
Between the two masses. You
Between
need
the
two.
two masses.
Yeah. So you need two masses for this gravitation to appear.
We're talking about weight.
Well, weight is the effect of this. Yes.
Weight is gravity in the context of the Earth. Just a
I'm talking
specific
with Gummy
case of
Bear.
gravity.
So you're saying weight and gravity are the same thing?
No, we're saying weight is the effect from gravity interacting with objects.
Uh-huh. And what are the variables associated with that weight?
Like I said, it's the mass of the object that has weight as well as gravitation, and that gravitation appears between the object and, in this scenario, the mass of Earth and the size of Earth.
Okay. So is that the only thing present between the two objects?
The only thing present between the two objects? I mean,
I'm
depends
asking
on how
you, is
deep
that
you
the
want to
only
go.
thing present between the two objects?
That's important in this scenario, yeah.
Excuse me?
As far as what's important in this scenario, yes.
I'm asking you if there's something in between the two objects. It's a direct question.
Yes, there is something in between the two objects.
And what's that something?
Lots of air and earth and whatever the hell.
Okay. So we have a medium.
Yeah.
Now, is this weight affected by this medium?
It does have a bit of an effect, yeah, like buoyancy. But when it comes to
Interesting.
air,
Wait.
the buoyancy is very
Interesting.
slight.
Wait,
Interesting.
let me.
So hold,
let me
no,
just add
I'm
something.
talking with Gummy Bear Bacon. Thank you. So we have a third variable there that you left out. Is that what I'm hearing?
So the buoyancy would be counteracting the weight. It wouldn't be the weight itself.
I'm asking you the variables associated with weight, and you're giving me mass and gravity. And now I'm asking you about what resides in between the mass and the gravity, and we've just now discovered a third variable that you're still dancing around agreeing to being a variable or not.
So what I've told you is that weight itself doesn't account for buoyancy. Buoyancy comes in after the fact and counteracts weight. So it's not a variable in weight itself, but it is a variable when you want to measure the weight.
Oh, okay. So you can. So what you're telling me is you have the weight of an object before it ever comes the rest between the masses. What you're asserting? You can weigh something in midair. Is that what you're telling me?
You can figure out the weight of something midair as well.
Horse,
yes.
Bud. You just put the cart before the horse. You realize that, right?
I don't think I did, but please.
You're saying the medium is the
enlighten me
aftermath.
how I did.
You're saying the medium is the aftermath of weight when it's the opposite way around, bud. You fucked up.
Because the buoyancy is negligible, like he said.
So
the buoyancy. Right.
The reason. No, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. The buoyancy doesn't change weight; it changes the net force. That's all I wanted to add at that point.
Yeah.
The buoyancy doesn't change the mass, but it changes the weight. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't change the weight.
Yeah, it does.
It does not. No.
It changes the downward force, which is not the same as weight. Weight is one of the components of that force. So is buoyancy.
Well, let's leave forces out of this because you're not even too sure on what that is.
That's what weight is.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Gummy Bear.
About weight and leave forces.
I'm talking with Gummy Bear Bacon. You don't need a white knight, thank you. He's a big boy. So Gummy Bear, what about phase? Is that going to affect your weight at all?
Phase?
Yeah, PHASE, phase. Did I stutter?
No, I'm just not sure how that comes into here. No.
Oh, you're not sure.
Not as far as I would say. No.
You're not
Depends
as far
on
as you would say. Interesting.
In what relationship you mean?
So when you add phase to an object or change its phase, is this going to affect its weight? Pretty simple question, bud.
I'm not sure what you mean by change the phase of an object. Like, how do you change the phase of a basketball?
What do you think phase is?
I'm not sure how to describe phase, actually.
You're not sure.
Could you
Okay.
help me out? Yeah.
So,
Isn't it
well,
the
I just.
displacement of the wave?
Excuse me?
Isn't phase like the displace of a wave?
Displacement of a wave?
It's the point where it
Well,
starts.
yeah,
for example.
but that's a phase shift.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
sure
why
what
don't
you
you
mean
dive
by
into that?
phase.
Because there's another variable for you that you left out. So it seems like you've
Oh,
left out
okay.
a multitude of variables here.
What is
You
How about
mean
magnitude?
Hold
How
on.
about the magnitude?
Do you mean
How about the
the
magnitude
state
of
of
an object? Do you think that would affect its weight, Gummy Bear?
What is the magnitude of an object?
Do you know what magnitude means? You guys, are these all
Yeah.
new words to you people? So you
We
don't know
know
what
what
phase
they
means.
That's why.
Here, let's back up a
Sometimes
second.
makes no
Let's
sense.
recap this really quickly. So you don't understand phase, you don't understand
No, explain it.
magnitude, and you don't
Magnitude of
understand
an
how a
object,
medium would
no.
affect an object. This is real interesting, guys.
No, you've been answered multiple times. We don't understand what you mean by phase. Define it. Magnitude of an object doesn't make sense. Vectors have magnitude, so a force is going to have a magnitude. And in that scenario, the force of buoyancy is irrelevant, so he wouldn't put it in his free body diagram.
Is everything a force? Buoyancy is not a force.
Yes, it is.
Oh boy, dude, everything's a force to you people. This is scary.
No, not everything.
So any interaction that causes acceleration is a force by the definition of the word, yes. So buoyancy can cause acceleration, therefore it's a force. Gravity causes acceleration, therefore it's a force.
Yeah. So anytime there's motion, I could just say there's a force.
No, anytime there's motion, anytime there's a change of motion, acceleration.
Oh, a change of motion. So what you're telling me is that everything is never at rest, huh?
No, I'm saying anything that is
either.
anything that's changing in motion, i.e., accelerating, is experiencing a force by
I thought
definition
everything
of
was
the
in
word.
motion.
No.
Nothing's ever at complete rest, I thought. So if that's the case, then everything's at motion.
Okay. Even if everything is in motion, we're talking about change of motion.
Change of motion.
Yes.
So if everything's at motion and something slows down, is that a change of motion?
Yes, that would be a change of motion.
Interesting.
Something slowing down or speeding up or changing direction. Those would be changes in motion.
Sounds like mass.
No, it's
sounds like
acceleration.
attraction and resistance. I don't know. It sounds like mass.
Yeah,
that is
acceleration.
You're just saying words now, Dicelo.
No, man. This is what you guys have done.
This is very straightforward. Change of
Very
motion.
straightforward.
It is. Do you not see how straightforward it is? Change of motion.
You don't understand the variables that affect weight, but yet you understand everything else, though.
We've explained all the variables in weight, but
you said mass and gravity. That's all you had was mass and gravity.
Get with the program, Dicelo.
I showed you that there's many other multitude of variables affecting weight.
No, you didn't.
You described something.
Yeah.
You described something which you can derive from weight or from the gravitational force, which is buoyancy. But that's not that's not an independent variable in itself. You can derive it from it. But I wanted to go through like a tiny. Yes, you will derive it from it. You will have if you have two things.
I'm agreeing with you.
If you have two. Okay, yeah. So, okay, thank you. I'm not going to explain anything.
Dice Law, can you explain the phase of the 73 Dodge Dart?
What's that?
Can you explain what you mean by phase using a 73 Dodge Dart as an example?
Why are you picking that car?
Just define what's the phase
you over here
of a
taking notes
ball.
on me, bud?
What's the phase of a basketball?
I'm asking someone a question. You over here taking notes on me or something? What's up?
No, I'm just, I remember stupid things. So
to quote my favorite dodo, the truth is already known.
So explain phase, Dice Law.
Oh, you guys got it all figured out, man. There's nothing new here for you.
No, explain it with your word salad, Dice Law.
I would just be reading, some PDF. So you guys don't want to hear that.
I know, yeah, we don't want to hear that. Thank you for
saving us.
How about Daislo? You open Google and just read the fucking definition from Google.
Right. Why don't you
and
just
you
research it,
win. You
Daislo?
win. You win. Research it, Daislo. Research,
Why
bro.
don't you just go through third grade?
Yeah, that would help.
Third
That's what they
grade.
tell me, right?
Yeah. Start
Yeah, I
over
don't
again.
think. Wait, I'm not sure that W was MG's third grade. I think it's probably
I already been at third grade. I'm not going back.
But he's got to start with third grade and work his way up to sixth grade.
True. So can anybody
Google a lot,
say-
bro. Otherwise, you're gonna be misquoting things, misnaming things, misrepresenting things.
Is that a no, Silent?
Huh?
Can
He
you
was speaking,
explain
so he
phase?
didn't hear it.
Can I explain phase?
Can you explain phase?
I'm not a dielectric guy, so yeah.
No, he's saying the phase of an object that's experiencing weight.
And the magnitude of an object, which is also nonsense.
Well, I would ask him, Daislo, if you don't mind, will you mind giving me the definition? What do you mean by phase? And I would be quiet, and now I'm gonna listen to you. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, phase just refers to the distribution of a load, essentially, like within like an electrical circuit.
Okay.
Can you expound on that a little more? Like, what is the load in an electrical circuit?
So you got like wires, essentially. You got one neutral wire with current flowing between the power wire and the neutral wire. That's the through load.
So
the
current
load.
flow.
Right.
Load is current flow. So what's current? What is flowing? Water.
Oh, this is your understanding, guys.
Probably.
This is your bullshit.
This is not my
Probably.
understanding. This is not my understanding. This is why I'm asking questions, because I don't
Yeah,
believe that electricity
I don't
is a flow.
I don't subscribe to electrons, but to help your little jelly head out, I'm giving you the understanding that you would like.
I don't subscribe to electrons either, dude. I think it's the wire moving, no electrons. It's just the wire. When you quote unquote electrify a wire, you're just moving the wire. You're vibrating it at a ridiculously high speed. There's no electrons, just the wire moving. That's it. That's what I believe.
So can I induce current by not touching the wire?
There would have to be some kind of physical mechanism to make the wire move. So unless you're saying like you can magically or telekinesisly move the wire.
Well, you're touching in the colloquial sense. He's saying, right hand. He's using touching in the colloquial sense because if you think about it, if there's a field in the
No, we're not going down
the field that is pulsating.
Specific.
Well, I would say
So
that
I'm just
the field
asking
is touching the other object, right, Daislo? You would agree with that, right?
These guys haven't even defined a field, so I mean, we can't just throw these words around without defining them.
Well, field to me is like a magnet. How you put something like a piece of metal close to it, all around it, and you will feel the same. I think that's
that's not
the
a field, man.
of that magnet. To me, that's what I understand by field. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's an area of influence by an unknown mechanism. Like a field of grass would be the amount of grass.
I would call that a
field.
field. Right hand. Yeah, I would call that a field. Right hand.
Well, to each his own. I don't think that satisfies me when I'm looking to have the best definition. I mean, descriptions are one thing, definitions are another, and just talking about things that are related to something isn't a definition either. But it was perfectly fine. I understand what you're saying.
So phase is described now?
I came in a little quiet.
So did phase get described?
No.
It described the circuit. You just short circuited the circuit.
We were talking about weight. We were talking about weight of an object, and then you said, "What about the phase of the object?" So we want to try and figure out what do you mean by that? The phase of an object. So not a circuit, an object.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you talking about three-phase and single-phase electricity?
It's just a series, guys. So
You guys are asking him a whole bunch of different random questions. All right, this
They're
isn't
not
an
random.
interrogation. This is let's find some truth.
It's a single question. What do you mean when you say the phase of that object?
Well, yeah. In order to have weight, right? In order to measure the weight, it's got to be what, like at rest. Because if it's in motion, you can't say you're measuring any kind of weight.
I agree with that. Yes.
So if something's in motion, right, it's generating a phase.
But you're forgetting that the ground is always pushing up. Daislo.
Something
Sorry,
in
bro.
motion. Something in motion generates a phase. What do you mean by this?
Everything has a frequency and current within it.
Everything has current in it?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Why does that
that's
change
news
weight?
to me.
Why does it change weight though?
Everything.
Well, you
has
don't have weight
potential.
until it's at rest. That's what I said.
It has potential.
But then you said phase affects things with weight, which is when they're at rest. But then you said phase occurs when they're in motion. So you contradicted yourself, Dice-Law.
No, he
No, I
kind of didn't. No, he kind of didn't. They have potential, is what he meant to say. They have the potential to be that or the other. They can
Well,
weigh this
actually,
or that
it's
from
to the
medium.
contrary. I'm saying weight is not a locus of potential energy.
What is it?
It's
Don't
fucking not a locus of potential energy. Weight is essentially
Can we talk about what things are, not what they
yeah.
are?
Yeah.
Okay, can you
That's not
shush
a
up so I can talk, because you're asking me to do something and then you interrupt.
Yeah. What is,
Yeah.
not what is.
So what? Yeah. So just simmer down so I can talk now. Thank you. All right. Got that? Okay. So weight is the opposite of a force.
The opposite of a force.
Yeah, it's increasing inertia and acceleration away from space.
Isn't space everywhere? What do
No,
you mean away
I'm talking
from space?
away from space, meaning away from. I'm not going to say down, but I'll say it has a vector, and its vector is moving away from space
So you
towards
mean
the next object.
away from the lack of matter up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you mean by space. Okay.
Yeah.
But opposite of a force, you're saying moving away. So there's either a velocity or an acceleration. So that is a force.
Well, how do you counter weight?
Potential.
Lots of ways. Normal
How do you
force can
counter weight?
counter weight.
You counterweight with another force.
Correct.
Equal and opposite.
Forces are cancelled with other forces.
So normal
Force of
force is
what?
a force, but weight
A
isn't a force.
Any medium.
A force of what? You can't just say a force of acceleration or a force of motion. You have to be concise here. Like, you guys just like to throw force around, but you never say a force of what, by what, to what. It's always
Force
just
of gravity.
left as a force.
Force of gravity.
No, we haven't defined gravity. Let's not go there.
Temperature. How about that?
Well, that's what you mean, right? If I'm not mistaken. Lovers?
Let's define a force.
That's what you mean by force, right?
There's lots of forces.
Be concise. Be concise.
Force-
Don't be afraid of naming the word gravity.
Yeah, force and
defined
motion are
force.
they're the same thing. Force and motion are the same thing, man.
We have described what a force is, the definition of force, which is
Yeah,
any
but
interaction that
that's what I'm
causes
saying.
a
It's
change
very
in
loose.
motion.
Yeah, but you can have. Hold on, but you can have the force of a wave of water hitting you. You can have the force of so many different things. He's asking you to define what kind of force are you talking about. You get it?
Yeah, so we're saying the force of
All
weight.
right. The force of what?
The force of weight.
Weight's not a force.
Weight is not a force. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because if you're saying weight is a force, then what counters weight? And then you said it's a force.
Another
So
force,
if
yes.
a weight is a force, but yet the same force is countering it, then you're double speaking and you're
No.
not being concise.
We're not saying the same force counters
that's what
it. We're
we're
saying
balancing.
another force counters
But
it.
that's what I'm
Force of
saying is.
weight.
But that's what I'm saying is you can't define a force because everything in your mind is a force. Anytime you have something accelerating or moving, you just label it a force, but you never say a force of what. It's always just, oh, it's moving. There's a force. Force here, force there, force everywhere.
Yes,
that's
by
not
definition.
Good, but that's not good. That's not good, dude.
It's not good to define things.
No, it's good.
That's not no, not at all.
Things. Not just point at shit and say, oh, it walks like a duck. It talks like a duck. It must be a duck. And you do that with everything. Oh, everything's walking funny. They're all ducks. Like, it's nonsensical, man.
I mean, if it is to you, then I don't know how to move forward, but it isn't nonsensical to us.
You need to open your mind so that you can move forward, though. That's the problem, Gummy Bear.
A force to me is just the dissipation of energy. So anytime I see energy being dissipated, I would say there's motion involved. There's a force involved. It's essential. It's essentially.
So a light bulb is dissipating energy. Where is the force in there?
It's not dissipating energy.
So what's happening to the battery then? If you hook up a light bulb to a battery, that I would say, maybe you disagree with me, but I would say that energy, that battery is losing energy because the light bulb is dissipating that energy.
Okay.
Wouldn't you agree? Or
yeah, I would. I would agree. I would agree on that.
So if you said that a force is dissipating energy, then what force is it that's doing that? Dissipating energy through a light bulb. What would you call that force, or how would you describe that force?
Basically, I would say that is the motion towards discharge.
The motion towards discharge. I'm not quite. Nothing's moving. This is a still contraption.
There are things moving. The electricity is flowing through the wire connected to the light.
So do you think that electricity is a physical thing moving? Because I'm not sure Dyslo agrees with that.
Play with it, touch it, and see if it doesn't physically burn you.
Yeah, if it's not moving, hold on. If it's not moving, how would it go from the wire to your finger?
Oh, it's moving pretty damn fast.
I know it's moving. I'm asking him. If it's not moving, then how do you explain going from the wire to your finger?
Wait,
and then feeling it starting on your finger, and then start feeling it on your arm.
Tesla. He says when the electron leaves the electrode of high potential and in a high vacuum, it carries an electrostatic charge many times greater than normal. And then Dollard says there's no rest mass to an electron. It is given here the electron is no more than a broken loose holdfast. You know what a holdfast is? It's like kind of like a ratchet strap that goes like around a pipe. He says it's no more than a broken loose holdfast under the grip of tension with the dielectric lines of force. They are the broken ends of the split in half package of spaghetti.
I'm still not quite getting what the force is within a circuit that's lighting up a light bulb.
It's the movement toward discharge. He already answered.
But there's nothing moving. So what do you mean by movement?
Well, electricity is just ether in a state of dynamic polarization. So the motions and strains of the ether gives rise to electrification, whose unit is conceptualized incorrectly as an electron.
Okay, so it's the ether moving then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the force of a light bulb it is the ether moving to cause electricity.
Well, I would say it's a manifestation, of the ether in physical format. I mean, the ether is always there.
So can we control that?
Well,
can we control gravity?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Like, if we can create something to essentially put a doorstop that shuts the dielectric field from the magnetic field, then we can essentially just keep this flow of electricity going permanently. Essentially free energy, and that's like what we're trying to.
I thought that was impossible because the dielectric and the magnetism are joined.
Guys, no. At this point,
They're two parts
I
of
would
one whole.
recommend you. I would recommend you to write down all the questions that they ask you about the ether, then turn them back on them for gravity. Okay?
Yes, go ahead.
No?
Well, I'm just thinking.
Well,
I'm not like trying to play like I got you games right now. I'm just thinking about stuff.
Yeah, neither we're just trying to figure out your point on it, your stance.
I'd like to like draw a mental picture for you guys, and I think it's important when we're talking about the ether to realize, in my opinion at least, and to humor me, that the universe, even though it's impossible to build out of metal and some, other wood or whatever, any sort of perpetual motion device, grease it up, freeze the magnet, make it a superconductor, whatever, right? We all think that perpetual motion devices are impossible to build, right? But the universe doesn't have a gas tank that's going to run out someday. The universe and the flow of energy is the one true and only perpetual motion device, existence as a whole. And when existence is realized to be this perpetual motion device as an entirety, that means it's very similar when it comes to space and counter space for one to be a balloon full of air and then an empty balloon connected to the mouth of the full balloon. And whenever and say there's a kink in the middle that you can then like open up with your hands and like provide space for the air to travel between the balloon. In a sort of perpetual motion device etherical model, one balloon, if held high enough, would just fill the other balloon until it was full, and then it would blow back the other balloon, and it'd just be like balloons that take turns being inflated. Now, like messing with, setting things on fire and doing all these ways to release energy, this is allowing that sort of transfer from one to the other. And you'd think, because in real life the balloons would just mediate, they'd just even out and be half full, both of them. But the universe doesn't work like the things inside of the universe.
But that's what we believe. The globe model believes that the entropy is increasing in the universe as a whole.
Right.
All the energy is taking states of. Yeah.
But that's losing the ability to do work. Like I said, right. So that would be when one balloon can no longer inflate the other, like I said, like evening out, the two balloons being both half full instead of filling each other up and bouncing back and forth between the two.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is that's what we believe would happen, is that the universe would be like the two balloons evening out, losing the ability to do work, increasing in entropy.
Right. So what you're talking about is all this stored energy, like matter. Like a lightning bolt isn't energy. If you want to see a lot of energy, go find a big pile of gold or a tree. That's what energy is, in a sense. What we usually call energy is just a release of energy, and we think watching the motion of the release, and we confuse that with the word energy and misuse that word. But so what you're talking about is, the balloons evening out, but that doesn't mean the universe stops. That just means the energy trapped in matter has been released. But the universe itself doesn't stop existing once all the energy stored inside of things has been burned or used up. The universe as a whole keeps going.
This energy is sounding like magic. You have a rock, and then inside that rock is energy, and you can drill into the rock, and you'll only get rock, but energy sometimes.
No, what he's saying is that
for all this to be true,
he's saying that energy is literally ether, and it's often confused with the dissipation of energy, which is which is the impotency of energy.
I like to say that.
And that's literally what he told you.
Yeah, but he has no idea what energy is, bro. He's just saying,
Well,
again, and this is the words.
That's the thing. You're right. You're right though.
Okay,
No
so
one does. No branch of your mic is terrible.
Right, the
Your
hand.
mic's terrible,
is
bud.
a crumbled up mess of garbage.
Yeah, your mic is terrible, bud. So anyhow, it's futile debating energy because no branch of science has really ever completely defined it. They've only
So why do we keep
used
using
these.
the word?
Well, because this is what I'm saying, man. Like they got you guys stuck with these words they're using: gravity, force, fields, waves, all of this energy, all of this shit is a trap.
Dyso, 1 second, because I have a bone to pick with Right the Hand. He's one of the guys that'll tell you that energy doesn't exist.
Listen, just real quick, just for etymology, right? Energy comes from the Greek energeo, which means to work. I mean, that's just basically the word, the word association, if you're interested.
Well, I would say energy should be replaced with the word field.
I don't like that. I
It would
think
be more
energy should be replaced
concise
with motion.
and inclusive. Well, force should be replaced.
Force
should be replaced with motion.
Hold on. Field is just as obscure as energy, right? If you're saying energy influenced an object, you still have no idea what happened. If you said the field influenced the object, you still have no idea what happened. If I said I took my hand and I grabbed the baseball and I picked it up, you understand what happened. So hang on, let me finish. So when you're using words, the entire point of using words is so that the other person understands what you're saying. But the ballers who create this world that they cannot show then have to create the words that go along with this world that they cannot show. And force, energy, charge, spin, particle, these are all part of that world that they cannot show. And every time you use these words that are not part of our reality, you reinforce their paradigm.
Agreed. I agree 100%.
Agree.
To say that force should be called motion is ridiculous. Something in constant motion has on that force upon it.
Was it me or is everyone's
if you can't,
microphone just terrible?
No, you sound great. Yeah, his is bad. Yeah, if you can't say a force of what, then you know what I'm saying? Then there's no sense in calling it a force because what you're doing is just creating an obfuscation tactic for yourself to never really address the phenomena.
You mean like saying the force of a you mean like saying like the force of a magnet, right? You understand precisely what somebody is talking about because we can actually experience it, right? You say the force of the punch or of my muscles or whatever. That's what, like, define what force are you talking about, right?
Well,
That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, Silent. This is what we've conceptualized.
Jesus, bro. I ask you
why are you interrupting me?
Because I ask you a simple question. It's just a yes or no. That's it.
And I can't even answer without you interrupting me. Jesus, what's wrong with you, man?
Sorry, this is making me very emotional.
Are you gonna answer?
You just totally threw me off. I'm like sidetracked now, bro. Like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Do you mind if I pick up here? I'm sorry that you lost your thought, Slow, but no one minds. So, I want some of the Globers to think about, or anyone, to think about, can matter be completely reduced to just energy? I Googled it here, and it said, by ways of annihilation, fission, and fusion, which occurs when the, blah, 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 electrons meeting a positron, they annihilate each other, blah, blah, blah. They produce 2 ray photons. In exchange for the matter, they become ray photons. I'm not sure how that's any different than a regular photon, but what it's saying is that when matter is destroyed, it's going to give off light, right? And someone can go on and talk about entropy and heat death and everything's causing friction. There's no such thing as a perfect frictionless system, and everything is going to use up all its potential and be reduced down to heat. And then through some, crazy amount of annihilation, fusion, fission, at some point, all matter eventually could be reduced down to just light itself. But that's what I'm talking about, because no one here is going to claim that light is ever going to slow down. It's a constant speed in a lot of people's paradigm. So what you'd be left with at the end of the universe, or the end of, not the end of the universe, because that will keep going, it is a perpetual motion device, will be a universe completely composed of light, always going, never slowing down, again, leading us to realize that the universe is the one true and only perpetual motion device, because you'll always have the light always flying around. That'll never stop.
So one thing, though, is that it's not gonna... Fusion and fission has a limit, which is iron. Iron is the element which does not... It requires energy for both fusion and fission. So you could only do fission with things smaller than iron, and fusion with elements bigger than iron, or more massive than iron. And eventually, when something... So essentially, all matter would eventually fuse or by fission become iron. But then how do you propose that iron becomes energy if both fusion and fission will not work with iron?
What are the molecular compounds of iron?
Feel like...
Say that, what's the molecular compound of iron?
Yeah, what are the atoms that make up iron?
Well, proton, neutrons, and electrons.
Okay, what's its structure, its molecular structure?
Its molecular structure? Well, it's an atom. It's a base element.
No, he's asking you like the structure, like when you say for water, H2O, whatever, right? That's what you're asking, Daiso, right?
Well, he just said it's a base element, but I'm asking.
Element, so yeah.
Yeah, but I'm asking like what is it comprised of? And I heard you say it's
26 protons, 26 neutrons, and if it's neutral, 26 electrons.
Interesting.
And that's the base isotope.
This makes what, a mole of iron? Is that what it does?
No, that's one iron atom.
Gummy.
Iron atom.
The all the matter in the universe through some means may end up being iron. If that's some sort of point where you're like saying that fusion and fission and annihilation are never going to be able to get rid of the iron here. I mean, that's fine. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into the annihilation of iron and if it's feasible or not naturally. But even if iron is the last remaining element, there's still going to be the endless continuation of light propagation, right?
Unless that iron takes up all the light.
Unless the light turn. No, if light hits iron, it heats it up, and then it's going to emit it as light again.
Okay, that's fair.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So you're always going to have the universe absorb. If there is matter in the first place left, if iron is the lone survivor, you're just going to have the iron receiving light, heating up, then giving off light, being the perpetual motion device that the universe is, the one true and only.
But another thing is that it, like an electron and a positron becoming a photon isn't the only way things can happen. It can also happen the other way around. A photon becoming an electron-positron pair.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That could be true.
Yeah. I mean, at least in the standard model, that is true.
Is that bringing the universe to non-existence? Like, existence disappears in some way? Or does the universe just keep on chugging along?
Well, the thing is, the universe would still exist. It would just become, like, higher. It would just have a higher entropy. It would be less things and less things would be happening over time.
I mean, I feel like that's subjective and probably just completely wrong. The way to... I don't see what you even mean by less things happening. I mean, to me, that's... infinite things are happening at any moment in time. I mean, I don't even know how you put a number on that. Like,
but for example,
how many things are happening right now?
Eventually, you wouldn't have. Eventually, you would have no radioactive materials. They would all be stable, you would have no materials able to do fission. So fission stops being a thing. No materials heavy enough to do fusion. So fusion is not a thing. Like, this is what I mean.
That's assuming that the sun is going to extinguish someday, right?
Well, no, that's just based on our understanding of the standard model and how elements interact and particles interact.
Yeah, but that would be only if the sun ceased to exist. Otherwise, we got energy for eternity.
Yes, and that's what we believe is that the sun is doing fission, and fission releases energy, and it only has a finite amount of energy. It doesn't have infinite energy.
But you don't.
I mean, that's an
know
assumption, right?
Yeah. You're just assuming that's what the sun does.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's a base assumption, but it's a logical conclusion from our assumptions and from.
And God is a logical conclusion to a Christian.
Not logical at all, buddy.
Is iron? So tell me.
So saying logical doesn't make it logical. It just makes it sound that you believe.
Your mic, bro.
Well, so
your
logical,
mic is at right hand.
Logical doesn't mean you have wind or something. Logical doesn't mean that it's real, but it means that it follows from the base assumptions. And you can of course disagree with the base assumptions, but the fact that the base assumptions lead to this conclusion is logical.
They lead you.
I agree with you. Yes, of course. If you make a story of that we cannot have eternal energy because we see it in whatever, and then you say that the sun is something like that, like a fusion reaction, then of course, it follows your paradigm. Yes, but it's just a story that cannot actually shown to be true or demonstrate or tested or prove it or none of that stuff. It's just an assertion, a story that you guys have built to support.
What I'm saying is,
I guess, your model.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that it's the logical conclusion from our assumptions, and then
I agree.
Our assumptions is, of course, what you can criticize.
Well, isn't God a logical assumption to Christians based on what they can see, right?
Yeah.
So you're both basically in religions. Like that's exactly my point.
The difference right hand is that religious people like me admit, right, that is a belief and it's a matter of faith.
That's when you don't admit.
They don't do that. They say that we have science. So when you invoke that word, it means it's true.
So what I would say is that the base assumptions that we make are usually testable with experiments, while the claim of a god is untestable.
Well, that's what you guys have done, though.
If you tested it, it wouldn't be an assumption, right? If I assumed a rock falls,
exactly,
and I tested it and it dropped, there's no assumption. So once you run the test, no, you don't have to assume anything when you run the test, or you can assume that if you start assuming when you run the test, then any number of non-visible things could be happening because you can assume that there's some magical elf that's moving the thing and you can't see him, so you just have to assume it.
That's why it's an assumption, because you don't know 100% sure.
Exactly.
There you go.
Whenever you wake up, you assume the sun is going to rise. Now, that doesn't.
I know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, even though the sun has risen every day before, the fact that you think it's going to rise tomorrow is an assumption. No matter how many times you tested it,
not.
The fact that it's going to happen again is an assumption.
I don't need to assume. I know
you can't control the variables. You have to control the variables.
Are you saying if I drop a rock, there is an assumption that the rock might not fall?
Well, no, you assume that it's going to fall every time.
No, well, I see now. This is why I would disagree. I'm not assuming that it's going to fall. I know it's going to fall based on the laws of physics that are unchanging. Now, the only way that I would assume something different, the only way I would have to assume something different, the laws of physics would have to change. And I'm not ready to assume that the laws of physics are going to change so that rock stays suspended.
But that's the thing, is you're assuming they're not going to change. It's not that you're not assuming they're not going to change.
You're assuming they're going to change.
No, I am assuming that nothing is certain.
Oh my god, you're not assuming that. You believe in a ball, dude.
Damn, how you cross the road? Maybe, you know, someday a car is gonna appear out of nowhere.
I mean,
when you
I
cross
don't
the
think there's
road,
any reason.
Dummy, you're making the whole thing dilute
when you cross the road, you're assuming that you would see a car coming, and therefore you look left and right, and then you cross. But that doesn't mean that there for sure can't be.
If you live your life as you say,
Hey,
if you
Gummy,
live your life, hold on.
I
If you live your
really
life,
relate to what you're saying, but I don't think like you should try to continue having this conversation. Like you understand what they think, right? By now, like I understand both sides. Does everyone understand both sides? We don't have to reconcile this between each other. We can just agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine.
We heard everyone's opinion. I get it. I get where both of you are coming from.
Assume has implications, right? So if let's say we take the Super Bowl 50. Before the game, we can assume who's going to win. After the game, we know who won. So there is no need for an assumption after the fact.
Well, after the fact, you're gonna assume that everyone's telling you the truth, and that the videos are telling you the truth, and that everything is true.
Wow.
You're still assuming.
When you guys set up an experiment, when you set up an experiment and you start making assumptions as to the nature of what it is you're testing upon, you've already skewed the results of your experiment. The whole point of an experiment is to try to understand the nature of what it is you're testing upon, and the only way to do that is by controlling the variables to a degree where you don't have to make these assumptions, these presuppositions.
But you're also assuming that the past. You're also assuming that the past has happened. That's another assumption you're making.
And that's why they deny.
Please.
That's why they deny.
Addressing
the
dice
scientific.
flow, I think more on topic of what he said. Controls are so important, but back in the day, there weren't forces at work that they knew about when conducting. They didn't know that at the top of the mountain, the boiling point is different than the bottom of the mountain, right? That they weren't factoring that into their controls, and they were confused why they're getting different results, or they made an assumption that it always works like this, right? And I think experiments are better and better the more controls you have, of course, but you always have to entertain the idea that there's forces at work that you don't even know that are having an influence on the results yet, right? So you can never truly say the experiment is perfect.
No.
Or that you
Let
know
me
it's
tell you.
perfect.
Hold on. Let me answer to that, guys. Let me answer to that, please. Let me answer to that. That's why you formulate.
That's fine. Yeah, don't do that.
Is this guy? I
don't see where you're disagreeing with me. Your tone sounds like you disagree. So I said.
Hey, Fundy, quick question. Do you have?
I can hear you. Do y'all hear him trying to get in?
I hear silent, but I don't think Fundy hears silent.
They
were.
Does
no, my
anyone
bad.
have anybody turned down?
I turned him down halfway. I not muted, just halfway because
turn
he's
him
kind
back
of loud.
up because you're talking right over him.
Yeah, my bad. I'll turn it up.
Yep.
I want to answer to what he said, right? That's why you have to formulate precise and concise hypothesis, where you have only one independent variable. You cannot go make a hypothesis and then start adding variables as you are testing, because you will never finish. That's why you are fixed on a hypothesis. You are really specific on what you are testing on that hypothesis. I always tell about the water boiling, right? You put it in with a lot of fire, it will boil every time. And then somebody comes and says, well, what if you put it in a vacuum? That's a different, that's another, you're inserting a new variable that is not in my hypothesis. If you want to do a hypothesis where you have the vacuum as a variable, go ahead and do that test. Then we will gather more knowledge that way. But if in one hypothesis you start adding more and more and more variables, then you end up in the position that you guys are right now, which to say that nothing is certain, because you can always have something else to affect that thing.
Okay, I like to respond. I think we can come to an agreement that when you're detailing your results and when you're laying out your hypothesis, you should be as specific and include as many variables at play that you know about when writing this down. Like water boils at this, water boils. I'm predicting that when I increase the temperature to 212 degrees Fahrenheit, that the water will boil at this location or at this altitude.
Yeah,
why not include that?
You have to eliminate. You have to include and then start going through the process of elimination upon the variables. If you don't do this silent, then you're always going to be stuck with just making an assumption for the sake of the matter, and that's not real science.
That's what a hypothesis is, an assumption.
But a hypothesis is.
That's why you're gonna test. Hold on. That's why you're gonna test your cause in it. Your cause that is making the effect happen. That's what it is, plain and simple. An assumption that your supposed cause is creating the effect. So that's why you're gonna test it and see if you are right or wrong. Period. Then you go ahead and test with something different. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is when you observe a phenomena, you make a hypothesis, and then you start to test to try to come up with an answer as to the cause. You have to, you can't just replicate exactly what it was you saw, because it's the same thing's just going to keep happening. You have to start trying to mess with things, mess with the variables, either add or eliminate, do as much as you can to try to narrow down the mechanism behind the phenomena. Otherwise, you could just say, there's leprechauns and fucking fairies and unicorns magically fucking doing shit. Like, you're always going to be stuck with this assumption of fantasy.
But if you see an effect in the real world, if you see an effect on the real world, right, and you replicate it with a supposed or your assumed cause of the effect, and you're manipulating that cause, there's no reason why you have to create fairies and, like you say, leprechauns and shit. You know what is causing that effect. You are seeing it happen again. Then, hold on. Then you see it happen in a different way in nature. Then you go ahead and test that. See?
You have to, but you have to eliminate variables and add variables in order to be confounded upon what it is you're making your assumption upon. Because if you don't do that, there's no test to have to be done. You're just mimicking nature, and mimicking nature isn't going to give you an answer.
Let me ask you, Daislo. If I'm gonna make a hypothesis of water boiling, do I put in my hypothesis? Okay, possible causes. Let me throw these fucking eggs at it. Let me throw rocks. Do you do that, or do you, in nature, observe that the water is hot? Therefore, you assume that there may be something hot, so you're gonna test with fire, right? To make it hot. You don't start throwing random shit at it.
Well, I ask myself what's associated with temperature increase, right? And sure, fire could be one of them. There could be a few things, and I'm gonna start messing with those things, right? And trying different stuff. Like, the whole point of science is to be redundant and to experiment consistently until the result changes. And as soon as the result changes, you've got to go back to the drawing board now and start trying to re-examine things.
Exactly. And each hypothesis, hold on. Let me just finish with this, guys. I'll finish with this. And each hypothesis is testing one new variable, but only one, Daislo, at a time. So you saw that fire causes the water to boil, but you know that there's a lot of different things that create heat. So you can create new hypotheses with those new variables and test them just one at a time. And you're gonna discard if it works or not.
Good stuff.
My problem is that if you put water in a vacuum chamber where you're not adding any heat, it still boils. So if somebody was to tell me that heat is the reason for water boiling, I say no. Heat only facilitates the reason why water boils, just like putting in a vacuum only facilitates the reason why it boils. It is not the cause of it boiling.
There's always more than one cause for something. Oh, you're muted, Dyslo. Well, by the way,
Yeah.
Dyslo, I felt like your responses have just been spot on. Like, very nice, man. And just to address the other guy who was talking, but you should probably say whatever you were muted while you were saying afterwards. There's always many. For a phenomenon to happen, there's usually more than one influential cause behind it that all compound onto each other to make the phenomena. And it's like a sliding scale. One can give and the other can take more, and you'll get similar results, you know?
Well, if you truly believe that, then you fall into the same thing as the Glovers. Science cannot be settled. Science cannot be settled.
I could give you an example, but I think Dyslo should speak.
Oh, he was wrong.
Go ahead,
It's
man.
just like a Glover right now, but go ahead.
How was I wrong, Seth?
Yeah, I mean, you putting a lot of variables on your hypothesis, I think that's just stupid, but I mean, you do you.
Yeah, maybe if I outlined it wrong, I think the way you just addressed it sounded maybe like there's our disconnect, because I'm not saying just throw a ton of variables at it all at once. There's a systematic series as to how to test things properly to, really get to the understanding of what variable is doing what. But
I answer by saying each time you're gonna do that, a hypothesis for the different variable that you're gonna test.
Yeah, I think this might solve the disconnect, because I'm going to quote you where you were absolutely correct in my opinion. You said when you're testing on a hypothesis, you want to test one variable and stick to that one variable. I completely agree with that. And in the effort of trying to test manipulating one variable, you're going to have to think up and put into place controls to make sure you limit the amount of influence other variables would have if you weren't to control them.
I agree with that. You're trying to test one, yes.
Yeah, I agree too. You have to be able to identify all of the given associated potential variables and then try to play with the one, independent and dependent. You know what I'm saying?
Science is about gathering information, right? You don't stop there at the fire, like I said. You're going to see what makes this liquid. Let's say we find a new liquid. We don't know absolutely nothing about it. You don't start by saying, well, this liquid boils at this temperature or anything. You will start actually with the minimum fire or whatever. What if that shit explodes really hard or something, right? So you start building hypothesis of this new liquid that we have find out, and you go one by one at a time. And you start gathering information more and more as you do more tests with different variables, but one at a time.
I'll tell you right now, man, it's all dependent upon temperature and pressure. Those are the two key variables that allow gases or liquids to manifest themselves between the different states.
I'm not going to argue with that. I can agree with that. I mean,
right on.
There may be something else, but sure.
Pressure mediation reigns as king when it comes to phenomena.
Yeah, those two, man. Like everything just literally is governed by those two things.
Now, Dyslo, do you see heat as pressure? Is there such thing as thermal pressure? Or is that just me mixing words together, making nonsense?
So I have a question for Dyslo. You're saying temperature and pressure are the source for everything. Is that what you said?
I didn't say the source.
Well, what word did you use?
They govern.
They govern everything.
What would temperature be?
I said temperature and pressure mediation are.
What is temperature?
Yeah, what?
It's like you're just talking about the matter, right?
Distance.
So that is your hypothesis. How would you devise an experiment to test that?
Well, I would start taking either substances or things and start trying to manipulate, the variables associated with temperature and pressure. And if I could find something outside that that's influencing this phenomena, then I would start trying to dig into that and see what that's all about, and find something that contradicts my understanding so that I could refortify my thinking.
Well, can I start with one thing? Like temperature and pressure, they don't seem to be linked in dealing with atmospheric pressure. If I was to go from an 80-degree day to a minus 50-degree day in Arizona or in like Minnesota, the gas pressure will remain the same, or the atmospheric pressure will remain the same, winter and summer. So clearly, there's not this direct relationship between pressure and temperature in the atmosphere.
Well, that's not exactly what I was saying. I wasn't saying the relationship between temperature and pressure, more than I was saying that everything in phenomenal existence is governed by temperature and pressure mediation.
Slow, if you don't subscribe to temperature being the speed of a molecule, I don't know if you do. How do you see temperature then?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. That would be an associate with temperature.
Okay,
it's definitely a frequency of some sort, for sure.
What if it was could it be like, say you have a wave, right? Now, the wave, picture like kind of a slow wave, you can kind of surf it, then picture a violent fast one, right? Like, couldn't you see one being hotter, like the quote unquote faster one, or more regular wave kind of?
Well, a wave isn't a wave is not a thing in itself. A wave is what something is doing.
I know, an object.
So if you're
It's an object. I'm talking an object physically moving. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're talking about the speed at which this thing's vibrating or oscillating, sure, I would say there's a correlating factor with temperature.
Fire is a transistor.
Fire has no shadow.
What does that mean?
It's a transistor.
What's a transistor?
Fire, energy.
Yeah, I don't know these words very well. I'm just like, what's a transistor?
Well, you know how radio works with a transistor, right? Fire is the same type of.
I'm really sorry, but I don't. I could Google it if you don't want to tell me. I will if you don't. Just wondering if you feel like telling.
You're gonna have to Google a lot of shit. Google the word fire. Google fire.
I got to the fire, man. Just transistor. Right. What is that word? What is that?
Transistor, and what it does, it's controlling the amount of resistance in the water. Really, like when you take the water up and it boils at a different rate depending on the resistance, right? He's talking about temperature and pressure. You only get pressure from resistance or no resistance.
Cool. Yeah. Is a factor. I can agree with that.
So it's not pressure. It's
transistors
resistance.
Transistors are like a device.
Yes.
Transistors are like a device that regulates.
Switch the potential. Yeah, the potential amount of resistance on the object through conduction. It's a transistor. Yes.
It's a regulator of pressure.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Cool. That's all I wanted to hear, but I'm glad we got to it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, different people are going to say different things. I mean, so I don't.
Sure, man. You don't want to start any heated debates around here, right? I feel you.
Well, I mean, it already starts as soon as you talk.
Right on. Hopefully, we can weed those people out.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out the best way to say it because everybody's like, "What the fuck is that?" and "How is that?" And I mean, it has to be a transistor of things.
I see what you're saying, though. I definitely see what you're saying.
What the water already has through the resistance on the different level of potential it has through 14 psi, 2 psi, 1 psi, these gradients, variables that you put it at.
Right. Fire can serve the
same purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Fire can serve the role of a transistor, in one way of putting it.
Or a medium. Yep.
Or yeah. And it's the same way as saying I can serve the role of being a baseball pitcher. All I have to do is go do it. And fire has the ability to do this transisting role.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
The transistor's closest analogy to water
resistance on the water.
Now, is water also not a transistor in its ability to cool something down?
Yes, it is. Of course.
Okay.
The transistor's closest analogy is
You might want to
You
go
cut
somewhere
out.
with a better internet connection, Moyak. Maybe you're in a basement or something.
I have a fine internet connection. What are you hearing?
That
It's
came
just
in
like
a little bit.
it's just like little sounds popping in and out, not like even full words. Just
It might be your what do you call it? Your sound settings with your noise
Microphone.
cancellation feature.
Yeah,
Let me work elsewhere. Let me try resetting.
I was gonna say all the technology and everything that we have is based on things that we have in nature, just refined, modified, but it's the same principles. That's why the natural science is very important to to understand it.
Do you want to
understand it by? Go ahead, Daislo. Sorry.
Do you want to unmute RC if he's unmuted? I don't know if he's still muted.
He's not.
RC.
Test. Any better?
He's unmuted.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I was just making sure you weren't muted.
Test. Any better?
Just listening to your crazy ass, Daislo, taking notes and
Well, if this gets out this time, I'll try it one more time. A transistor's closest analog to water and pressure would be a valve.
Say it one more time.
Okay, try one more time. The closest analog to electricity as for a transistor is acting like a valve.
A valve. Okay. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
sort of like that. Sort of like a valve that never shuts though. Like in another sense, if you had like a belt, you know how you can like tighten a belt and loosen a belt? If you had like a belt around some part of a hose with water traveling through it, you can like tighten or loosen the belt.
Right, well that's what a valve is. Right?
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying like maybe it's called something other than a transistor if that valve was completely shut. Then it would like cease to be a transistor and become like an insulator or something like that. I don't know. Can a transistor ever cut the flow off of something or just affect pressure? Or can it take the pressure down to zero in a sense? Or
I just think it's kind of
shut off.
Okay.
I think it's kind of neat how we can analogously explain like most of our existence here, like with water, like the flow of water, like whether we're talking about the economics of finances, or if we're talking about law, or if we're talking about physics, like water is like always applicable to
or emotions.
Analogously explain. Yeah, just like it's just kind of neat thing. I don't know. It's just
voltage is like pressure. Current is like the diameter of the pipe, or current carrying capacity is the diameter of your pipe. And current would also be at voltage. You can pass so much water past a given point at one moment. So if I have high voltage, I can pass more water past it in that point. More pressure.
So,
well, the diameter I think would be analogous to the inverse of the resistance, right? Not the current.
Yes. It's the maximum current carrying capability, or also resistance.
Let's do our best. For me, I'm being selfish here, but can we all do our best to like slowly and clearly give our best like one-to-one analogies for electricity and water? Because I really want to understand this. You said voltage is pressure. Okay. Voltage
think
is
about
pressure.
that. If you have a garden hose and I raise the pressure up to 200 psi, I'll be able to move a lot more water through that hose in a given moment.
Water. I got it.
And then what is this? What is the speed of the water?
Listen, water is electricity. Electricity is water. The same.
I think that the description can be a little bit corrected. The voltage would be the difference in pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
For example, if you have on a tube, the pressure is the same in both sides. You still have pressure, but there is no difference, so there won't be flow. In the same way, in electricity, when you have the same, when you have the same charge. Sorry, it's not charge. It's the same. What's the word here? Electrical potential. Is that the
potential?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you have the
electrical
same
potential.
potential in both sides, there's no voltage in between them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's between them, but they still have ultimately the same voltage. If you went to ground or something, you would find there was on both of them they'd be equal.
Well, voltage is always in between. You don't have a voltage of a point. You have a potential of a point. The difference between two potentials.
Should it be said like when you said like when it's evened out? Should it be said that the voltage is 0, or should it be said that the voltage is at some other number, but just like sort of in a non-moving state? Or, I don't know if I'm making sense. Like, should it be like, oh, there's this much voltage on this end and this much voltage on the other end, and they're canceling each other out? Or should it be said that it's or 0? It's 0 voltage?
The voltage is 0. There's the potential in both sides are the same. Therefore, the voltage is 0. The voltage is always between two things.
Right, but if I have a circuit charged up to 1,000 volts, and I test between 2 points on the same copper wire, I'm going to get 1,000, or I'm going to get 0 volts between those. Yet there still is the potential of 1,000 volts there. It just
just to connect this to the ether understanding, voltage is associated as being the dielectric, and current is associated with being magnetism. So I just wanted to mention that.
I got you, Slow. That also really helps me understand. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Other people maybe won't, but I understand exactly what you're saying. Cool. So I got 2 questions. How do we speak about voltage? What do we call it? Like, it's this many units of what?
Volts.
Volts? Okay, well that makes sense. My other question is, what's the analogy for the speed at which water flows?
Well, that's what when you're talking about energy, is measured in voltage per second. So voltage
kilowatt hours, all kind of shit.
Yeah, well, I'm talking ether. Like, instead of cycles per unit of time, like I'm talking energy beams are measured in voltage per second.
I don't know what a volt per second would mean.
When there's a flowing current, the analogy of how we count it would not be the speed of the water, would be how much liters per second are passing. That would be current. And the liters would be analogous to coulombs, which are the measures of charge.
Okay, so we'd have like we'd already have to understand like the width of a river or like the diameter of a hose, and then we would give it a time frame and say, regardless of the size or whatever, this unit applies to how much water passes by this single point of measure in this amount of time, and that's, is that 1 unit? Like, what do you call that?
That's your current.
That's current, and that's talked about in what unit?
Amps.
Coulombs per second, or amps.
Yeah.
Amps per second?
No, amps are coulombs per second. So you have 1 coulomb.
Okay.
Yeah, coulomb is a unit.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Liters.
Coulomb is a unit.
I understand.
Oh, right. It's a coulomb of charge. It's the yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course, they don't rate dishwashers in coulombs, so I only use amps because that's practical. A coulomb is kind of a mystery unit to me.
But in a sense, amps is speed, right? In a loose sense, how much passes, like how much passes. It's an amount of something, but it's most related to speed. That's the variable that will affect what an amp is, right? There's another variable, like how how much can flow at once or whatever. Because yeah, okay, I understand. It's multifaceted or multifactor.
Amplitude, aptitude, whatever.
That's where the water analogy kind of breaks down. Like electricity flowing through a pipe doesn't change speed per se. It still takes 70 feet of light. Water will actually increase in velocity as I increase the pressure.
Exactly. Yeah.
And pressure does that.
And electricity won't, but water will. Gotcha. Okay. Very interesting. That really separates it. Yeah, in that one way. That's why I've always had a hard time listening to people talk about that. But you guys have definitely given me a better understanding. So, is there another important one to mention? We got columns, and amps and voltage. At this point, I absolutely understand what you told me about those. What's
amps, volts, ohms, resistance?
And there are ohms. Oh, you mentioned ohms, right?
But compared to water, if you can, is ohms like a vital one to compare to water?
Maybe
a lumpy pipe. Is a pipe with a lumpy wall inside? Maybe.
Yeah.
Those aren't what things are. Though.
Ohms could
be
be
measure. Those
ohms
are just
could
units
be
of
how
measure.
ohms could be how thin the river is. So the thin the river is, the less water can pass through it, right?
So what does ohms describe? The wire, like it's a gauge of wire or something, or what?
In the electricity.
Yeah, you said ohms is the diameter of the hose.
It would be the inverse of the diameter.
Yeah, sort of like imagine that you want to put a resistor into your water system. You would just take a small pipe and put it in there. So now that's going to be your limiting factor on the circuit.
Yeah. So think about like how much, and then an ohm is really how much volt, how much difference in.
It's how much resistance.
Oh my gosh! But why are you? It's how much difference in pressure is it going to take to create like one, like we call it an amp of current, right? So for 1 volt of current to produce 1 amp, you're going to need 1 ohm.
Oh yeah, exactly. So yeah. In the same way in water, if you have a thinner pipe, it requires more pressure to send the same amount of water per time.
Because of the resistance.
Exactly. Yeah.
So when you control the resistance, you can control the amplitude or the power or the output.
So
yeah, ohms are a measure of resistance.
The less or the higher the ohms, the more voltage is required to power the same device.
Resistance, the more power. The less resistance
is required.
Yeah,
to get the same current through in a given time.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Okay. Now, what else is one of the fundamental things? Because that one I think was a little bit.
Well, you have capacitance and inductance, which I'm not sure how you would equate those to water. I'm trying to think.
Well,
kinetic
capacitance would just be the
movement,
the storage,
flow,
the storage of like the volume of water.
So like you put like the tank you put on your well pump, the accumulator.
Yeah, the volume metric.
Okay, well, I really appreciate the lessons I've learned so far. I think I'll remember them forever and won't need to ask these questions again. But we can be done teaching me, or we can continue whatever we want to talk. I appreciate the time and.
Well, a good one for a good one for capacitance fundamental to just think of like how much water can this thing hold, right, without like bursting or breaking down, or just like how much volume of water can this little bulb or this little pipe in a given unit volume, how much can it hold?
Okay, sure, like a dam or like rupturing a pipe or something, I guess.
Yeah, probably with water it'd be more like a balloon. How much can fit in this balloon without it bursting?
So capacitance is essentially the threshold a medium is able to absorb of units of dielectric inductance before discharge, just to be hyper concise.
Right, I get that. I get what Dyslow says. So could you
like walking across the carpet when you get close to that doorknob, you have to discharge. Yeah.
So if you have a capacitor in some sort of machine, can it be like, in a sense, fed electricity until it's reached too much where then like it's triggered and then the flow breaks through?
Yeah, those are dielectric reflectors, basically just clear liquids essentially, or they're just dielectric capacitors.
You'll either
Are
melt
they
an
build up-
object or get a
They
lightning
build
bolt.
up charge and just
Are
discharge.
capacitors insulators, like limited insulators or something?
Like if you ever look at the Leyden jar experiment, it proves that there's no charge whatsoever in the metal jar or the rod, but rather in the glass medium itself. And this is where we get the dielectric capacitors being, like I told you, just like a glass medium essentially, or a reflective medium. Mostly metals are dielectric reflectors, whereas clear mediums such as glass and oil are dielectric capacitors. Does that make sense? So you got reflectors and capacitors.
Interesting.
Metals, reflectors, and clear liquids, capacitors.
Okay.
So that's how that works.
Maybe it'd be fun. I don't know. You guys tell me if this sounds like a good idea or not. But is like electricity has to have a circuit, and I mean that's the basis of all like electrical devices or whatever. Like it operates in a circuit of some sort. Is there one machine with the most amount of parts you could like think of, like that you could like walk me through the steps of like, here's say, the positive side of a battery. The next thing up is this device in the circuit, and it's going to do this. Then once it's reached this limit, it's going to send the flow further on, and it's going to run into this guy, and he's going to do this to it. And then eventually, and then it goes to the light bulb. Yeah, I know, but one that's like a one after the other in a sort of syntactal, like a syntax.
I don't know if I could do it for you, but a multi-vibrator would be like the thing I would think of. It's the heart of an oscillator. The heart of an oscillator circuit. It basically uses a transistor to create a high on one side. Then it basically that high goes over to the other side, opens up the gate on the other side, and it'll make it oscillate back and forth, high and low. But
I don't know.
It's been a really long time since I've seen one of those at fundamental level.
Yeah. Maybe I'm asking for too much there. Sorry. I should just study on my own, of course. You guys have definitely given me a lot to work with, which is I thank you for it.
Well, some of the stuff, I mean, if you stop and think, it's self-explanatory in a way.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
I'll get there. As long as I put my mind to it, I'll get there. I only don't know it right now because I'm just lazy. I procrastinated learning about such an interesting topic as electricity and stuff. I mean, I don't know why I haven't spent more time learning about it. It fascinates me.
It's something I haven't looked at it yet, but here's a video on multi-vibrators. I just remember when I was going through my electronics training that that was one of the fundamentals that they taught us about. I was like, oh, now I get it.
And the nice thing about this subject is that it's not that hard to put your hands on it. You can buy a multimeter, some resistors, some capacitors, and predict how much, how are each of those setup of circuitries are going to affect the current or the voltage. You can all test it with very cheap materials.
In fact, one of the things that I do with a lot of my high schoolers when we do like our units on electricity is we get things like Raspberry Pis. Have you ever heard of a Raspberry Pi before?
It's shit like that. I was like, "Aren't you a teacher?" And you're like, "No, I'm a pilot." What do you mean with my high schoolers? You just told me you weren't a teacher the other day.
So I direct curriculum across quite a few schools, and what I'll often do with teachers that I manage is I'll co-teach classes with them, or especially a lot of my new teachers, like where they've never taught a lot of these subjects before, I'll go in and say like, hey, here's the lab builder, and I demonstrate with them. And I know a lot of the students, right, because I've taught them for years and whatnot. And so,
So you give
that's why-
seminars, or like?
yeah, like, and I also do like teacher trainings and stuff like that. But I also like have a set high school that I work with, for example, and so like I know all these students from like years of having managed their teachers, you know, participating with them. I take them on like a lot of aviation type of, you know, excursions and stuff like that. And so yeah, I still do a lot of teaching. I'm originally a teacher.
Okay, I just posted the first video was more of what comes out of a multivibrator. This is how one is constructed. It's by an Indian guy, so not the most pleasant to listen to. Well, he's got a heavy accent.
I got them saved, man. I added both of them to a playlist. I will definitely watch them. I appreciate the links.
Most things I learned in the entirety of the university was from Indian accent.
Oh.
Yes.
It takes away from my learning experience every time that happens. I went to a radio seminar with Dr. Lee, who is like the preeminent at the time radio guy. And it was just, I spent so much time trying to decode his Chinese to try and understand what he was saying. It's like, all right, this is useless. This is worthless.
I had a physics professor who was from Russia and had an extremely thick Russian accent, almost impossible to understand. The first day of class, he pulled out a red dry erase marker and began writing his notes on the board and refused to change his marker for the entire semester, including halfway through when the ink ran out, and he just kept writing with the same marker.
His favorite color.
To be fair, there are some Americans who I can't understand a single word.
Oh yeah, no, it's not
whatever.
It's not a problem with this. It's the language barrier. Like with this guy, he just had such a wicked accent. I'm always getting tech assistance from some kind of a Chinese service, but there's just some people I can't deal with. They have so many things that deviate from my lexicon that it's like, oh shit, I have no idea what you just said. Could you say it again? And when you get to iteration number 20 of that, it's like, oh, okay, I give up. Do you have somebody who speaks English there?
So why do you you guys think that electricity never flows through anything at a different speed, right? Like a constant in a sense?
Yeah, I every time I've clocked the speed of it, it seems to be the same. Other than certain materials to slow it down. And certain delaying in circuits and stuff like that. Like if I have a capacitive circuit, it's going to have the charge time in it, and then the discharge time. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just going through a wire. There's one velocity factor on a wire.
Why do you think that is?
It's the time it takes essentially for an electron to travel from. Not to travel from, but to give its potential over from atom to atom all along the path.
Exactly. Okay, I was ready to correct you there, but you didn't.
So that's what's called a rate of induction, correct?
I don't know. I don't use terms like that.
Okay. Really fascinating because I feel like it's like perfect. It seems like someone would have, with all your knowledge on this subject, it seems like the perfect terminology for it would have been brought up once or twice, 100 times. Just strange.
Well, I just Googled rate of induction, and it got me to Faraday's law of induction. Is that what you're referring to? Or
no, it just Google induction.
Induction, I would tie with inductors. So I mean, I just don't know whether it's appropriate or not to use it.
All right.
Inductively coupling something.
All right. So this is what induction means. The process of bringing about rise to something. So
I don't think that's precise enough for this.
The process of electrons passing their charge potential or whatever there's a process of what it has to go through in order to make this next thing happen and to induce a change. And so there's a rate of which it's able to induce change and pass it along. So that'd be a rate of induction. Just, I don't know, it seems perfect to me.
I don't necessarily. I'm not sure. I just walked away for a second, but what I heard before I left, like induction, I associate with the transition from magnetic to electric, and I'm not sure if that's what happens on an atom by atom level.
Well, that's maybe one form of induction, like because anything can induce a change in something else by interaction. But sometimes there's a process that has to happen in order for it to make its full effect on this other thing. Like somewhat like a line of people shoulder to shoulder, like passing an object down the line, right? The rate of induction is based upon the speed at which they're able to turn from right to left. And that will determine the rate of induction of the passing of the ball.
Yeah, that's different than how I understand it, and I can't say whether it's right or wrong because mine is more of a functional understanding than a scientific term understanding.
Sure.
So I could take that as an explanation. I just don't know if that's the explanation.
Well, just if that didn't make complete sense to you, I know you have this magnetic and electrical, effect on each other sort of view of this one word, but this one word isn't has nothing to do inherently with magnetism or anything. Just the process of one thing bringing about change in another, in another thing. This is what the speed of sound is when vibrations through the air surpass the air's limited rate of induction.
Can you show me, just so I can understand the definition here, can you show me a place where they use the word induction in transfer of sound?
Probably not. I don't think they're going to.
So it's not a classic
word.
definition. This is the EU type of definitions. Maybe right, maybe wrong, but that's not the classic understood definition.
Yeah, it's definitely not the classical choice of word, but it is the general word for all sorts of processes. I'm not even sure how they would avoid using it, but I'm sure they found some way to get around using this word. Maybe not on purpose, but it'd probably be a better choice of word than whatever they're using. It's just a very good word that, I don't know, just isn't used when it should be.
Yeah, I'm. If we have perfectly good words that describe the same thing, I'm hesitant to go and start redefining words.
Well, no, we're not redefining anything. We're just more aptly describing what's going on. Like definitions can be improved upon because every definition is written by a guy or a girl, and they, often don't choose the best words or express themselves as best as they can. Writing definitions isn't necessarily a settled science, like people make mistakes.
It seems like this is actually making it more murky than more clear. Magnetic induction in electrical terms is taking a magnetic field and inducing a current.
Or vice versa, right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's magnetic induction, and a rate of induction can be a description of any process where something induces a change in another thing.
Right, but that's making it a more vague term. What I would rather do is give that a new terminology, which I'm not sure what that would be, but changing the word and adding to it should make it more clear, not less clear.
Well, speaking in generalities or using very archetypical words can be the only right way to talk about certain things. Often definitions fall apart because of how overly specific they're trying to be. and where they set themselves up for failure when the same thing that they're trying to describe is in a different scenario where the specificity of their words causes room for exceptions because they're not being inclusive enough and just outright wrong because they're trying to limit something's definition to be under one specific scenario and not being correct in all scenarios, which a definition should apply to all scenarios and not try to overstep its reach and lead people astray.
Well, I mean, where I would get where it becomes like confusion, like you're saying that perhaps as an example, I think what I hear you saying is that induction, the ability of the electron or whatever is moving between atoms from one atom to the next. I know not moving. I'm sorry, transferring is potential. You're calling that an induction event, whereas I'm calling a magnetic field inducing a current an induction event. Now, yeah, they both are, transferring. One's from molecule to molecule, but one's from magnetism to conductor. So if you start muddying the waters and just saying, what's the inductance of my wire, I'm going to answer how well it takes a magnetic field, not the
There is no magnetic field. That's a misnomer. When you're talking about electromagnetic induction, it's a total misnomer because there is no magnetic effect involved, and since the induced current is only caused by the time variable electric current and by that electric field produced by that current.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there's no causal link between electric and magnetic fields. So you got to conclude that an electromagnetic field is a dual entity, and it's always consistent of dielectric and magnetic components simultaneously, and that's the way that works.
I have maybe an example that might make you understand how I understand a rate of induction. Have you ever heard that it takes like 2 seconds for someone to get hit in the gonads for them to feel it completely, for the signal to make it all the way there, right? Yep. So you're gonna describe the time delay one step below, getting hit and then registering it in your brain, by just saying there's a speed of travel, right? There's a speed of travel of the signal to go from down there to up there, right? But the speed of travel of whatever process is going on isn't instant because there's a process involved of sending the signal.
Right.
Now, every step of
electric.
Now, so this means that the medium or the avenue that the signal travels through is being relayed up there, and because the relay isn't instant, that means that there is a rate of induction throughout every moment of the signal traveling, because speed is just it's just a adjective in a sense. It's saying this is how fast something is passed along, but what determines whether something is this fast or this slow is the rate of induction of what is sending the signal.
Right. I mean, what I typically call that in the radio world would be velocity factor. That's
just saying the same thing as speed, right?
Yeah, but I mean, to co-opt the term induction, I don't understand why you want to co-opt that.
No, I'm not co-opting induction. It's just that you're only aware of that word being used in one specific sense.
Is it used in another sense somewhere else? That's what I asked for before.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, there's plenty. There's plenty, man. But it's a general. It isn't tied down.
It's just the influence of a field upon a circuit, man.
Well, the word induction doesn't necessarily have to be that specific. Induction can be the rate of one thing influencing another in infinite ways. Everything has a rate of induction. Just magnetic to electric or electron to electron. Those are just examples, but everything has a rate of induction.
Can you show me your definition of induction so I can at least start coming to an understanding of what you're talking about?
Yeah, that was the first thing I started out with.
No, I want to see it. I want to see it used classically because I'm not going to add a new word to my lexicon unless it's used classically.
All right,
I'll give you one. I'm not trying to force anything into you, man.
How about?
No, I know.
The process of bringing about or giving rise to something. The process of bringing about or giving rise to something.
How about this? Induction are just units of dielectric capacitance.
Okay,
and magnetic induction, which together form an electrical circuit known as voltage and amperage.
All right, can I see that? I want to see it in context.
Yeah, all right, here, I'll give it to you in context. How about dielectric times the magnetic?
No. Please send it. Put the link
I'm giving you my formula. Dielectric times the magnetic equals electrical inductance of a circuit.
Okay, great. Now, can I have the link?
Huh?
Now can I have the link?
I have to have a link for you to accept it?
Yes, I'd like to actually see it in context.
Well, just write it down and then it's before your eyes.
I don't need your definition. I'm not going to accept anything you say just on your word.
Oh, okay. All right. How about here? Let's see. I'll give you something better.
Here's a
how about this
screenshot
book?
for
Look
you.
up this book. It's electromagnetic induction and gravitation, a time variable. Actually, yeah, it's where is it? Time variable electric charges and currents. That's it.
I'm not sure what your motivations are here.
Write down this name, dude. Dr. Oleg D. Jefamenko. Did you get that?
Dr. Oleg.
Yeah. OLEG space D, capital D period. That's his middle initial. And then Jefamenko. JEFIMENKO. And his book is Causality, Electromagnetic Induction, and Gravitation. Look at that book, and he explains clearly in there what electromagnetic induction is. He gets into electricity. He gets into the dielectric field. So, pretty interesting, man. Check it out.
Okay. And why do you think of him as a source against all the other sources?
Well, because he coincided with Faraday, Maxwell, Steinmetz, Heaviside, Tesla, all the guys before us that gave us our entire understanding that you use today. They all were in agreement that what induction was, and the fact that there's no magnetic lines of force. They never even suggested this in their works. Like,
well, just being the first doesn't mean that you are the absolute authority. They were good, and they were good for their time, but are they still correct is a question.
Well, yeah, like even Maxwell considered that EM induction as a phenomena in which essentially EM force is induced in a circuit, but not as a phenomena in which changing magnetic fields causes an electrical field. He clearly said that EM force is measured by, not caused by, the changing magnetic field. And Faraday agreed, and neither one of them made no allusion to any causal link between magnetic and electric fields.
I guess the question you still have to ask is, are they right?
Well, they must have been, because it's not in Maxwell's equations, nor the solutions indicate the existence of a causal link between either one of those fields. So we got to conclude that the electrical field is a dual entity, always having a dielectric and a magnetic component simultaneously. And if you look at that book, it gets into that stuff. Pretty good.
So didn't you tell us not to just read from things just a little bit ago?
I never said don't just read from things. What do you mean?
It was actually your words, but all right.
So you really shouldn't
Oh
entertain
yeah,
this
well you
guy.
want that? Okay, I know what you're talking about now. No, that I was being pedantic because Gummy Bear was like, "Can you just not read from PDF, Ken Wheeler's PDFs?" So I was just beating him over the head with his own scrutiny.
It was an inside joke that you weren't here earlier enough in the conversation to catch on to. I don't blame you for that, but you should listen to us that we're telling the truth about just describing what was happening back then.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying, Dyslo, I'm not really getting that
You
much of
didn't
a
mean
deeper
it.
understanding about inductance based on you just reading this.
All right. Well, I
PDF.
posted the definition back when it was actually about definitions of words and giving people an understanding of how I'm using my words. The screenshot is in the main chat for whoever the earlier gentleman was.
So if I came into your classroom, RC, and I was just like, I'm not understanding what you're saying, would that give me fair grounds to say that your information is worthless? Or would it maybe I have some responsibility by not accepting the information or wanting to obtain it somehow?
No, if I have a student that says, I don't get this, I would say, hey, here, let me help you.
Yeah, and what if the student just constantly said, you know what, this is just not making any sense, blah, 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 and they were just playing that, contrarianistic game the entire time. Like, what would you call that? Would that be defiance eventually?
No.
You don't think that student would be sent to the office for constantly disrupting the class and saying, I don't understand, this doesn't make sense? Like, wouldn't you just eventually get placed into, like, some kind of special needs program or something?
I would hope not, but all right.
I mean, typically that's what happens.
Years too, right? RC's been doing this for years. This isn't just a one-off thing. This is all topics.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
RC,
I mean,
you've
technically,
built up
RC,
a pretty bad reputation with a lot
we
of
might
us.
need to have you reevaluate your STAR program testing to see where you're actually placing on logical understanding, and see where we should
fair
place
enough.
you.
I mean, you're welcome to come into my classroom and evaluate it all you'd like.
I mean, you could be a straight A student in the right setting, dude. I mean, you get a special helmet, you get to ride a yellow bus. I mean, there's a lot of perks here, bud.
Dyslo, I was never a straight A student.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we put you in the right setting, you could shine, dude. Like Special Olympics. I mean, you could be doing something.
All right.
I could see you on the back of a cereal box, like being endorsed by Wheaties or something.
Cut it out, Dyslo. Moyak, man, that's the definition of induction that I posted. That's the way I'm using it. And if you search define induction, it's the result you'll get. Now you can add the word rate to that, and there may not be a definition for a whole sentence, but maybe if you understand the definition of one of the words.
Right. But that's where we also come into context sensitive, like electromagnetic induction versus or electric induction versus the process of bringing about change that this is saying. And I'm not sure that we want to add that into here when there might be a perfectly good word. I'm going to ask the teacher. Is there a word for the thing that causes velocity in a wire, the transfer of electrons transfer of potential from molecule to molecule?
Yeah. Is there a rate?
What's the word for that?
Is there a rate?
Yeah.
For
What's
how
the
fast
rate?
it
What's
can
the
go?
unit?
I mean, obviously, we all agreed earlier that you said it travels at a speed, and it's a consistent speed in all electrical devices. So it has a rate of inducing the change along the path, the rate of induction.
Now, I do know that who said that first off?
Let me ask you, is that faster than the speed of light?
That's slower.
Are you sure? Because what if I could show you something that was faster than the speed of light? Then what would you say?
Go ahead.
I'm just asking, like, what would be your what would that do for you?
You're asking for.
I'm dubious, but I'd evaluate it.
But I'm just saying, if it was there, how would that affect your understanding?
Are you talking about quantum locking or something like not quantum locking?
No. Just like just something faster than the speed of light that was.
I've never seen anything like that. I'm interested. Go ahead, tell me.
Like Tesla's death ray.
All right, that doesn't exist, so I'm not sure that we can.
You sure about that?
Test that. Yes.
Oh, you're wrong.
There's a Tesla's death ray. Where is it?
Do you think it's a weapon? Is that what you think it is?
Well, that would be implied, but if it's not, that's fine. Can you show me an example?
Well, they just called it that because it used a ton of voltage, but no, it was essentially all it was a wireless DC transmission instantly, like over long distances.
That's not necessarily instantly. The second I turn it on, it's still going to take the speed of light to get to my destination.
Well, they say that it was virtually instant. There was no delay.
Well, the 8-day isn't really good enough now, is it, Dice?
Well, this is what's tested and been calculated and measured. So
can you show? No, Daiso, it hasn't because that's hearsay.
Yeah, it has.
Can you actually show us that?
Yeah, it's been done several times throughout history, and the most current one was done by Eric Dollard.
Can you?
All right. How did he time the delay? How did he check for delay?
Well, you're gonna have to look at all that information. It's a long video, but it's a good one if you're interested.
I'm looking for the Reader's Digest version right now.
Can you link it at least in the results, Daiso?
Not that I'm going against Diceflow here,
results,
but I'm just reporting the first result from Google. You know, the one that they like put right in front of your face as soon as you search something. I mean, take it with a grain of salt because if you search "can men get pregnant," the answer is yes from Google. But anyways, that's the first answer there. The first answer for this one is Tesla teased his Teleforce weapon for decades, saying it could shoot down airplanes from 250 miles away. The press landed on a different name for the invention, the death ray. Despite claims to the contrary, Tesla never provided much proof that the death ray worked. Now, did it exist? Could it have worked? I mean, we're not just going to, none of us in this room should just go ahead and trust the first result from Google.
No, not at all. Yeah,
let's see where it goes from here.
I'm not trying to trust anybody or not trust anybody. I'm just asking, can you show me what you're talking about?
There's no example of Tesla's death ray that I know of, and I thought his death ray was pretty clearly a weapon, based on what I've read.
Well, that's still going off of men can get pregnant Google results.
No, that's going off the lifetime experience in what I've read on Tesla.
Oh, sure. If you want to, yeah, sure. Whatever.
So Daiso, do you have an example of this?
Of course it works. That's what a hydropower plant is. If you turn it the right way and convert it the right way, you have a tower, and you get the tower to retain the current or the electrical output of the flow of water that's going through it, like, you know, and the tower becomes like a person walking across the carpet. So instead of the tower having to move, the water's moving for it. And then the charge is built up, and then whenever something else comes in contact, it can.
Thank you.
So I posted a couple of videos. Let's see if I can find some more here.
Hey, Dicelo, while you're looking at that, I just wanted to tell you I tried a papercraft of that project we talked about yesterday and failed miserably. I will try again.
Oh, well, yeah. Paper?
Yeah, well, I was trying to make it out of paper so I could then make it out of a harder material.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they have that. If you were going to do paper, I would say maybe buy a can of that liquid rubber.
Yeah, I've got some stock paper. I was just trying to make it, and then once I got something that worked, I would transfer it over to metal and actually put it underwater.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's got to be buoyant. I mean, the weight is going to have to be equally distributed. It's going to have to. I mean, we're trying to mimic something, right? So we're gonna have to come as close to that as possible without creating an anchor, lead anchor.
Right, but I told you I would try, and I wanted to let you know that
Oh
I
yes,
did
yes,
try
cool,
and
man.
it failed. So
Rock on. Thank you for getting back to me. That's cool. Well, I gotta get in the shower.
Yeah, but the death rate is just your electrical company, wherever they're at with the little dams, where they set up.
All right, what is the difference between conduction and induction? Because it seems like conduction velocity is that thing I was talking about, the speed at which energy is propagated through a material.
Conduction probably from the medium, induction from the material itself that you're dealing with, maybe.
Yeah, and that's how I see it. I mean, I see it conducting, but then I'm thinking, like, when you're getting to the transforms that are taking place from electron to electron, energy states, and all that weird shit that goes on, I'm not sure what to call those transfers between molecules. And on a global scale, I'll call it conduction because it's one continuous material.
A reaction, an exchange. I mean, sure, there's technical terms for everything, and then there's layman's terms, you know.
Yeah, this is where conduction relies only on the electric field, whereas induction relies on changing the electric and magnetic fields. That sort of jives with what I was thinking. Much more eloquently stated. And see, that's kind of more of a tangible thing. Like one involves, a transform from magnetic to electric, and one is straight through electric. That has utility. Trying to conflate the terms, just a transfer of something from one place to another, is too vague.
Yeah, that's why they do have the more intricate, detailed explanations, you know.
Well, if I'm going to be like the most generous possible, Moyak, right? Like, I could even say, okay, well, you know, Einstein's too vague. There are still assumptions, there are premises that everything's built on, right? Like, the question is, can I do anything with it? I like try to say, all right, that's a non-me putting some bar out there and saying, here's here's vague, here's specific. And I say, can I do anything with like general relativity? Well, yeah, I can do something with it. Like, I can do something with time dilation and speeds. Like, talks about how I use GPS and stuff like that. Like, if I don't know those, relativistic time, then I can't do GPS correctly. All right, well, like, there's an application. Something tells me that it's not bullshit, right? But with Eric Dollard stuff, like, I have some trouble with what I'm seeing right now. It's just like, okay, like, I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to prove with what he's showing.
Yeah, and I don't have enough of the background in the physics of electricity and magnetism to argue either way. I just go with the more classical definitions, and I'm happy. It works for me.
Yeah.
This whole dielectric thing bugs me. I'm just not following what they're saying there. For me, a dielectric is something that doesn't conduct, or at least not until you break it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I had always understood the word dielectric, right?
Unless you're talking about counter space.
Well, then it's when it gets into, like, I still cling on to the fact that, like, maybe I'm just too dumb and I just don't understand Ken Wheeler and his hoo-ha dilly. Like, that's fine. But, like, until Ken Wheeler can produce me something with what he's doing, like, I'm going to take the electrical engineer's word over mine. Because
Are you kidding? You ain't been watching enough of his episodes, dude. You've got to subscribe to him in order to understand him.
Dude, I've literally over the course of the pandemic, Dysler didn't believe me, and then I did a screenshot of like all the videos that I've watched from him. I have literally watched, dare I freaking say, like 200 hours or listened to 200 hours of Ken Wheeler videos over the course of the pandemic, working from home, just like on my computer. Oh yeah.
You didn't. That would destroy your mind.
Well, here I am. Like, there's good evidence that it did destroy my mind.
I mean, that guy. It took me like 3 minutes to realize he was a bullshit artist of the highest degree.
We got R.C. Wheeler. R.C. Wheeler here.
When I see the redefining of words, which used as a whole, and trying to use using lexicon for confusion, that's when I start to really dislike somebody. They just are throwing a whole bunch of new terms at you, which mean nothing to anybody except for maybe himself. It makes him have an air of truth to it, maybe because you can't disprove it.
Yeah,
it's constantly in a definition game.
I mean, but that's why I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do a stupid thing, and I'm going to listen to, like, a couple of years back of what he's talked about, right? And I started from like 3 years ago to try to get like the fundamentals down. And man, I mean, I admit all I have is really like in high school AP level knowledge, because that's what I've taught. Like, that's what I'm good at when it comes to physics. And I know how much I don't know. So I'm like, all right, like, let's just dive in here. And yeah, the bullshit detector that I got after the 3 minutes you were talking about has turned out to be true.
Yeah, I mean, once he started with counter space and all this, and I mean, AB Science did a classic takedown on him, and AB knows what he's talking about.
You can't discredit the dielectric counter space. You can't discredit the dielectric convergent counter space.
Oh, it doesn't exist. Yeah, I know.
Well, I can't get out of like the counter space is one of those that was like at the 3-minute mark where I heard the word counter space. I'm like, okay, and I tried to read up on it, and he like it honestly doesn't make any sense. It's all like circular logic. It's all defined by bullshit I can't back up anyway.
Now the Oleg stuff, where he was talking about how gravity could be an electric property.
You're bullshit.
I can't run through those formulas because I just simply don't have the math background for it. Are those math problems at least founded, or are they solid?
No, they're both pure bullshit.
So you could work through the transforms and shit in there and just say, oh, okay, no, this doesn't work out. That's bullshit.
Well, I don't know about Ken Wheeler on that, but I mean, the electric universe theory definitely postulates that, gravity is electric.
So why aren't charged particles more attractive than neutral particles?
I didn't say it made sense. They just just say it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Right, it would work. It would work if materials had completely different properties than they have.
Yeah. I mean, we should be able to have anti-gravity by having the charged particle opposite to the electrical attraction. Then,
right, you hook up your battery wrong on the car and it just floats away.
Yeah, and we don't do that.
Whoops! God damn it! Lost another one.
That
take
would
a balloon,
make my job really
take a balloon, rub it against your head, and just levitate.
I love when they say that. It's like, oh, well, I can defy gravity by sticking something to the wall. It's so not a defying of gravity. There's a force. It's attracting it. In fact, a couple of forces, friction and electrostatics. What you'd have to do to make defy gravity is you'd have to have it sit there in the middle of the room and fucking hover because of it.
I mean, I had somebody lose their mind up. I can't remember who it was when they used the stick. So like I'm saying, okay, well, why is it sticking to the wall? Oh, because there's a force acting on, like it's keeping it to the wall. I was like, okay, so you're telling me you need a force to overcome a not force, and then that's the way the insanity ensued.
That's why I'm going to just stick with Newton and just say it's a fucking force. I know I'm wrong, but my mind can comprehend that. I can't comprehend relativity very well.
Relativity just says how. It doesn't say anything more. It just says how.
True.
And you've seen the diagram with the two-dimensional, bending of the fabric.
Yeah, but that's meaningless to me. I see it. I see what they're saying, but still, it's beyond me to put a 4D picture together in my mind.
Yeah, well, 4D is tough.
To say the least. I mean, like, I get why people who work in relativistic physics say, yeah, gravity isn't a force in the traditional sense. But
right.
I get why. But in every engineering sense, aka Newtonian physics world that we all work in, like, yeah, it's a force that's acting on it.
And this is where the language just breaks down because it's like, okay, well, from strictly pure sense, F equals ma. Well, if I've got M and I got A, then I got a fucking F. So to say that F isn't there, sorry, I got one. I see it. It's right there.
Yeah, it's like all the other induced forces, all the other forces that are inertial and stuff. I mean, the centrifugal force, you go around the corner of that force, you feel the outside. That's not a real force. It's.
Yeah, I know.
There's an F word I don't use here on Flat Earth because they misunderstand it.
What is it?
Fictitious.
Oh gosh. But you're 100% right. Like this is actually a language problem. But if you ever watch doing this mathematically in terms of like Newtonian versus Einsteinian like if you use this field equations to try to like calculate, okay, this is how something is affected by a force, like you start to understand, wow, like it really is just a limitation of how we talk about this. There's no real problem out there. It's just like this is the word we use to describe these things.
While the room's quiet, can I ask a flat Earth question?
We could try to answer, sure.
So I see that QE has put out new marching orders about the sextant. Does anybody have a link to the video where he did that in?
All right, that I couldn't answer because I don't give a crap about QE.
I figured if he's going to make a video on me, I should return the favor, right?
If you feel that is your need.
It lets me talk about boats.
On that note, let's go, Brandon.
I saw he finally had another show yesterday. I hope everything's going okay.
Who?
Brandon?
Not what I was referring to.
Oh, my bad. I apologize.
Mic check. Is it this quiet?
It really is.
Yes, Dicelo. I mean, after you left, it only lasted for about 2 more minutes. Talking about Ken Wheeler.
Oh, okay. So, did you completely leave the server over there at Pseudo, Blair?
I haven't deleted it out of my list, but I haven't been there in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers right.
So have you made a ticking stick yet, Kool-Aid?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking of some cool ideas on how to like make one that's either like folding or tri-folding and extendable, and something maybe acrylic, so like kind of like lasted a little longer. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's embarrassing, Huey.
Could probably even put maybe like a a magnet within it. You could probably throw a bubble level in there, like a little mini spirit level or something,
Mm-hmm.
along the flat edge.
$40 times 60 is not 900.
Well, it looks like there's talk of ditching the SEC outright and creating new crypto regulation.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, I think Coinbase is proposing it. They're saying they got some new digital asset policy proposal, and they're trying to spark conversation around like comprehensive crypto regulation. I'm assuming through their platform, which is kind of neat because it sounds like they're trying to get people's thoughts on it, which is could be good. Instead of just having some authoritative figure like telling you how it's going to go, like they're trying to get feedback to formulate the best way to make it work efficiently. Gary Gensler is a freaking bozo, dude. He fucked up so hard. Mr. MIT professor. Fucking doofus.
Tell you one thing: if you want to have a volatile life, go ahead and base your entire world on cryptocurrency. What you're paid this week versus what you're paid next week versus what you can buy with said pay becomes quite interesting if it's not a stable base.
Well, they have stable coins and stuff for for that type of allocations.
But they're stable for the time being. What keeps them stable? Are they really bulletproof stable, or are they subject to the whims of the investors?
Well, that's why fiat should have been based on a standard, the gold standard, like it was, and never taken off, because they kind of created this mess.
Fiat is one big problem with gold based is that it's extremely, it's a terrible break on the economy. So it's just not dynamic enough.
Yeah, but that's where crypto comes in to kind of soak up the issue with all that liquidity problem.
But aren't you just essentially issuing another fiat currency in another fashion? It's not backed in anything. It's backed in wishes and prayers.
Oh, it's just backed in the understood market cap that gives it its part of its formulated value.
That's civilization for you, man. It's backed on wishes and prayers and trust.
And that's all money really is. Like, money is nothing more than a mutual agreed conceptual understanding that we're going to say this is equivalent to this, but in essence, it's literally just based on work. It's based on energy. Money is just a tangible asset for energy. Yeah. And that's what it should have always been, and that's why I say like it should have never been taken from the gold standard, because once you say it's free energy, that's what we're running into. It's like they opened the floodgates and just started printing dollars, and without anything behind it other than bailing their friends out and leaving the regular guy to suffer, man. That's not cool.
Well, I don't know how you think you're suffering because of it.
What do you mean?
How do you think that your world would be better if it was gold based?
Well, because my dollars wouldn't be devaluating every year. I mean, right now
you typically get more dollars every year, so you're pretty much staying about the same.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't offset the. Yeah, that's not an equal offset. It's a guise to pull the wool over the average guy's eyes and beat him
until
over
everything
the head.
crumbles, till the bubble bursts.
Yeah, we've been duped, and that's why we need to get away from centralized currency.
Right, but if I didn't have enough money, the value of gold would have gone up astronomically if it was default currency. So anybody who's trying to get a start out in life would be fucked, because the amount of work that you'd have to do to earn a piece of gold, a unit of gold.
So what do we do about that?
I don't know.
So is there any way to say what the best backing of currency would be?
Well, but gold is the best backing, because it's like that's the whole point. The fact that it's hard to acquire, it's not just readily available. It takes effort. Like, this is the resistance that gives currency its value.
So why not use helium-3?
Well, because the only people that really hold the factories that mine that are like is centralized. Like George Bush, I think, owns 2 or 3 of the handful that nationally, work with that shit. And do you really want a monopolized system all over again?
Deuterium, helium. Deuterium, you can go get that out of seawater. Just get yourself.
You want to sell it.
Yeah, I
You're gonna
guess
wanna
handing off deuterium to somebody else, but that's just again, it's a fiat. I mean, gold's whole value is in that it's pretty and shiny. It has very little.
It's not about its color, its shiny, its luster. It's the fact that it's proportion to the matter in this planet, in the sense that it's a scarce thing that's not completely unacquirable, but it takes a large amount of effort. So this is how we regulate the currency, is by basing it on something that's not just you can go scoop up. You know what I mean? You have to put in a reasonable amount of effort to acquire it, and that's how we have something that's going to be sustainable and stabilized.
Again, it is based on agreements more fundamentally than that. That if I show up with gold, it's just as good as showing up with dollar bills, because you should easily be able to exchange at a bank or something with someone.
It gives equal.
There's a convenience to the bills. That's why we use the bills instead of gold, even when it was backed on gold. Just the convenience.
But it's an equalizing factor too. It's not one person holds all the gold in the world. It's every man for themselves. If you want to go and get the gold, you can go get the gold. You know what I'm saying? It's how much work are you going to put in, and that's why it's something secure that we can base value on.
It's as good as it gets when it comes to the physical asset. But then, what really needs to be encouraged is the cooperation and the faith, in a sense, the trust.
Yeah, I mean, economics and finances it's not rocket science by any means, but it's not intuitive. Like, it does take some understanding, but in comparison to crypto, man, it's night and day as far as the complexity level of understanding. And like, if somebody didn't really understand what current money was today, good luck in another 10 years from now, because I mean it's going to be that much more complicated to try to make sense of things. So in that sense, crypto is kind of a double-edged sword. But this is the response to market manipulation, monopolization, and corrupt centralized systems. This is the inherent offspring of corruption and the remedy to it. And
I'm not sure the remedy to it. Like, if I was to take the gold standard, implement it today, or never got rid of it, and let's say we had I know you're gonna get upset with this, but a pandemic, and So now this pandemic, the government's trying to keep society functioning. They decide they're going to start spending money, but they're spending it at greater rates. They're going to take loans, and those loans are going to. How does the loan I'm taking differ from me printing up money?
That wasn't concise, man.
Sorry,
Or clear. Go ahead, try again.
I'm trying. Let's see. We've got a gold standard, and we have to overrun. It's a war, it's a disease, it's something we need to keep the society rolling, so we decide we're going to spend money at a faster rate than we're making it. First off, how do we do that?
Only on sort of an imaginary level.
No, in reality, how do I do it?
What's the purpose? You want to spend? You want to spend money faster than you're making it? I'm not following the scenario.
We have a short-term need for money that has to be met in order to keep going. Even businesses have this. They take loans in order to grow their companies. They're taking on debt.
That's a promise for human labor in the future, which is the only way that you're going to get. I mean, besides manipulating the system and investing in stuff that complicates stuff, but you're basically saying, "I'll work it off."
Right. Now, what are they doing now? They're printing up money, and they're
so
not
that our children have to
so
work it off.
They're devaluing the money. Plus
Right. They're making our children pay it off in the future.
Right, and that's where I get very confused as to the actual function, because you're actually talking about that they're printing up that money, but it's on a promise of paying it back, typically, isn't it? So they're manufacturing the stuff, the new cash notes, but there is no new money.
It's a promissory note. It's basically an IOU, and the real tangible assets being held within the Federal Reserve that it's supposed to be based upon, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, in this case, I was transferring back over to the system that we're using, because there is no Federal Reserve per se in real assets. The gold is gone.
That's not what they tell us, right?
No, there is some gold, but it doesn't cover near the number of notes that we have. I don't think we're not acquiring 20 trillion in gold.
When's the last time we audited any of these reserves where these vaults that are harboring all this supposed gold?
You'd have to ask them that. I don't know.
Well, I could tell you I don't think it's been done in a long time.
It's not even possible anymore because it's privatized now. They don't have to give access; they can just deny it to people.
Well, that's what the central banks and the world banks have done. Is they've created this this sheath or this veil that they've placed over themselves with law, and they've made it to where they can never be identified individually or audited as an entity, which they're virtually indestructible, and they hold the keys to the wealth and value of every tangible asset, individual property, and you name it, man. It's pretty scary. I mean, that's the real entity that should be being addressed right now, because they've impoverished how many people across the face of this realm?
Absolutely.
We have 8,100 metric tons of gold in the reserve, supposedly, as of 2021.
Supposedly, there's far more gold above ground than there is silver. But look at the price of silver in comparison to gold, and tell me there's no manipulation being had.
Well, isn't it a manipulation to keep it in a reserve?
Yeah. I mean, without audit, yeah.
Well, no, even to keep it in with audit. It's keeping it off the market. It's not allowing it to flow. It's stuck.
Yeah, you can't have something sitting stagnant, right, without creating some type of a debacle or manipulation, because unless you're just going to completely wipe it away, kind of like when they do token burn off, like they just send crypto to like this unknown account that nobody has access to, and it's still existent but not within the supply system. But when you start dipping in upon your own leisure for QE 1, 2, and 3 bailouts and basing your printing out off of X, Y, and Z, then it starts becoming double-sided and shit, right? And isn't that what they did when they did all these bailouts? Like, we didn't see any correlation between gold fluctuation in price too much, but yet they still have the gold in reserve and they're still printing money into infinity. I mean, it's utter chaos.
They've been disconnected from each other for sure.
What?
Those two things have been disowned each other. Like they're not relatives anymore. They may like play a small part with influencing each other, but yeah.
Well, no, they play a huge part. I mean, when you look at like bonds and shit like that, and commodities, and I mean, those markets are huge. The asset class for those are huge, and all of that is correlated to the U.S. standard. So
yeah, I don't know enough about this subject actually to say what would be better. I just know that what I've seen, the braking effects on the economy, the slowdown on the economy due to the rarity of gold I would think would cause hyperinflation in the gold itself. So you still would have the same problems you have.
We've never stopped mining gold. We've only increased it parabolically with technology and machinery and the increase of people. I mean, we're only getting more and more every year. So I mean, to act like it's like so limited and just non-abundant is kind of superficial. I don't know, man.
I've heard that all the gold in the entire history that's ever been mined only fills an Olympic swimming pool.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I've heard the same shit, and I don't think I could. I don't think I could agree with that.
It doesn't seem intuitive at all. It's like, for real? Like, yeah, I have my doubts. Very dubious.
One Olympic swimming pool, is that what you said?
Yeah, it might be two. I think it's
that's the popular quote. Yeah, that's the popular quote, that all the gold mined throughout history would fill an Olympic swimming pool.
No, that's it. It's more than that.
Really? What are the dimensions of all the gold that have been mined?
What's that?
What are the dimensions of all the gold that's ever been mined?
He's asking you the dimensions of the pool.
No, what are the dimensions of all the gold that's ever been mined? You're saying that I don't believe that. I'd like to know what you believe it is. Do you believe it's a cubic mile?
Oh, well, more.
But here's the thing: is that's an old saying. I heard that over 10 years ago at least, and within the last 10 years, how much gold do you think the world's mined? Put it that way.
I don't know. Is it more than when it was really plentiful and easy to scrape off the surface?
I think so. I think the processes that we're using have only gotten better and more efficient, and
let's take what's his name, the guy for Alaska Gold Rush. He pulls out, let's say, 2,000 ounces a year the last couple of years, and 2,000 ounces. How big is that? That's one guy.
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't know what it relates to in volume.
Yeah, me either. Sorry. Google can help.
I'm looking.
Appreciate it. absolutely appreciate people Googling shit to continue a nice conversation. 200 ounces. Is that what it was?
He said
well,
2,000.
He did like 2,000 the last time I watched him.
While Moyak looks that up, if you guys don't mind, I just found the video that QE was referencing, and I want to read you to the description.
What are we
Specifically,
talking
the
about?
last line. This is QE, his expert on sextants and how they prove a flat Earth. So I'm going to read you from the video description.
Okay.
However, the actual math to perform celestial navigation involves trigonometry on a sphere, which is very advanced math. As you should know, watching this video, that right-angled trigonometry is not used in navigation because the Earth is a sphere.
That's QE's description on his own video.
Nope, that is the. This is from a platform called Tablet Class Math, who QE cites as his source, proving specifically this video, proving that celestial navigation works on a flat plane using 90-degree angles.
Okay. Well, I see the point you're trying to make. I suppose QE and the people arguing the sextant argument would say that they're having some sort of cognitive dissonance with how they
Right.
imagine it working.
Yeah, QE is cherry picking, not explaining the full thing. He cut about 3.5 minutes out of his video in order to make it look like he appears with him. I completely agree with you. The people having this conversation are lying.
Yeah, one side or the other, or cognitiveness, or ignorance, or something. I'm not the one to talk to you and sort all this out, though.
It's a straight lie.
I don't know. Maybe he's only using the truthful parts that don't fall under cognitive dissonance, where they're accidentally misunderstanding something. I don't know. I'm not the guy for you right now.
Accidentally misunderstanding how sextants work in a
I mean, the guy
presentation
believes
about
in-
how sextants work.
The guy believes in photons, so there's not. I mean, I can't take too much of what he says as truth. Every time I corner him,
commonly understood.
Every time I corner him on the topic, he runs away, dude. He doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, try not to conflate all flat earthers with QE. You know, like Dyslo just made that point. But as far as sexes go, maybe we can take just a poll around the room. Does anyone really care all that much about the sextant argument? To me, I haven't put in enough time, and I don't necessarily have enough interest to so far to have learned how to argue either way on it. I don't know. Maybe someone here really cares about the sextant argument.
I do, but I might be in the minority on that one.
It's fine. I mean, I think it's a fine line of conversation to go down. I'm wondering if Moyak got back on those 2,000 ounces of gold in volume.
No, I'm still looking for it. I'm trying. Like a gold bar is 400 ounces, but I'm trying to find the damn dimensions.
Right.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
10 inches by 10 inches by. God damn it! Thickness by 2. I need another
10
dimension.
inches by 2. You're missing one.
Still. It's thickness.
Yeah, you're missing one measurement there. 10 by 2 by what?
Oh, there it is. Width. Okay. 3.7 by 10.7 by 2.03.
Interesting. Okay. I can imagine that in my head. 2 by 3 by 10 is simply makes sense.
And I guess they probably have a per cubic meter weight. So let's do that. That's probably the easiest way to do this.
I'm going to go ahead and Google the size of an Olympic swimming pool.
Okay, a cubic meter is 19 metric tons. 19.3. So divide 8,100
Oh, my bad. I think I might have been muted. A swimming pool is 660 gallons.
No, an Olympic-sized pool. You gotta look that up.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It turns out the Olympic swimming pools have some pretty specific dimensions. They
It's not
are 50
with
meters long,
gallons.
20 meters wide, 2 meters deep. In terms of volume, when full, these pools hold 2.5 million liters of water, or in another sense, 660 gallons.
No, my pool carries 3,000 gallons. I'm a 19 by. I'm a 19-inch round pool.
Well, I don't see your point, I guess.
7,000 gallons,
pool.
and you're saying that it's 600 gallons in an Olympic-sized pool. My gas tank on my boat is 200 gallons. I could fit 100 of my gas tanks in a pool.
That's not the number I said. I said 660,000 gallons.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
You're good. 660,000 gallons. Anyways, apparently that was told to me about 10 years ago. The volume of gold that's ever been mined.
Yeah, so 400, according to the U.S. Reserve, they've got 8,100 roughly metric tons of gold. A cubic meter is 19 metric tons. That means there's 419 cubic meters of gold in total. So how many cubic meters is an Olympic-sized pool?
Okay, yeah, good question. You want me to get that for you?
We'll see who gets it first.
The Olympic pool is 50 meters long.
All right. It says here that it is 88. No, that's cubic feet. Damn, it doesn't give me meters.
2,500 cubic meters.
How much water fills it up?
It's 50 by 25.
650,000 gallons.
It's
So that's how
25.
many gallons of gold you need.
Olympic pool is 2,500 cubic meters.
So do you think there's only that many gallons of gold in the world, like worth of like coinage and necklaces and rings and gold?
Well, that's all. The 8,100 is only what's locked up in the reserve. I don't know what fraction of gold that is compared to all the jewelry and stuff.
I think you were looking at liters earlier. It says here that a pool is 42 million cubic meters. That sounds crazy. That can't be right.
That's got to be cubic feet.
The volume of the Olympic pool is 88,000 cubic feet, 2,500 cubic meters.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that meters?
2,500 cubic meters, 88,000 cubic feet.
Okay. 2,500 cubic meters. Does that help you out? 2,500 cubic meters.
Yeah, that says that America has, only 419 cubic meters in the reserve.
Okay.
So that's
still a lot of gold.
Much less than an Olympic-sized pool. Now the whole world.
What's the ratio there? What's the ratio there? 2,500 cubic meters compared to 400.
Yeah.
So it's going to take two of those. No, I forgot the numbers already.
419 and 2,500.
400.
That's 1/6.
Wow.
1/6 of the reserve they have.
No, that's much less.
So the reserve holds 1/6 of an Olympic pool.
Yeah.
No, that's not 1/6. 2,500 compared to 400.
400 times 6 is 2,400, so it's 100 off, close enough. Selfish Americans.
One-sixth and a little tiny bit. 1/6, and then the little filter box has some gold in it.
Your math's a bit rusty, fundamental. How you doing, bud?
Then all the museums and all the old gold and all the gold that's hid and all the gold.
Now let's see how much gold is mined in the world.
No, you're right. 2,400 compared to 400. Was that it? Yeah, that is.
25 to 40, 419.
2,500 to 400. Yeah, you're right. That is a 6.
I think there's more gold than an Olympic swimming pool in the world that's been mined. Now, in the reserves, I don't know. I don't think there's any in the reserve. Probably not a damn drop.
Oh yeah, it's empty, man. That shit's empty.
I think the 88,000 cubic feet is an interesting number.
Interestingly enough, there's 2,500 tons to 3,000 tons discovered per year, according to one Google search. So 2,500 to 3,000. That means every 10 years the world finds what we have in the reserve.
Do any of you guys have any sort of, in a sense, like spiritual understanding of gold in the universe?
What would be a spiritual understanding of gold?
I was about to ask, does anyone know what percentage gold is in our bodies? That would be interesting. I say it'd be a very rare percentage, but it was
the same amount of helium.
I think the question is, would somebody completely devoid of gold have any problems?
Isn't it monatomic gold that's used is consumed and it's has health benefits? I think this relates to our own composition. But that'd be an interesting figure because if gold is such a rare earth element, and if it equates to our body, a spiritual way or whatever, there might be an equation there. Gold and God are very close, right? If not.
Yeah, just take away the L. So it says an adult human contains about 0.2 milligrams of gold. Now, why is it there at all? Is the question. Is this something that it's natural to its anatomy? That like gold is an essential element in our body for health? Obviously, it doesn't require much gold. Or is this just some sort of like a number by like, I don't know, what do you call it when you cremate someone, right? Maybe this is like a cremation average of gold, or maybe this is like a healthy amount that's necessary. I'm not sure.
You'd have to find out what a deficient person in gold looks like.
Right. But
he's a bum on the street. He's a homeless man on the street.
Gold is definitely a medicine. I don't know if you guys know this, but gold is definitely a medicine, just like how silver can be used for medicinal purposes.
All right. Since it's so not reactive, I would doubt that. But
I bet you
what medical conditions are caused by gold deficiency?
I bet you, in a sense, the more common the earthly element, the more common it manifests or it reflects within the composition of the body. I think on a greater level myself, just that we are greater than the material, so the material reflects us. So there is this.
Here's the thing, going back to the Bible, gold was the only thing that would allow God to physically manifest himself here on earth. And this is why he directed Moses to build the tabernacle. So that was pretty significant. Whether you believe in God or not, I mean, think about that. That's some pretty big statement.
Edible gold seems to have no nutritional value or health benefits, but it's also not of any harm.
No, that's not. Look again. Monatomic gold. Look at that. Look elsewhere, Moyak man. Look elsewhere, Moyak man. There's people who swear by these things.
Well, I don't care who swears about it. They kind of show me.
Yeah, but look for other
place where they've actually used it.
The more positive take. We know the official story, right?
I've heard that gold plays a central role in heat distribution of the body cells.
What
So
distribution?
I was just thinking about computer, what do you call it? Scrapping. So people who scrap computers and collect all of the gold, and it soon amasses. But it has some sort of function in circuitry. I'm not sure exactly why.
The main function of it. It's not conduction because conductivity, silver has it by a long shot. But gold is a great material for making connections. It doesn't rust. It doesn't oxidize. It doesn't, so your computer doesn't turn to shit over time.
That's
just
what I was
because
thinking.
of oxidation.
I was sort of thinking that. So when Dyslow talked about God manifesting, was it through gold or were gold present? This conductive nature of it and this pure nature of it maybe is referenced. But what's the atomic number of gold, by the way? And is it? I should look it up myself, but I bet you there's silver in our bodies as well, and it's still a higher percentage than gold.
Well, essentially, I'm going to think you're going to find almost every chemical that's in the environment in your body.
You think we'll find every? Here's a good one. I think evolution is all sort of metaphor, right? So within our body, everything is found within everything else to a greater or lesser degree. Do you think that's true, Moyak Man?
Say it again.
Yeah, man. No, yeah. And the first Google result says that the point of the human body containing gold has recently been determined scientifically. It plays a vital role in the health and maintenance of joints. Also, being a good conductor of electricity, it helps in transmitting electrical signals throughout the body.
That doesn't seem to jive because that would mean that you would have to find it in higher concentrations in the nervous system. So now, if that's true, then maybe I'll buy it. But
maybe
I
not.
have to see a gold deficient person to really make a decision on this.
Why didn't you look up further? Moyak Man, why didn't you? Okay, you found something debunking. Yeah, no, it's all rubbish. But why didn't you look a bit further? And maybe expand your mind somewhat. There's definitely information out there about the health benefits of, I think it's monatomic gold.
I'll do my best.
It's like the silver, the old days, or your grandmother might have put a silver coin into a glass of water at the nighttime and drink the water at the morning, because something transmits, and there is some inherent reason for these things to be in our bodies in the first place. And I think maybe we've lost
gold in the human body in a monatomic form.
So colloidal silver.
Monatomic form.
Colloidal silver is an old folk remedy for ulcers and upset stomach. When I was with the paramedic service, we actually responded to a African American elderly gentleman who he was crazy, but he had gone into the local Catholic church and stolen some of their silver, and it had been ingesting it to such a level that his skin turned silver. He actually looked like the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz.
They actually use colloidal silver in the medical industry to this day.
Yeah, wound dressing.
So not an old wives' tale. It actually does have medical benefits then, right?
But no, it doesn't have. It doesn't. It can affect one way and not another way. I'm not saying it doesn't work if you ingest it, but I'm saying that just because it works on a bandage doesn't mean that it works good as a internal medicine.
There's also differences between colloidal silver and eating chunks of silver.
Right, okay, but that's an extreme case. That's obviously an extreme case. And one man's lunacy is another man's sanity, right? Here we are in flat Earth.
No, there's some lunacy.
We're all lunatics,
lunacy.
right? Well, who knows? Who knows what sort of mind frame you get into when you consume so much of these things? Maybe you know the secrets of the universe, but no one will listen to you. I don't know. There is great health benefits to these things. Have you found anything on
He ended up having such heavy metal toxicity that he was hospitalized for 3 weeks and given high doses of
chelation.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
I mean, how did he come across? Did he come across as coherent? Did he explain what he was at?
No, he was bug nuts.
He sounded a lot like Pete.
But see, there you go. That's all you get from you people. You seem like you have a great heart there to be treating people who are ill.
He was talking about
my point is maybe he had a reason at the start, and everything started off with sort of great intention, and he was seeing certain results, and he just overdid it. He completely went overboard.
He did. The giant bunny told him to.
Really?
All right. I have from WebMD an article saying silver is an ingredient in some treatments you put on your skin, such as bandages and creams to treat burns and infections. Unlike colloidal silver supplements, which would be swallowed, injected, the skin treatments are proven to work and well supported and approved by the FDA.
There you go.
So surface level topical infections are well treated by topical treatment of silver, and that is different than like snorting it or eating it, which has less research on it.
Smoking
but
it.
it is. But what it is saying is that it is a very potent and powerful treatment topically.
So retraction from Myoc Man there, if that's okay. Retraction from you. You're a bit wrong about that one then, Myoc Man, weren't you?
No, I said that exactly. I said it's used in topical wound dressings and stuff.
Yeah, but you said, what did you say exactly?
I said that what works good on the outside doesn't necessarily work good on the inside.
Yeah, but was a case just not made there that it works in both cases?
No. The case was said that the jury's out on internal and that it works on the outside.
But what do you think about old wives' tales or old customs like that, where it was customary to put a silver coin in a glass and leave certain reactions happen, drink the water the next morning? Do you think you place any value in these things, or has everything been superseded now by the great science?
Well, here it says that silver was growing in popularity until the invention of antibiotics, which seemed to maybe work better, is what's implying. So scientists are still researching colloidal silver as a treatment for bacteria that has become resistant to antibiotics. So they're thinking that when antibiotics fail, they may employ silver as something that can deal with what antibiotics can't deal with.
That's what they do right now with cancer and everything else. They give you metals.
Natural remedy, yeah. Going back
I
to
guess
nature.
the question is, can I take a high enough dose of, like on the skin, I could put a really high dose and not kill the host. Can I get enough colloidal silver in my bloodstream to act in a way that it will kill bacteria and not kill the host? And that's, yes, it will kill bacteria. We know that.
For all the good that antibiotics did, how many people died from corona from a man eating a bat sandwich?
No, that's not corona.
Well, most people associate bacteria as being all bad, but our body heavily relies on bacteria. I mean, we're mainly comprised of bacteria. Like if you were to take each individual bacteria and measure them based on per cell, we're far more bacteria than we are made of cells.
Yeah, I forget what the number is, but it is a phenomenal. There are more individual bacteria cells in us than cells of us.
I mean,
however, the volume they take up is much smaller.
Technically, all we are is like just literally walking bags of bacteria, and literally our own thoughts and expressions could be just that of this bacteria using us as some type of a symbiotic instrument rather than our own experiences as being our own for themselves.
You do realize, though, that our body mass is a small minority bacteria.
Ooh, the parasite.
We have there's more cells, but they're much smaller cells, so they actually reflect only like 10% of our volume. But yeah,
here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. Like a plant cell, in order to create that process of division and growth, like that's all reliant upon this relationship with fungus interacting with the cells. The cells can't do it by themselves without the fungus to help this process. So in essence, like they're kind of mutually connected.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. Essentially,
and that relates to us and bacteria. Yeah.
So, I mean, colloidal silver also might have a horrible deleterious effect on that. It could kill off the bacteria that you need.
Like believing in a globe Earth, that might have a horrible deleterious effect on your whole psyche.
Yeah,
You
I'm
think that
sorry.
you're
I
nothing,
believe in the
you
thing
live in
that
a
has the most
godless
evidence.
society. You talk to your bacteria, Moyak man. I mean, you have to
No, I
understand. You
think
talk
the only
differently.
person who
You talk
suggested
differently to the
extension
bacteria
is
in your foot, say, than you would in your left testicle. You got to be more
When our
tender to
stomachs
the
are
left testicle
when our
bacteria.
stomachs are grumbling and we're and the gases and the bacteria within our bodies are doing things like, who knows, man? Like there could be some form of communication taking place between you and maybe your wife or something that you might not be aware about. Like there could be something there, man.
Maybe.
I truly believe there is.
You have to love all the bacteria in your body, even the ones that break down the shit. Someone's got to do the dirty job, so you got to sort of cheer them up more than you have to do the rest of them. You know?
Yeah, man, you can't have good without the bad, right?
Well, cows don't live real good unless they have the gut bacteria they have. They just die off.
But this is part of the issue here within our Western culture is that we don't have any kind of like fermented foods really that we are relying on. Like over in like East Asian cultures, they've got like fermented beans and they've curd and different things that go with the gut biome to create a well-balanced, beneficial digestive tract. And we don't have that here. We're missing that in our diet. And as a result, we have a lot of issues because of it. So eat more shrimp paste, bean curd, fermented things, guys, because it's heavily beneficial and science just hasn't caught up yet.
Does that mean I can drink more?
Yeah, probably.
Drink all the Kool-Aid you like.
But here's the thing is like when you're talking about drinking, right? Like I don't think alcohol is necessarily bad. I think the other chemicals associated with a lot of the alcohol is bad. Like Germany's got really strict laws on not using certain chemicals like within their products, whereas like Mexico and America don't. I forgot what the name of this chemical is, but you can find it in every beer except for domestic German or imported German beer.
It's the anti-foaming property.
And
is that what
most part,
is that what it
for the
is?
most part,
Yeah, I know exactly which one you're talking about.
For the most part, when
sorry,
you have,
Pete's gonna go ahead and tell you. Go ahead, Pete. Tell us all about this chemical. You obviously know more about than the freaking biologist. Go ahead.
I'm gonna assume he's gonna say
he's a biologist.
Astra Starkist did something with alcohol to create this.
No. What are you talking about, Kool-Aid? We started talking at the same time, right? So as if you have some predominance here. You can say what you have to say next. So I was going to say we can all relate to having 3 or 4 drinks, and after that point, you're in and out to the toilet pretty much to the end of your night. That's because your body is trying to flush out all of these impurities that are associated with mainstream brands. But yes, with the pure beers, with Guinness here, for instance, you don't get that as well. So it's absolute truth in that.
German beer has 4 grams of Aristarchus per liter.
Let me just, and that's why we get a hangover, you see. So we're actually dehydrated. So if you just remember to have 2 pint glasses of water before you go to bed, there'll be no hangover.
Yeah, if you put beer with your Lucky Charms instead of milk, they're way more magically delicious.
Yuck.
You can do whatever you like with your Lucky Charms, Dice Low.
Man, if you put a cup of piss in there, it'll taste better too.
Well, you never had corned beef and cabbage with Guinness? Come on, man.
Listen, hang on there.
Give you that.
I was just about to ask this. Moyak, man, you're perfect. So you have a can of like 7-Up or sugar Coke or something like that.
Sure.
Or you have a can of your own urine. Now remember, you have a healthy diet, you have a healthy sort of mindset. And when you collect the urine in the morning, you collect it midstream after
Sure,
your
sure.
night's rest. Which do you think? Okay, well, forget about the taste wise, right? But which do you think is better for you, actually, in potential, anyway?
Well, I'm going to vote for neither.
Okay, but plenty of people drink soft drinks, right? I'm just saying, which do you think has the more potential for benefit?
Like I said, I'm going to vote for neither. Whether it's
Discussed
more of
it
a
so
question
easily.
of which is
You
got more
discussed it so
bad
easily
in
by
it.
your own body. You discussed
It's-
it so easily by your own body.
It's the question is which has more bad in it.
Which
And,
is more
which would you rather
benefit? I
have?
said, which do you think would be more of benefit
a
to
shit
your
sandwich
body?
or a diarrhea sandwich? I mean, yeah, which one's better? I don't know.
So you don't drink soft drinks. Okay, let's say a beer. Let's say
I don't drink
one
beer.
of the cheap beers, a Budweiser.
I get like maybe 3 beers a year.
Well, technically,
Right.
you could say the shitty beer actually produces gold, due to the fact that the shitty beer makes you, lose your bowels, and they're associating gold found inside sewage systems. So technically,
Listen, the
it's a money
hypocrisy.
maker.
The hypocrisy of everyone. You're a meat eater. You don't mind putting a pig's arse into your stomach, right? You drink beer. Hang on, please. Hang on, please. But when it comes to what a question there, Moyak man can't even answer. The actual truth is, your own urine is the liquid gold.
Okay.
Coming from your own system, it's been recycled into your system. But if you treat your system in a proper manner,
well, drink a
to all the ball earthers,
glass of it.
we're just balls of flesh, the ball earthers. Whereas I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. As we uncode certain things, we can see the great benefit and potential to these practices.
Go ahead and have yourself a big tall one on me.
I had a glass this morning, man. Or did I?
That's good.
No, I didn't this morning.
Drinking your own drinking your own waste product is not healthy.
What do you want? So hang on.
Your
When you're
body
with your
has got
boyfriend,
rid of
when you're
it
with your
because
boyfriend
it is
Kool-Aid,
just. I'm sorry, Jodo. You started talking in the middle of my sentence, so
Yes, I did.
go ahead. You're
'Cause I know
obviously
exactly what you're gonna
you know
say.
more
Drinking
about
your own waste
microbiology than
product.
I do. So go ahead. Tell us about the
So drinking your own
microbiological.
waste products needs clarification.
All
As
right.
I said, if you have a healthy diet, what comes out will
Pete,
reflect what
Pete, you
goes
can't be
in.
talking over people like that, bro.
Pete,
Pete, you can't
Yeah.
be talking over people like that, man. Come on.
I know
Yeah,
their story, Jeremy. Just
all
mockery
right.
and
But
scoffery,
Pete,
right?
Pete,
That's
this
all.
guy wanted to share with us this chemical and beer, and you took us down a rabbit hole. Let him speak for a bit, because I was keying into this particular chemical that most people aren't aware about within their alcohol they're consuming. So please let this man enlighten us a bit.
No. Pete's going to tell us about urine and how magical it is, because obviously he knows more about this than fucking anyone else.
Personally,
Come
I've
on,
never
who
known
the fuck are
people
you?
on
Who do you think you are, Kool-Aid? Do you think
I've
anyone fucking
never
values
known
what you have to
people on it.
say?
So
Fucking proven
What's
liar.
that?
talking about Kool-Aid.
What's that, RC?
I said I've never known Pete to go on a tangent, so this doesn't check out.
Yeah, I'm not buying it either. I think Pete's not really
Right on
capable
target.
of doing that. But anyhow,
Oh, hang on. There's
Kool-Aid.
a set script here. There's a set script here. You can't just speak something that occurs to you, which I was done doing anyway. For goodness sake.
It's because the truth is known, right, Pete?
Well, what do you know? What do you know? You're
I know
defending
that the truth is known.
Go ahead,
Let's put it
Kool-Aid.
this way, Pete. Do you think
Go
we
ahead,
can tell?
Kool-Aid. Hold on. Yep. Go ahead, Kool-Aid.
It's a colostrum blocking agent. It's the same agent that is found in beer. It's the same one that's found in soap. It's the same one that is found in plane fluid or plane fuel. It's all the same thing.
Disgusting, bro.
Nice.
All right. Then from a Pete
Disgusting.
standpoint, do you think that we can tell what's in urine? Do we know everything that's in urine?
Yes.
There's not a mystery in this chemical. So go through it chemical by chemical and tell me what ones have benefits for you. There's salt. Yeah, that's got a benefit. Do we have a deficiency of it? Probably not. Uric acid. Does that have any health benefits? I don't know. I don't think that uric acid has any health benefits.
Are you saying uric acid?
What are health benefits?
Uric acid's a derivative of salt, or are you saying that is salt?
No, they're separate. It's uric acid is a byproduct, I think, of proteins.
Okay. Salt is definitely required.
Yes,
I don't know.
but
Okay.
we have plenty of that. So I don't see the benefit. Like if I was in the desert and I had plenty of water, but I was sweating profusely, I might think that you might get a health benefit from drinking it because
Let me ask you
I would
this.
get the salt and the trace minerals that I'd be losing.
That's what I'm getting at. The salt. I don't think it's the fluid itself. I think it's like maybe some key components within it. Like you said, the salt. Like if you could somehow separate that, that would be beneficial.
Right, but in America, we don't have a deficiency of salt. In fact, we have probably an overabundance of salt.
Well,
quite the opposite. Yeah, I mean, what's
in a
in the
survival
urine? What's in the urine that we can't
situation,
eat separately?
You're talking in a survival
What's in the urine that
situation.
we?
Well, no, I
What's in
went
the
to
urine that
survival,
we
but
can't?
we're really talking. Pete is doing this as a medical aid or a health maintaining thing. And we're not missing these vital nutrients.
If I was
that
going
he's
to, if I
talking
was to
about.
ask you about your diet, Mayak man, would you understand if you had a healthy diet, right, and you know everything you looked after going into your body, and you did it with sort of purpose and intent, what would come out would reflect ultimately what went in. Now, if you had a terrible diet, all fatty food, sugars, etc., what comes out will reflect what goes in. Would you agree with that somewhat?
No.
So that was to Mayak man.
Well,
no.
Here's my Here's
thank
my
you.
question for you, Pete.
Can you
What does
expand
your
on
liver
your
and
no,
kidneys
first of
do?
all? Just what doesn't make
What
sense about what I just said there?
What does your liver and kidneys do?
Listen, can Mark Man just expand upon that for a second?
Well,
So it seems to make
I
sense
can.
to some degree, doesn't it?
I can. Then by that argument, then shit should work good. So I should be eating shit in order to maintain my my diet because that's coming out of a healthy body.
It works better if you just like rub it into your skin. Actually, it has more benefits.
Oh, hang on. What's the story? Why are you being so?
I'm not. This is a serious
Hang on, please. Hang on, please. Are you all meat eaters here? You have no qualms whatsoever about putting a pig's body part or a sheep or a cow or something into your stomach. You think that's okay for your body and your energies, your core energies. But when I ask you a simple question, which requires a simple answer and a little bit of elaboration, then all I get is mockery.
That wasn't mockery, man. I'm saying you're saying that if it comes out of my body, it's inherently.
Ow.
That was funny. You said if it comes out of my body, it's inherently ring.
In the 1990s, called they want the ringer back.
The single fact is, or the simple fact is, if I take out my kidneys and I keep all these wonderful essential nutrients in my body, I will die within weeks.
Yep.
I posted a video of breatharianism there. 2 years the guy is without
Which is
food.
a fake thing that has been scientifically disproven multiple times.
You see the way these people are just out.
Oh, hold on. I want to hear. I want to hear his understanding. Go ahead, Kool-Aid. What was that?
Breatharianism has been disproven in multiple different lab experiments by every so-called practitioner who is willing to put themselves under
scrutiny,
laboratory, and scrutiny or laboratory settings. They have all failed.
And this
Most,
is
some of which
When
spectacularly.
you say breatharianism, this is referring to the re-intake of one's waste.
No, this is
version.
This is Pete trying to shift the.
Harvesting
This
the
is
ether ultimately and taking the water
this is
vapor
Pete.
from the air. So going straight to the sources as opposed to going through products that rely on the source energies. That's what it's about.
Well, when I get enough chlorophyll to support me, I will start using that instead.
But you have a different. You think you are gross material.
Pete
right?
running
You have
away
no
from
spirit.
the fact that
Hang on,
he
please.
knows
Mayak man,
that
you have no spirit to your being, right? You also have no soul to your being. So you're gross material. If you deem yourself to be that, well, you'll treat yourself that way, won't you?
I hope we're not going to get back onto the Caterpillar movie again.
Now, I'm going to say, as far as me not having a soul or being I'm not spiritual. Do I accept that I might have a soul? Maybe. I have no evidence of it. So at this point, I'm
Are you asking
indetermined.
Are you going to look outside for your soul, bud?
Well, here's the thing, man, is to say that you have a soul is to say that you possess something,
Yes, we are
right?
a
Like,
soul.
and where's this this facilitated area, this locus of the soul resided within the body?
No idea.
Is there,
All I know is I
there,
can completely change who I am chemically or by injury. So as far as like there being an external source of the essence of me, I'm still going to say I lean away from it because I can change who I am just by my.
You're in the cult of Aristarchus, man. You're head deep in
Okay,
Aristarchus.
Pete, if you talk about this, I'm just going to leave. I have no interest
Aristarchus is the originator of materialism. That's what I mean by that.
I don't care. If you're going to talk about the Aristarchus, I will
Is that a
leave.
dirty word now?
You may keep talking about it. That's fine, but I'm going to leave.
Excuse me. I made a very cogent point there because Aristarchus was the father
Right.
of heliocentrism,
Later,
which
guys.
was the basis.
Did Pete just say he made a cogent point?
Did he stop talking about it? I mean, I'm happy to stick around, but
I think
I've heard
you guys
the
are
Pete's.
teaching a new word.
I've heard it lots.
Did somebody mercy
I think
me?
I think you told him cogent.
In terms of urine therapy, I mean, it is absolutely beneficial to the human body. There are so many evidences of that, people's direct experience, and just profound levels of healing that can occur. My understanding of it in general is that there are some toxins in it, and it's not to say that it's like necessarily all just good for you. It's not like, it's just some kind of perfect health drink or anything. But what it is, my understanding is that there's certain compounds in the urine, enzymes and peptides in particular, that get recycled. And by utilizing them, by recycling it, you're raising those levels in your body. And so what otherwise would just be wasted gets recycled in terms of that part of it. And that raising those levels is what seems to bring the therapeutic effect, whether it's, trying to resolve different kinds of conditions.
Okay, what peptides
What about
do you see
rainwater?
in them? Do you have any examples that we can go look at the quantity of it in urine and the other sources that we have in our diet and so forth and so on?
Can I just bring up a very simple point, and I'll go on a mute after this. There's a good reason why we want to throw up every time we even mention the idea of drinking urine or putting it on our bodies. There's a good biological reason.
That might just be you, because I don't have that reaction at all. You might have a problem with urine, but that would just be a psychological complex that you may have going on. But that's not just this one.
I would not call that a complex, but I mean, okay, I'll take your diagnosis.
It's a complex because it's not, everybody doesn't have that. I just found an article here: collagen peptides in urine, a promising biomarker for the detection of liver metastases. That was just one quick article I pulled up, but
right, but that's an indicator, not something that you're going to gain benefit from drinking.
Here is a PubMed analysis of therapeutic peptides in human urine by combination of capillary zone electro. Okay, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm just pulling some of these up.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's. I mean, one thing is I don't think it's been fully researched as much as it should be because of the mainstream medicine suppressing this kind of research. So that's one component. Is that unfortunately I don't think it's been like fully researched as much as perhaps it should be.
Oh, right, but I'm thinking that the chemicals in urine are known. So, as far as therapeutic effects of those chemicals, I think that we probably have a damn good idea of what the chemical makeup of urine is.
I mean, what do you think?
I don't agree. I don't agree. I think there's all kinds of stuff and all
think
kinds of things that are not discovered. But yeah, go ahead, Dysla.
Reclaimed water, guys. Like, all your tap-fed water is nothing more than reclaimed water.
Yes, but I drink water. I don't need to drink piss. Piss would serve no benefit for me unless I was in a survival situation. And even then, it's said that typically only the most dire of situations might have a little bit of help.
Well, like all I'm saying is that there's benefits inside the urine, but that it's just being used to flush the system out of impurities. So just as much as impurities are within it, there's still good things in it that you can filter out. That's all I'm saying.
You want to know another thing you can try? Another thing with urine that you can try. If you get like a cut on your body, you know, like you've cut your finger or something like that, it has to be fresh urine. So like literally right, you know, out of the source, as it were. But you can like put it on like a napkin or paper towel, and you can wrap it around the cut. You can, like, if you cut your finger, you can just put your finger in like a cup of urine, something like that. It's unbelievable. Like it will, first of all, it helps it from getting infected. It starts to heal like 50 times faster than it would otherwise. It starts to just heal up like incredibly, like much quicker. It reduces pain. It takes the pain away. And it also works with burns as well. But that's something that you can actually, like, you know.
Right. And topical.
Now imagine the goodness it does inside.
You're leaving out
or it could
something
do inside.
that comes out of the body. You're leaving something out. Semen. And then there's another thing, like birds and other animals all drink out of mud puddles. So are there any benefits to semen or mud puddle?
Well, there definitely are to semen. I don't know about mud puddles, but semen definitely has benefits for sure as well.
You could probably live on that if you had to.
There's something inside semen, a chemical that actually stimulates women's serotonin levels. So like when they receive that internally, they literally get a euphoric high from it because of this chemical within it.
Yeah, is it in high enough quantities that you could actually test that, or is it just we know it has XYZ chemical in it, so we're extrapolating that it could have this effect?
Oh, your mom seems to be addicted, though.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for some joke with it, but well, I mean, that's a good question. I think the antidepressant effects are pretty well known in terms of that, like the actual sort of euphoric effects.
But is that the antidepressant of actually the act of having sex, or is it the chemicals in the sperm?
I'm talking about the actual semen itself having that effect. Yeah, like there's women, perhaps even men too, but who actually like they use it as like an antidepressant. Like they're not even necessarily sexually, but like they're
that's true.
They'll like get it from a friend of theirs. You know what I mean? Like a man who's a friend, and then they'll like consume it like as an actual antidepressant.
Now here's the thing, right? So here's the thing to consider. We have our own immune system. So if you put something from someone else's system into your system, your own immune system is going to attack it. But self-consummation, I guess. This is the root. This is what it's all about. Now, I will say this. Look at the way I'm always
Pete, hold
I get
on.
excited by something. But Gio has left talk, even though we're fundamentally making the same points. And I get frustrated and muted then because I'm dealing with knockers and scoffers.
Self-consummation? Pete, did you just say self-consummation?
Consummation, yeah.
Well, we can move on to another topic.
It's a consummation about
no, but I'd like this.
This topic you're right. Tends to make people squirmy, so yeah, we can move to another one if needed.
Before you move,
but you are right, though.
Count the number of times the word "come" appears in Revelation 22.
Why would I want to do that? I got a life to live.
More times than I want.
Pete, I got a life. Yeah, I got a life to live. Why would I want to count words in a book?
Well, let's.
I got a topic.
Bring it back to a topic. Yeah, go ahead, Crit.
Okay, globalist spirals. No, I'm just joking. No,
yeah, spiral
from the earlier today. But the thing about past lives, I was thinking about what we talked about. And could you live like, I mean, do the past lives have to be like chronological, historical order, or could they be like your first life was maybe the future, and then the next life is like ancient times, and then medieval, or it can jump all over.
I like it, Crit. I like it. Yeah, but God, it's such a hard question to answer because who knows? The ultimate answer is who knows.
Well, Dr. Ivan Steven. Oh, okay, go ahead, Gio.
Oh, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, often people refer to like future lifetimes and past lifetimes, like within this particular timeline, that there might be a life that actually existed, let's say 1,000 years in the future, or one that existed 1,000 years in the past compared to where they are now. So there could be like future and past. However, in the lineage of the soul, they're all still past, meaning that there's whatever that, even if it existed in the future, if it's still part of like the lineage of the soul, then it is still in the past for the soul, if that makes sense, even though the lifetime may have existed on different timelines. Or on different parts of the timeline, I should say.
Just saying, if you die, don't go jumping willy nilly into white lights. That's all.
Well, you got to go back to the human spirit world.
Yeah, but bro, how do you know the white light's not a trap?
Well, that's where navigation is needed, because there's demonic entities.
What if
there's demonic
what
entities set up in the in between, and they can set up false lights. Yeah.
Yeah, what if somebody comes, your family member or somebody new in your life comes to you and says, "Oh, you got to go into the white light." You can just jump in it, or I'm gonna hang out for a minute, and make sure.
Well, this is getting pretty deep at this level, but my knowledge and memory of it is that the real one will actually, it's like a gentle pulling that it's pulling you towards. That's the real one. If you have to motivate yourself into it, it's a false light. So go with
but what about the question that you just asked? Maybe that'll put the hesitancy in him. So then when he feels that gentle pulling, he's like, oh, God, now am I making a decision to go in, or am I going in because it's pulling me? I don't know!
Maybe that's your hell that you'll face at the end of the day, Moyak, man, when you realize
what you got to think.
Are an eternal spirit, and you'll get recycled because you don't know what to do. I should have listened.
Well, what you got to think is, if there is a God, and the God that you guys are at the point that you died, you're believing in, I would like to think that he would be able to persuade me and know how to persuade me to walk into the light and not think that it is a lie. I mean, if he knows all the hair on my head, he should know how to get me through a light, through a red light.
He should also be able to convince me he exists. If he wanted to. If he doesn't want to, then that's fine. Then I don't like him either.
Oh, yo, Brandon is on tonight, guys, I think.
I just saw that he posted, because I just went over there and looked, and it looks like he posted something that says, no show tonight, have a good weekend.
What the fuck with this guy? This is going in his file.
Because yesterday he said there was going to be a Friday show. Yeah, that's what I thought he said that yesterday.
You killed Brandon's, man.
We did not kill Brandon. This has nothing to do with the show, bro.
You murdered
whether
him.
people are here
I would have went over there if he had a show.
Yeah, whether people are here or
so I'm cool with just hanging out here.
Whether people are here,
you killed him.
Whether people are here or hanging out at his server, regardless, he's still going to have the show. People are still going to show up.
Oh yeah, but you still killed us. Yeah, it's a normal operation of it, and it's nothing wrong. I mean, you put out a better product.
Well, that's not killing though. Either way, I mean, basically, like, Brandon's became really popular over the last couple months, and it was awesome. And like a lot of us started hanging out more in the after show, and like it was awesome to have a place, because with some of these other servers that people have either left or there's conflicts with, like, but yeah. And then, I mean, I've been working on this server, on and off for quite a while. So there was no intention of killing.
Oh, I'm not saying you were malicious at all. You put out the product that people seem to flock to more during that downtime between shows.
So is Brandon's show dead now? Do you like stop his show?
Brandon does his show whenever he feels like it. That's up to Brandon. Those are questions better left to ask Brandon.
He did a show yesterday. I think it was the first one, maybe in like a week and a half or so. Like, he did a show yesterday. Yeah, we were over there.
Cool. Yeah, no, I was just wondering for Kira. I'm not like talking about Brandon per se. I was just wondering if he still did shows.
I think, as far as I know, like he was he like took a break, or maybe he was traveling. I think I heard, but I'm not sure. But yeah, he didn't do a show for a while.
So semen and urine.
What is that? A heavy metal band?
Past lives.
I'm looking at the peptides in urine. I'm still a little bit dubious as to whether they have enough nutritional value to be a driving factor in making you use that as a health alternative.
Well, I like their first album best because, it was called Taking the Piss, Come Again.
But I'm
Obviously,
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say because I was bringing up past lives, and yeah, I don't know if it's a topic everyone enjoys or not, but yeah, that's a topic I love a lot in terms of reincarnation and that whole topic. But
Shit, I thought you were referring to the semen and urine one, but all right. On to past lives it is.
well, no, I mean, some additional people have joined, so yeah, I mean, we could have an Earth conversation, or if anyone wants to host or lead, or
I can't add much to a past lives. I've experienced nothing that would clue me into that, so it's just a matter of personal experiences, and I haven't had them.
Yeah, I never blindly believed it, although intuitively I had a resonance with it, with the idea of it. But it never really solidified for me until I actually had a full reliving of a previous lifetime, and then subsequently had many additionals to the point to where I was actually literally transported to that lifetime and could feel I was in the body. I was looking around. I was like in it to that level of memory.
All right. Did you find a fucking bank account? That's what I want to know. If you found a bank account, now I'm cool. That's cool. Was this like ancient antiquity, like going back to Noah's flood, or was this like something from a one lifetime ago to maybe 50 years ago?
Yeah, those are all good questions. I don't know if the moment right now is the time to go super deep on it though, but because I don't want to just take over the whole chat with my own personal experiences.
Oh, come on, give me that much. Was it like 100 years ago, 1,000, or what?
I've tapped into lifetimes that some of them have been somewhat more recent, like let's say within the last 1,000 years. So if that's what you're generally asking.
Okay, so way more than 100.
Yeah.
Okay. I just, like I was saying with the bank account thing, like, or were you able to go and go to your old town and say, hey, yeah, Bob, you remember me? We used to go riding dirt bikes down Cooper's Mountain.
Well, usually there's details and different information that is meaningful. Like it's not necessarily going back and just like reliving it in terms of like just going through every day. Usually it was specific people like that are in my life now who were in those lifetimes. So for example, like in college in particular, I was with a girlfriend at the time, and there was a specific previous lifetime that her and I were married in a previous lifetime, and there was a whole situation that occurred. So often there's like people that are in this lifetime that were meaningful in that one. There's that, and then the other large part of it for me is I find that usually the death of that lifetime is usually what where there's some kind of a conflict or a blockage that I needed to heal for my own healing. And in some cases, those memories were causing me like anxiety and certain symptoms that I had to heal by facing the actual death. So it's usually it's like the death. If the life ended in a way that was painful or challenging, I had to kind of like complete processing that. Like the trauma of it was still locked in my soul energy to where I had to complete it. Like one in particular where I was hung around my neck. And it's like I had to like actually complete that, because when you die, when you're being hung, you're not really able to. That's what I found. I wasn't able to like complete it in that moment, and then that was causing me certain symptoms in this lifetime. And by going back to it and regressing and able to kind of complete that process, I was able to move it through, and then the symptoms that it was causing were able to be resolved.
Did you find out what led up to your hanging, or is it just like you remember the event of hanging in that moment?
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to take up the whole chat with my entire, but yeah, that particular one, I was essentially being enslaved in that lifetime, and I was rebelling against it like in a profound way, and ended up basically running, trying to get away from the people that were enslaving me. So I basically just booked it and ran, and they caught me, and then they hung me in front of all the other slaves to kind of show what happens if you run away.
Why didn't you ask for Al's help, like Diggy and stuff, and like teleport you into another time period? You never seen the show Quantum Leap?
Oh, Sam.
Gio, can I ask,
Sam,
how does
Sam,
that,
there you go.
Gio, how does that affect your sort of your current state of mind, or this lifetime? How do you view this lifetime with those sort of really vivid memories or experiences, which I guess you would share with very few others. Most of us have no clue, right? But how does that affect your lifetime, or how do you view your greater position? Well, and especially now as well in these times, right? Revolutionary times. But do you understand my question?
I think so. Yeah. Like, how you mean? How does it contextualize like what's happening now, or do you mean how did it change my kind of?
If your sort of outlook on this life, what you need to do, or I think it's very important. Let me just preface it by saying, when I was a ball earther, right, we had 70 short years. Now I have forever, and I don't know what to fucking do from day to day. You know what I mean? I don't know how to live my life, because I don't know what it's towards. I'm thinking that transformation is around every corner, whereas, I don't have the memories that you have of past times, so to take me forward in any sense, you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering, how does it dictate to a big degree how you live your life under current circumstances or every life circumstance?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like to just summarize that briefly, what I would say, like, for example, if somebody has a trauma in childhood, something happens to them, and then later in their life, maybe it's causing them to have addiction or depression or anxiety, there's some way in which that's locked in their system, and it's maybe blocking them from having success or blocking their creativity, whatever it may be. And if they're able to kind of resolve that trauma, either through regression or different forms of therapeutic, and if they're able to resolve that, then it unlocks that. So, it either resolves the addictions or the anxiety or whatever it may be. In a similar way, what I found is, in terms of going into previous lifetime, is that they're connected. So like one common thing, like somebody that might have the umbilical cord around their neck in the birth canal, they often find that in a previous lifetime, they were hung or they died through suffocation. So there's a way in which, like, for a lot of people, the previous lifetime death or energy that they brought in with them, and then the actual birth, and then their childhood, it's all connected through these different layers. And so in the same way, if there's like a death memory or something painful from a previous lifetime, or even karma, like a particular karmic relationship with somebody or something like that, that can be like kind of locked throughout time and might be causing blockage or some kind of inability to be happy or inability to find their true calling or whatever that may be. And so I found for myself that by going back to those memories and facing what needed to be faced, that for me personally, it helped with a lot of the symptoms I was having. Like, I used to have some OCD symptoms and anxiety and different symptoms like that. And I had to resolve those at that level so that I could be free from those symptoms. But then also, by kind of freeing up that energy, it also seemed to give me more clarity about, like my life's mission and my position in life now. Yeah.
Very good. I mean, do you accept in your heart that this is just another step along the greater path of life and reincarnation? Are we bound for many? That's what's terrifying about the Vedic system for me, that we're just, and other systems, that we're just caught in this wheel, that we come back again and again and again until ultimately we get things right. And there's no special significance about this life, which I don't agree with that, especially coming to flat Earth. And we understand that all of these systems are based on ultimately heliocentrism, right? But anyway, does that have a bearing in your mind, or do you think that once you put certain things right, we have the possibility of exiting the matrix, the way we will not be recycled again to deal with things that we failed to deal with properly the last time around?
Yeah, I would say ultimately my perspective is that, like, let's say that we're completely the creator, we are God, like at one point. my ultimate viewpoint is that we like I've become aware that my soul energy, let's just say that, was split from the center. Even though I still am it, we all are it in my viewpoint, but at some point was split. And then my soul is then on a journey of going through what's needed, like learning lessons, going through. And I think this earth realm is only one of many. Like the way I see it, there's this earth physical plane, and then there's the earth, the human spirit world, I would refer to it as, for this earth. So when we die, like when I die, I have my memories going back to that human spirit world and then perhaps reincarnating and so on. So that there's that cycle, but this is only one, like, quote unquote school. Like this is just one school for our souls to go through. For my soul, I'll just say for myself, in terms of, like karma and, learning lessons and going through that through multiple lifetimes. But to me, like, this is only one realm basically. So like, even if you complete this one, in terms of all the karmic layers, you won't necessarily want to incarnate here anymore because you've completed this one, but there's others to continue the journey. So that's how I see it.
Very good, man. And you know what? I mean, horrifying as it is just to accept in your heart that you live 70 short years, there was nothing before, nothing after. I think it's even more terrifying realizing that we in potential live forever. I do agree with you on things as well. I do think we're a spark computer happening. I think that the real earth is beneath us. I have a view of the tree of life intact below, divided up into this material realm. So I take that as the real different body earth beneath. So yeah, very interesting. And let me just say, do you think we're coming to the end of an age, possibly with all of these transformative times we're in the midst of, or is it just a minor little peak in an infinitely long, adventurous line?
Kind of both. I mean, I think we are in a new age right now. I think that the Mayan calendar, the December 21st, 2012, I do think that calendar was accurate at indicating the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. And it's interesting that this shift in cosmology back to the ancient ancestral of a planar stationary type Earth is really started sort of after that point. I mean, it was like December 21st, 2012, and then pretty much 2013, 14, it started really 14, 15 started coming in. So yeah, I think we're in just the baby infant stages of an entirely new paradigm, and connected to the cosmology and spirituality. And I think ultimately being freed from this heavy demonic force right now that is active. So yeah, I think we're on the mend, although it may not look like that right now because it's pretty heavy right now. But I do think that I do think we're in a shift back to more of a utopian, harmonious situation. But the people in power now definitely need to be dissolved of their position at some point. I'm not saying through force or violence, but what they want to do will likely, in my opinion, extinct the human race unless we sort of wake up and be able to push back against this, because I think they'll genetically modify us into extinction essentially. But I do think that we'll succeed through it.
They already are, man. Like this has already happened once. In my opinion, this has happened recorded in the Bible when God created the Great Flood. Was all resultant due to potential genetic modifications, and he had to preserve his creation from being, changed and deformated. So we're running into round 2. I see it.
I agree.
Yeah. And there's more people being deceived and believing the deceptions, but then simultaneously more people are becoming hip to what's going on. So yeah, it's kind of on an unconscious level. It's like happening on both levels, and it's going to be definitely interesting to see. I mean, unfortunately, there's a lot that are suffering and will suffer through this transition. That's the sad part. That people who, health wise, everything that's going on. So that's the challenge of it all.
I mean, you got scientists testing on animals in pretty bad ways. and a lot of those inherent responses from the testing in negative ways seems to be correlated to like some of the things like we're experiencing here health wise as a result and due to the chemical exposure, which just seems to be too coincidental that they knew the effects of these things through the animal, and here we are finding these product and these chemicals within our products and having all sorts of issues, and then they throw their hands up like they're unaware. And I mean, this is happening all across the board.
I don't think I'm so pessimistic about things. I'll just say about 2012. I remember exactly where I was, 21st of December 2012, in a field across the road, fog everywhere, and nothing seemingly happened. I was with my son and his mum. But honest to goodness, and I've told this story on my own channel, but it's a wonderful story in a sense. I say that the hand of God appeared to me. It's the only thing I can describe it very early into 2013. As a result of that whole story, is in the clouds as well, would you believe? And I know it sounds ridiculous. I could expand upon it, but I won't take up your time. I was so convinced by it, and what happened subsequently, that I went up to it was a particularly cold winter in 2013. So at the day, coincidentally, that Pope Francis, or the other guy had left, so the Pope Francis had just been inaugurated or whatever. I think it was some special day like that. Anyway, I went up to a local quarry where it was still fluid, but it was frozen. It was absolutely frozen cold water. So I had to swim into the middle of a little island in the middle of a quarry and swim back. And I did that. I baptized myself again, and I sort of pledged myself to the good side, if you want to put it like that. But that all happened in 2000, very shortly after 2012. So I do agree in a major sense that 2012 and the transformation actually happened, and the last 10 years have been a process which is culminating. Man, I still can't see it outrunning this year with the 12-21, but 2022, definitely, man. It's not going to go on for years, definitely not. However everything seems to us, we can be sure that that's not the way it is. But yeah, I just wanted to say that about 2012. I'm with you there, man.
Yeah, totally. It's interesting, the 2012 connection. I mean, these ancient Mayan calendars, that have been. Now, of course, some people might say, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. They just were in the past," and But I mean, that gets into a deeper question of time and cycles and the kind of natural telepathic capacity of humans to be aware of these kinds of deep cycles and things. And it's all connected with the time clock of the heavens as well. But yeah, I do think that December 21st, I do think it's the end of an entire era. And part of it is sort of peaking in this globe deception and the current situation on the earth right now that was fueled by the heliocentric deception, the Copernicanism and everything. And then even though some people now using the term flat earth for a second, flat earth is just some little thing. Well, I don't think so at all. I think it's absolutely that the earth is a stationary plane. And of course, everyone has their cognitive dissonance and their struggle to figure out how this could be going on and how we were lied to and how they've pulled it off and how to prove it and all the rest of it. But we're just in literally the first phase of it all. We're just in the first phases of unwinding this deception and just the levels of what's been going on in terms of that.
Would you believe I hold it's the best position I can hold with everything I've gathered, up to this point in my life. I hold that all of the night sky is only I can give you a figure as well, 423 years old. You might have seen me right now. I say that for very specific reasons. I say that this whole system is a very young system. What came before that? Who knows? A different existence, where I said the tree was intact. But when the tree was felled, then the skylights as we know them came into being, which are the result of a destructive system. And well, the reason I mentioned 423 years is because that's the date that the non-existent dodo bird was discovered, which I hold to be a great symbol as well. But I don't know how you find that, Gio, but I'm sure you've looked into historical revisionism and just how much we can actually trust when we look back into the historical archives. Do you think that's an absolutely
Well, that's a huge question. I mean, wow, yeah, the history, that's a whole nother big topic in terms of what real history actually is. And I mean, we're sold this heliocentric model that people believe and think is real and think is quote unquote science. So if they've pulled that off, what else have they pulled off in terms of deceiving us about history? And it's not that hard to do when a generation, as generations shift. And yeah, look, Tartaria and all of these, trying to actually figure out. I mean, some people have thought, that this sort of flat Earth is really just like it's like 1.0. Like 2.0 is actually getting to what our actual history is. And I don't really mean to put it in 1.0, 2.0. I'm just saying the idea that really realizing that the Earth isn't a globe, perhaps it's just the beginning to the level of deceptions, which is interesting to think about. Yeah, what our true history is, what our true potentials are as humans. If we're not these Newtonian, Cartesian, materialistic, little animals that evolved from apes on a random planet in a big bang, after dinosaurs. I mean, if that's not all the case, then who are we really? What are our capabilities and our capacities? Of course, what is the Earth? What's the nature of consciousness and reality? It starts to open up, which I think is part of this, the kind of shift to this new cycle or this new paradigm that we're in the beginning stages of, is sort of perhaps a rediscovery of a lot of those things. And could even end up being an advancement. I mean, if we're able to sort of reacquire some of the things that have been hidden from us, I mean, there could be a huge shift and renaissance in consciousness in the future, in terms of, we're just playing our roles right now in terms of how this is unfolding. But it's interesting to think about hundreds or thousands of years in the future and the children of the future. If the globe model and these people pushing it are not a factor, what would the Earth look like? I mean, could we be sovereign and free? Could we be healthy? Could we do what we want to do? Could we discover so much more? I mean, looking at these ancient sites like the pyramids and Machu Picchu, I mean, to me, it's like these are sacred sites where they were using to acquire knowledge and transport their consciousness to acquire, knowledge and technologies and things. So, I mean, if that's really who we are, that's a pretty exciting future potential as compared to where we're at right now, having to work for this dollar and, this whole situation that we're in currently.
Yeah, Back to the Future, right? 88. That 88 keeps coming up. Very interesting. But yeah, very interesting. Keep the faith, I guess. Keep the faith, I guess. And I noticed the Ball Earthers are very silent about these matters, which is a shame, really. There's some great brains who could contribute to conversations here, but everything unscientific is denied. Everything unscientific is denied. So I wouldn't like to put all my eggs in that basket anymore, even though I did at one point, but I think that's part of my own evolution as well. We were always meant to see through science literalism. And I actually hold that because everything is known anyway, all the information that we're privy to can hold the greater secrets that are already laid and written down. And that's, of course, the quest of the individual. And it's forums like this which do help open up minds. And I think we all recognize as well the benefit, frustrating as it is, but the benefit that some of the baller antagonists actually provide. Because without that extra challenge, you won't be able to sharpen your own wits and come closer to honing in on certain, I guess, what are you going to call them, core truths? That's what we're looking for at the end of the day. So I will finish by saying, as flat earthers, it was handed to us on a plate. Anything obvious is obvious for a reason. There's always more to the story. But there is an onus on us, right or wrong. There is no right or wrong when you're painting your own picture, to come to terms with what Earth actually might be, as opposed to what we know it isn't. And I say that therein lies a big master with the spinning ball, or its metaphor.
Yeah.
Apart the pieces. Yeah, then you get all the components of reality.
Well, if one views life as some kind of a process of either gaining knowledge or learning things or advancing oneself, And if that's what we're setting up, like a test for ourselves to either align ourselves or rediscover certain components, or even just discovery on that level, then I love what, like, the way Issa refers to it in terms of the whole globe situation, that the globe gives us something to wake up from. So it gives us, like, sort of like a rat in a maze or a mouse in a maze. It's like, we're humans, we're trying to figure it out. And being born into a system of so much deception, yeah, it is kind of depressing. Like, oh my gosh, like, especially looking at, just all of those factors. But perhaps on a spiritual level, if we view it that way, then perhaps it's actually setting up like a grand stage for each of us individually to go through our own process of figuring out what is true and what is real, and perhaps on an individual level, and then maybe on a collective level as time unfolds. So in that way, it's sort of like in a movie, like, the antagonist or the protagonist, in terms of like Darth Vader or the evil, in some ways that gives the hero some kind of a platform or an environment to either overcome or to learn more about oneself. So that's why